After failing the college entrance examination, Jiang Xiaoyu's parents divorced. He was filled with despair and returned to his hometown, a small fishing village along the southern coast. By a stroke of serendipity, he stumbled upon a golden Ruyi Fish Hook by the seaside. From the quaint fishing village, he set sail towards the azure sea, accompanied by a beautiful student. Chapter 1. An encounter with a beautiful student. In the sultry days of July, on the 12th floor of a luxurious hotel in Linghai County, "Xiaoyu, come, eat some abalone," Jiang Xiaoyu's mother said, presenting a bowl of abalone soup before him, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Here, Xiaoyu, enjoy this Australian ham sausage," Jiang Xiaoyu's father remarked, using chopsticks to place a sausage onto the white porcelain plate before him. Shouldn't you be ready to give me a good thrashing?" After failing the exam, he had braced himself for a beating. Instead of receiving a reprimand, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. His parents' demeanor today was unexpectedly more amiable than usual. This made him suspicious. Could something unusual be afoot? When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is always something amiss. "Dad, Mom, rest assured, I intend to repeat my studies and will definitely gain admission to university next year." Jiang Xiaoyu patted his chest, speaking with utmost conviction. However, Jiang's father and mother seemed indifferent to his determination. The two appeared to have something significant to convey, their expressions betraying a hesitation to speak. "Sigh." Jiang's father let out a deep breath, breaking the oppressive silence. He retrieved a document from his briefcase and solemnly placed it on the table, pushing it towards Jiang Xiaoyu with one hand. "Take a look. This is our paternity test. From now on, I am no longer your father. You may call me uncle." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu's head buzzed. In a daze, he opened the paternity test report. Rustle. Jiang Xiaoyu's fingers trembled as he turned the pages of the stark white paper, his gaze fixated on the final page. At the bottom, the doctor's assessment was clearly printed, glaringly evident. Upon examination, it is confirmed that Jiang Baohua is not Jiang Xiaoyu's biological father. At the bottom right corner was the doctor's signature. Jiang Xiaoyu. This. Dad, this paternity test must be a forgery, right? It has to be. His lips quivered as he spoke, his words fragmented, his bright eyes filled with disbelief. Huff. Jiang Baohua lit a cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke. "And with that, I shall take my leave." "Father, Daddy." Jiang Xiaoyu gazed desperately at Jiang Baohua's retreating figure, her voice filled with despair, yet he quickened his pace, leaving her behind. "Xiaoyu, please don't react this way. Jiang Baohua, that heartless man, has already divorced me." Jiang's mother attempted to soothe her agitated daughter, extracting a red envelope from her handbag. "This is 500 yuan. It is the last remittance your father and I have allocated for your support. Please take it. Mother is already remarried." Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Hence, you no longer wish for me. Your stepfather is waiting for me downstairs. I must take my leave." With that, Jiang's mother tidied her flowing waves of hair and hurriedly departed, clutching her designer handbag. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered. "Mother, am I truly your flesh and blood? Surely, I did not emerge from the crevices of stone in Nanshan." Alone and desolate, he slumped in a recliner, numb. The youthful spark in his eyes dimmed in an instant as he stared vacantly at the abalone and sausage on the white porcelain plate before him. A profound sorrow welled up within him. Life is unpredictable. Abalone paired with sausage. Clutching 500 yuan, Jiang Xiaoyu walked out of the hotel in a daze. Standing on the steps at the entrance, he gazed at the ceaseless flow of vehicles at the intersection. He felt lost. He was engulfed in despair. He longed to plunge into the fast-moving traffic, seeking an end to his suffering. Just as chaotic thoughts flooded his mind and suicidal notions surged, his phone rang. "Hello, Xiaoyu. Come to grandmother's house. Grandmother will take care of you." The gentle, warm voice resonated in his ears, instantly enveloping him in warmth. "Grandmother." Jiang Xiaoyu tightly gripped the phone and called out, tears welling in his eyes. He yearned to weep, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He spent 12 yuan to procure a ticket to Xiaoyu village. Jiang Xiaoyu boarded a bus from Linhai County, embarking on a southerly journey. The nearly 40-kilometer distance took the bus about an hour to traverse. Upon disembarking, he walked for over 20 minutes along a winding mountain path, flagging down a tricycle. Near noon, he arrived at his grandmother's home in Xiaoyu village, drenched in sweat. As he pushed open the bamboo fence gate, his grandmother emerged from the dilapidated earthen house, leaning on her cane, trembling. "Yuzio, my poor little Yuzi." Her tone was filled with concern and affection. Grandmother had already learned through the phone of her grandson's new status as an orphan. "Grandmother," Jiang Xiaoyu called out, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Good boy. Pat your head. Don't cry. Grandmother will prepare a meal for you." Grandmother, with faltering steps, entered the kitchen of the stone house adorned with climbing wisteria. The fragrant smoke of cooking began to rise, while Jiang Xiaoyu remained seated beneath an osmanthus tree, staring vacantly at the azure sky. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup appeared on the bamboo table before him. A plate of stir-fried mountain bamboo shoots, a plate of red chili stir-fried water spinach, a plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables, and a bowl of pumpkin flour and egg soup. "Yuzu, eat while it's hot. Now that you're here, Grandmother can finally enjoy 4 dishes," she said cheerfully, her face adorned with a benevolent smile, never once mentioning her daughter's divorce. Perhaps due to the sincerity of her care, Jiang Xiaoyu's mood improved slightly. After finishing his meal, he assisted his grandmother in washing the dishes. "Yuzi, go play. Let Grandmother handle these chores." Jiang Xiaoyu insisted otherwise. After his parents' divorce, he felt as if he had matured in an instant. After a brief rest, burdened with anxiety, he greeted his grandmother, who was mending clothes, and stepped out alone. He wandered aimlessly around Xiaoyu village, exploring. While passing by the bamboo forest to the west, he suddenly heard cries for help. "Ah, help! Help! Don't come any closer!" Before Jiang Xiaoyu could react, a girl in a blue and white school uniform burst forth from the bamboo grove. The girl, with a thick braid, stumbled toward Jiang Xiaoyu. "Little brother, save me. Quickly. There's a rabid dog, a rabid dog." The slender, fair fingers of the student, Shun Yufang, clutched Jiang Xiaoyu's arm tightly, her voice laced with terror. "Woof! Woof woof!" Indeed, a stray dog followed closely, baring its fangs at the two. "Sister, hold it off for a moment. I'll find a stick." "Oh no!" His tone was urgent. "The wind is fierce, hold tight." Jiang Xiaoyu shouted in panic, sprinting away, cursing himself for not having a third leg. He had always been terrified of dogs. There was no possibility of a heroic rescue. Shin Yufang thought. He ran away. "Oh no! Woof woof woof!" The stray dog barked furiously and lunged forward. "Ah!" Shin Yufang screamed, collapsing in a heap on the ground, cradling her head. A chill enveloped her heart, fear consuming her entirely. This is it. It's over. After a while, she wondered, where did the rabid dog go? Slowly, she lowered her arms from around her head. Cautiously, she lifted her beautiful eyes, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, a voice of terror echoed. "Ah, don't come any closer." Chapter 2. Picking up the golden fishing hook by the sea. Please don't come any closer. Jiang Xiaoyu was grappling with a stray dog. His mood was already foul, and now he found himself being bullied by the mutt, which ignited a surge of anger within him. With a swift motion, a long hand seized the dog's neck. Whack! Whack! With the other hand, he furiously slapped the dog's face. The poor creature whimpered, its eyes sparkling with stars, letting out pitiful howls of distress. All right. You're going to kill the poor thing." After an indeterminate amount of time, a sweet and tangy voice broke through the air. "Little brother, thank you. Regardless of the circumstances, you saved me." Shin Yufang extended her delicate, fair hand with enthusiasm. "Let us get acquainted. My name is Shin Yufang." Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to ignore her entirely, his gaze fixated on the battered dog before him. The dog's tongue lolled out, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, and its eyes rolled back, appearing half alive. Upon witnessing the pitiful state of the rabid dog, he released its neck and made his way toward the southern sea. How infuriating! Am I being ignored? Shin Yufang's fists were planted on her hips, her embroidered shoes stamping the ground as she pouted, fluttering her long eyelashes. Watching the boy's retreating figure, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Humph! You think you're so high and mighty." Uft. Jiang Xiaoyu wandered aimlessly, soon finding himself by the sea. The cool, moist sea breeze caressed him, revealing a stretch of soft, golden sand before his eyes. On the beach, a few children were busy constructing their sandcastle fortresses. In the distance to his left, a rocky area lay scattered with silhouettes of fishermen casting their lines into the water. Jiang Xiaoyu removed his sneakers and socks, holding them in his hands as he reveled in the sensation of the gentle waves lapping at his bare feet. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his toe, as if a needle had pierced him. Sigh. When misfortune strikes, even a fart can land on your heel. He limped away from the shallow waters and plopped down onto the sand, inspecting his aching foot under the afternoon sun. To his dismay, he discovered a golden fishing hook lodged in his big toe, a portion of it embedded in his flesh, oozing a trickle of blood. Clenching the exposed hook with his thumb and forefinger, He gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might. Ah! A scream escaped his lips as the hook was yanked free. The golden hook bore barbs, stained with blood and bits of flesh. Looking at his toe, he noticed a wound from which blood dripped steadily. Damn it, you little rascal. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't suppress his expletive, flinging his arm in frustration. The golden hook soared through the air, plunging into the roiling sea. Just as he was about to rise and head home, his eyes widened in shock. That very golden fishing hook inexplicably returned to his hand. What? Am I seeing things? Or is this a hallucination from my distress? Jiang Xiaoyu mused, unable to suppress his astonishment. He discarded the hook once more, this time not far, but onto the sand before him. Half of the hook sank into the grainy surface, remaining stubbornly out of his grasp. Huh, indeed, it appears I'm just overly emotional and imagining things. Wrapping his wound with his sock, he grimaced at the golden hook, muttering, "You devil, come here." No sooner had he spoken than, whoosh, the golden hook shot out of the sand, gently landing back in his palm. What the? He gasped, startled, stumbling back a few steps. This is utterly surreal. Jiang Xiaoyu stared in disbelief, his heart racing. In his earlier excitement, he had lost track of the hook's whereabouts. Supporting himself with his palm on the ground, he stood and limped forward a few steps, scanning the beach for the elusive hook. After a thorough search yielded no results, he tentatively called out, "Golden hook, come to my palm." As his words echoed, a glimmer of golden light erupted seemingly from nowhere. Whoosh! The hook flew back into Jiang Xiaoyu's outstretched hand. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu believed it. He had encountered a golden finger of fortune. After spending over 2,000 hours reading novels, he had finally stumbled upon it. With this realization, an immense wave of elation washed over him, eclipsing the pain in his toe. Clutching the golden hook, he limped eagerly toward his grandmother's house. He pushed open the bamboo gate and hurried into the yard, breathless. Through the window, he spotted his grandmother resting on her wooden bed. He tiptoed into his room, closing the creaky wooden door behind him. Opening his palm carefully, he placed the golden hook on the bed, scrutinizing it under the sunlight streaming in. It was a size 5 hook, slender and sharp, with no apparent extraordinary features. "Shrink, shrink," Jiang Xiaoyu silently commanded. To his amazement, the hook actually diminished in size. "Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge." Following his mental directive, the hook grew larger once more. "A wishful hook," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, his mind racing with possibilities. "Come forth as I wish. Reveal your magic, breathe." He chanted a self-composed incantation, blowing gently at the golden hook. "Transform into a school beauty." At his command, nothing happened. The wishful hook remained inert on the bed, radiating a soft, golden glow. Well then, it seems it's merely a fishing hook, incapable of transforming into anything else. Realizing the hook's purpose was solely for fishing, Jiang Xiaoyu set aside his inflated expectations and refocused on the task at hand. With only a little over 400 yuan left in his bank card, meals would soon become a concern. His grandmother had no source of income, and he couldn't continuously rely on her for sustenance. Thus, he resolved to sustain himself through fishing for the time being. Having grown up by the sea, he had fished during his elementary school years and still retained basic fishing skills. With the wishful hook in hand, he knew he would also need fishing line and a rod. After a thorough search around the yard, he retrieved 2 fertilizer bags from the outhouse. He pulled out 2 sealed strands of fiber line, connecting them to form a fishing line over 4 meters long. The fishing rod was even simpler. Bamboo was abundant both in and around the village. Armed with a sickle, Jiang Xiaoyu chopped a slender bamboo pole from the corner of the yard, trimming away its branches until a 4-meter-long rod presented itself. He tied the fiber line to the tip of the rod, creating a figure-8 knot at the end, and attached the wishful hook. With his homemade fishing rod in hand, Jiang Xiaoyu set off with enthusiasm toward the nearby sea. Upon arriving at the seaside beach, I strolled eastward. It was not long before I encountered a rocky area. Jiang Xiaoyu diligently excavated the vicinity of the beach and rocks, unearthing several sandworms, which he placed into a mineral water bottle. In passing, he picked up a piece of foam, tearing off a small section to serve as a float. With a size 5 hook, he affixed a sandworm to it. The writhing sandworm, in its agony, appeared vibrantly alive on the hook. With a swift motion, he cast his bamboo rod, launching his first line into the water with unwavering confidence. Gazing at the vast, undulating sea, his spirits lifted, alleviating a significant portion of his worries. And he shouted towards the ocean, "Big fish, here I come." Chapter 3, The Fish Bites. "Big fish, I'm coming." Jiang Xiaoyu leaped onto a broad rock, casting out his eagerly anticipated first line. The white float bobbed gently with the waves. 5 or 6 minutes passed, yet the float remained still, devoid of any activity. Jiang Xiaoyu, known for his impatience and youthful exuberance, found it unbearable to wait. Those fleeting minutes felt like an eternity. Initially, he had envisioned catching large fish, But now, it seemed he couldn't even entice the smaller ones. Unable to suppress his restlessness, he lifted his rod, inspecting the hook and sandworm, which lay lifelessly on the hook. Already past its prime. Young man, your gear is quite retro, remarked a middle-aged man beside him, donning a sun hat. This place is renowned as an Air Force base. I've been here for over 4 hours without a single fish scale in sight. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to see the man with 4 fishing rods propped up before him, while he deftly maneuvered a high-end spinning rod. The sound alone indicated its quality, prompting Jiang Xiaoyu to gulp with envy. When would he possess a lure rod of his own? How much did you pay for that lure rod? He inquired. Oh, this rod isn't worth much. I bought it when I was a beginner, perhaps around $1,000, the sun-hatted man replied nonchalantly. $1,000? Not worth much. Is this man engaging in a bit of humble bragging? Jiang Xiaoyu mused, silently vowing to set a small goal, to acquire a lure rod worth $1,000. In the meantime, Jiang Xiaoyu had already rebaited his hook with a lively sandworm. With a flick, he cast out his anxious second line. Again, 5 or 6 minutes slipped by, and the white foam float remained unresponsive. This time, however, Jiang Xiaoyu, exercising patience, refrained from lifting the rod. Instead, he began to murmur within himself. May fortune favor me, swiftly reveal your power, and summon a great fish. No sooner had he uttered these words than the hook beneath the waves emitted a radiant green glow. This luminescence permeated the body of the sandworm, which, once lifeless, sprang to life, writhing energetically. Nearby, a black sea bream, in pursuit of small shrimp, was drawn to the enchanting green light. Abandoning its prey, it surged towards the source of the glow with a powerful flick of its tail. 1, 2, 3, an uncountable number of fish swam frantically towards the luminous beacon. Before long, the swiftest black bream spotted the sandworm wriggling enticingly before it, exuding a scent far more delectable than any ordinary meal. What fish could resist such temptation? With unwavering resolve, it lunged forward. The black bream, without hesitation, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the glowing bait. After consuming the luminescent sandworm, the black bream sensed trouble. The winds howled ominously. Yet, it was too late. On the rocks, Jiang Xiaoyu, growing impatient, was just about to lift his rod when suddenly, the white foam float began to stir. After a few tentative bobbles, it plunged beneath the surface. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced with excitement as he saw the float disappear. A surge of joy flooding his youthful spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck. I've got one. His voice brimmed with elation. In an instant, a fierce force surged through the bamboo rod into his arms. Adrenaline coursed through him, an exhilarating sensation enveloping his entire being. Wow, not bad at all. That fish is quite sizable, came the envious utterance from the middle-aged man, who had been watching with keen interest. My 5 rods have caught nothing. And yet with just your bamboo rod, you're reeling in a big fish. Truly, there is such a thing as a beginner's luck. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered the bamboo rod, and a dark gray sea fish leaped from the water, flopping about on the rocks. He bent down, firmly grasping the large fish to prevent it from wriggling free and leaping back into the ocean. The black bream weighed at least 3.5 pounds, a commendable catch indeed. The sun hat-clad man approached, his lure rod in hand, his gaze fixed on the magnificent fish. His envy palpable. You've struck gold today, young man. Feeling triumphant, Jiang Xiaoyu removed the hook and placed the plump black bream into a crevice among the rocks. He scavenged for an abandoned plastic bag, filling it with seawater to keep his prize fresh. With his confidence restored after landing his first large fish, he felt invigorated once more. Returning to the rocky outcrop, he rebaited his hook and cast again, all the while reciting his incantation in hushed tones. May fortune favor me. Swiftly reveal your power, summon forth. Jiang Xiaoyu exhaled towards the sea. Another one, please. As soon as his words faded into the ocean, it took merely a few seconds for the float to react once more. This time, it was even more vigorous, plunging straight down without warning. No way. I've hooked another fish. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, his youthful face radiating a brilliant smile. Young man, you must be incredibly lucky. The middle-aged man lamented, visibly envious. The high-end gear is of no use. It's not as good as that simple bamboo rod. Frustrated, he tossed his lure rod onto the rocks, lit a cigarette, and hopped over to Jiang Xiaoyu's side. Wow, young man, what line are you using? Don't pull too hard. Take your time reeling it in. I'm using a line sealed from a urea bag, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, following the man's advice while managing the fish. The middle-aged man, donning the sun hat, was taken aback. A line from a fertilizer bag? Now that's resourcefulness. Just as he marveled at Jiang Xiaoyu's ingenuity, a large fish leaped from the depths, shimmering under the brilliant sunlight, thrashing in a desperate attempt to shake off the hook. Quick, jiggle the rod. It's trying to shake its gills, the man urged. Shake its gills? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't fully comprehend, but he trusted the seasoned angler's guidance. With a resounding splash, the large sea bass plunged back into the water, sending droplets flying. Moments later, it darted left and right, causing the delicate bamboo rod's tip to bend into an exaggerated arc, emitting a concerning creaking sound. Increase the angle. Fortunately, with the experienced man's guidance, Jiang Xiaoyu avoided a breakage. After a vigorous struggle lasting 7 or 8 minutes, the large sea bass finally surfaced, revealing its white belly. Jiang Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered the bamboo pole, gradually drawing the sea bass closer to the rocky shore. At that moment, a middle-aged man, wielding a net, confidently plunged it beneath the fish, swiftly capturing it. The operation was flawlessly executed. "Nice one, impressive," he exclaimed, as the hefty sea bass weighed in at no less than 5 pounds. The middle-aged man hoisted the sizable fish onto the rocks. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced with excitement, his trembling hands relinquishing the bamboo pole as he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, fixating his gaze on the net. There lay a silvery gray sea bass, adorned with scattered black spots on its back, its large mouth opening and closing feebly. With quivering fingers, he removed the hook and cradled the fish in both hands, placing it into a hollow pit. With a splash, the sea bass landed in the pit, where it thrashed its tail forcefully, startling a nearby black sea bream. The middle-aged man, brimming with envy, resumed casting his lure. "Hey, let me bask in your novice glow. Let's keep the momentum going, old chap." Jiang Xiaoyu's spirits lifted as he offered the man a radiant smile. He then baited his hook with a sea worm and cast his line back into the ocean. "Oh no, you've caught another one." The middle-aged man, donning a sun hat, observed the slender bamboo pole bending dramatically. He gasped in astonishment, consumed by envy. The pole creaked and groaned as a powerful fish struggled beneath the surface. Jiang Xiaoyu swayed like a delicate sprout, exclaiming, "Ah," as he summoned every ounce of strength. The slender bamboo bent into an exaggerated arc, and then, unexpectedly, disaster struck. With a sharp crack, the pole snapped, and the fish, along with the cherished hook, vanished into the azure depths of the sea. "Ah, my fish, my fish," Jiang Xiaoyu lamented, gazing at the broken pole in his hands and then at the roiling waves, feeling a profound sense of loss. "Alas, what a pity," he thought. "While the novice glow lasts, I must quickly acquire a new lure rod." The middle-aged man expressed his sympathy before inquiring, "Are you selling those 2 sea fish?" With noon approaching, how could a seasoned angler return home empty-handed? If a friend were to ask, "Did you catch anything?" and he replied in the negative, what would that feel like? "Selling. Do you want to buy them, old chap?" Jiang Xiaoyu was in dire need of money. This black sea bream weighs 3.5 pounds, going for 55 yuan per pound. The middle-aged man produced a portable scale and weighed the sea bass. Wow, a hefty 4 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at 60 yuan per pound. How about 400 yuan for both? Upon hearing this offer, Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Having just graduated high school, he possessed little understanding of the world. 400 yuan represented half a month's living expenses. That sounds good. All right, little brother, let us exchange contact information, and I'll transfer the money to you. A swift exchange of cash for fish ensued, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of elation. He envisioned a future sustained by fishing. With the pole broken and the hook lost to the depths, he made his way home, traversing the mountain path adorned with budding peach blossoms. Spotting no one around, Jiang Xiaoyu silently wished, "May my wish be granted, swiftly manifest." Just then, a minuscule golden hook, nearly invisible to the naked eye, appeared in the palm of his hand. The hook, now stained with his blood, had recognized its master, rendering it impossible to lose. Presently, he required a lure rod to expand his fishing endeavors. With over 800 yuan in his bank account, he had secured his first substantial earnings. Jiang Xiaoyu harbored no ambitions for grand wealth. His parents were divorced, leaving him with a broken home. He simply wished to survive and live a pastoral life, far removed from the chaos of the city. As for love, he would leave that to fate. While pondering these thoughts, he encountered a student girl at the entrance of Xiaoyu village, dragging a suitcase that obstructed his path. It was none other than the beautiful girl he had seen being chased by a stray dog, Shen Yufeng. Beside her stood the injured dog. "Little brother, could you take me in? I have nowhere to go now." The student girl approached, her slightly rounded face displaying an utterly pitiful expression. "Woof woof." The stray dog, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, glared at him with fiery eyes and barked fiercely. Jiang Xiaoyu shot a menacing glare at the dog, causing it to retreat a few paces in fright. "Woof," it whimpered, still aching from its previous encounter. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching a broken bamboo pole, swatted at the wild grass by the roadside, ignoring the girl's pleas. "She must be after the 800 yuan in my account," he thought to himself, dismissively. "No chance. Little brother, you can't just turn a blind eye. My parents divorced, they no longer want me, and I've ended up homeless." Shen Yufeng, left with no options, lamented that her money had run dry since leaving home. If you don't help me, what will I do if I run into a bad person tonight? Woe is me. Her voice was filled with worry and helplessness as tears began to flow. Hearing the plight of another child abandoned by their parents struck a chord in Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. All right, come with me. Huh, I knew you wouldn't just stand by. Shen Yufang beamed, catching up to Jiang Xiaoyu. The homeless stray dog mustered the courage to follow them closely. Go. Jiang Xiaoyu had never been fond of dogs, considering them dirty and troublesome. A woof. The stray dog, sensing Jiang Xiaoyu's presence, instinctively hid behind Shen Yufang. Little brother, this dog is quite tame now. Let's take it in. Seeing the pitiful dog, Shen Yufang, who had been pursued by it, felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't bear to abandon it in the wilderness. You take care of it. I'm not responsible. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu's mind was solely focused on fishing, leaving no room for other concerns. Fine, little brother. Whatever you say. Little brother, how old are you to call me that? Call me big brother you. Am I that much younger? I'm 21. In my senior year. What about you? All right, I suppose you're a bit older. 3 years older. I found myself an older sister. Huh, call me sister. Shen Yufang giggled at his predicament, her cheerful demeanor suggesting that her earlier troubles had evaporated. As they strolled along the mountain path toward home, they chatted about various topics. Grandma, I'm back. Jiang Xiaoyu pushed open the bamboo fence gate and entered the courtyard, followed closely by Shen Yufang and the stray dog. Yuzi, you're just in time. The dishes are almost ready. His grandmother, Miss Yang, hobbled out of the stone kitchen, adorned with blooming wisteria. Oh, Yuzi, is this your girlfriend? She asked, quite lovely. Grandmother's pair of deep, weathered eyes radiated with a joyful light. Grandmother, I found her, a homeless student sister. Jiang Xiaoyu's youthful and handsome face flushed instantly as she hurriedly explained. All right, from now on, grandmother will cook more rice. Grandmother, let me assist you. Upon witnessing grandmother's warm reception, Shen Yufang's underlying worries vanished without a trace. I'll be living here, so I must contribute in some way. As Jiang Xiaoyu observed Shen Yufang and his grandmother bustling into the kitchen, he retreated to his little wooden house on the western side. Activating his mobile data, he struggled with the poor signal in the mountains, waiting a long while before accessing the Jingdong Mall. After much deliberation, he ultimately spent 385 yuan to purchase a set of fishing rods, which came with a complimentary PE fishing line and a box of lures. Half of his balance disappeared in an instant, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu feeling a pang of regret. After all, he was 18 years old this year. Since his parents' divorce, they had shown no intention of providing him with financial support. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. It was then that he truly grasped the significance of money. Without it, every endeavor became arduous. Previously, the system novels he read depicted protagonists effortlessly achieving small financial goals, but reality was far from that. Even with his newfound advantages, he realized that making money remained a formidable challenge. Fish boy, come out for dinner. Just as he was pondering these thoughts, his grandmother's gentle voice drifted in from the courtyard. Chapter 5, taking the student sister to the beach. Fish boy, dinner is ready. Grandmother's kind tone enveloped Jiang Xiaoyu with warmth, gradually mending his wounded spirit. As dusk settled in the courtyard beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree, the three gathered around a bamboo table, with a local dog lounging nearby. Here, this is the corn and rib soup Yufang made. Fish boy, give it a try. Grandmother's affectionate call felt personal, as if she were addressing him by name. I must say, sister's culinary skills are quite impressive. Jiang Xiaoyu tasted the soup and savored the meat, relishing each bite. Indeed, I'm not here merely to indulge. Shen Yufang, buoyed by Jiang Xiaoyu's praise, sat up straighter, her lychee-like eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Her rosy cheeks revealed charming dimples, and Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but steal a glance, finding for the first time that Sister Yufang possessed a certain allure. However, the next scene left Jiang Xiaoyu astonished. Yufang, dear girl, slow down, or you might choke. Grandmother kindly cautioned from the side. There's plenty of rice, there's more in the pot. Goodness. By the time Jiang Xiaoyu leisurely finished his bowl of rice, Shen Yufang had devoured 3 hefty bowls. Hee, forgive me, I haven't eaten properly these past few days, and it's left me famished, she explained, chewing on her rice and braised pork, insisting she wasn't a glutton. Jiang Xiaoyu thought to himself, I regret bringing home a bottomless pit. After the meal, Shen Yufang, displaying remarkable insight, poured warm water for grandmother and Jiang Xiaoyu. Grandmother smiled gently, retrieving a collection of bottles and jars to take her medicine. Diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, she had to take medication 3 times a day without fail. It was no exaggeration to say that grandmother's meals were as regular as her medication, a routine maintained for decades. The doctor had informed her that there was no cure for her condition. To survive, medication was the best course of action. Jiang Xiaoyu watched with a heavy heart, dreaming of the day he could cure his grandmother's ailment. while grandmother tilted her head back to take her medicine. He and Xin Yufang tidied up the dishes. Jiang Xiaoyu discarded the leftover bones to the local dog. Woof woof. The dog happily barked at the sight of bones, wagging its tail and nuzzling Jiang Xiaoyu's leg with its head, obedient and gentle. Jiang Xiaoyu petted the dog's head a few times, thinking it felt rather nice. In this leisurely pastoral life, having a dog by his side added a picturesque touch. After tidying up, the sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight gradually enveloped the mountains. To save on electricity, grandmother retired early. As the moon rose in the east, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang sat at the bamboo table, listening to the cicada's calls and engaging in light conversation. Yufang, I only have 400 yuan left. How shall we sustain ourselves? You're older. You should come up with a plan. A gentle breeze rustled the osmanthus tree, and Jiang Xiaoyu sipped his osmanthus tea. I'm in my 4th year of university and just stepped into society during the summer break. I only have my phone left. Xin Yufang, with her easygoing nature, remained unfazed despite the lack of funds. She slowly savored her osmanthus tea and chuckled. Here we have mountains and seas. As the saying goes, live off the mountains and seas. If we work diligently, we won't starve. Look, tomorrow is the first day of the month, a perfect day for beachcombing. Sister will take you to the beach. Are you in? Beachcombing. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Xiaoyu's interest peaked at the mention of beachcombing. After 3 years of high school, he had forgotten the joys of beachcombing he had often experienced as a child. All right, let us get ready. Jiang Xiaoyu, being impulsive, insisted on immediate action. He rummaged through the courtyard and house, ultimately finding a pair of high rubber boots, a pair of leather gloves, and a red bucket. He dashed into the kitchen to grab the spatula grandmother used for cooking. Yufang, what time is low tide tomorrow? Growing up by the sea, he understood the basic knowledge of tidal patterns. Each day featured rising and falling tides, and it was only during low tide that beachcombing became fruitful. Moreover, the 1st and 15th of the month brought significant tidal changes, revealing a larger expanse of beach. Call me sister. I'm 3 years older than you. Xin Yufang giggled, pulling out her phone to check a tidal app. Yufang, no, don't call me that, she teased, sticking out her pink tongue. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu was no fool. He had his dignity to maintain. Would he allow a girl to intimidate him? He would never succumb to such threats. Sister Yufang, please tell me. Xin Yufang laughed joyfully, revealing her charming dimples. All right, Jiang Xiaoyu, tomorrow's tide schedule shows low tide at 4:50 a.m. So early. I'll sleep early. We need to rise before dawn. The next day, with the crowing of roosters, Jiang Xiaoyu grasped a large bucket in one hand and a spatula in the other. Xin Yufang donned her rubber boots and gloves, while the local dog followed closely behind, playfully chasing butterflies along the way. Side by side, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang hurried toward the beach, their excitement palpable. After the disappointment of failing the college entrance exam, this was their first beachcombing experience. Free from the confines of high school, Jiang Xiaoyu felt exhilarated. After a brisk walk of several minutes, they arrived at the beach dock. Looking out, they could indeed see that the tide had receded. Large boats lay stranded on the sand, the water having retreated far away. Their eyes scanned the surroundings. On the beach, a few women were scattered about, foraging for seafood. Jiang Xiaoyu had thought he had risen early, only to discover that there were even earlier birds seeking their worms. His gaze fixated on the sand. Why did it feel so different from the videos of beach foraging he had seen on Douyin? In those clips, any random host, with just a casual stroll, would either uncover large crabs or delectable mantis shrimp. Plump clams seemed to be as easy to find as digging up a handful of sand. Some even managed to stumble upon king crabs. Yet here, apart from an abundance of sand, there was a surfeit of litter. Jiang Xiaoyu, an environmental enthusiast, scooped up sand while collecting seafood, diligently tossing any encountered trash into a garbage bag. After over half an hour of effort, he managed to unearth a few clams of modest size, while the garbage bag was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to dash to a nearby bin to dispose of the trash, then hurriedly return to the beach. This round trip left him panting and breathless. Alas, at only 18 years of age, how could his stamina be so lacking? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but lament. The pressures of 3 years in high school had taken a toll on his physique. Throughout those years, the physical education teacher was either ill or on the verge of illness. The cafeteria food was often tainted with gutter oil, which, to make matters worse, was sold at exorbitant prices, and the cafeteria staff, with their shaky hands, were particularly adept at manipulating one's emotions. Just as one's mouth would water at the sight of a piece of braised pork in the serving ladle, the server's tremors would likely result in the pork plummeting into the vegetable bowl, shattering one's dreams. Academically, Jiang Xiaoyu belonged to the category of students who struggled perpetually, yet studied fervently. Each exam, he always believed he could break into the top 10, only to find that when the report card was posted, he was firmly entrenched in the bottom 10, sometimes even securing the last place. Unfortunate, indeed. Nevertheless, he never abandoned his studies. Ultimately, the verdict from the heavens was failure. His parents looked down upon him, administering beatings from time to time, and eventually abandoned him. Sigh, such is fate. Some are born in Rome, while others are condemned to be mere beasts of burden. Aspiring to rise above one's station through labor alone is futile. One must rely on fishing and foraging. At 18, Jiang Xiaoyu reflected on this reality. It seemed he needed to strengthen his physique. While he caught his breath, he was suddenly startled by the frantic barking of a local dog. Woof woof. Chapter 6. A bounty of seafood. Woof woof. The local dog barked excitedly. Yufeng. What's wrong? Upon hearing the commotion, Shin Qingfeng straightened up, hurriedly clutching her bucket as she dashed over. Ah, a large crab. As she reached Shin Yufeng, her voice rang out with delight. Indeed, the bright red crab was the size of a palm, struggling in her grasp with its formidable claws flailing in the air. With a resounding clang, it was joyfully tossed into the bucket. At that moment, the dog barked again. Huh, a mantis shrimp. Jiang Xiaoyu keenly searched in the direction of the dog's barking. Beneath the elongated rocks, a mantis shrimp was busily sifting through the fine sand and shallow water. Come here. Jiang Xiaoyu bent down and swiftly captured the mantis shrimp. It was both plump and tender. Mantis shrimp, how adorable, exclaimed Shin Yufeng, a 21-year-old student. As she playfully pouted her rose-pink lips and squinted her lychee-like eyes, smiling brightly. Such a cute mantis shrimp. Cooked, it must be delicious. Isn't that so? Jiang Xiaoyu responded. Woof woof. As soon as the mantis shrimp was tossed into the bucket, the dog barked again. The two, filled with joy at the sound, hurried over. A large blue crab. Shin Yufeng's keen eyes spotted it immediately. The crab's large claw was the only part visible above the sand, leading her to discover it. Good job, dog. Keep it up. Shin Yufeng affectionately ruffled the dog's head, giving it a loving hug. Envy washed over Jiang Xiaoyu as he mumbled. We can't even compare to a dog. Hey, little Xiaoyu, that's just you. Please don't include me. Shin Yufeng retorted, slightly lifting her chin, accentuating her nose. Her slender, slightly curled eyelashes blinked, and a triumphant smile danced in her lychee-like eyes. That dog belongs to me. Whatever it finds is as if I have found it. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. So, you mean to say you are the dog, and the dog is you? Shin Yufeng placed her hands on her hips. Look at my lips and roll away. As their gaze returned to the beach, Jiang Xiaoyu had initially envisioned filling a large bucket with seafood in no time. Who would have thought that reality would deliver such a harsh slap? At that moment, the bright sun had risen above the horizon for nearly an hour, and yet they had collected no more than the dog. How embarrassing. Little Xiaoyu, let us give the dog a name. Shin Yufeng dug into the sand, unearthing a plump clam. Oh, let us just call it dog. Her tone was devoid of enthusiasm. No, dog is too mundane. How about we name it Fortune instead? Shin Yufeng observed the dog sniffing around the beach and soon spotted another large crab. Fortune? Jiang Xiaoyu mused, as if he had heard that name somewhere before. Not bad. Both prosperous and wealthy. Let us go with Fortune. Thus, in the Blue Star, another dog named Fortune was added to the ranks. An hour had passed, and Jiang Xiaoyu's catch was still overshadowed by Fortune's bounty. Truly, it resonated with the saying, one is not as good as a dog. His lofty dreams lay shattered, compelling him to bend down and scrutinize the ground with wide eyes, searching intently. Alas, in a moment of carelessness, his right foot stepped into a small puddle. The seawater swiftly invaded his sneakers, soaking his socks. It was quite uncomfortable. He had generously given his only pair of leather boots to Shin Yufeng. When he became wealthy, he resolved to equip himself with the necessary tools for beach foraging. As Jiang Xiaoyu silently set this modest goal in his heart, he pulled his right foot from the puddle, inadvertently revealing a delightful surprise. A walnut-sized sea snail, adorned with sand, unveiled its beautiful visage. Huh, this step was not in vain. At least I've uncovered a morsel. With a clatter, the sea snail was tossed into the bucket. As he continued his search, Jiang Xiaoyu found beach foraging to be quite laborious and far from picturesque. At this rate, not only would they struggle to earn money from foraging, but even sustaining themselves would pose a challenge. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck Jiang Xiaoyu. His magical fish hook, capable of locating fish, could it also seek out treasures on the beach? He resolved to give it a try. Clutching his bucket, he strode briskly away from Shin Yufeng and Fortune, heading towards a dark, mossy rock near the shoreline. Noticing no one around, he quietly recited his incantation. As I wish, so it shall be. Reveal your treasures swiftly. Come forth, beach bounty. As the incantation fell, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed a phrase of national essence. It works. It truly works. Before his eyes, the auspicious fishhook adorning his neck emanated a radiant green glow. This luminescence spread outwards from Jiang Xiaoyu, gradually enveloping an area with a radius of several meters. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Within this 10-meter radius, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself able to see everything concealed beneath the beach. To his astonishment, a plethora of treasures lay hidden beneath the sands. To his left, not far off, 3 condoms were buried. To his right, a lacy bra lay in wait. Ahead, a torn black stocking with letters was half buried. What a bizarre collection of items. Retracting his gaze, it fell upon a large boulder nearby. Lo and behold, a delightful surprise awaited. Surrounding the rock were 7 or 8 large crabs and a cluster of mantis shrimp. Moreover, 5 or 6 large prawns were scuttling about. Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly contain his excitement. I've hit the jackpot. Cautiously, he bent down, stealthily approaching the dark rocks. Right before him, in a sandy pool beside the boulder, were 7 or 8 crabs. He extended his long, slender hands, waiting for the opportune moment, and with a swift motion, he seized 2 crabs in a flash. The plump, tender crabs were still in a state of bewilderment. With a snap, the crabs, along with several mantis shrimp and clams, found themselves in a delightful melange. Huh. This auspicious fishhook's ability is far superior to any X-ray vision. How splendid. A bold thought flickered through Jiang Xiaoyu's mind as he contemplated using the fishhook to gaze upon the distant student, Shen Yufang. However, he quickly quelled this wild notion. What am I thinking? I need to focus on making money. Jiang Xiaoyu shifted his attention from Shen Yufang back to the large crabs slowly traversing nearby. Regardless of their movements, as long as they remained within the verdant glow, Jiang Xiaoyu could see them with crystal clarity. One particularly sizable crab had burrowed itself deep into the sand, a feat nearly impossible for an ordinary person to unearth. Yet, in Jiang Xiaoyu's sight, it appeared as though it were a piece of furniture hidden beneath the grains. With an unyielding hand, he plunged into the moist sand and grasped the target firmly. The crab, oblivious to its imminent capture, was swiftly relocated to a cramped new abode. All but one crafty crab that managed to escape into the sea were collected and tossed into Jiang Xiaoyu's bucket. After successfully gathering the valuable crabs, he proceeded to capture a cluster of mantis shrimp, adding 5 or 6 grayish prawns to join their crustacean companions. Once he had thoroughly scoured the large boulder, aided by the auspicious fishhook, Jiang Xiaoyu scanned a wider expanse of rocks. Wherever he ventured, no creature could evade his watchful gaze. Whether in shallow waters or near the rocks, even delving half a meter into the sand, Jiang Xiaoyu saw everything with utmost clarity. After 20 minutes had passed, he had unknowingly filled over half a bucket with seafood. Weighing heavily, it was a labor to carry, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction from this bountiful haul. Suddenly, what was that? On the edge of the green light, a long object of considerable girth appeared. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching the heavy bucket, approached the mysterious entity with the stealth of a thief. Just as he anticipated a windfall, an unexpected event occurred. Oh no, he exclaimed. Chapter 7, Selling Seafood. Oh no, Jiang Xiaoyu cried out. Who constructed this underground sandcastle? It was undoubtedly a trap. His feet sank into the sandy pit, and before he could fall, he managed to secure his catch. A mouthful of sand accompanied the chaos, as a few crabs scuttled away, losing their legs in the process. Ah, Xiaoyu, are you alright? Shen Yufang rushed over, setting down her spatula to help the fallen Jiang Xiaoyu. You're an adult now. You must be more careful. She brushed the sand off him, adopting the tone of an elder sister. Are you hurt? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. No, just had a taste of sand. It's rather salty. As long as you're fine. What were you doing? Just then, Shen Yufang's gaze fell upon the overflowing bucket of seafood, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did you collect all this? Seeing him nod, she exclaimed, Xiaoyu, you're amazing. I almost tossed the bucket, but look at all those mantis shrimp, dozens of crabs, and a handful of prawns. Not to mention clams and razor clams. It's an impressive haul. What about you and Wonkai? How did it go? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the black plastic bag in her hand. Well, take a look for yourself. Shen Yufang bent down to pick up the bag, and Jiang Xiaoyu focused on its contents. Inside were only a few razor clams, some sea snails, and a single green crab that had lost a claw. A crab missing a claw was hardly worth much. Did you activate a newbie aura? With so many crabs, they might fight. Shen Yufang pulled a hair tie from her pocket and quickly bound the crabs together. You're impressive, sister. After all, you're a college student. We'll be relying on you. Jiang Xiaoyu admired her adept handling and playfully elevated her status. What a ridiculous title. Humph, you can't do without me. Shen Yufang, having secured the crabs, lifted her chin, displaying a hint of pride. So what did you see that got you so excited? Oh, under that rock ahead, there's a large creature in the water hole. Jiang Xiaoyu secretly activated the auspicious fishhook, and the green glow radiated once more. It's still there. Come, let us take a look. Wonkai seemed to understand as it wagged its tail and trotted ahead. Woof, woof, woof. Around the large boulder, the dog barked excitedly. Haha, look, my Wonkai has discovered something. Hearing the continuous barking, Shin Yufang quickened her pace, stepping into a small puddle beneath the rocks with her latex boots. Splash! A sudden sound of water caught Jiang Xiaoyu's attention. Yufang, over there. It's a large eel. Eel meat is tender and rich in flavor, a true delicacy. Haha. Come here, I'll catch it. Having grown up by the sea, Shin Yufang recognized the eel and quickly attempted to seize it. The slippery eel, however, evaded her grasp. Quickly, Jiang Xiaoyu noted the puddle's size and the impending tide. He needed to act decisively. Grabbing the spatula, he began to dig furiously in the sand. On the sandy shore by the sea, they dug and dug. After a few minutes, before the tide could creep up the beach, a slender drainage channel was formed. The seawater in the puddle was quickly drained away. A large eel, over a meter long, surfaced into view, its body adorned with leopard-like spots, writhing in the mud. It had no escape. It's mine, Shin Yufang exclaimed joyfully, a smile blooming on her innocent face like the petals of a tassel flower. She extended her unyielding jade-like hand, grasping the eel's neck with a fierce grip, lifting it effortlessly. Little you, we are going to strike it rich this time. Her large lychee-like eyes sparkled with delight, and her charming dimples were utterly enchanting. Let us go sell the fish. At that moment, the tide began to rise. The two tidied up their fishing gear, found a wooden stick, and carried a full bucket of seafood towards home. Yufang, how much do you think this eel could sell for? Jiang Xiaoyu placed the eel into a plastic bag filled with seawater. At the very least, 1,000. Shin Yufang reminisced, a touch of melancholy crossing her mind. Before my parents divorced, they took me to a seafood restaurant for a lavish meal. And just one braised eel cost over 3,000. You were luckier than me. When my parents divorced, they treated me to abalone and hot dogs, the two young souls, sharing their sorrows, reflected on their bittersweet pasts. So, where should we sell it? Shin Yufang, leading the way, inquired. I'm not sure. Aren't you the one in charge? Shin Yufang responded with a puzzled expression. With one just graduated from high school and the other a senior in college. Their lack of life experience left them clueless about where to sell fish. What are we going to do? If only there were a fishing WeChat group. Shin Yufang mused casually, inadvertently reminding Jiang Xiaoyu, who was laboriously carrying the wooden stick behind her. Yufang, let us take a break. I'll contact someone. Without a tricycle, relying solely on human strength to haul the catch was no ordinary feat. Jiang Xiaoyu was already drenched in sweat. It was only mid-morning. Yet the sun had reddened his youthful, fair face, hinting at an impending tan. All right, Shin Yufang, unaccustomed to physical labor, felt the weight of the bucket filled with seafood and the eel, which together weighed no less than 70 or 80 pounds. She was equally drenched in perspiration. Hello, uncle. I have seafood here. Could you recommend a fishing group or a place to sell it? Jiang Xiaoyu sent a WeChat message with a photo of the full bucket of seafood to a middle-aged uncle wearing a sun hat. Young lad, your luck is truly enviable. Before long, a middle-aged man with the WeChat name I am not a thief replied to Jiang Xiaoyu. I'll add you to the group. Most of the members are fishermen from southern provinces, and there are also many hotel buyers. After joining the group, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly added Shin Yufang. Little you. We've finally found our organization. Shin Yufang, using her online name Fangchao CC, immediately began to engage in group chatter. Good afternoon, everyone, I am Xiaofeng. Welcome, newcomer. Where's the beauty? Any catch? Is there any wild seafood? We buy at high prices as long as the quality is good. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, engrossed in reading the group information. The group was named Beihai Air Force Base. The group announcement stated, 1. No adult content. 2. No arguments allowed. 3. No benefits provided. Shin Yufang took out her phone and snapped several photos, posting them in the WeChat group. Apart from the fishermen, there were also numerous hotel buyers and owners. Soon after, a few hotel purchasers tagged Fangchao CC. Without a vehicle, selling seafood would require traveling at least 20 miles to the nearest town. Shin Yufang engaged in a flurry of exchanges and inadvertently shared the address of their small fishing village. The requirement was that buyers would have to drive themselves to collect the seafood. This stipulation successfully deterred a number of hotel purchasers. However, one owner, intrigued by the leopard-patterned eel, agreed to come by for the goods. The journey home was arduous. Traversing the overgrown mountain path, a 10-minute walk took them nearly 20. As they entered the small fishing village with the heavy bucket of seafood, they were already out of breath. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang rubbed their sore and numb arms, collapsing onto a piece of bluish stone at the village entrance. Before long, a Wuling Hongguang vehicle approached. Chapter 8. Selling Seafood, Seeking Gaoqihong. A Wuling Hongguang van halted before Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang. A burly middle-aged man wearing a denim jacket stepped out. He had a robust build, a full head of hair, and a square face adorned with a cheerful smile. Hello, I am Gao Qihong, the hotel owner. He extended a broad hand. Hello, Mr. Gao. Jiang Xiaoyu initiated the conversation, standing up to greet him. I am Jiang Xiaoyu. They exchanged a brief handshake. Oh, Xiaoyu, is this your girlfriend, Xiaofeng? Gao Qihong, rather than immediately inspecting the seafood, first glanced at Shen Yufang and exchanged a few casual pleasantries. Lucky lad. His remark caused Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang's faces to flush crimson. Woof woof. Nearby, the single dog, Wang Kai, barked vigorously at the unfamiliar figure. Go play with the butterflies. Jiang Xiaoyu gently kicked Wang Kai and pointed to the large bucket and black plastic bag beside him. Mr. Gao, please take a look at the seafood. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling shy due to his lack of romantic experience, directed his gaze toward the large bucket. Shen Yufang, equally inexperienced in love but displaying a more generous demeanor, eagerly began to introduce their catch. These were all freshly gathered, purely wild, and exceptionally fresh. Gao Qihong pulled out 2 cigarettes, but Jiang Xiaoyu declined to smoke. He tucked one behind his ear and lit the other, using his large hand to inspect the bucket. Observing carefully, he found it matched the photos perfectly. Internally pleased, his expression remained unchanged. You two have collected quite a bounty. Such luck. His tone was filled with admiration. Apart from a few broken-legged crabs and lobsters. I'll take everything else. Name your price. Hearing this, joy radiated from Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang's faces. Uncle, we are just students. Could you offer a fair price? Jiang Xiaoyu shyly rubbed his hands together, his expression earnest. Gao Qihong took a puff of his cigarette, flicked the ash with his finger, and replied with a grin. I, Gao Qihong, am honest and fair. Sea crabs are 35 yuan per pound, sea conchs 30 yuan per pound. Mantis shrimp 35 yuan per pound, shrimp 25 yuan per pound, and clams 18 yuan per pound. He pointed to the leopard-patterned eel in the plastic bag with a twinkle in his eye, adding cheerfully, wild eels are quite nice, priced at 85 yuan per pound. What do you think? Upon hearing such prices, Jiang Xiaoyu mentally calculated the weight and felt a surge of joy. However, Shen Yufang, being 3 years his senior, inquired, Boss, isn't your pricing a bit too low? I'm not sure about other things, but those palm-sized crabs should be at least 50 or more, right? Is the price of this shrimp 25 yuan for farmed ones? As Shen Yufang haggled, Gao Qihong remained unfazed. He took a leisurely drag from his cigarette and chuckled, Xiaofeng, you're speaking of city prices. My hotel in the town cannot compete with the big cities. If you were to sell in Kyoto, I assure you the price would double. With just a few words, Gao Qihong extinguished Shen Yufang's fire. Xiaofeng, rest assured, I, Gao Qihong, stand by my word. No deceit for the young or the old. Jiang Xiaoyu, being somewhat impatient, interjected, all right, uncle, we trust you. Xiaofeng, this is quite enough. What more could you want? Upon hearing this, Gao Qihong extinguished his cigarette, his square face beaming with delight. Xiaoyu, you're quite the visionary. From now on, when it comes to seafood, just look for Gao Qihong. Time reveals a person's heart. Here is my business card. After Jiang Xiaoyu tucked the card away, Gao Qihong produced a scale and began to tally the seafood. 25 pounds of crabs for 857 yuan, 13 pounds of conch for 390 yuan, 14 pounds of mantis shrimp for 490 yuan, 15 pounds of shrimp for 375 yuan, and 10 pounds of clams for 180 yuan. Lastly, he pulled out a leopard-spotted eel from the large black plastic bag. Wow, it's quite sizable. A meter-long eel left Gao Qihong astonished. His trip to Xiaoyu village was primarily for this impressive creature. Otherwise, the journey wouldn't even cover the cost of fuel. Look at the scale, 235 pounds, totaling 19,975 yuan. As they heard this substantial sum, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang couldn't help but smile in unison. This wild eel was worth half a month's salary for a low-level office worker. The grand total was 42,895 yuan. Gao Qihong recalculated and showed Jiang Xiaoyu the calculator. Xiaoyu, let us connect on WeChat so I can transfer this to you. A single outing to the sea yields over 4,000 yuan. Ever since his parents' divorce, Jiang Xiaoyu had come to appreciate the value of money. Watching Gao Qihong's van drive away, he was still lost in a blissful reverie of his earnings. Yufang, let us split the profits. Half for each. What is there to split? I've partnered with Wang Kai. Let us buy some fishing gear together. Shen Yufang's bright lychee-like eyes sparkled as she grinned at Jiang Xiaoyu. While you're still in your rookie phase, let us get a tricycle, making our future sea outings much easier. All right. With the remaining 400 or so yuan in his card, Jiang Xiaoyu now held nearly 5,000 yuan, undoubtedly a substantial sum, with a promising future ahead. Yufang, do you think it's possible for us to become millionaires through fishing and gathering seafood? After a day's work, making over 4,000 yuan had inflated Jiang Xiaoyu's dreams. He grabbed the bucket and walked shoulder to shoulder with Shen Yufang towards his grandmother's house. What are you thinking? Is your rookie halo permanent? How ridiculous. Shen Yufang regarded the naive Jiang Xiaoyu as though he were a fool. Today's luck is merely a stroke of fortune for us and Wankai. Once your rookie phase ends, you'll likely be left with nothing but seawater to drink. In this world, far too many confuse luck with skill. Just like professional stock traders, who may initially earn a fortune only to lose everything in subsequent years. Earning money through luck and losing it through skill, that is the way of the world. Despite her carefree demeanor, Shen Yufeng, with her ample figure and sharp mind, was quite pragmatic. To secure a stable life, one must diligently pursue civil service examinations. Yet, she could never fathom that Jiang Xiaoyu wore a golden fishhook around his neck. A clear indicator of fortune. Working was simply not an option for him. Concepts like 996 is a blessing or 007 is a gift were now disbelieved even by elementary school students, let alone by someone who had just turned 18 like Jiang Xiaoyu. He was somewhat socially anxious and preferred to avoid interactions, as he believed that with his fortune, averaging 3,000 yuan monthly would allow him to live a leisurely life. Upon returning home, he found his grandmother fretting over lunch. "Where's my spatula? It was just hanging here." Upon entering the kitchen and finding the spatula missing, the elderly woman felt increasingly frustrated. Grandma Yang had no source of income, and her elder and younger uncles only provided her with enough rice to stave off hunger, which they considered filial duty. As for the money for medicine, it was solely borne by her sister, niece, and mother. Unable to afford good medicine, she relied on the cheaper options. With 5 children each preoccupied with their lives, visits to their hometown were rare. "Grandma, we're having crabs and lobsters for lunch." Jiang Xiaoyu placed the bucket before her, revealing 3 crabs with missing legs and 4 lobsters with severed claws. "I'm here to support you in your old age." Hearing this, his grandmother's eyes crinkled with wrinkles as she smiled, revealing her few remaining teeth. "My dear Xiaoyu, your words alone bring me contentment." Grandma gently patted Jiang Xiaoyu's head, her deep-set eyes filled with affection. As for his promise to support her, she regarded it as a gesture of filial piety from her grandson. "Hey Xiaoyu, hurry and handle the crabs and lobsters. I'll go fetch some vegetables." Shen Yufeng stepped into the courtyard beneath the osmanthus tree, set down the fishing gear, and began cleaning the spatula, taking on the role of the homemaker. "After lunch, let us head out to buy that tricycle." Chapter 9. This is a tricycle. After a midday break, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng walked to the nearest town to purchase a tricycle. The closest town, Linhai, lay about 10 kilometers north of Xiaoyu village. The two of them followed the winding cement road for approximately 5 kilometers, already panting with exhaustion. "Oh dear, Xiaoyu, I can't walk anymore. Would you carry me?" Under a large banyan tree, Shen Yufeng plopped down on a stone by the roadside, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with her delicate, jade-like hand. She had never endured such hardship before. "Carry you? Let us take a break. There's still plenty of time." "Ah, look, I have blisters on my little feet. Boo-hoo." Shen Yufeng removed her sneakers and, gritting her teeth, took off her socks. Sure enough, her tender feet were dotted with blisters the size of soybeans. "What are we going to do?" Jiang Xiaoyu scratched his head. "Shall I carry you?" "Ha ha, I was just waiting for you to say that, my dear brother." Shen Yufeng slipped back into her shoes and socks, enduring the pain as she stood up, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu was ready to carry her. "All right, I'm on." With a leap, Shen Yufeng hopped onto Jiang Xiaoyu's back. The sudden weight of her 50-kilogram frame caused Jiang Xiaoyu to wobble unsteadily, and before they knew it, they both tumbled into the wild grass and flowers by the roadside. "Ouch, that hurts." They both massaged their arms, grimacing in pain. Just then, a Wuling Hongguang van pulled up in front of them. "Xiaoyu, Xiaofeng, what are you two doing tangled up together?" A deep voice came from the vehicle as the window rolled down. Removing his sunglasses, a familiar square face emerged. It was Gao Qihong. "Boss Gao, we're heading to the town up ahead to buy a tricycle. Could we hitch a ride?" Gao Qihong waved his hand. "Get in." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng climbed into the van, gazing at the trees swiftly retreating outside the window, their hearts brimming with sentiment. How delightful it is to have a vehicle. "Look, a water buffalo. Its horns are enormous." Shen Yufeng, who studies at a university in the bustling metropolis, hadn't he seen a water buffalo in ages. "Xiaoyu, a high-ranking official, is visiting the town in the next few days. They say they plan to develop tourism in this area." Gao Qihong, donning sunglasses, spoke in a deep voice that seemed to emanate from his throat. "If you come across any good seafood, let me know promptly. I'll offer you a premium price." Last time, that leopard-spotted sea eel was sold directly to a high-end hotel in the county, netting him over 1,000 yuan in profit. Now, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu and Yufeng, he looked as if he had encountered a fortune. "All right, my fishing rod has arrived in town. I shall head to the seaside to fish tomorrow. Xiaoyu, my handsome lad, I await your good news." Gao Qihong uttered these words, though he held little hope. After all, fortune is a capricious thing, not something one can count on daily. The van sped along, with a series of green traffic lights guiding their way. After 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived in Linghai town. The town lacked towering skyscrapers, with most buildings standing at 5 or 6 stories. A spacious main road lined with vendors selling food and drinks unfolded before them. Here, digital payment was rare, with most transactions conducted in cash. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang pooled their resources and first visited the town bank to withdraw a total of over 6,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Xiaoyu contributed over 4,000, while Xin Yufang added just over 2,000. Boss, 2 cups of coconut milk, please, the small ones. The sign boldly proclaimed in red, small cup for 1 yuan, medium cup for 2 yuan, and large cup for 3 yuan. One donned a deep blue school uniform, while the other wore a blue and white ensemble. The two settled on the curb, sipping the chilled coconut milk while observing the bustling pedestrians on the street. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles, basking in the perfect sunshine. Jiang Xiaoyu's face radiated youthful exuberance, while Xin Yufang's large, lychee-like eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a pair of charming dimples. It was a moment of sheer delight. After finishing their refreshing coconut milk, they discarded the plastic cups into a nearby trash bin. Inquiring with the coconut milk vendor, they learned that the seller of gasoline-powered tricycles was located at the eastern end of the town. After a brief walk of 3 to 4 minutes, a row of red and blue tricycles came into view. The proprietor of the tricycle shop had dark skin and appeared to be in his 30s, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of his tricycles to a female customer. Bestseller. Absolutely a sensation. This model is the epitome of value for money, equipped with enhanced shock absorption, a reinforced body, and a powerful 1,100 watt motor. Not 9,998. Not 5,888. Just 3,888. All right, enough chatter, a middle-aged woman interjected, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. The neighboring town sells it for only 3,300. Can you do better? I'll check other shops and come back if I find a better deal, she added. Hey, don't leave. The price is negotiable. The dark-skinned young man felt a twinge of disappointment as the customer walked away. Observing this, Jiang Xiaoyu approached and pointed to a blue tricycle, inquiring, Boss, how much for this tricycle? Hearing this, the young proprietor raised his gaze, sizing up Jiang Xiaoyu. Spotting a student clad in a deep blue uniform, he offered a wry smile. Little one, go play elsewhere. Do you think you can afford a gasoline-powered tricycle? His tone dripped with sarcasm, and his previously dejected demeanor transformed into arrogance. I don't have much money, only 6,000. Jiang Xiaoyu responded, sensing the proprietor's dismissive attitude. He pulled out a wad of soft currency from a black plastic bag. Yufang, let us go. This place is too expensive. We'll check the next shop. What? 6,000. The young shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon seeing the bright bills. Wait. Please don't go. I assure you, this blue gasoline tricycle is a luxury model. It boasts immense power and an unyielding suspension system, akin to riding a galloping steed. The young proprietor charismatically continued, showering them with compliments. You truly have an eye for quality. Stop. Just tell me the price. Jiang Xiaoyu admired the young man's eloquence. Had he possessed such talent, his language arts grade could have easily improved by 10 points, securing him a spot at a second-tier university. Fixed price, 6,666 yuan. Yufang, let us go? Jiang Xiaoyu declared, as he was not adept at haggling, and this price exceeded their budget. Final price, 5,999 yuan. It cannot go lower. Yufang, let us leave. Jiang Xiaoyu urged, tugging at Xin Yufang's arm as he stepped into the main street. Handsome lad, 5,800. This is the absolute rock-bottom price. I'm barely making a profit. Jiang Xiaoyu considered this price acceptable, given that it was a gasoline-powered tricycle with substantial horsepower. Xiaoyu, let us go. Xin Yufang, 3 years his senior, perceived the proprietor's lack of integrity and, gritting her teeth, urged Jiang Xiaoyu to move on to the next shop. Wait, 5,600 yuan. The lowest price online. I can't go any lower. The young proprietor appeared on the verge of tears. I've been here all day without a sale. I'll help you with the license plate. Plus, I'll throw in a sun umbrella. Deal. Jiang Xiaoyu, inexperienced in negotiation, found the purchase of a tricycle quite exhilarating. All right, my friend, let us get your ID and make a registration. The young man's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Once they secured the tricycle, the duo headed to the delivery station to collect their packages. Xin Yufang, seated in the passenger seat, felt a surge of joy. Yufang, with 1 fishing rod and 1 tricycle, we shall set off for sea fishing tomorrow. On the way home, Jiang Xiaoyu piloted the tricycle, relishing the sensation akin to that of a supercar. Yes, let us grow strong and achieve greatness. Having concluded their pedestrian struggles, the two exuberantly shouted into the wind. Yo-ho. Chapter 10. You fish, I set up camp, and roast mice for you that night, under the dark and windy sky. Jiang Xiaoyu knocked on the wooden door of the earthen house to the east. Who is it? Shen Yufang's voice called from within, tinged with a hint of alarm. Me, Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu held a kerosene lamp in one hand and a needle in the other. Oh, Xiaoyu, wait a moment, I'll put on some clothes. With a creak, the door opened. Come in quickly. Shen Yufang, having unlatched the wooden door, appeared flustered, her cheeks flushed. Xiaoyu, why are you here so late? After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, her fair face turning crimson, the blush extending to her graceful neck. I've come to help you with your blisters. Jiang Xiaoyu's intentions remained pure. Breaking a blister will do the trick, as my grandmother used to say. Huh, I'm afraid it will hurt. Just bear with it. I will be gentle, Jiang Xiaoyu reassured as he sterilized the needle over the flame before cleansing it with alcohol. Now, show me your little foot. Be careful, all right? Fear not, timid Shen Yufang. Humph, call me sister. Two porcelain-like feet peeked out from beneath a floral dress. Sister Yufang, I'm about to prick it. Hold on tight. Jiang Xiaoyu extended his long, graceful hand, enveloping her delicate, boneless foot. At the moment of contact, Shen Yufang instinctively withdrew her foot. Xiaoyu. Perhaps I should do it myself. Having never experienced romance, the mere touch sent her heart racing. Her pulse quickened, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to red agate, as she reached out to take the silver needle. With determination, Shen Yufang aimed for the blister, closing her eyes as she pierced it. The two cried out almost in unison. Shen Yufang, what are you shouting for? Jiang Xiaoyu, what about you? Jiang Xiaoyu pointed to his arm. You pricked me on the arm. My apologies, let me try again. After a night of turmoil, the 7 or 8 blisters on Shen Yufang's foot were finally lanced. Jiang Xiaoyu gently applied a bandage to her foot. Thank you, Xiaoyu. As Jiang Xiaoyu stepped out, the tears in his large, lychee-like eyes went unnoticed. Ever since her parents' divorce, no one had genuinely cared for her. Observing the pure-hearted and warm Jiang Xiaoyu, Shen Yufang felt an inexplicable wave of happiness wash over her. Hey, no need for formality. Tomorrow, we shall rise early and go sea fishing together. Jiang Xiaoyu softly closed the wooden door and headed towards the low earthen house in the west to sleep. Silence enveloped the surroundings. In the northern room, Grandma Yang listened with delight as her grandson and Yufang had been in a ruckus for half an hour. Hee, my grandson is quite the lad. I might just get to hold a great-grandchild in my lifetime. The next day, after the rooster crowed, a rumble of a tricycle pierced the tranquility of Xiaoyu village. Jiang Xiaoyu shifted into high gear, riding towards the nearby seaside, bathed in the morning glow. Ugh, Xiaoyu, do we really need to wake up this early? In the passenger seat sat the grumpy Shen Yufang, donning a light yellow straw hat, her hair braided in a twist. The early bird catches the worm. Moments later, the tricycle halted at the seaside, and they stood upon the rocky shore. Xiaoyu, the waves are too rough today. Look, there are hardly any fishermen around. Shen Yufang gazed across the boundless ocean, where waves crashed in tumultuous layers against the rocky coast, sending up clouds of white foam. Should we head back then? With this dreadful weather, it's unlikely we'll catch any fish. She frowned, her lovely face creased with concern. The stronger the winds, the more valuable the fish. With the lucky fishing hook in hand, I am filled with ambition. Jiang Xiaoyu stood atop the rocks, assembling his lure rod. Yufang, would you like to fish? I have an extra bamboo rod. I don't know how. Shen Yufang shrugged, then shifted the conversation. However, my major in college was marine science. They call me the Wang Yuyan of the ocean realm. Simply put, I have a wealth of theoretical knowledge about the sea. Feel free to ask me anything. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered. Isn't Wang Yuyan? Shen Yufang, what exactly are you doing at the seaside then? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of disappointment. He hadn't expected that living by the sea, Shen Yufang wouldn't know how to fish. Marine science? What even was that? He had never attended college and couldn't comprehend such sophisticated terms. I'll go build a fire pit to roast sweet potatoes and mice. Shen Yufang chuckled. With this stormy weather, I fear you won't catch any fish, and will end up hungry. How dare you underestimate me, Shen Yufang? Bah, cursing? I won't talk to you anymore. Humph. Sticking out her rosy tongue, Shen Yufang darted off to prepare the fire, leaving Xiaoyu to revel in the solitude of the sea. He selected a broad rock, facing another dark rock several dozen meters away, with tumultuous waves crashing between them. With excitement bubbling within, Jiang Xiaoyu connected a green carbon line to the end of the PE line. He attached a lucky fish hook and baited it with a live shrimp purchased from the market. Eager to try his hand at lure fishing, he decided to start with a short distance cast. With a swift motion, he propelled the lucky fish hook into the swirling waves. Luck, come to me. Show your magic. Jiang Xiaoyu blew a kiss to the frothy sea, a smile dancing on his lips. As the seagulls cried, his whispered thoughts materialized, and the lucky fish hook glimmered with a vibrant green light. Within a 30-meter radius of the hook, the seabed became crystal clear. A male crab chased after a female crab, while several colorful clownfish hurriedly darted through the seaweed. seemingly evading a larger predator. Big fish. Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to the shadows lurking behind the clownfish. Indeed, a massive dark silhouette came into view, lurking 20 meters behind the school of fish. By the heavens! Will the lucky fish hook catch a big fish? As the thought crossed his mind, the lucky fish hook veered toward the dark figure, glowing with an enchanting green light, making the live shrimp bait appear irresistibly lively. Before long, it drew near to the giant fish. A tempting shrimp. With a powerful flick of its tail, the sea fish surged forward. Upon seeing the live shrimp slowly approaching, the fish couldn't resist its hunger. How could I resist? I'll take a bite. Ouch. What just happened? The great fish panicked. Chapter 11. Dragon Grouper, Blue Crab, and Stone 9. Upon the rocky shore, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly made a lateral jerk, the fishing line slicing through the water while the rod bent gracefully. A fierce power surged through the line into his arms. I've hooked a fish. Jiang Xiaoyu tugged at the rod and reeled in the line. The drag knob emitted a delightful sound of friction. The fishing line flew from the spool in a flurry. After tightening the drag, he continued to reel in the line with determination. After several rounds, a large, dark fish surfaced from the water. It was a dragon grouper. Drawing it closer to the rocky shore, he secured the lure rod under his arm while picking up the net beside him. With one hand guiding the fish and the other maneuvering the net into the water, Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously led the grouper into the net. With a surge of strength, he pulled it onto the rock. Bathed in the morning light, the fish, adorned with black spots and a wide, gaping mouth revealing sharp teeth, appeared fearsome indeed. Jiang Xiaoyu carefully extracted the gill cover and gingerly removed the auspicious fish hook. Into the water pit it goes. With a weighty dragon gallstone grouper of 4 to 5 kilograms in hand, he tossed it into the crevice between the rocks. Holding a bucket, Jiang Xiaoyu descended the stones and filled the depression with a substantial amount of seawater. At last, it was time to cast his line. At the very least, he wouldn't be skunked. A wave of delight washed over him as he retrieved a lively shrimp from the red basin, affixing it to the auspicious fish hook. Whoosh! The diminutive hook, with its wriggling bait, soared towards the frothy tumult of the sea. Auspicious and fortuitous, heed my call, manifest swiftly. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly turned the handle, reeling in the remaining line that floated on the water's surface. The moment of revelation began. A sizable fish, a radiant green luminescence spread, accompanied by the auspicious hook as it danced along the ocean floor, revealing a clear view of the seabed within a 30-meter radius. Suddenly, a school of small fish surged into Jiang Xiaoyu's sight, launching an enthusiastic assault on the vibrant shrimp. Before he could react, there was a stir at the tip of his rod. He raised it sharply to hook the fish. The sensation in his hand shifted as the line tightened instantly. The gentle tug conveyed through his arm indicated it was merely a small fish nibbling. Whoosh! As he reeled in, a greenish fish leaped from the water's surface, its back glistening with a cerulean sheen under the bright light. It flitted about the dark rocks. Jiang Xiaoyu set down his lure rod, extending his long fingers to grasp the fish's gills, deftly removing the hook and tossing it into the red basin. In the ensuing moments, the auspicious hook was besieged by a flurry of small green fish. One after another, it was inundated with catches, tallying over a dozen green fish. These insignificant little fish hardly held value. Using shrimp to fish for them was akin to losing one's trousers. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu cast the auspicious hook without bait. To his surprise, a few naive green fish continued to bite. A clever ruse. A radiant smile illuminated Jiang Xiaoyu's youthful face. After reeling in 4 or 5 more green fish, the school gradually lost interest in the empty hook. The dark mass of small fish dispersed, and suddenly, a few large green crabs appeared in his line of sight. Hiss! What plump, tender sea crabs! Alas, he had no crab net. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel quietly. These crabs would fetch at least 70 to 80 yuan per pound. Wait a moment. Could the auspicious hook transform into a crab net? Auspicious and fortuitous, heed my call. Manifest swiftly. Jiang Xiaoyu blew a breath towards the auspicious hook. Transform. Become a crab net. In the instant his command was uttered, the auspicious hook indeed morphed into a small, yet exquisite crab net. Of course, this crab net could be made large or small. However, if it were too large, his lure rod and line would struggle against the formidable resistance and weight of the seawater. Opening the crab net, he affixed a green fish as bait to the hook within. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaoyu flung the bait-laden crab net into the ocean. Auspicious and fortuitous, unveil your sight. The seabed imagery within a 30-meter radius vividly materialized before his eyes. As the crab net glided slowly along the ocean floor, his field of vision shifted accordingly. The spinning fishing reel turned slowly, with over 200 meters of line greatly expanding Jiang Xiaoyu's search area beneath the waves. Moments later, near the opposing rocks, 7 or 8 crabs frolicked playfully on the seabed. The crab net slowly opened, with the green fish wriggling incessantly on the hook. Huh, what is that smell? A few astute crabs, sensing the scent, swayed their antennae and advanced with their formidable claws towards the green fish. Unbeknownst to them, these brazen crabs were unwittingly stepping into the trap set by Jiang Xiaoyu. Ha ha ha, big crabs, hurry up. Your grandpa Jiang can't wait. Jiang Xiaoyu, brimming with impatience, observed as the crabs moved sluggishly across the seabed. For the crab world, they were indeed quick. But Jiang Xiaoyu inwardly commanded the auspicious hook to propel the crab net forward. Closer, ever closer. One crab waved its large pincers and scuttled into the crab net, indulging in the delectable bait. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement, mentally counting. 1 crab, 100 yuan. 2 crabs, 200 yuan. 3 crabs, 300 yuan. As 3 large crabs clambered into the net, fiercely competing for the green fish bait, Jiang Xiaoyu decisively lifted the rod. The crab net snapped shut, securely trapping the 3 plump crabs. The crabs blinked their small eyes, bubbles of confusion rising. Huh? What is happening? Let me out. I want to go home to find my mom. Alas, they had met their greedy fate. As the crab net surfaced, the 3 large green crabs were hauled up onto the rocks. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a fine hemp rope from his fishing bag, binding the crab's formidable pincers before tossing them into a nearby large red bucket. Today, with the waves tumultuous and the fishing folk scarce, one could hardly expect the seafood to be inexpensive. Contemplating this, he glanced at the dragon gallstone grouper a short distance away, then at the large crabs. Feeling a surge of joy within, following the same method, he continued his endeavor. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a dozen large green crabs had moved to a new home, all comfortably nestled in the large red bucket. Jiang Xiaoyu searched diligently, but the crabs had vanished. And in their place, he spotted several stone base. Hey, I've heard that stone base makes a delicious soup. It's nearly noon, and I must return home to prepare some for Grandma and Yufeng. The crab net reverted to a fishing hook. Jiang Xiaoyu reattached a lively shrimp and resumed casting his line. Auspicious and fortuitous, heed my call, manifest swiftly. After exhaling deeply, Jiang Xiaoyu cheerfully commanded, quick, swim to the stone base's mouth. With his command given, whoosh, the lively shrimp, leaving trails in the water, swiftly approached the stone base. The stone base startled and darted away several dozen meters. What was that? On the rocks, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed the scene and smacked his thigh in frustration. Darn it. It's all my fault for being too hasty. What is the saying? The eager cannot eat hot tofu. Auspicious hook, silently glide forward. Avoid alarming the fish. Jiang Xiaoyu silently issued a new command. This time, a normal lively shrimp reappeared before the stone base. Little shrimp, where do you think you're going? Come into my mouth. The stone base, eyeing the lively shrimp, felt a surge of delight and snapped at it. Chapter 12. A request to Grandma, the anxious Gao Qihong. On the surface of the sea, a palm-sized stone base leaped onto the rocks. Go join the crabs. With a clink, it was tossed into the bucket. After one stone base landed, it seemed to have stirred the whole den of stone base. Jiang Xiaoyu, peering beneath the waves, spotted a swarm of stone base. One after another, he caught over a dozen stone base, several of which weighed over a pound. Unbeknownst to him, the sun was already tilting towards the west. His stomach growled in protest, having endured continuous fishing, leaving his body aching all over. This petite frame was nearly at its limit. Jiang Xiaoyu, having failed to catch a glimpse of Shun Yufeng's graceful figure, was left pondering her mysterious endeavors. After meticulously packing his fishing rod, he painstakingly transferred his catch and gear onto the tricycle, placing the 5 to 6 pound grouper into a plastic bag filled with seawater. Once everything was in order, Jiang Xiaoyu was drenched in perspiration, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. He relieved himself beneath a pomelo tree at the roadside before returning to his tricycle. Extracting his water gourd, he uncorked it, and with a splash, filled it. Securing the gourd in place, he inserted the ignition key, started the tricycle, shifted gears, and revved the throttle. With a deep rumble from the engine, a figure departed the coast, weaving into the meandering dirt path. Emerging from the lush mountain roads, a stretch of wilderness unfolded before him. A slender silhouette was busily constructing a kiln beneath the shade of a tree. The tricycle came to a halt beside her. The figure lifted her exquisitely featured face, her fair forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Her attractive willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her lychee-sized eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoyu, revealing an expression of embarrassment. Are you still working on the kiln, Sister Shin? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, observing the pile of earth and the half-finished structure. He removed the key and dismounted the tricycle. Shin Yufeng nodded, her tousled bangs swaying in the breeze. Her beautiful face was smeared with mud. It's quite a laborious task. Living in the south and constructing a chicken kiln to this state is quite the feat. Do you even know how to do this? Jiang Xiaoyu, an expert in kiln construction, could tell at a glance that Shen Yufang's work was haphazard and inadequate. He squatted down and toppled the unstable mud kiln, starting anew by arranging the bricks at specific angles in a spiral formation. Well, my brain understands, but my hands don't cooperate, Shen Yufang admitted, handing a clump of earth to Jiang Xiaoyu, her eyes wide with astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. Little brother Xiaoyu, you're amazing, she exclaimed, genuinely impressed. It's exactly like the theoretical knowledge I have in my mind. Before long, a beautifully arched kiln emerged within their sight. Where did these field mice come from? Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon 3 plump field mice next to a pile of firewood. From Uncle Wang's sugarcane field in the village, Shen Yufang replied with a smirk. I caught them, isn't that impressive? Impressive indeed, sister. You're quite the hidden talent, Jiang Xiaoyu commended, giving her a thumbs up and then pointing to 3 sweet potatoes beside the mice. And these? Where did they come from? Oh, I dug them up casually after leaving the sugarcane field. Shen Yufang's speech was slightly stammered. Did you steal them? Jiang Xiaoyu asked incredulously. Little brother Xiaoyu, mind your words. A scholar would never steal. She retorted playfully, I borrowed them. Yes, borrowed. Shen Yufang grinned mischievously, revealing her charming dimples. Is that borrow really legitimate? Jiang Xiaoyu, a person of integrity, pressed on. Did you just happen to take them? No, it was borrowed, Shen Yufang declared, tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear, raising her voice in jest. Oh dear, Jiang Xiaoyu, are you never satisfied? This is my reward for catching the field mice, she added. All right then, Jiang Xiaoyu acquiesced, though he worried that if Uncle Wang from Xiaoyu village found out, he would have no way to explain himself. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu's phone rang. Xiaoyu, urgently need your help. Do you have any fish today? Came the urgent voice of Gao Qihong from the other end. Leaders and developers from the county are here, specifically wanting to eat fresh wild sea fish. The winds are strong today. There's been no movement in the fishing spots. Most of the market fish are farmed. If they serve them farmed fish, it would be akin to feeding them dog waste. Yes, Jiang Xiaoyu replied succinctly. Oh my savior. Quickly send me pictures of the fish and your location. I'll drive over. Gao Qihong's tone was frantic, as if he were in dire need. Yufang, can you roast the field mice, fish, and sweet potatoes? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, his gaze fixed on her beautiful lychee-sized eyes. Absolutely. I'm fantastic at that. She beamed, patting her chest confidently. Rest assured, I will complete the task. All right, I'll go fetch Grandma. She hasn't been out in nature for quite a while. Jiang Xiaoyu was a dutiful child, grateful for his grandmother's care. He believed in repaying kindness manifold. Go ahead, and while you're at it, bring the bamboo table from the yard. Jiang Xiaoyu observed as Shen Yufang, armed with a sharp knife, began skillfully gutting the field mice with surprising expertise. Oh, and we need salt and chili powder. All right, he said, transporting the fish to the shade, selecting 3 stone fish to hand to Shen Yufang. I'll be right back. At Xiaoyu village, within a hillside courtyard, under a sweet osmanthus tree, Grandma lay on a rattan chair, resting her eyes. What? Going outdoors to eat roasted field mice. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu mention the field mice, Grandma Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful, my dutiful fish boy. I haven't had roasted mice in years. After tidying up the tableware, Jiang Xiaoyu assisted his grandmother into the passenger seat of the tricycle. Grandma, hold on tight. I'm driving now. 15 to 16 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to the kiln site as dusk approached. The arched mud kiln was emitting flames, and Shen Yufang was drenched in sweat, thoroughly enjoying the roasting process. Jiang Xiaoyu helped his grandmother to a shaded rattan chair, then began arranging tables and chairs for their evening meal at twilight. Just as he finished setting up, Gao Qihong sped up in his van, screeching to a halt not far from the village road. Accompanied by an employee, Gao Qihong strode towards Jiang Xiaoyu with purpose. Xiaoyu, where's the fish? Let me see, he inquired without preamble. Here, they're all right here, Jiang Xiaoyu pointed to the nearby catch. Wow, impressive, my friend, Gao Qihong exclaimed, eagerly rummaging through the seafood. Grouper, stone fish, green fish, and large blue crabs. He praised, his face finally breaking into a smile after the earlier anxiety. Little brother Xiaoyu, to be honest, many fishing boats returned empty-handed today due to the rough seas. Pointing to the grouper, Gao Qihong calmly stated, I'll give you 100 yuan per pound for this grouper. His expression was one of excitement as he raised a finger. This is the highest market price. After negotiating the price, Gao Qihong produced a portable scale and commenced weighing. The dragon grouper weighed 66 pounds, amounting to 660 yuan. The blue crabs, priced at 35 yuan per pound, totaled 22 pounds, resulting in 770 yuan. The stonefish, priced at 66 yuan per pound, weighed 15 pounds, yielding 990 yuan. The green fish was 5 yuan per pound, weighing 18 pounds, summing up to 63 yuan, with payment exchanged for goods. A total of 2,483 yuan was credited to the account. Nearby, Shen Yufeng, upon hearing this sum, exhibited a look of astonishment, preoccupied with roasting field mice. She hardly paid attention to the catch, presuming that the young fisherman had merely caught a few stonefish. Handsome, do call me when you have a catch. The more, the merrier, Gao Qihong cheerfully remarked while lighting a cigarette. My brother, Gao Qiqing, runs a grand hotel in Linhai County, where many guests delight in ordering seafood. This is a lucrative avenue, one I wouldn't divulge to just anyone. Gao Qihong extracted a business card from his bag and handed it over. Should you procure any rare sea fish, please contact my brother. Jiang Xiaoyu accepted the card. Sure thing, Boss Gao, take care. After Gao Qihong departed in his van, Shen Yufeng approached with a roasted field mouse in hand. Here, enjoy it while it's hot. She offered a skewer of field mice, and the enticing aroma wafted into the air. Gazing at the perfectly charred delicacy, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't resist but to take a bite. Delicious. Sister Xiaofeng, I must say, while your fishing skills may be lacking, your barbecuing expertise is unparalleled. Sitting at the bamboo table, she indulged heartily, showering her praises. You're fantastic. Little you. You are the true marvel. Shen Yufeng tore off a leg of the field mouse and passed it to the grandmother nearby, then turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, exclaiming, Today's rough winds didn't deter you from catching such big fish, not to mention all those crabs. You are truly a genius. She playfully licked her greasy fingers. Haha, this must be the so-called beginner's protection period. Jiang Xiaoyu intended to use phrases like beginner's luck to gloss over the matter of the fortunate fishing hook. After finishing their meal, the sky darkened. Jiang Xiaoyu extinguished the kiln, while Shen Yufeng tidied up the dishes, discarding the leftover bones to the eager Wonkai. The two accompanied the grandmother for a while, gazing at the stars, before driving their tricycle home. The next day, Jiang Xiaoyu awakened naturally, stretching lazily after stepping out of the wooden cabin. Little you, what shall we do today? At that moment, Shen Yufeng emerged from the east wing, carrying a urine jar. My body feels a bit sore. I want to be going fishing. Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed her arm and glanced at the azure sky. Let us squander the day away. Squandering time? Haha, sounds good. Shen Yufeng poured the contents of the jar into the toilet in the southwest corner, cleaned the jar, and began washing up in the courtyard. Dinner is ready, called the grandmother kindly from the kitchen. The two assisted her in setting up a simple breakfast table, featuring a plate of vegetable buns, a dish of pickled bamboo shoots, and a large bowl of pumpkin flour and egg soup. After the meal, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared 2 bamboo loungers, while Shen Yufeng cleared the dishes. The grandmother returned from taking her medicine, donning reading glasses to mend her clothes. Come, Xiaofeng, lie down, Jiang Xiaoyu suggested, pointing to the loungers beneath the osmanthus tree and placing a bamboo table between them. She brewed a pot of osmanthus tea. Yufeng, do you enjoy this kind of life? Jiang Xiaoyu reclined on the bamboo chair, gently swaying, her eyes fixed on the clear blue sky and the wispy white clouds drifting by. I have long grown weary of the bustling city life. I relish this slow passage of time. Squandering time. Haha, little you are quite the talent. Shen Yufeng poured a cup of osmanthus tea for Jiang Xiaoyu and another for herself, setting down the teapot. She reclined on her lounger and, with a meaningful glance, mused. What significance does life truly hold? Living well is meaningful, and to find meaning is to live well. Squandering time is simply living well. You are well read. Your words are profoundly reasonable. She then shifted the conversation. Sister Yufeng, have you ever experienced heartache? Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her teacup, holding it in her hands, reclining in the bamboo chair as if speaking to herself. Yes, a painful, helpless despair overcame me the day I learned of my parents' divorce. Suddenly, the world felt so complex, so cold, so unfeeling. As she spoke, Shen Yufeng blinked a few times, her long eyelashes brushing against each other, tears shimmering in her lychee-like eyes. And you, little you, do you share that sentiment? Jiang Xiaoyu did not look at Shen Yufeng, her bright gaze fixed on the ever-changing clouds beneath the azure sky. She merely nodded and took a sip of osmanthus tea. Had it not been for my grandmother's calls and care, I might not have made it this far. It seems I matured in an instant, understanding the significance of money and the necessity of relying on oneself. Shen Yufeng, too, took a sip of tea. Ha, little you. Let us adopt a more optimistic perspective. At least you are free from mortgage and car loans, without any comparisons here. The two engaged in free-spirited conversation, discussing life, existence, and their present days. The sun gradually rose, warm rays filtering through the leaves, casting dappled light upon them. A gentle southern breeze rustled the leaves, producing a delightful rustling sound. Golden osmanthus flowers drifted down like stars, some landing on Jiang Xiaoyu, others in Shen Yufeng's thick, dark hair. The subtle fragrance lingered, and the passage of time felt serene. Little you, I plan to renovate grandmother's small courtyard. What do you think? Shin Yufang gently rocked her bamboo chair, already envisioning designs for the courtyard. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's approval, she eagerly continued, we should craft an arched gate from bamboo, planting climbing roses at the entrance, a chicken coop on the east side, and a flower swing on the west. And let us build a doghouse for Wang Kai. Shin Yufang extended a delicate hand, ruffling the dog's fur. By the way, grandmother has several acres of rice fields lying fallow. Let us find a time to cultivate them with rice or sugarcane. Sounds good. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled contentedly, feeling as though Shin Yufang were an invaluable partner. I'll handle the fishing business while you manage the home front. A perfect partnership. They laughed heartily, filled with hope for a future rich in life's simple joys. Presently, Jiang Xiaoyu had over 3,000 yuan saved in his bank account. Lying back in the bamboo chair, he pulled out his phone, opened the Jingdong Mall, and began purchasing fishing gear. He added a sea rod, acquired a Model 120,000 super large spinning reel, and included a large live bait tank, an oxygen pump, hooks, lines, and various other supplies. All in all, over 2,000 yuan was spent. Earning money is like pulling silk, while spending it flows like water, Jiang Xiaoyu mused, sipping osmanthus tea. Xiaofeng, let us continue lounging this afternoon. And tomorrow we'll go chop some bamboo to upgrade our little courtyard. Ha ha, absolutely. Chapter 14. Bamboo chopping and unexpected encounters. A day passed in idleness. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang found their spirits considerably calmer. They viewed their past sufferings with a newfound detachment. They had no plans to venture into the city for work, nor aspirations to acquire houses or cars. Instead, they desired to reside amidst the mountains, embracing a tranquil pastoral life. The following day, after the rooster's crow heralded dawn, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang rose early. After emptying the chamber pot, they engaged in a brief morning routine of brushing their teeth and washing up. Together, they prepared the tools required for their excursion into the mountains to chop bamboo, sickles, gloves, ropes, and backpacks. Jiang Xiaoyu secured a fishing hook, known as the Ruyi Hook, to a several-meter-long fishing line and hung it around his neck. Although the hook had already been claimed, he felt a sense of security only when it was close at hand. With a roar of the gasoline-powered three-wheeled cart, Jiang Xiaoyu set off towards the bamboo grove located several miles away in Ziyukan, with Shin Yufang seated beside him. The morning breeze caressed her exquisite face, playfully tousling her hair. Once, in a fit of indignation, she had left home, packing only 2 outfits, a school uniform she wore occasionally and a floral sundress she donned regularly. This morning, she wore her blue and white school uniform again, her face unadorned, with a fluffy ponytail cascading over her shoulder, exuding a sense of purity and simplicity. Afang. Once I catch some fish with my sea rod tomorrow and sell them, we'll split the profits 50-50. Jiang Xiaoyu remarked as he maneuvered the handlebars to avoid a rock on the concrete road. Remember, you are a stakeholder in this three-wheeler. Let's settle on a 70-30 split. After purchasing the cart, Shin Yufang had indeed found herself with very little left. Living and eating at Jiang Xiaoyu's home made her hesitant to ask for money. To her surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughtfulness warmed her heart. 70-30 it is. I take 30, you take 70. No negotiations. This household will be run by you from now on. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled at Shin Yufang's stubbornly adorable demeanor. All right, you have the final say. I'll take 70. And you 30. They both laughed, their spirits buoyed by the camaraderie. Bark, bark, bark. Wang Kai, the single dog, seemed to be barking in delight, as if he had consumed dog food. Wang Kai, once I have money, I'll buy you some dog food, Jiang Xiaoyu called back, glancing at the mud in the cart. Wang Kai, just now, I overindulged in dog food. After about 20 minutes, a lush bamboo forest unfolded before their eyes. They parked and turned off the engine. Jiang Xiaoyu, with a sickle in one hand and ropes in the other, ventured into the bamboo grove alongside Shin Yufang. Wang Kai trotted behind, wagging his tail and sniffing around curiously. Afang, our first meeting took place outside this very bamboo grove, Jiang Xiaoyu reminisced, stroking a bamboo stalk the thickness of a bowl while conversing. Indeed. I came here to forage for mushrooms and unexpectedly encountered the ferocious Wang Kai, she replied. Bark, bark, bark. Wang Kai yapped upon hearing his name, scampering up to Shin Yufang, nuzzling against her pant leg. Little brother Xiaoyu, while you chop bamboo, I shall gather bamboo shoots and pick mushrooms, Shin Yufang declared, her interest piqued by the thought of mushrooms. Seeing her donning the bamboo basket, Jiang Xiaoyu led Wang Kai deeper into the grove. Hey, mushroom gathering girl, don't wander too far. I worry for your safety, he cautioned, his bright eyes reflecting genuine concern. Don't worry, I grew up here. I know this bamboo grove like the back of my hand, she reassured him, waving her sickle as she leapt over a stream, her graceful figure disappearing into the depths of the bamboo. Chop, chop, chop. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped on the dry bamboo leaves, wielding his sickle, each stroke directed at the bamboo stalks. The sound of the bamboo falling echoed through the grove. Though the task appeared simple, it demanded considerable physical exertion from him. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, fueled by the belief that he must strengthen his muscles, becoming robust like a warrior. After wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and taking a few sips of water from the stream, he resumed chopping. On another note, Shen Yufang was fortunate. Accompanied by Wang Kai, she had already harvested several bamboo shoots when she stumbled upon a rare edible fungus known as bamboo fungus. Scattered among the decaying leaves were a dozen of these prized delicacies. The bamboo fungus, often referred to as the queen of fungi, boasted a pristine white, tender body and typically thrived in secluded areas. Wild bamboo fungus was exorbitantly priced, often costing a month's salary for a single meal. Standing tall, she wiped the sweat from her fair forehead with a towel and strode confidently toward them, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the snowy white fungi. 1, 2, 3. She bent down, carefully excavating the bamboo fungus as if welcoming a pristine queen. 12. 12 of them. At 21, she was like a jubilant girl, unable to contain her excitement. Bark, bark, bark. Just then, Wang Kai suddenly began barking frantically, his voice laced with terror. Shen Yufang's heart raced as she followed Wang Kai's gaze, only to be startled. A green bamboo viper, several meters away, raised its triangular head menacingly. Hiss! Its eyes glowed red, and it flicked a long, crimson tongue from its mouth. Oh my goodness! Wang Kai, run! She yelled. Bark, bark, bark. The venomous snake seemed to have caught the scent of prey, pursuing Shen Yufang and Wang Kai swiftly. The snake, about 70 to 80 centimeters long, slithered quickly through the dry leaves, closing the distance alarmingly. Help! Shen Yufang panicked. She knew the pain of a snake bite would be unbearable. Help! Jiang Xiaoyu, help! In desperation, she hurled her sickle at the bamboo viper. The snake, remarkably agile, dodged the incoming sickle with a swift flick of its egg-sized head. This act of defiance enraged the serpent, which accelerated its chase after Shen Yufang. Not far away, Jiang Xiaoyu was binding the severed bamboo stalks when he suddenly heard her familiar voice. Is she in danger? Without a moment to ponder, he abandoned his work and sprinted towards the sound of her cries. In no time, Jiang Xiaoyu crossed the stream and spotted the bamboo viper pursuing Shen Yufang. Afang! Over here. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu could not stand idly by. Shen Yufang was his steadfast companion now. Upon hearing his familiar voice and seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, Shen Yufang dashed towards him as if he were a savior. With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyu flung his sickle at the bamboo viper, but unfortunately, it missed. Enraged, the snake coiled its body and lunged towards Shen Yufang, its mouth open wide, dripping with venom. Chapter 15. Seaside Adventure and Fishing. As the bamboo viper prepared to strike Shen Yufang, in a moment of desperation, Jiang Xiaoyu cast his Ruyi Hook. A direct hit. Hiss! The venomous serpent was pierced in the eye by the fish hook, its body contorting as it writhed upon the ground. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved the sickle. With a swift motion, the blade fell, severing the serpent's head from its body. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth. Nearby, Shen Yufang stood in stunned silence, astonished by her younger brother's valor. Her once pale and delicate face gradually regained its color. Thank you, my brave little brother, she said, approaching Jiang Xiaoyu, her head bowed. You were truly fierce just now. What is there to thank? It's over now, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, mustering his courage as he gently tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. He noted her face flush with color, finding it quite lovely. His heart raced as he hastily walked towards the slain serpent, lifting the bamboo leaf green and reclaiming the Ruyi Fish Hook to hang around his neck once more. He loaded the cut bamboo into the back of the tricycle. Look, little you, what is this? She exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Bamboo fungus. I haven't had this since I was a child. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Fang, you're truly remarkable. Let us hurry and dry this. With a resounding roar, the two, along with their dog, embarked on their journey home. What shall we have for breakfast? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered aloud, shaking his head as he listened to Shen Yufang's inquiry. Of course, it's snake soup, rice, and spicy stir-fried bamboo shoots. What about the staple food? Shen Yufang, seated in the passenger seat, asked. Fang, have you been rendered daft by the snake? Of course it's rice. Shen Yufang slapped her forehead in embarrassment. Oh, I was so flustered. By the way, we're running low on rice at home. When we return, I'll go to town to buy some. And I'll also get you a pair of shoes for beachcombing. Jiang Xiaoyu had already noticed the holes in Shen Yufang's canvas shoes and had over 1,000 yuan in his pocket. Hearing this, Shen Yufang felt warmth in her heart. That pair of shoes can be mended by grandma. They're still wearable. We should save money. Jiang Xiaoyu merely listened and continued. What size are your feet? Relinquishing her last shred of stubbornness, Shen Yufang softly replied, 39. Upon returning home and unloading the bamboo, they set off towards the northern town with the tricycle. With the advent of gasoline-powered tricycles, travel had become far more convenient. In just over 20 minutes, they arrived at the town, purchasing over 100 jin of rice and 2 pairs of beachcombing shoes. The swift delivery of online shopping from Whale East had yielded their fishing rods and tackle, which had arrived the previous day. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved the packages and began his journey back. The rice cost 264 yuan per jin, totaling nearly 300 yuan for the 100-plus jin, while the quality shoes he chose cost over 200 yuan. On the return journey, the proud Longhua Petrochemical refused to refuel the tricycle, prompting him to visit a cheaper gas station where he filled the tank. The price of fuel was 67 yuan per liter, and he spent over 30 yuan for 5 liters. Along the way, Jiang Xiaoyu calculated his expenses, realizing his account balance had dipped below 500 yuan. Indeed, one does not grasp the value of household expenses until one manages a household. The lack of money instilled a sense of urgency in Jiang Xiaoyu. Now, with a sea rod in hand, his search radius had expanded. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that awaited him during today's sea fishing. As he entered the small courtyard, the fragrant aroma of snake soup and spicy stir-fried bamboo shoots wafted through the air, causing Jiang Xiaoyu's stomach to rumble. "Little fisherman, you really shouldn't have bought rice," Grandmother Yang said, leaning on her cane as she felt the sacks of rice atop the tricycle. Her voice was low, tinged with melancholy. "Alas, it's been a while since your uncle brought rice, and your aunt and mother haven't visited in ages. Grandmother, don't be sad. Let me take care of you from now on," Jiang Xiaoyu reassured her. Hearing this, Grandmother Yang withdrew her gaze from the door and produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, a slight smile breaking across her wrinkled face. "Good boy. Let us eat together." Meanwhile, Shen Yufang eagerly donned her new shoes and took a few steps. "Hey, they fit perfectly. Little you, how much did these shoes cost?" "I'll owe you and pay you back when I have money." 108 yuan, Jiang Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. They shared 5 bowls of rice, a pot of snake soup, and a cast-iron pan of bamboo shoots. Shen Yufang consumed a bowl of rice, a small bowl of bamboo shoots, and savored a bowl of soup. Grandmother Yang had half a bowl of rice, a bit of the spicy bamboo shoots, and swallowed a handful of painkillers mixed with snake soup. The remaining food disappeared into Jiang Xiaoyu's stomach. After a satisfying meal, it was precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, still early before the tide receded. If he were still in school, he would be sitting in class for morning study at that hour. "Little you, these new shoes are fantastic. And the beachcombing tools are great," Shen Yufang exclaimed excitedly after putting on her new shoes and starting to unpack the delivery. "Let us go, little you, to the beach." After finishing the dishes, Jiang Xiaoyu was sipping tea under the osmanthus tree when he asked, "Isn't the tide supposed to recede at 8:10? Isn't it too early to go now?" Shen Yufang pouted and smiled. "Silly little you. We'll wait for the tide to recede before we go. All the good seafood will be picked up by the villagers. We can watch the tide recede while gathering treasures from the sea. This way, we'll find the best catches." As a marine science major, Shen Yufang meticulously explained the tidal patterns to Jiang Xiaoyu, who couldn't help but rise in admiration. "It's truly beneficial to study more. Today, my Fangjia is remarkable. From now on, you'll decide the timing for beachcombing and the fishing spots." He downed his cup of tea in one gulp. Shen Yufang prepared the beachcombing gear, a 5-pronged rake, a dual-purpose hoe, a wide shovel, a collapsible bucket, a straight clamp, and rubber gloves. Jiang Xiaoyu equipped himself with a sea fishing rod, a live fish box, an oxygen pump, and other essentials. Once they were ready, they drove the tricycle towards the seaside. Upon arriving at the beach, Jiang Xiaoyu parked the tricycle beneath a peach tree. The pair, hands laden with fishing gear, eagerly made their way toward the sandy shore. From a distance, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang felt a thrill of anxiety as they beheld the teeming beach, filled with people gathering seafood. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Sunday, and most were there for leisure, some even live-streaming their adventures. As they walked along the beach, Shen Qingfeng silently muttered an incantation. "Ruyi, Ruyi, grant my wish, reveal your divine spirit." In an instant, the underwater spectacle beneath the sand became visible to Jiang Xiaoyu. With him at the center, a clear radius of 30 meters unfolded before his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu moved continuously, guiding Shen Yufang to a resource-rich area, saying, "Alfang, you and Wankai should gather seafood in this region, while I head to the rocky area to fish." With his rod bag slung over his shoulder and the live fish box in hand, he strode confidently towards the rocky outcrop. Chapter 16, A Precious Sea Fish. The sound of the ocean's deep waves echoed as Jiang Xiaoyu stood upon a broad expanse of rocks. Before him lay an endless expanse of azure sea. The tide gradually receding, waves rolling gracefully. From time to time, a briny sea breeze drifts in, and occasionally, white seagulls soar above, calling out with their cries. In this expansive and serene environment, Jiang Xiaoyu's heart seems to have broadened considerably. He sets down his rod bag and secures the live fish box. Extracting a large red bucket from the live fish box, he fills it with seawater, nearly to the brim. He unfurls the landing net and sets it aside for later use. Once the preparations are complete, Jiang Xiaoyu readies his sea fishing rod. The high-end spinning reel, boasting a staggering 1,000 meters of fishing line, is prone to tangling if cast with too much force. He attaches a luck fish hook, baiting it with the sea worms he had previously dug up. With a swift motion, the line descends, and the baited hook is plunged into the azure depths. Bring forth your blessings, O luck hook, fulfill my desires, and reveal your secrets. Jiang Xiaoyu silently chants. A gentle hum accompanies the vision of the seabed within a 30-meter radius, revealing itself with remarkable clarity. On this cerulean planet, free from the taint of nuclear waste, the ocean mother is pristine and clear, a true paradise beneath the waves. Seaweed dances gracefully with the ebb and flow of the tides, while vibrant corals scatter across the rocky outcrops, a breathtaking sight, with small fish flitting between them. Several cowrie shells cling quietly to the rocks, resembling languid wall hangings. As the luck hook moves slowly, a coral-like sea flower, reminiscent of a reishi mushroom, enters Jiang Xiaoyu's field of vision. Just as he becomes entranced by the underwater splendor, a sudden burst from a nearby crevice reveals a lobster. Spotting the lively sea worm, the lobster eagerly extends its large claws, snapping at it without hesitation. Ah, little lobster, you stray from the path of paradise and plunge into the depths of despair. Luck hook, pierce it. Jiang Xiaoyu muses inwardly, raising his rod to strike at the lobster. In this moment, the bait transforms into a more enticing catch, a lively lobster. Bathed in a vibrant glow, it rides energetically, swimming deeper into the ocean alongside the luck hook. Ah, the East Star Snapper. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze crosses over a large blue crab, a vividly red East Star Snapper unexpectedly darts into his peripheral vision. Luck hook. 3 o'clock, charge. Upon hearing the command, the luck hook, with the lobster in tow, races toward the East Star Snapper. The sound of the fishing line, gliding through the spinning reel, creates a melodious friction. Below, the East Star Snapper seems to sense an impending threat, swiftly darting deeper into the sea. No, Star Snapper, do not flee. Jiang Xiaoyu watches in anxious desperation as the fish retreats from view. If you leave, how will I survive? Snapper, Snapper. Yet, the splendid East Star Snapper, heedless of his pleas, swims resolutely into the depths. In no time, the dazzling fish vanishes from Jiang Xiaoyu's sight. Damn, my snapper. With his line fully unwound, he reluctantly begins to reel in the line. Next time, I must craft a boat. Expand my search. Jiang Xiaoyu contemplates, feeling disheartened. On his way back, a massive cuttlefish glides between two rocks, weaving through the swaying seaweed, its sights set on the lobster. Ah, the terrain here is intricate, with corals, seaweed, and scattered stones. If one does not observe closely, the elusive giant squid would be easily overlooked. The lobster bounces erratically before the cuttlefish, its behavior seemingly provocative. The cuttlefish, misconstruing this as a challenge, thinks, you little shrimp dare to flaunt before me, the mighty cuttlefish? An opportunity served on a platter. With a swift motion, the cuttlefish extends its 2 tentacles, ensnaring the lobster and snapping at the luck hook. Come to my live fish box. The cuttlefish exclaims. What the? The cuttlefish, in pain, releases a cloud of ink, instantly darkening the surrounding waters. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Xiaoyu's mood lifts, his previous despondency dissipating as he quickly reels in the line. Dragging the cuttlefish aboard with the landing net, he removes the luck hook and tosses the hefty creature into the live fish box. Whether using a sea rod or a shore fishing rod, everything in Jiang Xiaoyu's hands transforms into a lure rod. Such abundant ocean resources. The lure is healthier. He rebaits the sea worm and resumes his search for fish. Minutes pass with no success. The youthful Jiang Xiaoyu grows impatient, directing the luck hook to dart left and right. Aside from a few inconsequential small fish and shrimp, nothing else is found. Alas, it seems my luck hook is not infallible. Its basic function resembles that of an underwater camera. The treasures of the sea still require meticulous observation and discovery. Just as his spirits sink further, suddenly, 7 or 8 bread crabs emerge from the sandy depths, flashing their large claws as they capture insects in the water. Bring forth your blessings, O luck hook, and reveal your treasures. Jiang Xiaoyu silently urges. In an instant, the luck hook morphs into a crab trap of moderate size. It stealthily approaches the group of bread crabs. Such lively sea worms. A delectable feast I cannot miss. The 3 bread crabs closest to the trap eagerly vie for the sea worms. In truth, all that is beautiful in this world is fiercely contested, including men, women, and sea worms. However, A skilled hunter often presents itself in the guise of prey, just as the three bread crabs indulge in the sea worms on the luck hook. A sudden gust stirs the waters. Crab trap. Close. From hundreds of meters away on the rocks, Jiang Xiaoyu resolutely cranks the spinning reel. A heavy force surges along the fishing line into his arm, filling him with unparalleled joy. The bread crabs struggle incessantly, as if pleading for freedom. Once ashore, he opens the transformed crab trap, securing the bread crabs and tossing them into their new home, the large bucket. Following the same method, he captures a total of over 10 crabs, including those drawn by the commotion. I've struck gold. Weighing them, he estimates that this haul of bread crabs could fetch over 2,000 yuan. After capturing the last of the bread crabs, Jiang Xiaoyu rebaits the luck hook with a few sea worms and continues exploring other waters. This baiting process, unlike the outlandish golden fingers or systems found in fictional novels, is not excessively potent. He must patiently search, discovering prey before teasing and manipulating them up close. One could say that the luck hook serves as a fine assistant. At present, the luck hook glows with a vivid radiance as it glides through the depths. In this moment of unguarded observation, a familiar silhouette intrudes upon Jiang Xiaoyu's vision. A large, vividly red-spotted fish of the sea. Chapter 17, Selling Fish, Becoming a Millionaire. Aha, Afong. Look, a Dongxing grouper. Jiang Xiaoyu called out excitedly to Xin Yufang. Oh, Xiaofang is not here, he muttered, a hint of disappointment crossing his face, wondering whether she and Wang Kai had managed to find any treasures from the sea. At this moment, he knew better than to rejoice too soon. The bright red Dongxing grouper swam in circles, eventually returning to his field of vision. However, this fellow had yet to bite the hook. Jiang Xiaoyu, being rather impatient, instinctively believed that any fish not yet on land was already his. He suppressed his eagerness, secretly reciting a spell in his heart. May the fish hook grant my wish, manifest swiftly. Huff. He blew towards the sea. Quietly now, without fanfare. Go and deliver my offering to the grouper. Fish hook of fortune, acknowledged. In Jiang Xiaoyu's line of sight, the Dongxing grouper was chasing a group of tiny shrimp. At that moment, it seemed to have caught a whiff of something. Peering closer, he noticed a seemingly dull-witted lobster slowly swimming towards it. The grouper hesitated. Why does this creature swim differently from the other large shrimp? Oh, a provocation. It must be challenging its grandfather, the grouper. Although the Dongxing grouper had already consumed a considerable amount of shrimp and was nearly full, seeing a lobster delivered right to its doorstep, so blissfully unaware, it decided to feast upon it. Just this last one, and then it would return home for a nap. It made the decision to strike, thrashing its tail powerfully and swimming towards the fish hook of fortune. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyu atop the rocks could hardly contain his joy. Humph, grouper. You have returned to me after all. Come into my mouth. The Dongxing grouper opened its large mouth and gobbled up the lobster, along with the fish hook of fortune. Observing this, Jiang Xiaoyu thought to himself, if not now, then when? He swiftly turned and lifted his rod, successfully hooking the fish. Ack! The Dongxing grouper thrashed in pain, struggling fiercely. A surge of intense force traveled through the fishing line and rod into his arms, sending electric shocks throughout Jiang Xiaoyu's body. After a few minutes of struggle, the grouper's energy was nearly depleted, surfacing to the water's surface. As it was drawn closer to the rocks, the grouper flopped about, sending splashes of water flying, signaling its final defiance. With one hand gripping the fishing rod and the other wielding a landing net, Jiang Xiaoyu exerted strength to drag the Dongxing grouper onto the shore. Under the midday sun, a long, slender, and completely red Dongxing grouper, adorned with black spots, lay before Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. Its bulging eyes gazed fearfully at its new surroundings. The blue irises and dark pupils filled with terror. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved the fish control device, removed the fish hook of fortune, and lifted it up, estimating it weighed at least 4 to 5 pounds. In the market, farmed Dongxing groupers generally cost over 100 yuan per pound. This wild catch was worth at least 1,000. The live fish tank was partitioned with wooden boards, containing a 20-pound octopus, to prevent any potential disputes with the other fish. The Dongxing grouper and several black sea breams in the live fish tank cohabited peacefully. At that moment, Xin Yufang approached, carrying a water bucket, accompanied by the wagging-tailed Wang Kai. Today, Xin Yufang wore the new shoes Jiang Xiaoyu had bought for her. Each step she took carried the essence of the sea breeze. Xiaoyu, shall we head home for a meal? Did you catch any fish? Wang Kai seemed to have caught the scent of fish, darting ahead to circle around the live fish tank. Wow, did you catch all of these? Xin Yufang exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the live fish tank. Is this the legendary Dongxing grouper? It's truly exquisite. Xin Yufang, with her charming face, was momentarily at a loss for words. An unreliable thought flashed through her mind. She suspected Jiang Xiaoyu might be a boy endowed with extraordinary luck, or perhaps the son of Mazu, the sea goddess. 1,000 words coalesced into one statement. Xiaoyu, you are simply amazing. Quick, let me take a photo. Xin Yufang was beside herself with excitement. I need to post this on social media and show off to my university classmates. Life has been so dreary lately. A bit of bragging is good for one's health. Click, click. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Xiaoyu sent the fish catch images to Gao Qihong. In the town, at Qihong Grand Hotel, Gao Qihong and his brother Gao Qiqing were fretting over customer orders. In this era, wealthy clients were plentiful, and orders were backed up until the end of the year, lacking only for rare sea fish. Oh, Qiqing, look, a Dongxing grouper. Gao Qihong's eyes sparkled as he saw the fish catch photo sent by Jiang Xiaoyu. Unable to contain himself, he extinguished the half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray. Brother, it must be farmed, right? Why are you so excited? No, it's a fisherman's pure wild catch. At that moment, Gao Qiqing leaned in closer. Upon seeing the image, he jumped up in excitement. Having run a seafood hotel in Guangfu County for nearly 20 years, he was well acquainted with sea fish, knowing instantly whether it was wild or farmed. Brother, hurry and buy it. Don't let it slip away. Gao Qihong hastily messaged Jiang Xiaoyu. Handsome lad, I'll buy it at a high price. Send me your location. My brother and I will come over. Minutes later, Gao Qiqing drove a luxury car straight to the seaside. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyu had finished tidying up his fishing gear and was chatting with Xin Yufang by the live fish tank, waiting. Wow, little brother Xiaoyu, your luck is off the charts. Gao Qiqing pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to him. I just turned 18, I don't smoke. Thank you, boss. Name your price. Jiang Xiaoyu, currently devoid of cash, was solely focused on making money. For the Dongxing grouper, 780 yuan per pound. Gao Qiqing spoke generously, lighting a cigarette, taking a puff, and gesturing towards the octopus. This octopus weighs 25 pounds, the bread crab 18 pounds, and the yellowfin black bream 13 pounds. All at 85 yuan per pound, the highest market price. Boss Gao, you are truly magnanimous. Hearing this price, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang felt elated, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Especially the price of the Dongxing grouper, fetching 780 yuan per pound in this small fishing village, was extraordinary. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaoyu assisted the Gao brothers in weighing the fish. The Dongxing grouper weighed 68 pounds, totaling 5,304 yuan. Gao Qihong used a hand scale to weigh it before announcing the weight. The octopus weighed 25 pounds, the bread crab 18 pounds, and the yellowfin black bream 13 pounds, totaling 4,760 yuan. After transporting the seafood to the trunk of the luxury car and placing them in a glass live fish tank, Gao Qihong took out a calculator to tally the figures. Handsome lad, we're going to strike it rich. The total is, by the way, boss Gao. Please take this bucket of seafood along as well. Jiang Xiaoyu, not letting joy cloud his judgment, brought over the sea treasures Xin Yufang had collected early that morning. Gao Qihong set down the calculator, bent down, and rummaged through the water bucket. Inside, blue crabs, lobsters, and various shellfish were haphazardly mixed together. They weren't particularly valuable, and he had initially planned to refuse. Beside them, younger brother Gao Qiqing spoke up. Little you, consider this a gesture of friendship. Everything is yours. Could you do me a favor? As he spoke, Gao Qiqing retrieved a list from the car. This is a compilation of rare fish species tailored for my hotel clients. Here, take it. I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. Whenever you manage to catch any of these species, just give me a call. We can negotiate the price. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement as he accepted the list with both hands. Sure, boss. His words were few. A cursory glance revealed an array of precious fish species, some even exceeding the limits. There were requests for whale roe and deep-sea fish from the Mariana Trench. Truly a diverse assortment. He carefully folded the list and tucked it into his pocket. Boss Gao, as long as they aren't protected species, I'll do my utmost to acquire them. Despite being a high school student, Jiang Xiaoyu understood the importance of conducting business within legal boundaries. Little you, the price for 10 pounds of blue crabs is 45 yuan per pound, totaling 450 yuan. 8 pounds of lobsters at 25 yuan per pound will be 200 yuan. 12 pounds of shellfish at 6 yuan per pound will cost 72 yuan. Adding 10,064 to 722 gives a grand total of 10,786 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang stood in astonishment as the Mercedes-Benz drove away, still reeling from the fact that they had become thousandaires in just half a day. Ayun, pinch me. Jiang Xiaoyu fixated on the balance in his account. Am I dreaming? Chapter 18. Shipbuilding and setting sail. Ah, that hurts. Enough. Xin Yufang pinched Jiang Xiaoyu's thigh with a fierce grip. Afang, we're not dreaming. We've struck it rich. Haha. Who could have imagined they would earn so much in a single day? This was beyond Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang's wildest dreams, far superior to any menial job. Even securing a position with social security and benefits would pale in comparison. Earning 10,000 a day was akin to joining the ranks of urban elites. Enfant, if only we could earn 10,000 every day. Haha, dreaming of peaches, are we? Shin Yufang gathered the fishing gear, and Jiang Xiaoyu loaded the live fish boxes onto the tricycle. Today, we were fortunate because of you, me, and Wang Kai's good luck. Such days are rare. During dead tides or fishing bans, we would merely be left to savor the sea breeze. Shin Yufang took the passenger seat, her words dousing their excitement like a bucket of cold water. Let's calm down. Right, we need to split the earnings, 50-50. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out his phone. Little you, one must win others over with virtue. We agreed on a 70-30 split. All right. Following the agreement, Jiang Xiaoyu transferred 358 yuan to Shin Yufang. Haha. Sister has money now. I'm going to build a little courtyard. Shin Yufang was overwhelmed with tears of joy upon seeing her investment bear fruit. I'm going home to build a boat. Jiang Xiaoyu started the tricycle and shared his plans with Yufang. The sea offered no bountiful catch today. They were fortunate to encounter octopuses and groupers. Thus, he aspired to construct a boat and venture into the deep sea. Are you really going out to sea, Jiang Xiaoyu? Your plan is simply thrilling. Shin Yufang crossed her arms, gazing at him with admiration. This young man, infused with the vigor of youth, had an undeniable masculine charm. No way, I must accompany you. The sea can be perilous. The tricycle rattled along the mountain path as Jiang Xiaoyu focused on the road, offering a reminder. I don't care, building your own boat is quite ambitious, haha. And so, the two kindred spirits struck a deal. My marine science studies were not in vain. As long as we monitor the weather and currents, venturing close to shore should pose no issue. It's worth noting that even nearshore waters are far richer in resources than the coastline. Little you, what materials do you plan to use for the boat? I can offer a suggestion, bamboo and hard foam boards. Shin Yufang inquired. All right, you've convinced me. She rested her chin on her hand, feigning contemplation. When Sun Wukong sought immortality, he crossed the ocean on a bamboo raft. If he could achieve it, so can we. Her optimism was infectious. As they chatted and laughed, they returned to Xiaoyu village. Grandmother had prepared lunch. After eating, they wasted no time. Jiang Xiaoyu drove the tricycle back to West Mountain to collect bamboo, while Shin Yufang began renovating grandmother's home. Grandmother basked in the sun against the south wall, watching Shin Yufang bustle about, reminiscent of her own youthful days. As dusk fell, Jiang Xiaoyu returned with freshly cut bamboo and hard foam boards, which he had procured from Gaoqiqing in Guangfu County at 166 yuan per meter. A 6-meter-long foam board cost nearly 400 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu bought 3 of these foam boards, spending over 1,000 yuan. With hemp rope, nails, a hammer, and glue all in place, he worked tirelessly for several days. Eventually, he crafted a rudimentary bamboo foam boat. Meanwhile, Shin Yufang had been busy transforming her living space. The entrance to her courtyard had become a bamboo archway, where she planted rose seeds, patiently awaiting their bloom. On the west side of the courtyard, she constructed only the framework of a chicken coop, beside which she dug a fish pond, planning to add a floral swing. The homes in Xiaoyu village were scattered, each quite distant from the other. In the backyard, there was a plot of land where Shin Yufang intended to plant durians, oranges, pomelos, and cherry blossoms. Everything was meticulously planned, awaiting gradual fruition. After several exhausting days, they both took refreshing cold showers in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, they bid each other good night. Good night, enfant. Good night, little you. The next day dawned clear and bright. Shin Yufang checked her phone for the blue star tide schedule. Little you, today is a splendid day. Let us set sail. She rested her chin on her hands, circling the self-built boat. To her surprise, a 6-meter-long bamboo foam vessel stood before her. Despite her adventurous spirit and aspirations to become a pirate queen, Jiang Xiaoyu still spent a bit to purchase life jackets for both of them. Little you, this is our very first boat. We should name it. Shin Yufang brought over a pulley while Jiang Xiaoyu set up a frame, planning to use the pulley to hoist the boat onto the tricycle. Let us call it the Alphon. Jiang Xiaoyu casually named the makeshift vessel as he secured the hemp rope. How annoying. I don't want you to steer. Shin Yufang climbed the wooden ladder, attaching the pulley, and gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, thoughtfully resting her chin in her hand. How about brave one? Her big eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled, revealing charming dimples on her fair cheeks. Sounds cool. After attaching several pulley combinations, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang pulled the hemp rope together. The weighty vessel, Brave One, ascended slowly into the sky, its ropes secured. Jiang Xiaoyu ignited the tricycle's engine, maneuvering it into a suitable position beneath the ship's hull. Off on release. With a resounding bang, Brave One landed firmly atop the tricycle. The two secured it with hemp ropes and clapped their hands together. Let us set off. Shin Yufang took her place in the passenger seat, while Jiang Xiaoyu alighted from the vehicle. Little Xiaoyu, what are you up to? Oh, it's my first time at sea. I must first pay my respects to Mazu. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu had already arranged a bamboo table in front of the tricycle, adorned with 3 dishes, a plate of sliced pig ears, a plate of savory beef, and a plate of scallions mixed with sheep stomach. Accompanying these were 3 cups of osmanthus tea and 3 pairs of chopsticks. With an incense burner at the forefront, 3 sticks of incense inserted within. Jiang Xiaoyu murmured softly, bowing several times. Mazu, I am but a child without a mother. You shall be my mother from now on. Please bless me. Xin Yufang raised an eyebrow. She was a staunch materialist and did not subscribe to such beliefs. After Jiang Xiaoyu finished her prayers, she inexplicably produced a string of firecrackers. Crack, crack. The loud explosions startled Xin Yufang, who instinctively covered her ears. Let us go. My little Xiaoyu, you truly are one of a kind. Wait, let the incense burn out first. Ah, what a meticulous person you are. The 3 sticks of incense burned evenly, extinguishing almost simultaneously. Haha, Fang. This signifies that today will be smooth sailing for us. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu lifted the 3 cups of osmanthus tea and drank them in one go, packing up the pig ears, beef, and scallions. Xin Yufang was momentarily taken aback. Wait, little Xiaoyu, isn't this for Mazu? A black line appeared on her fair forehead. Are you really competing with a deity for food? Jiang Xiaoyu, with a helpless expression, chuckled. Mazu has already eaten. Xin Yufang responded, goodness, as if you witnessed it. After tidying everything up, the tricycle-s gasoline engine let out a deep rumble as it set off towards the southern sea. Chapter 19, Launching the Self-Made Boat. At 5:30 in the morning, as the crimson sun rose from the eastern horizon, Brave One was pushed into the water. It swayed gently. The bamboo and foam boat rocked side to side for a moment, causing Jiang Xiaoyu's heart to flutter. Eventually, Brave One stabilized. Ha ha, Xiaofeng, am I impressive or what? This boat can move. The pride on Jiang Xiaoyu's face was unmistakable as he beamed at the success of his creation. Thanks to my Mazu mother. Hee, little Xiaoyu. You're truly remarkable. Let us hope we don't end up as fish bait today. Xin Yufang, dressed in a deep blue school uniform and donning her new shoes, stood at the bow of the boat, observing the sea, her long hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Captain Xiaoyu, the sea is calm today. We can set sail. Received? Please respond. Hola. Jiang Xiaoyu brandished a paddle, having already surveyed the sea, and seeing the playful Xin Yufang, he decided to play along. Received. My first mate. I am about to accelerate, so hold on tight. With Jiang Xiaoyu's strokes, Brave One gradually drifted away from the shore, heading into the depths of the sea. Truth be told, the paddle had little effect. It was entirely reliant on the waves. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a slender trail of water split behind the boat. White seagulls circled overhead, squawking as if to offer their congratulations. Xin Yufang sat cross-legged at the bow, her fair hands propping up her chin, gazing vacantly at the azure sea. In the stern, Jiang Xiaoyu squatted in the cabin, assembling fishing rods. On the moving foam bamboo boat, he significantly expanded his search range. He affixed a shrimp to the fishing hook and stood up. With a swift motion, he cast the hook into the sea. May fortune favor me, reveal your secrets. After muttering an incantation, a green luminescence radiated forth. The range of this glow seems to have expanded. Initially covering a distance of 30 meters along the shoreline, it now extended to 50 or 60 meters in the open sea. The vibrant corals shimmered alluringly, while nameless little fish darted among them. As the gentle waves and sea breeze propelled Brave One forward, various rocks emerged into view. Returning to the boat, the bamboo foam vessel, measuring over 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width, was considerably larger than a commercial van. Moreover, the spacious interior allowed Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang to lie comfortably side by side. However, the cabin was cluttered with live fish tanks, bait containers, crab traps, lobster cages, and various fishing gear, making it impossible to lie flat. After drifting for nearly 3 hours on the waves, the phone's map indicated that Brave One had traveled 10 nautical miles. This speed could only be described as tortoise-like. Nevertheless, for Jiang Xiaoyu, it was more than sufficient. Even in the coastal waters, the resources were far richer than those along the shore. Just as Xin Yufang sat at the bow, lost in thought, a line of lobsters entered Jiang Xiaoyu's sight near the rocks. Xiaofeng, stop daydreaming. Prepare the lobster traps. Aye, Captain. Upon hearing the command, Yufang sprang into action. Little Xiaoyu, how did you know there are lobsters here? After dropping the homemade anchor, the bamboo foam boat came to a halt. Mazu told me. Jiang Xiaoyu casually provided an explanation. The theoretically inclined Wang Yuyuan, faced with the vast ocean, had no idea where the crabs or lobsters might be. I'll follow your lead. Xin Yufang assisted Jiang Xiaoyu in setting up 5 lobster traps, into which he placed some chicken intestines and pig liver before casting them into the sea. He then marked the spots on the satellite map. After securing the traps, Brave One continued to glide forward. Not long after, an abundance of crabs came into view. The ocean is truly bountiful. Mazu said there's a whole bunch of crabs here. Jiang Xiaoyu cast the anchor once more to secure the small boat. Little Xiaoyu, you're talking all sorts of nonsense. Are you feeling all right? Xiaofang, don't be silly. I'm completely fine, right? Xin Yufang replied with skepticism. As they spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu inserted 3 fishing floats into the brim of his straw hat. Look, it's said that inserting floats in your hat can help you detect fish signals. This way, I'll know where the fish are. Xin Yufang was taken aback. Having undergone nearly 4 years of university education, she felt she had gained a wealth of knowledge today. All right, let us see if you end up regretting it later. Xin Yufang assisted in opening 10 crab traps, while Jiang Xiaoyu divided the remaining pig liver and chicken intestines into 10 portions and tossed them in. One by one, the crab traps were cast into the vast ocean, filling Jiang Xiaoyu's heart with anticipation. Xin Yufang, utilizing her mobile phone, opened the satellite map and marked the location. Xiaoyu stowed away the iron anchor, and accompanied by the rhythmic waves and sea breeze, the brave ones set sail deeper into the ocean. As they continued their journey, the seabed within a 50 to 60-meter radius appeared desolate, resembling a dead sea. It was eerily empty. There was not a single fish in sight. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling a tinge of boredom, called out to Xin Yufang, who was seated cross-legged. Xiaofang, would you like me to teach you how to fish with lures? Sure, teach me, she replied, gazing at the boundless sea, feeling rather dull. This is a metal jig. Attach it here, and with your finger hooking the fishing line. Use the rod's tip to cast it into the ocean, Jiang Xiaoyu explained, demonstrating the technique step by step. All right, you carry on. I've got the hang of it. Xin Yufang found it quite enjoyable. However, she voiced her doubt. But Xiaoyu, do you think the fish down there are foolish enough to bite on fake lures? Having never been deep-sea fishing before, she couldn't help but wonder. You need not worry about that. Just keep your movements subtle, and don't swing it towards my face. Jiang Xiaoyu reminded her while scanning the seabed around them. Fine, I won't bother with you anymore. I'm going to catch a big fish. Xin Yufang flicked her braided hair and began to cast her lure. After about a nautical mile of drifting, a large crab finally came into view. The crab burrowed into the seaweed, soon followed by a female crab. The male crab was playfully chasing its mate. Hey, a couple of crabs showing off their affection. The brave one had been sailing for nearly 4 hours with no catch to show for it. Despite its simplicity, the boat, along with all its gear, had cost around 5,000 yuan, consuming a significant portion of his funds. As frustration mounted, Jiang Xiaoyu had a sudden inspiration. The wishful fishhook transformed into a crab trap. He added a few sea worms and stealthily placed it before the playful crabs. Just as their frolicking ended, a buffet seemed to fall from the sky. The 2 crabs eagerly scuttled into the trap. Retrieve. Reel in the line. 2 palm-sized crabs were brought aboard, promising at least 40 to 50 yuan in profit. Just as he secured the crabs and tossed them into the water bucket, Xin Yufang's excited voice rang out. Xiaoyu, look, I've hooked a big fish. Chapter 20, Goddess of Fortune versus the Lucky Charm. Xiaoyu, you must see this. I've caught a big fish. Hearing Xin Yufang's jubilant exclamation, Jiang Xiaoyu reeled his gaze back from the depths and focused on the lure rod. Indeed, the tip was bent. It feels heavy and is not struggling. It doesn't seem like a fish. Xin Yufang pondered aloud, as she pulled it up and exclaimed, haha, it's a large sea snail. The palm-sized snail glimmered under the sunlight. Perfect. We shall feast on you tonight. Xin Yufang deftly removed the hook from the sea snail and tossed it into the live fish box. Xiaoyu, shall we have a little competition? I never imagined fishing could be so entertaining. Having caught a sizable sea snail, her enthusiasm surged. All right, but don't cry if you lose. Jiang Xiaoyu, with his magical fishhook, was confident he would not be defeated. What shall we compete in? Whoever catches fish worth more wins. And the loser must scrub the toilet for a month. Not a problem. Thus, their friendly rivalry commenced. The brave ones slowly ventured deeper into the ocean. The sun had passed its zenith, and the phone indicated it was past 1 o'clock. After the competition began, neither had caught anything, and their stomachs growled in hunger. Xiaoyu, let us eat first, Xin Yufang suggested, retracting her lure rod to retrieve the rice she had brought along. Jiang Xiaoyu produced 2 gourds of fresh water and a bag of bamboo shoots. They had prepared enough food and water for a day. After a simple meal, Jiang Xiaoyu anxiously scanned the waters. Thus far, not a single decent fish had been caught. His spirits began to wane. Fishing after venturing out to sea was proving less fruitful than fishing from the shore. Just as he picked up the sea fishing rod, Xin Yufang, her cheeks flushed, hesitantly spoke, Xiaoyu, turn your head away and don't look back. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily perplexed and blurted out, Xiaofang, what are you up to? I need to relieve myself. As soon as she said this, her fair, delicate face flushed crimson, extending down to her slender neck. All right. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling awkward, turned red himself. He hadn't considered such matters when designing the brave one. Don't worry. I'll close my eyes in one peek. Humph. If you dare turn around, I'll toss you into the sea. Shin Yufeng playfully threatened as she squatted down to relieve herself. The sound of rain hitting the bucket was unavoidable, causing Jiang Xiaoyu's heart to race. Before long, she poured the contents of the bucket into the ocean, effectively creating a baiting spot. All right, Xiaoyu, you can turn back and open your eyes now. Shin Yufeng dipped the small bucket into the ocean, rinsing it with seawater. Xiaofeng, you should close your eyes too. I need to go as well. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu awkwardly smiled. Real men stand tall and proud. I'll just add some seasoning to the ocean. After this brief interlude, they resumed their fishing endeavors. Haha, I've got another one. Jiang Xiaoyu called from the stern. But he had yet to spot any fish. Meanwhile, Shin Yufeng at the bow shouted with glee. Oh, it's a large clam. She was slightly disappointed, knowing clams held little value. I'll open it. With a burst of determination, she pried the clam's shell apart. What a forceful girl. Mind your own business. Shin Yufeng retorted, her lips pursed. A crisp sound echoed as a pearl dropped into the bucket. Oh, a pearl. The delightful sound caused Shin Yufeng's bright, lychee-like eyes to sparkle with excitement. Xiaoyu, come quick. It's a large pearl. Her voice brimmed with surprise. Wow, Yufeng, are you on a winning streak? Your luck is incredible. Jiang Xiaoyu retracted the fishing rod, extending his large hand to retrieve a pearl, no larger than a quail's egg, from the water bucket. Under the radiant sunlight, it shimmered brilliantly. Oh my, such a size. It must be quite valuable. Both of them were novices when it came to pearls. Yet they understood that the larger the pearl, the greater its worth. Xiaofeng, this is your novice's halo. Make the most of it while it's still under warranty. Little you, remember, this pearl counts as cash. Shin Yufeng tucked the pearl into her pocket, her delicate visage adorned with a hint of pride. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyu was not a child who would easily concede defeat. I won't back down. With this resolute declaration, his gaze shifted, penetrating the depths of the sea. Within a visible range of 50 to 60 meters, a camouflaged fish revealed its flaw as it devoured a passing small crayfish. This creature was indeed a master of disguise. Had it not been in the midst of its hunt, it would have gone unnoticed. Not even Jiang Xiaoyu's keen eyes could detect it, let alone the legendary fire eyes of Sun Wukong or the third eye of Erlang Shun. This fish was grotesquely unattractive. Despite living by the sea, Jiang Xiaoyu had rarely encountered such a sight and could not name it. However, since this creature seemed to favor crayfish, he captured one from the seabed as bait and affixed it to his lucky fishing hook. May fortune favor me. Manifest your powers swiftly. He exhaled a breath of hope into the ocean, his heart brimming with anticipation. Target the ugly fish, quietly now, don't scare it away. Upon receiving the command, the lucky hook, bearing the sea crayfish, descended into the depths. As it floated down from above, it soon came face to face with the grotesque fish. This creature's entrance is unlike that of other large crayfish. The dim-witted crayfish, oblivious to its peril, was unaware of the lurking danger. My camouflage skills have indeed reached perfection. You dare to flaunt yourself here, right in front of me. Come to me. The stonefish lunged forward, swallowing the crayfish whole. Welcome aboard. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu decisively jerked the rod to set the hook. A surge of power coursed through the rod into his arm, filling him with delight. Stonefish. What is happening? My mouth hurts. It thrashed violently, blood seeping from its mouth and tinting the surrounding waters red. Yet, it proved futile. Jiang Xiaoyu easily maneuvered the fish, and within a few exchanges, the stonefish was pulled aboard. With its jagged teeth bared and its body writhing, it appeared quite fearsome. Don't touch it. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to reach for the hideous fish, Shin Yufeng intervened in the nick of time. It's poisonous. As a marine science major, Shin Yufeng possessed a fundamental knowledge of most marine species. This is a stonefish, quite precious indeed. Its scientific name is Sinensia, known for its highly toxic dorsal spines. It ranks among the top 10 deadliest fish in the world. She pointed out the various parts of the stonefish, offering a detailed explanation. If it stings you, I'd have to prepare a burial for you. It's such a hassle. Jiang Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Thank you very much. Your words truly terrify me. Just as he was about to stow the anchor and depart, a startling sight caught his peripheral vision. Another fish appeared. What luck! Is that the stonefish's brother? In chapter 21, the big fish nearly pulled the beauty into the sea. Fortuitously, after hooking a venomous stonefish, several more stonefish swam into Shun Qingfeng's sight, all of which were relocated to a new home. In total, 4 grotesque stonefish found their way into Xiaoyu's live fish box. The brave No. 1 bamboo foam boat, a vessel devoid of power, was at the mercy of the waves. As it drifted deeper into the ocean, Jiang Xiaoyu's paddles became mere ornaments. This predicament raised a pressing question: how to return home. The further they ventured into the deep sea, the stronger the winds and waves became. And both of them felt increasingly uneasy. Following Shen Yufeng's suggestion, they donned their life jackets. As the brave number 1 continued its voyage into the depths, a vast expanse of coral reefs came into view. Where coral reefs thrived, marine vegetation flourished, naturally attracting a variety of small fish and larger predators. Meanwhile, Shen Yufeng, who had not caught anything since reeling in the clam, wore a determined expression, unwilling to yield. She was acutely aware that her conch and the quail-sized pearl paled in comparison to the value of the 4 stonefish. Am I really going to wash my bait in disgrace? Humph, absolutely not. Xiaofeng, cast your line at 12 o'clock. Trust me, I sense the presence of larger fish. In her line of sight, a school of greenish grouper swam just a short distance from Shen Yufeng. All right, I'll follow your lead. Ever since hooking the stonefish, Shen Yufeng had noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's remarkable talent for locating fish. In this vast ocean, she couldn't fathom how he discerned their presence. Perhaps it was the fabled gift of intuition. Just as she finished her thought, a massive dark shadow loomed over Jiang Xiaoyu's vision. Ah, holy cow! Startled, he couldn't help but exclaim. What happened, little you? Nothing. I almost got pecked in the nose by a seagull. Seagull? In truth, a colossal squid, stretching over 3 meters long, had entered his line of sight, a true behemoth of the deep. Its 10 arms writhed menacingly, effortlessly ensnaring a large sea snail in its grasp. Its enormous eyes, reminiscent of those of a bull, glistened ominously, proclaiming its dominance over this domain. The squid, known as the Chinese flying squid, is a mollusk that is quite delectable when grilled. It is distinct from cuttlefish and octopus. While the price of squid cannot compare to that of tuna, this specimen's sheer size suggested a weight of at least 200 pounds, at 30 yuan per pound. It could fetch 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. We're going to strike it rich. Jiang Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on the squid's movements as it preyed upon nearby sea snails, clams, and passing small fish. Look at it, extending its tentacles with perfect precision, effortlessly capturing its meals. It's almost too easy. Eagerly, he retrieved the lucky fishing hook, attached a live crayfish as bait, and cast it back into the ocean. With the lucky hook's enchantment, the previously lethargic crayfish now brimmed with vitality. May fortune favor me. Manifest your power swiftly. Haha. After blowing a breath of good fortune towards the sea, he couldn't help but chuckle. Quietly, he maneuvered the large crayfish towards the giant squid. The lucky fishing hook, obeying its master's command, set forth with the lively crayfish towards the imposing squid. At this moment, the lobster had become impervious to pain. Its mind was awash with confusion, pondering how it had lost control. Where was it headed? Unbeknownst to it, darkness was encroaching. A colossal squid, measuring over 300 meters, seemed to have caught a whiff of something delectable. One tentacle released a sea conch, while another relinquished a clownfish. The translucent, semicircular fins of the squid flapped rapidly, propelling it toward the enticing lure. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced at the sight. This was a veritable treasure. Just a few dozen meters from the massive lobster, several tentacles shot out with alarming speed. The unfortunate lobster had no time to react before it was ensnared and pulled into the squid's gaping maw. As the squid savored its delicacy, a wave of joy surged through its mind. It was just in time for a sumptuous snack, a plump and tender lobster. Delightful, clean, and hygienic. The giant squid had a meeting with cuttlefish and octopuses later that afternoon. It couldn't afford to be late. As it prepared to swim into the depths, it suddenly felt a sharp pain. Ouch, that hurts. What is happening? On the brave one, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed the giant squid swallow the lobster along with the lure and thought, "You're not getting away." He forcefully raised his fishing rod. 6 razor-sharp hooks pierced the squid's mouth with ferocity. One hook penetrated its large, glossy eye, and blood spread instantly. The colossal squid thrashed violently, yet it realized that the more it struggled, the deeper the hooks embedded themselves. Manifest your magic, O mighty lure, fulfill my desires, and pierce its brain. With a burst of command, one of the hooks elongated, forcefully piercing through the giant squid's brain. The hook twisted within, turning the squid's brain into a mushy mass. The squid instinctively fought back, but soon it lost the strength to resist. Jiang Xiaoyu's youthful face radiated a wave of joy, his emotions soaring. He hurriedly reeled in the line to avert any mishaps. Beside him, Shen Yufeng was intently focused on the fishing rod when she suddenly exclaimed, "Little you, haha, I've hooked a big fish." Just as her jubilant voice rang out, the sea creature yanked Shen Yufeng off balance, causing her to fall to her knees in the cabin. Despite this, she struggled to stand, clinging tightly to the fishing rod. "Xiaofeng, you must hold on. Don't become bait, all right?" Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, offering her encouragement. He managed to drag the giant squid alongside the boat, securing it to the stern. "Yufeng, is that a thing?" "Ah, Xiaoyu, save me." Just as Shen Yufeng was nearly pulled overboard, He dashed forward and grasped her delicate, pale ankle, pulling her back onto the boat. Then, without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Ah! Shen Yufang let out a sharp cry, her pure and innocent face flushed crimson. Yet, she had no time to dwell on it. The combined weight of the two stabilized the massive fish below. Little you must steady it. This is my first experience with a big fish. All right, Xiaofeng. Reel in the line. Jiang Xiaoyu instructed as he noticed her beginning to wind the line in. Amidst the swaying, his gaze fell upon the seafloor. To his astonishment, a yellowfin tuna, over a meter long, was thrashing about beneath the waves. The tuna was exceptionally fierce, dragging the small boat and the giant squid toward the shore. Xiaofeng, hand me the rod. Let me take over. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the fishing rod, directing the yellowfin tuna at high speed toward the crab traps and shrimp cages. Chapter 22. A Bountiful Return. The yellowfin tuna, in a furious struggle, exhibited the power of a Ferrari, propelling the brave one toward the crab traps and shrimp cages. With a pursed lip, Jiang Xiaoyu let out a soft hiss while simultaneously tugging on the line. The powerful yellowfin tuna obediently executed a vigorous tail flick, halting abruptly at the marked spot near the coral reefs. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang hoisted 10 crab traps from the water. With a splash, the traps emerged, revealing a bounty of crabs within. Their eyes met, and they burst into joyous laughter. Haha, little you, you're incredible. How did you know there were crabs down there? Jiang Xiaoyu, upon being questioned, raised his hand to point at the 3 floats affixed to his straw hat. Behold, this is the power of worshipping Mazu, the goddess of the sea. A gentle smile graced his face. Xiaofeng, my floats can receive signals from Mazu. Shen Yufang responded incredulously. This is absurd. It's getting increasingly ridiculous. Regardless, this ocean expedition had yielded a magnificent bounty. In the 10 traps, most contained blue crabs, with a few spider crabs, flower crabs, and a small assortment of conchs and shellfish. Heftily laden, they must have weighed over 100 pounds collectively. The two had prepared ties in advance for binding the crabs. Now, they were only interested in the larger crabs, discarding the smaller ones into the live fish tank to feed the rockfish. Having sorted through the crab traps and crabs, Jiang Xiaoyu shook the fishing line, silently reciting a spell. Manifest your magic, fulfill my desires, and swiftly reveal your power. A gust of ethereal energy wafted toward the ocean. He commanded the yellowfin tuna to continue onward, setting their sights on the next destination, the shrimp traps. Upon receiving the command, the lure conveyed it to the yellowfin tuna. The poor yellowfin tuna, more pitiable than a laboring camel, was completely subjugated under the control of the lure, dragging the brave one toward the shrimp traps at breakneck speed. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu laughed joyously, gazing at the blue sky, white clouds, and the pristine sea, with the beautiful school flower by his side. His spirits soared, reveling in the sheer delight of his capitalist exploits, squeezing every ounce of effort from the fish. Before long, the yellowfin tuna had dragged them to the shrimp trap location. With a delightful splash, the first shrimp trap floated to the surface. Wow! The iron cage, with its closely spaced steel bars, was filled predominantly with bamboo shrimp. The smaller shrimp had long since feasted and scampered away. A total of 5 shrimp traps had been deployed. In one of the traps, the remains of the lobster floated, mingling with 3 eels, all of which were comfortably sleeping after their hearty meal. Just as the 3 eels were lost in dreams, they were unwittingly pulled from the sea, transitioning to a new home. Jiang Xiaoyu opened the iron cage, tossing the 3 eels, each over a meter long, into the live fish tank. Meanwhile, just as Shen Yufang was about to lift the 5th and final shrimp trap, Jiang Xiaoyu intervened, for his luck fish hook continually opened up a vista, revealing the 5th cage to be utterly devoid of life. Atop the cage, a large octopus lay sprawled, indulging in a deep slumber. Beside the giant cephalopod lay the remains of several lobsters. It was abundantly clear that the lobsters within the cage had been thoroughly devoured by this soft-bodied creature. You wretched old octopus! How dare you intercept my prized lobsters? A pang of anguish struck Jiang Xiaoyu's heart, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it! Is this fellow truly feasting on lobsters? He is merely indulging in my hard-earned currency. Xiaofeng, the rod, please. Yes, Captain. Shen Yufang, in perfect harmony with him, passed over the fishing rod. With a swift motion, the spinning reel whirred as a lively lobster dangled from the hook, descending perpendicularly before the great octopus. No reaction whatsoever. Could it be? Is it genuinely asleep? Little did Jiang Xiaoyu know that the octopus had already filled its belly and was merely preparing to return home to its mother. Thus, it dismissed the live lobster before it with indifference. Hey, I refuse to believe this. Just as the octopus began to vacate the area, Jiang Xiaoyu rapidly cranked the handle to retrieve the line, casting the hook anew. The fresh lobster successfully intercepted the octopus's path, writhing in agony. Hey, You little rascal. The old squid has already granted you a chance to flee, yet you prove to be utterly inept. As the octopus silently mocked, it swiftly extended a tentacle, effortlessly seizing the lobster before it. Soon, all 10 tentacles engaged in a concerted effort, ensnaring the lobster and guiding it towards its funnel-shaped mouth. In the process, the hook was unwittingly delivered into its maw. On the brave one, Jiang Xiaoyu beamed at this spectacle, exultant with joy. Opportunity knocks but once. With a decisive sidestep, he thrust the rod to strike. Strike a fish? Is it a fish? No, it's an octopus. In an instant, a powerful resistance surged through the line and rod into his arm. The hefty octopus, weighing over 50 pounds, could never have anticipated this unexpected smorgasbord. With a splatter, it violently expelled ink, rapidly clouding the water. However, for the hook, and for Jiang Xiaoyu, who possessed the gift of sight, the inky darkness posed no hindrance. Yet, bereft of the luck fishhook's aid, he had to rely solely on his strength to haul this corpulent creature. After a fierce struggle lasting several minutes, the octopus's energy waned significantly, its once bright eyes dulled. Jiang Xiaoyu, resembling a weary hound, panted heavily, bent over in exertion as he continued to grapple with the octopus. Meanwhile, Shen Yufang stood nearby, poised with a large landing net, ready for action. "Ah, Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable. It's a giant octopus," she exclaimed as the plump, pale creature surfaced. Immediately, channeling her inner Wang Yuyan, she began imparting knowledge to Jiang Xiaoyu. Octopuses and the squid at the stern are not the same species. Octopuses belong to the order Octopoda, while squids belong to the order Tithidae. Octopuses are not classified as fish. They are marine cephalopod mollusks, also known as inkfish or cuttlefish. Shen Yufang's large, lychee-like eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing charming dimples as she cheerfully inquired, "Xiaoyu, do you remember?" "Heh, Afang. What use is that to me?" Jiang Xiaoyu exerted all his strength, dragging the large octopus into the cabin, tossing it into the live fish box, and closing the lid. "Now tell me, are we having it grilled or boiled when we return?" "Hee, food lover." As they exchanged banter, they organized the lobster trap. Jiang Xiaoyu silently commanded the luck fishhook, steering the yellowfin tuna onward towards the coastline. Observing this scene, Shen Yufang, a senior student from a prestigious university, felt her mind nearly combust with confusion. She could hardly fathom how such a well-behaved tuna could be so obedient. How did he manage it? Ultimately, she could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Xiaoyu, how did you do that?" Jiang Xiaoyu gazed towards the distant shoreline, pointing to the bobber on his straw hat. "Shen Yufang, could it be? Is there truly a Mazu Nyang Nyang in this azure world?" As dusk descended, the fiery sun sank into the sea. As it caressed the ocean's surface, the yellowfin tuna fulfilled its purpose. As the capitalist of the fish world, it was time to slaughter the fish. Jiang Xiaoyu, utterly exhausted, dragged the weary tuna to the boat's edge, brandishing a watermelon knife, and with a swift motion, dispatched it. One slice to the gills, another to the tail. The blood flowed freely. Upon reaching shore, he sent images of all the catches to the Gao brothers, Gao Qihong and Gao Qiqing. The Gao brothers, at their restaurant, were lamenting the absence of precious wild seafood. Watching one esteemed guest after another depart for competitors' establishments, they felt a pang of despair, yet were powerless to act. At that moment, upon receiving Jiang Xiaoyu's images, their eyes gleamed with excitement, especially upon seeing the stonefish, moray eel, and yellowfin tuna, their eyes practically gleaming with envy. Chapter 23. Earning over 10,000 daily, comparable to top streamers. Just as they landed, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang had yet to tidy up when the Gao brothers arrived in a Mercedes-Benz. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's fishing vessel, they were instantly taken aback. A boat constructed of bamboo and foam could catch stonefish? Wait, not only was catching fish a miracle, surviving the ordeal was nothing short of miraculous. "Xiaoyu, did you catch all of these?" Gao Qihong, donning leather gloves, grasped a stonefish by its rounded pectoral fins, scrutinizing it with keen eyes. Indeed, it was a purely wild stonefish. It had been ages since he had seen such a specimen. The brothers' hotel had been taking reservations for wild stonefish for half a year. If they failed to procure stonefish again, not only would they lose esteemed guests to competitors, but it would also tarnish the hotel's reputation. "Xiaoyu, we will take all your catches," Gao Qihong exclaimed, removing his gloves to shake Jiang Xiaoyu's slender hand excitedly. "From now on, I, Gao Qihong, will exclusively purchase your fish." Beside him, Gao Qiqing, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, eagerly chimed in, "Me too." "All right, thank you, Boss Gao." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Their faces gradually blossomed with genuine happiness. On the journey back, they worried whether the Gao brothers could handle such a bounty of fish in one go. However, it soon became evident that their concerns were unfounded. They had underestimated the Gao brothers' capabilities. Before long, hotel staff arrived with a refrigerated truck. As they opened the truck's door, Gao Qihong and Gao Qiqing, along with the driver, began weighing the catches. The more they examined, the more they were enchanted, and the more unbelievable it seemed. Handsome brother, how did you manage to catch stonefish and yellowfin tuna with such a small boat? In this very expansive sea, my brother and I spent an entire day aboard our million-dollar fishing vessel, only to return empty-handed. Not a single rockfish, nor even a solitary sea bass graced our lines. How unfair the heavens can be. Gao Qiqing, an aficionado of angling himself, lamented as he placed 4 rockfish into a plastic crate for weighing. The 4 rockfish, of uniform size, yielded a weight of 228 pounds on the electronic scale. Young man, you're in for a windfall, 300 yuan per pound, totaling 6,840 yuan. Upon hearing this sum, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang could scarcely contain their delight. As for the price per pound, Jiang Xiaoyu had verified it online, finding it quite reasonable given the market rate. The yellowfin tuna weighed in at 108 pounds, priced at 55 yuan per pound. Gao Qihong, along with the driver and Jiang Xiaoyu, hoisted the hefty tuna onto the electronic scale. Gao Qihong declared the weight and price, while Gao Qiqing busily tapped away at the calculator. Young man, that comes to 5,940 yuan. Hearing this figure, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment. He was aware that the price of yellowfin tuna paled in comparison to bluefin, but he anticipated it to be so meager. At 18 years old, he hesitated to negotiate, but Shin Yufang, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Boss Gao, this is my first ever tuna catch. Could you possibly round it up to a more auspicious figure?" With that, she pouted slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the price. Gao Qihong, noticing her expression, lit a cigarette and chuckled. "Very well, in consideration of your beauty, I shall offer 6,000 yuan for this fish." The value of a single yellowfin tuna fell short of that of 4 rockfish, leaving Shin Yufang somewhat disheartened. Could it be that she truly had to resort to trickery? Certainly not. She still possessed a pearl, the size of a quail's egg, though she was uncertain of its worth. Observing her silence, Gao Qihong assumed her discontent and boldly proclaimed, 6,666 yuan. How about that? Quite auspicious, wouldn't you say? You must understand that the quality of yellowfin tuna differs fundamentally from that of bluefin. Thank you, boss. Shin Yufang felt a surge of joy upon hearing the increased offer, her fair complexion revealing a pair of charming dimples. Xiaoyu, I envy not only your catch, but also your virtuous partner. Gao Qihong pointed a finger, flicking away ash from his cigarette, enviously remarking, with such a beautiful and virtuous wife, what hardships could one not endure? Indeed, Gao Qiqing chimed in, echoing the sentiment. A good wife supports my lofty aspirations. I, in turn, would offer her a fortune. The two brothers harmonized in their banter, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang's youthful faces flushed with embarrassment. Please, don't speak so recklessly. He is merely my landlord, Shin Yufang said, lowering her head in shyness. What lofty aspirations, what fortunes! We are simply 2 kindred spirits brought together by fate, leading a tranquil life in this fishing village. Yes, she speaks the truth. Jiang Xiaoyu chimed in amiably. That is precisely how I see it. All right, celestial couple, cease with the display of affection. A brief interlude seemed to spark a thought in Gao Qihong, and with a hint of moisture in his eyes, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, saying, Come, let us finish weighing the rest. 3 large spotted eels weighed in at 26 pounds, priced at 120 yuan per pound, totaling 3,120 yuan. The blue crabs weighed 119 pounds at 85 yuan per pound, amounting to 10,115 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu and his companion were taken aback by Gao Qiqing's quotations. They had anticipated that the greatest bounty of their expedition would be the sea crabs. Bamboo shrimp weighed 58 pounds at 135 yuan, totaling 7,830 yuan. Cuttlefish weighed 67 pounds at 35 yuan per pound, coming to 2,345 yuan. Squid weighed 108 pounds at 50 yuan per pound, thus totaling 5,400 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu decided to keep the smaller fish and shrimp, along with a handful of sea snails, to share with his grandmother at home. Gao Qiqing continued to tally the figures on his calculator, producing a melodious clatter as he calculated a total of 42,325 yuan. The notification of wealth arriving, 42,325 yuan, made Jiang Xiaoyu's ears tingle with excitement. A single outing had yielded 40,000. After deducting expenses, he would pocket at least 30,000. What an incredible profit. This was more lucrative than being a streamer. Amidst the exhilaration, he noticed Gao Qihong loading the fish for departure, prompting Shin Yufang to hastily approach him. Boss Gao, please hold on. I would like to inquire about something. Do you know anyone knowledgeable about pearls? As a 4th-year student, Shin Yufang had limited connections and decided to test her luck through Gao Qihong. Pearls? Gao Qihong paused, his hand hovering over the car door as he pondered. I do have a friend, though she only accepts high-quality pearls. Ordinary ones wouldn't catch her eye. Upon hearing this, Xin Yufang no longer hesitated and produced the quail egg-sized pearl. What do you think of this? Wow, this is truly remarkable. Gao Qihong held the pearl delicately between his thumb and forefinger, examining it in the afternoon sunlight, nearly blinding his deep-set eyes. His face reflected uncontainable astonishment. I must say, you two young people are extraordinarily fortunate. I suspect you've hit the jackpot. Without further ado, Gao Qihong retrieved his phone and provided Xin Yufang with a contact number. I only have one request. When you meet her, please call me so that we may go together. Absolutely, Boss Gao. I will contact you then. Gao Qihong's request seemed somewhat perplexing, yet Xin Yufang was unconcerned. Her sole priority was to sell her pearl. She was determined to win the competition and would not let Jiang Xiaoyu outshine her. Hee. Little brother Xiaoyu, I plan to sell the pearl tomorrow. This time, victory is assured. Will you assist me? Let us just head home for dinner first, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, starting the three-wheeled vehicle and setting off towards Xiaoyu village. As Xin Yufang settled into the passenger seat, she raised her fair, slender arm, forming a peace sign. Yay, homeward bound. I'm starving. What's on the menu, Xiaofeng? Ha, I want to eat sea snails. And you? I'll have sashimi, steamed crabs, and stir-fried clams with plenty of chili. Hee. I'll make sure to satisfy your cravings. Chapter 24. After their meal, they planned to watch a movie. The fishing boat was moored by the shore. Jiang Xiaoyu drove the three-wheeler back to his grandmother's house with Xin Yufang. With 40,000 in their pockets, both were exhausted yet elated. Upon returning home, they each retreated into their rooms and fell into a deep slumber, sleeping until nightfall, only to be roused by their grandmother calling them for dinner. In the courtyard beneath the osmanthus tree, their grandmother had prepared a lavish spread of seafood. A large basin of boiled sea snails, steamed crabs, and various shellfish accompanied by dipping sauces of ginger, garlic, and vinegar. A plate of spicy stir-fried clams, a hearty bowl of fish soup, and a pot of rice completed the feast. The rich aroma of the meal mingled with the fragrance of osmanthus, whetting their appetites. Grandma, you've worked so hard. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he awoke to a warm meal. Silly child, what's there to be tired about? Eat while it's hot. His grandmother, with a smile that radiated warmth from the wrinkles on her face, removed her coarse apron, just as they were enjoying their meal. Oh dear, Xin Yufang, mid-bite of a sea snail, suddenly clasped her mouth, exclaiming, oh no, I bit into a little stone. She extracted a small, round, orange-yellow stone from her mouth. Just as she was about to discard the object, Jiang Xiaoyu's bright eyes sparkled with astonishment. Wait a moment, Xiaofeng, this is not a stone. It is a pearl. A pearl? Yufang's charming face lit up with delight as she suddenly realized that sand entering a conch could naturally lead to the formation of pearls. Lost in her own thoughts about her toothache, she had almost thrown away the treasure. Sister Yufang, have you struck it rich? Jiang Xiaoyu examined the pearl, which was the size of a fingertip. Under the moonlight, the pearl revealed mysterious patterns and radiated a soft luminescence. Previously, they had discovered a quail egg-sized pearl from a clam, and now they had uncovered another pearl from a conch. Are you joking? Who in this world gets lucky like that? I merely have good fortune, Yufang replied, snatching the pearl and placing it in her pocket. Stop looking at it. How about we don't go out to sea tomorrow? Let's visit Qin Xiaoya in the county town and see if it's valuable? Qin Xiaoya was the jeweler recommended by Gao Qihong. Sounds good. We can also buy fishing gear and farming tools, Yufang added with a smile. And vegetable and fruit seeds as well. After dinner, Grandma, as usual, took her medication to alleviate the pain from rheumatoid arthritis. Observant Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that there was one less dose of Grandma's medicine tonight. Grandma, is the ibuprofen finished? I can buy some for you in the county town tomorrow. Oh dear, my sweet Yuzi, no need. This old body of mine, I earn a day for each day I live, Grandma spoke calmly. Living long only adds to your burden, you young ones. Grandma, I have money now. You can rest assured and take your medicine. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with emotion. Alas. Grandma Yang let out a gentle sigh. Speaking of which, your uncle, aunt, and your mother haven't visited in a long time. A hint of loneliness flickered in her deep gaze. Jiang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, continuing to listen to Grandma as she continued. Today's society is too busy. They must have their own difficulties. Grandma, you should rest early. After conversing for over half an hour, Jiang Xiaoyu helped Grandma to her bed and handed her the walking stick. You still worry about them. They are all ungrateful children. Ever since her parents had abandoned her, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an ache in her heart. Grandma fell asleep with a sense of melancholy. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang napped for the afternoon, and now they were both quite energetic. What should we do? They almost chorused, exchanging smiles. Let us watch a movie. In this mountain village, where the signal was poor. Shin Yufang had a laptop in her room. During her university days, she had stored quite a few high-quality films. How about we watch Titanic together? Shin Yufang suggested. Sure. Which country is the film from? Jiang Xiaoyu had heard of this movie in high school, but had never watched it. It's an American romance blockbuster. In English? I scored 88 in my English exam, but I can't understand it. Ha ha. Dear little Yuzi, it has Chinese subtitles. Shin Yufang's lychee-sized eyes sparkled with laughter as she patted his shoulder. Sister, I'm someone who has passed the 6th level in English. I can translate for you. Humph. Remove the cute from that. I am now a full 18-year-old adult. All right, adult, let us head to my room. After spending some time together, Shin Yufang became increasingly unreserved around Jiang Xiaoyu. In the East Room, Xiaofang, here S120,000, I've transferred it to you. According to their usual arrangement, they would split the earnings 3 to 7. All right. Feeling elated with the money, Shin Yufang clicked the mouse to start the movie. Jiang Xiaoyu closed the door. The East Room was not connected to Grandma's North Room, so as long as there were no loud noises, it wouldn't disturb her rest. The room had no chairs or sofas. They sat side by side on small stools, embarking on their cinematic adventure. As the hauntingly beautiful theme song played, a magnificent luxury liner appeared on the screen before Jiang Xiaoyu. Wow, what a massive ship, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy. Xiaofang, if we could have such a grand vessel, I could take you across the Pacific Ocean. That ship ultimately sank. Shin Yufang gazed intently at the screen, where the young and handsome protagonist, Jack, was betting with his friend for a ticket. Oh, how I hope he doesn't win. Sank. How could that be? Jiang Xiaoyu turned his gaze back to the screen, murmuring to himself, a colossal cruise liner like that cannot compare to deep-sea fishing. What a pity. By the way, where did it sink? If we have the chance, how about we go diving to find the wreck? Little Yuzi, this is a movie, not reality. Please be quiet. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyu was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of sea fishing, naturally focusing on different aspects. The moment he saw the Titanic, a grand dream began to blossom in his heart, to recreate the Titanic and take Yufang on a deep-sea fishing adventure. You little Yuzi, could I borrow your shoulder for a moment? Although it was her second viewing, Shin Yufang wept uncontrollably during the part where Jack and Rose were separated. You little Yuzi, why aren't you crying? What a wonderful Jack, alas, what a pity. Well, cry if you must. Jiang Xiaoyu mustered his courage and gently patted Shin Yufang's beautiful back. Oh, what a magnificent luxury liner. What a pity. You heartless one. We are not even on the same wavelength. After watching the movie, Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder was damp. Great. I'll have to wash my clothes tomorrow. Good night, little Yuzi. Shin Yufang's lychee-sized eyes appeared slightly swollen. Xiaofang, you are too sentimental. Next time, let us watch The Old Man and the Sea together. Jiang Xiaoyu had heard from classmates that it was a story about an old man catching a bluefin tuna. Good night, Xiaofang. Returning to his room, Jiang Xiaoyu threw himself onto the hard wooden bed, with his hands behind his head. He reflected on the luxurious liner and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next day, after emptying the urinal and having breakfast, Shin Yufang wrapped the pearl in a pure cotton handkerchief. Jiang Xiaoyu rode the tricycle, taking Shin Yufang to the town. They contacted Gao Qihong and boarded his Wuling Hongguang, setting off towards the coastal county city in the southeast. After more than an hour, the vehicle stopped outside a jewelry shop. Gao Qihong lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, and pointed outside. This is Chun Xiaoya's shop. You two can go in. I'll wait for you here. Jiang Xiaoyu felt that Boss Gao was acting a bit strangely today. He didn't dwell on it, and led Shin Yufang to push open the glass door of the shop. Welcome. A stunning woman emerged from behind the counter, her face aglow with a smile as she greeted Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang. Feel free to browse. What kind of jewelry do you like? Chapter 25, Striking It Rich. Jiang Xiaoyu, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, found it hard to tear his eyes away from the grandeur of Chun Xiaoya's establishment. Hey, little Yuzi, what's the matter with you? Shin Yufang noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's dazed expression and decided not to sell the pearl. Tap, tap, tap. She playfully smacked his shoulder, her mouth flitting with questions. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Ah, stop hitting me. I got sand in my eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned rubbing her eyes, reluctantly diverting her gaze. Her short, wavy hair framed alluring peach blossom eyes and vividly crimson lips, a sight to behold. Not to mention, even a mere mutt like Wang Kai would howl at such a spectacle, let alone a young man barely 18. Sister Chen, do you purchase pearls here? Jiang Xiaoyu steadied her composure and glanced sideways to pose the question. We do, but the quality must be assessed first, Chun Xiaoya responded, her enchanting eyes fluttering with a natural grace. Nearby, Shin Yufang carefully withdrew a cotton handkerchief from her bag, gingerly unwrapping it. Sister Chun, could you take a look at these 2 pearls? What might they be worth? Just 2 pearls? Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoya's plump visage slightly furrowed in discontent. What a waste of time, she thought, ready to dismiss them. Ah, wait a moment. Under the glare of fluorescent lights, the two pearls shimmered brilliantly. Her voluptuous figure trembled as she hurried back to the counter. Donning professional white gloves, she retrieved specialized measuring tools and meticulously examined the pearls. Goodness, the color is exquisite. Perfectly round, in such vibrant hues. Her lips parted in awe. Wow. A remarkable 21 millimeters, a rare sea pearl. Gently placing down the quail egg-sized sea pearl. She then grasped the orange-yellow conch pearl. Simply splendid. A mellow pearl. I've awaited your arrival far too long. Jiang Xiaoyu's excitement was palpable. Her peach blossom eyes glistening with emotion. Such perfect striations, akin to flames, perfectly round, measuring 12 millimeters. My heavens! Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang exchanged knowing glances. Realizing the value of the pearls. Sister Chen, what do you think of these two pearls? Jiang Xiaoyu tentatively inquired. Jiang Xiaoyu, regaining her composure, gradually shifted her focus from the mellow pearl to Jiang Xiaoyu. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jiang Xiaoyu, the owner of Xiaoyu Jewelry. Her demeanor settled as she extended a courteous hand. Hello. I am Bimbo Erba. Jiang Xiaoyu indicated Xin Yufang beside her, and this is my partner, Babo Bourbon. Upon hearing this introduction, Xin Yufang's cheeks flushed, shooting a sharp glare at Jiang Xiaoyu. What a ridiculous name. Oh, heh. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, unfazed by their peculiar appellations. In this industry, many utilize aliases. It's quite understandable. Bimbo Erba, could you propose a price? Jiang Xiaoyu, lacking knowledge of pearl valuation, replied, Sister Chen, we were referred by Gao Qihong. Please offer a fair price. With no alternative, Jiang Xiaoyu resorted to invoking their introducer. Ah, so it's him, Jiang Xiaoyu murmured to herself, momentarily distracted. Initially, upon seeing two naive youngsters, she had contemplated taking advantage of them. As a businesswoman, she understood a crucial principle. Money can be earned again. But a guilty conscience cannot be easily compensated. Yet, Gao Qihong was no stranger. Jiang Xiaoyu, possessing a semblance of conscience, bit her lip and spoke. For this white sea pearl, I can offer 50,000. How does that sound? 50,000. They exclaimed simultaneously, the figure vastly exceeding their expectations. What? Is that too low? No. Sister Chen, we are quite satisfied with that price. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang exchanged smiles. And what about this mellow pearl? In the midst of excitement, they held little hope for the smaller orange-yellow pearl. 180,000. Does that meet your approval? Wait, what? 180,000. Jiang Xiaoyu questioned, her ears seemingly betraying her. Xin Yufang's large eyes widened in disbelief, their gazes locking in astonishment. Sister Chen, you must be joking. What? Did I offer too little? Jiang Xiaoyu laughed lightly, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. Such a mellow pearl is exceedingly rare. Thousands of conch pearls might yield but one. Thus it commands a price far superior to the previous sea pearl. If the price is unsatisfactory, we can negotiate. No need for negotiation, Sister Chen. Your offer is exceedingly generous. Jiang Xiaoyu nudged Xin Yufang's arm, urging her to finalize the deal, fearing that any delay might lead to retraction. Jiang Xiaoyu casually retrieved her phone and scanned Xin Yufang's payment code. A notification chimed, 230,000 yuan credited. The two beleaguered youths, having never encountered such a fortune, stood frozen in disbelief. Beautiful souls, should you ever procure quality pearls, do not hesitate to seek me. Jiang Xiaoyu, I assure you will be pleased with the pricing. Her words jolted them back to reality. All right, understood. They nodded, scampering out of Xiaoyu Jewelry like thieves. Climbing into Gao Qihong's van, they sped toward the commercial district. Jiang Xiaoyu stood at her shop's entrance, gazing at the familiar van, murmuring softly, Gao Qihong, why do you not come in, now that you are at my doorstep? Her eyes shimmered with a hint of sorrow. Qihongji, Boss Gao, what would you like to eat? Today, Xiaoyu and I are treating. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang, still basking in the euphoria of their newfound wealth, wore expressions of delight. Ha, struck gold, haven't we? Gao Qihong rolled down the car window, lighting a cigarette. Brother, today I'm in a good mood. Treat me to Japanese cuisine. I want bluefin tuna sashimi. The trio exited the restaurant, where their meal cost Jiang Xiaoyu over 30,000 yuan, a testament to the exorbitant price of bluefin tuna. I long to venture out to sea and reel in bluefin tuna. What should we do? Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang entered a fishing tackle shop. Xiaoyu, brother, you should check out for crabs. The lobsters are fantastic too. Why not purchase several crab traps and shrimp traps? Oh, and let's get a few eel traps as well. Ultimately, they procured 20 crab traps, 25 shrimp traps, and 30 eel traps, along with 2 heavy-duty spinning rods and high-end fishing reels capable of battling 1,000-pound bluefin tuna. With over 200,000 yuan in hand, they made their purchases with audacity. Shall we rent a boat for tomorrow, Xiaofeng? With newfound wealth, Jiang Xiaoyu began to dream of fishing in distant waters. I'll arrange for the boat rental, but the fish must be sold to me first. Gao Qihong trusted their capabilities and eagerly anticipated their deep-sea adventure. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang exchanged smiles, brimming with excitement for the future. Let us go? Let us rent that boat. Chapter 26. Renting the boat. On their way, they passed a pharmacy. Jiang Xiaoyu purchased a substantial bag of medications for her grandmother, including ibuprofen, pain-relieving anisin, and blood circulation-enhancing safflower tablets, among others. After packing up, they boarded Gao Qihong's van and departed from Linghai City. As dusk fell, they returned to Xiaoyu village. Following Gao Qihong's provided phone number, Jiang Xiaoyu reached out to the owner of a fishing yacht at the seaside. Driving a tricycle, she took Shin Yufang to the shore, parked the vehicle, and removed the key. As the two individuals gazed out over the expansive harbor area, an array of yachts and fishing boats of various sizes lay anchored. They arrived at the designated meeting point just as a middle-aged man in his 50s approached, his visage exuding a slick demeanor. The first impression he left on Jiang Xiaoyu was one of cunning and craftiness. Ah, brother Jiang. The shrewdness in his eyes betrayed his profession as he extended a greasy hand. Greetings, fish boss, I am Jiang Xiaoyu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. We have several types of fishing boats available here. Typically, we rent them out as a group for offshore fishing. The catch is sometimes kept entirely for oneself, and at other times, shared among the group. The fish boss, donning sunglasses, animatedly explained the options to Jiang Xiaoyu and his companion, spittle occasionally splattering onto Jiang Xiaoyu's youthful face. He wiped away the droplets with the back of his hand and humbly inquired, Fish boss, do you have any boats available for individual rental? Indeed, we do. But the price may be a bit steep. You might find it difficult to afford. The fish boss scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu, clad in simple attire, with a calculating gaze. For a small 3-meter boat, the cost is 800 yuan per day, limited to coastal waters. A larger yacht, spanning over 10 meters, is priced at over 10,000 yuan per day and can venture several hundred nautical miles. There are even bigger vessels that can charge anywhere from 30,000 to 100,000 yuan per day. As the fish boss continued his animated discourse, Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively took a couple of steps back, still catching a few stray droplets on his face. Fish boss, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this with my partner. Sure, take your time. I'll light a cigarette. Xiaofeng. I wish to take a gamble in the deep sea. The valuable fish on the list are simply non-existent in the coastal waters. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching a hefty sum of over 200,000 yuan, was eager to rent a boat for a big catch, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, Shin Yufang furrowed her brows, feeling apprehensive about the boat rental fees. But, Xiaoyu, the cost for a day and night will exceed 10,000 yuan. Are you confident you can catch fish? Have you forgotten? We have 30 crab traps, shrimp traps, and eel traps each. I'll find something extraordinary, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, thumping his chest confidently. With 90 traps, the seafood we catch should easily net us over 50,000 yuan. Fishing will be pure profit. Armed with his trusty fishing hook, Jiang Xiaoyu felt unperturbed about finding crabs. However, before Shin Yufang could finish her thought, the fish boss, having extinguished his cigarette, impatiently barked, Have you made your decision? Young man, don't waste my time. All right. Fish boss, we've come to a decision. We'll rent that larger boat. Very well. Will you be operating the boat yourself? The fish boss slyly inquired. Come now, boss. Don't joke with me. I don't possess a boating license. Hiring a boat driver will incur additional costs. How much? The fish boss rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Not much, just 600 yuan per day. He added, Typically, we split the catch, but since it's uncertain whether you'll catch anything, a cash deposit is required. The two youthful individuals, oblivious to the risks, were intent on deep-sea fishing. The fish boss scoffed, with such a slight frame, just don't let the fish catch you. Jiang Xiaoyu sensed he was being taken advantage of, but realizing it was his first time, he could only prove himself through action. Deal. After tallying the various fees, Jiang Xiaoyu ultimately handed the fish boss 120,000 yuan. Haha. Brother Xiaoyu, what a generous soul. The fish boss clapped his hefty hand on Jiang Xiaoyu's slender shoulder, beaming with delight. Just a heads up, we set sail promptly at 4:20 tomorrow morning. If you're late, the fish will be off to find their mothers. Jiang Xiaoyu, nearly knocked off balance by the clap, grinned widely in response. Understood, thank you, fish boss. Departing from the seaside, Jiang Xiaoyu started the tricycle, with Shin Yufang taking the passenger seat as they made their way home. Regardless of the circumstances, the prospect of deep-sea fishing the next day filled the two vibrant youths with exuberance. Xiaoyu, I adore the ocean, especially the deep seas. It's exhilarating. Shin Yufang, seated in the passenger seat, let her imagination run wild. The azure sea, the rolling waves, the blue sky, and white clouds. How romantic it would be for you and me to fish together. Let's hurry home to prepare. Jiang Xiaoyu echoed her excitement. After all, it was his inaugural venture into this realm. Haha, me too. Upon their return home, beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, their grandmother had already prepared dinner. Oh my, you two little gluttons, eat slowly. Grandmother Yang noticed the unusual energy emanating from the two lively spirits and inquired, did something good happen today? As she rummaged through the package of medicine her grandson had bought, her eyes glistened with tears of tenderness. Little Fisher, from now on, as you build your lives together, don't spend your money on my medicine. Upon hearing this, Shen Yufang realized she was being regarded as a potential granddaughter-in-law. Her innocent face flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Grandmother, you're unaware. Today, Sister Yufang sold 2 pearls for over 200,000. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. So worry not about your medicine. We'll ensure you're well taken care of. Little Fisher, you rascal. Grandmother Yang, in her advanced years, expressed heartfelt wisdom. My only joy in life is watching you two happy. Your future is long. Save some of that money. Yes, understood, grandmother. Since his parents had abandoned him, Jiang Xiaoyu treasured his grandmother's words of advice even more. Grandmother, tomorrow morning, Yufang and I are heading out to deep-sea fish for a whole day and night. Please take care of yourself at home. All right, go forth, young man, with aspirations that reach far and wide. Grandmother Yang began sorting through a large bag of pills. Before you leave, remember to light incense for Mazu. She will bless you. Understood. After dinner, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang cleaned the dishes and began preparing their fishing gear, crab traps, lobster traps, eel traps, and bait purchased from the county, along with several hooks and lines. They had heavy-duty fishing rods, sea fishing rods, live fish boxes, and other equipment prepared for the rented fishing boat. Yet, they felt a sense of reassurance bringing along their own gear. After transferring all their belongings onto the tricycle, they each retreated to their rooms to gather their clothing. Thoughtful Jiang Xiaoyu even prepared seasickness medication, fearing Shen Yufang might struggle with the boat's motion. That night, after setting an alarm for 3:30 a.m., Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang were too excited to sleep. Seated cross-legged on the bed, they checked the weather for the next day, tide schedules, wind conditions, and the types of fish in the deep sea. Unbeknownst to them, they soon leaned over and fell asleep on the wooden bed. In the deep of night, Shen Yufang mumbled in her sleep, Xiaoyu, look, it's a bluefin tuna, oh so stunning. Chapter 27. A chow, stop the boat. Dingling, dingling. At 3 in the morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Jiang Xiaoyu awoke with a start at Shen Yufang's piercing scream. You little rascal, how did you end up in my room? Oh no, I'm no longer pure, boohoo. Once Yufang regained her composure, she realized her clothes were still intact, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Xiaofeng, we didn't do anything last night. Mind your tongue. Shen Yufang seized a pillow and struck Jiang Xiaoyu on the head, effectively interrupting his sentence. All right, calm down. Hurry and freshen up. I'll prepare breakfast. Breakfast was a simple affair. 2 steaming bowls of handmade noodles adorned with oilseed vegetables, fried eggs, and several bamboo shrimp. Xiaofeng, it's time to eat. Shen Yufang, clad in athletic attire and waterproof shoes, gracefully stepped out of the thatched roof cottage. As she walked, she deftly braided her long hair, securing it with a pearly ribbon at the end. Wow, brother Xiaoyu, it smells amazing. In the gentle dawn light, Shen Yufang cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoyu, reflecting on the peculiar thrill of having shared a night with a boy for the first time. Although nothing had transpired, an odd sensation lingered in her heart. Let us eat while it's hot. They both bowed their heads to their bowls of noodles, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. After finishing their meal, they entered a small earthen room in the northern house. On the eastern wall hung an image of Mazu, the sea goddess, which had been invited into their home by their grandmother many years ago. During those years when their grandfather spent long periods at sea, he would always pay homage to Mazu before embarking on his journeys, especially on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. In front of the statue stood an old wooden table adorned with an incense burner, flanked by candles, bestowing an air of solemnity. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly arranged mutton, beef, and pork on the table, along with 3 pairs of chopsticks and a cup of fragrant tea, lighting 3 sticks of incense in the burner. As the fragrant smoke wafted upward, he clasped his hands in prayer, bowing 3 times while murmuring, Mazu, please bless me. Guide me to rocky areas and crab dens. And, oh, let me catch some yellow croakers and bluefin tuna. Also, if you could provide a hint about the Titanic wreck, that would be splendid. Beside him, Shen Yufang listened, bewildered by his audacious requests. This child has quite the lofty demands. How unreserved. After completing his prayers, without waiting for the incense to burn down, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly packed the fragrant beef, scallion lamb, and braised pork into containers for their lunch after heading out to sea. Hey, leave some for me. Mazu seemed to chastise him playfully. Once everything was ready, they set off in a 3-wheeled vehicle, laden with fishing gear. As they journeyed towards the shore under the starlit sky, a few minutes later, they arrived at the seaside, where the boatman, a chow, awaited them at the vessel. In the distance, a cream-colored fishing boat floated at the harbor, 2 levels high and approximately 30 feet long. It was far more impressive than their own modest brave one. A chow assisted in loading the fishing gear, tackle, and provisions onto the boat. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows as they settled comfortably onto the leather sofa inside the yacht. Vroom vroom. The large yacht sliced through the water, setting off smoothly. A chow, how fast can this boat go? When will we reach the tuna fishing spot? Jiang Xiaoyu approached the sun-kissed helmsman, a chow, inquiring eagerly. At a standard speed of 20 knots, it will take about 5 hours to reach the fishing point. A chow, this entire day and night belong to me, right? If we encounter schools of fish or crab spots, we can stop the boat at any time. Sure thing, Boss Jiang. It's your call. A chow grinned. But the extra fuel cost will be on you. Understood. The waves rolled and crashed, creating a melodic sound. The cream-colored yacht sped towards the tuna fishing spot. 100 kilometers offshore, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng made their way to the rear deck to commence their work. Every moment was precious. They couldn't afford to waste time. Jiang Xiaoyu took out his tackle, wielding a high-end spinning reel, and after a few moments of assembly, he fashioned a heavy-duty lure rod. Observing his partner, Xiaofeng, who was attaching bait to the fishing line, he tied a lucky fish hook to the swivel. With a swift motion, he leaned back and cast the heavy rod. The leaden hook flying into the azure sea. Lucky fish, grant me your favor. Reveal yourself quickly. Let the search begin. He secured the lure rod in the rod holder, silently reciting his incantation. Instantly, visions of the seafloor flooded his mind. He quickly inserted 3 floats into his straw hat. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiaoyu, what is going on? Did Mazu send you a signal? Shen Yufeng, having finished preparing a fishing line, smiled at Jiang Xiaoyu, revealing her charming dimples. Hee indeed. Did you not notice? This time I've switched to a larger float, so I'm sure to catch big fish. Blah blah blah, you're just boasting. The student, Shen Yufeng, began her own prayer. I just hope we don't incur losses this time. Otherwise, we'll really be in for a rough time. The cream-colored yacht sped along, leaving a broad wake behind. The underwater scenery unfolded vividly in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind, flitting past in a blur. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely fantastic. His eyes beheld the cerulean sky while underwater scenes danced in his imagination. A school of small fish darted into the seaweed, a starfish rolled slowly, and a silver ribbon fish flitted by. After about half an hour, they passed through a rocky area scattered with sea willows, mud, and drifting seaweed. A chow, northeast direction. About 1 nautical mile, stop the boat. Jiang Xiaoyu called out to the cockpit. Received, Captain. A chow responded, turning the wheel towards the target. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng. Prepare the crab traps. I spotted some large crabs. Just moments ago, approximately a nautical mile away, he had seen several crabs swaggering about. But it wasn't just a few. It was as if the entire crab family had convened for a meeting, appearing in droves. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mazu. Jiang Xiaoyu touched the float atop his straw hat and bowed 3 times towards the vast blue sea, leaving Shen Yufeng in a state of disbelief. As an avowed skeptic, he was nearly convinced by Jiang Xiaoyu's antics. Could it be that Mazu truly existed, or was it that Xiaoyu possessed some special gift? Shen Yufeng pondered as she unloaded 30 crab traps. Before long, a chow maneuvered the yacht to the designated spot Jiang Xiaoyu had indicated. The 2 prepared bait from chicken intestines, fresh pig liver, chicken liver, and chopped fish, dividing it into 30 portions. Wearing leather gloves, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng placed the crab bait into the steel traps and gently lowered them into the water. After completing this task, Shen Yufeng took out her phone, opened an app, and confirmed their location. A chow, let us go? At the command of Jiang Xiaoyu, the beige yacht roared to life, continuing its forward journey. Is it true that there are crabs in that spot, my little brother? Questioned Wang Yuyan, an academician, expressing her skepticism based on her studies. As such waters should not harbor crabs. Little did she know, beneath the surface lay a rocky seabed. Sister Xiaofeng, have faith in your brother. She huffed, playfully demanding the address of sister. Nevertheless, Shen Yufeng was filled with anticipation regarding the crab traps. An hour later. Hey, Brother Chow. Stop the boat. Quickly halt. A splendid scene unfolded in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. A procession of lobsters meandered gracefully, resembling a dragon in line for their meal. 30 lobster traps, baited and weighted with white buoys, were placed at the seabed. Having completed this task, they resumed their voyage. Approximately 3 hours later. Brother Chow, stop. At this point, Ah Chow, somewhat impatient, spoke up. Boss, if you keep darting around like this, it's going to cost more. What is this fellow up to? If we can catch crabs, lobsters, or eels here, I'll drink the seawater dry. All right, we'll pay more. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang set the eel traps on the seabed, marking their locations on their phones. 1,000 yuan. Is that acceptable? Yes, boss. You're generous. Just call to stop whenever. The yacht ambled about for nearly 6 hours. And as it neared 11 o'clock, it finally arrived at the tuna fishing spot. Shen Yufang cupped her hands into a trumpet shape, placing it by her mouth, and shouted towards the ocean, "Bluefin tuna, we arrived. Where are you?" Chapter 28. A fortunate encounter with bluefin tuna. Haha. Around 10 in the morning, Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions reached the fishing point in the South China Sea. "Ocean, we come. Tuna, where are you?" Just as Shen Yufang was calling out to the sea, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned against the railing, gazing at the vast seascape. Above the water, clouds floated low, resembling a celestial realm. Not far off, beneath the clouds, a deep oil well plunged into the ocean. 7 or 8 fishing boats had already arrived at the spot, scattered around the oil well. The waves undulated like soft silk, gently rocking the boats. While Jiang Xiaoyu admired the magnificent scenery, visions of the underwater world danced in his mind. The fishing lure emitted a green luminescence at the seabed, revealing a clear view of the surroundings. Indeed, deep-sea fishing proved fruitful, as rare fish absent in coastal waters thrived in the depths. The area around the oil well was abundant with seagrass, seaweed, corals, and other vegetation, attracting countless fish. Colorful clownfish and grouper darted amidst the foliage. Suddenly, a Goliath grouper burst forth from behind the rocks, plunging into the school of fish. In the sandy depths, a mantis shrimp lay in wait at its burrow. This undersea trickster, known for its swift strikes, was a formidable predator. A nearly transparent silver fish swam past the mantis shrimp's lair, unprepared for the lightning-fast attack that ensued, dragging the unfortunate creature into its den. Jiang Xiaoyu, an amused spectator, marveled at the cruelty of the animal kingdom, where the law of the jungle prevailed without moral distinctions. Indeed, humanity often mirrors this, exhibiting even greater ruthlessness. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered these thoughts, a sudden flash of tuna entered his line of sight, catching him off guard and leaving no time for mental preparation. "What the?" he exclaimed, unable to suppress a classic expression of disbelief. Initially suspecting it to be a mirage, he commanded the fishing lure to pursue the tuna, only to confirm his suspicions. Indeed, a school of tuna. "Ah chow, my heavens. Hold on tight, brother. Southeast direction, half a nautical mile. Let us go." Jiang Xiaoyu cried out. "Hey, listen to me. I'm the one with experience. There's no tuna in that direction," replied Ah Chow, in his 40s and well acquainted with these waters. Naturally, he hoped for the anglers to catch tuna, as it could lead to tips and future clientele, enhancing his income. "Ah Chow, I'm the captain. Follow my course." "All right, captain," Ah Chow responded, "but if we don't catch any tuna, it'll cost more." "Deal. Let us hurry." Jiang Xiaoyu, usually gentle in temperament, felt a surge of urgency, envisioning the gleaming silver coins slipping away. "Don't let them escape. Xiaofang, prepare the lure. The tuna are coming." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu reeled in the heavy lure rod, affixing a live shrimp as bait. "Aye, captain." Shen Yufang fashioned the 3 fishing floats into a wooden spear, tying her thick, braided hair back. Today, she donned a fitted sports outfit, her tall figure exuding a refreshing, cool demeanor. "Xiaofang, southeast at 11 o'clock, get ready for battle." Jiang Xiaoyu extended a slender arm, indicating the direction, with a swift motion. As the yacht came to a halt, Jiang Xiaoyu cast the lure with all his might, sending it soaring towards the school of tuna. The moment the lure touched the surface, the seabed within a range of 50 to 60 meters became vividly apparent. Fortunately, the school of tuna was preoccupied with a massive school of mackerel, remaining well within sight. One by one, the mackerel fell prey to the voracious tuna. Despite their numbers, the tuna showed no signs of letting them escape. Thus, mackerel after mackerel was devoured, their blood mingling with the seawater before quickly dissipating. What was unexpected for the tuna, however, was the sudden appearance of 2 odd live lobsters near the mackerel school. "Hey, we didn't order takeout. Could it be a complimentary dish?" As the tuna, weary of their mackerel feast, frantically lunged for the live shrimp bait, a sudden exclamation erupted. "Ouch. That hurts. What is happening?" The fortunate tuna that seized the shrimp bait began to thrash violently. "Ah, I've hooked one." On the deck of the beige yacht, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang stood by the railing, nearly 2 meters apart, both exclaiming in unison. "Little brother Xiaoyu, the big fish below is ferocious. It's exhilarating." Her lychee-like eyes sparkled with excitement, her rosy lips gasping in astonishment. Shen Yufang was already equipped with her combat belt. She extended her delicate arms, her long, porcelain-like fingers gripping the fishing rod, leaning back as she wrestled with the formidable fish below. "Xiaofang, let us keep our distance to avoid tangling lines." Jiang Xiaoyu, equally thrilled at the prospect of landing a bluefin tuna, echoed her sentiment. "Aye, Captain Xiaoyu. On his maiden voyage, Jiang Xiaoyu managed to spot the big fish, earning admiration and increasing his appeal. He became notably more compliant, unaware of Shen Yufang's thoughts, as his focus remained on the bluefin tuna. Unlike her, he had already discerned the fish's identity. There were 2 bluefin tuna, each estimated to weigh over 60 pounds, with his being slightly larger. Boss, you are truly fortunate. Who would have thought that this desolate sea would yield fish? Akeo lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips, while his hands deftly prepared a single-hook harpoon. The prospect of catching fish filled him with excitement. Drawing upon his years of experience, he surmised that they were 2 sizable tuna, most likely yellowfin, though bluefin, albeit rarer, could also be present. An electric reel was affixed to the ship's railing. However, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang were novices at tuna fishing, regrettably lacking the necessary skills to operate the equipment. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu successfully reeled in a bluefin tuna. Wow, boss, what incredible luck. It's a bluefin, exclaimed a Chow, who was assisting as the boat driver. His plump lips trembled as he hurriedly extinguished his cigarette. The magnificent bluefin, measuring over a meter in length, displayed its white belly, thrashing its fins as it darted frantically from side to side. Ah! Jiang Xiaoyu shouted through gritted teeth, exerting all her strength. Splashing water erupted as the bluefin thrashed its powerful tail, sending a cascade of white foam into the air as it circled beneath the boat. Boss, don't reel in yet. Lower the rod appropriately and hold firm. A Chow, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's inexperience, hurriedly offered his guidance. All right, a Chow, I can barely hold on. The rod trembled in Jiang Xiaoyu's hands, swaying left and right. Seeing her struggle, a Chow relinquished the harpoon and wrapped his arms around her waist for support. Soon, the tuna's stamina waned, revealing its head from beneath the boat. A Chow, quickly, grab the harpoon. I can manage now, Jiang Xiaoyu commanded, her blood racing with excitement upon spotting the fish. Yes, Captain. A Chow, equally thrilled at encountering such a large bluefin, readied his single-hook harpoon as the fish's belly became visible. Strike! A Chow lunged with the harpoon, reminiscent of a youthful hero, thrusting it into the bluefin's pristine belly. Blood flowed from the wound, dispersing into the swirling sea. With a powerful heave, a Chow pulled the hefty bluefin into the boat's hold. Boss, you've struck it rich, he exclaimed, swiftly using a fish knife to bleed the tuna. Jiang Xiaoyu, utterly exhausted, finally sighed in relief as the bluefin was brought aboard, collapsing onto the deck. Thank you, a Chow. I'll give you a bonus. Ha ha ha. No need for thanks. Just the bonus will suffice, he replied with a sincere smile. Boss, this bluefin weighs over 100 pounds, plump and tender, worth at least 180,000 yuan. After draining the fish, a Chow began the freezing process. A Chow is so strong. Jiang Xiaoyu marveled as she watched him effortlessly lift the hefty tuna. I want to be as strong as a Chow, she vowed to herself. Just as she caught her breath, a panicked voice rang out from the bow of the boat. Little you, help me. Xiaofeng, I'm coming. Jiang Xiaoyu rushed to the front upon hearing the call for help. Mimicking a Chow's earlier assistance, he extended his arms, supporting Shen Yufang's slender waist from behind. Ah! Upon contact, Jiang Xiaoyu gasped internally. Her waist felt so soft. With Jiang Xiaoyu's support, Shen Yufang steadied herself, positioning the rod against her hip and waist. Reeling in the line in circles. Before long, a bluefin tuna came into view. Ah! Little you, it's a bluefin tuna. Shen Yufang could not contain her excitement. Her mouth agape in astonishment. This is my first time experiencing this. It's exhilarating. Thank you for your help, little you. With her heart racing, Shen Yufang felt a rush of exhilaration as she caught sight of the bluefin. Quickly, go grab the harpoon. I can handle it. All right, hold steady, Xiaofeng. Jiang Xiaoyu released her waist, observing her sway momentarily before she steadied herself through sheer determination. He dashed to retrieve the single-hook harpoon from the cabin. Little you, hurry. It's surfaced. Shen Yufang urged, her voice filled with urgency. I'm striking. Jiang Xiaoyu aimed for the fish's head, but being a novice with the harpoon, his motion was somewhat clumsy and missed the target. Little you, are you all right? Shen Yufang's anxiety grew as she saw the miss. Hurry. It's coming out of the water. With all her remaining strength, she pulled the thrashing bluefin back. The fish leaped from the water with a powerful thrust. Bang! Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiaoyu lunged forward, the harpoon striking with lightning speed, fortunately piercing the fish's gills. Ah! Little you, you're amazing. Shen Yufang exclaimed as the bluefin was pulled from the water, its blood dripping into the ocean, disappearing with the waves. Come on up. This bluefin was slightly smaller than the previous one, weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. With a resounding thud, the plump bluefin landed in the boat, its wide, terrified eyes staring, its body thrashing against the deck. What an adrenaline rush. Shen Yufang and Jiang Xiaoyu panted heavily, sharing a triumphant smile as they sat on the cabin floor. Leaning against the railing, They wiped the sweat from their brows, faces, and necks. At that moment, a chow emerged from the cold storage after freezing Jiang Xiaoyu's bluefin, his eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing another bluefin. Boss lady, what incredible luck! A chow rubbed his hands together, revealing his gleaming white teeth, filled with envy. You two truly have extraordinary luck. His clear eyes sparkled with admiration, devoid of greed. This bluefin is worth at least 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing A Chow's words, Shen Yufang felt a mix of shyness and excitement, a tangle of emotions surging within her. A chow, don't say that. Little Yu is my landlord. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Oh, a landlord. Greetings to the landlord. Jiang Xiaoyu, noticing Shen Yufang's embarrassment, quickly shifted the topic. A chow, why are you just standing there? Hurry and process the tuna. If the meat gets burnt, it won't be worth anything. Before setting off, Jiang Xiaoyu had done his homework. Knowing that tuna has a high body temperature and can easily spoil, I'll give you an extra 100 yuan for each tuna you process. Hearing the mention of a bonus, a chow's face lit up with joy. Ah, thank you, landlord. Thank you, boss. Little Yu, you're so generous. He chuckled sheepishly and got to work. Through their interactions, Jiang Xiaoyu found a chow to be quite genuine. Aware that his physical strength paled in comparison to a chow's, he resolved that when he acquired a boat of his own, he would directly hire a chow. As the time approached noon, Ah Chow, with his thick lips, deftly handled the tuna while they both began to reel in their lines. 5 fishing lines sank to the ocean's depths, each adorned with dozens of hooks. After a concerted effort to haul them up, fortune did not favor them, as they mostly retrieved insignificant small fish. The catch predominantly consisted of mackerel, a handful of rockfish, sea bass, some battered herring, and a few grouper and squid, among others. One by one, they removed the tangled fish, and by 2 p.m., Ah Chow had finished processing the tuna. Their stomachs grumbled in unison, prompting Jiang Xiaoyu to present the offerings of beef, lamb, and pork she had prepared for the morning's mazu ritual. Ah Chow, it's time to eat, she announced, setting the table between the 2 genuine leather sofas, arranging the meal with care. The 3 of them devoured the food with gusto, leaving not a morsel behind. Unable to contain their excitement, the beige yacht roared back to life, resuming its quest for tuna. The fish hooks scanned a range of 50 to 60 meters, yet this seemed negligible compared to the vastness of the ocean. The school of tuna, having feasted on mackerel, had seemingly vanished. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a tinge of helplessness, yet was powerless to change their fate. They searched tirelessly until dusk, but the bluefin tuna remained elusive. However, they did catch 6 yellowfin tuna and 3 big-eye tuna. Shen Yufang even reeled in 2 vibrant red coral trout, her excitement bringing tears to her eyes. As twilight approached, they reeled in their lines. Of the 5 fishing lines, 3 were empty, while 2 bore a few grouper and squid. The haul was still commendable. After further searching, they realized they were quite famished and decided to have a hearty meal before embarking on their evening endeavors. Shen Yufang gathered several rockfish and transformed into a culinary maestro in the kitchen. Little Yu, watch as I prepare a soup for you. I guarantee you'll be pleased, she exclaimed. Clad in a floral apron, Shen Yufang's slender waist and tall stature were accentuated, her large, clear eyes curving into crescent moons as she flashed a smile that made Jiang Xiaoyu's heart skip a beat, stirring something deep within him. Boss, you take a break. I'll grill some squid for you, Ah Chow said, turning on the faucet to wash his hands. Can we have barbecue? Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang salivated at the thought. Ah Chow, do you have chili powder and cumin? Haha, just wait and see. I'm quite the amateur gourmet, he replied, rummaging through a corner to produce a set of grilling tools and a case of beer. In the evening, the trio took to the deck. The sea was calm, the orange-red sunset cascading over the waters in breathtaking beauty. Cheers. Jiang Xiaoyu took a hearty bite of the fragrant grilled squid and, imitating the adults, raised his glass. To our bluefin. Shen Yufang, usually demure, displayed a spirited side as they enjoyed barbecued delicacies and beer. Ah Chow, aren't you drinking? Boss, you've worked hard. How about a toast? Jiang Xiaoyu lifted the bottle, but before he could pour, Ah Chow chuckled. Don't be silly. I'm the captain. As he relished the grilled squid, he reminisced about the last time he had indulged too much and was caught by the Coast Guard, left to marinate in seawater for 3 hours. I dare not drink anymore. He sighed, shaking his head. No drinking while sailing, and no sailing while drinking. Oh, I see, Jiang Xiaoyu mused. At 18, he only knew that one shouldn't drink and drive, unaware that the same rule applied to boats. The vast ocean seemed to defy the concept of traffic lights. Ah Chow warned them that nighttime brought the risk of encountering colossal creatures, and after a brief rest, they eagerly resumed their activities. They took live shrimp and began to bait the hooks, attaching over 100 lively specimens that left their arms weary. This task, monotonous and tedious, felt akin to picking snails. The fishing lines required patience, yielding no immediate results. Yet, not casting them felt somehow lacking. After setting the hooks, Jiang Xiaoyu, inspired by a sudden whim, chuckled and suggested, Xiaofeng, shall we have a competition tonight to see who catches more fish to sell? Previously, Shen Yufang had caught a clam that yielded a large pearl, while Jiang Xiaoyu was left feeling defeated. Humph, you haven't yet dealt with the last time's embarrassment, have you? Are you itching to make me suffer again? Haha, absolutely not. This time, I shall surely win, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, casting his hook with vigor into the sea. Even at night, the underwater scenery remained vividly visible. I refuse to believe that I can't outdo a mere student. Bring it on. Who's afraid? This time, the loser not only has to deal with the clam, but must also sweetly say, Sister, I pay my respects to you. Sister, I will take care of your clam. Shen Yufang's voice took on a teasing lilt, and she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, don't get too cocky. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu's rod tip suddenly bent sharply. Oh, a fish is bitten. The fierce tug transmitted through the line and rod, causing Shen Yufang to feel a pang of envy. I don't want to deal with the clam. The competition invigorated her spirit. She was determined not to lose. Retrieving her hook, she cast with force, her legs swinging gracefully as she did, exuding both poise and beauty. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu was too engrossed in the thrill of reeling in his catch to notice. The sensation of battling a large fish was electrifying, indescribably exhilarating, truly a delightful experience. Soon, a substantial fish broke the surface. Jiang Xiaoyu, already recognizing its form, exuberantly shouted, Ha ha, it's a Spanish mackerel. With a spear, he hooked the mackerel by its gills, exerting all his strength to drag it into the boat. A nearly 1-meter-long mackerel thrashed about in the cabin, creating a cacophony against the boat's floor. Known as the barracuda in the north, the mackerel is a noble fish, affordable enough for ordinary households to relish. Hearing the commotion, Ah Chow emerged from the cabin. Ha! Boss, let me handle it. Ah Chow, how much is this mackerel worth per pound? Boss, this one weighs at least 80 pounds. At the market rate of 40 yuan per pound, that's over 3,000 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of competitiveness rise within him. Although he had previously lost to a student girl, it was too embarrassing to let her see him falter. Losing to a beautiful schoolmate would be a disgrace to his pride. They agreed to fish through the night, with the competition concluding at sunrise. Ah Chow would mark the fish to determine the winner. After removing the fishing hook from the mackerel's toothy mouth, they eagerly attached a live lobster as bait and cast their lines once more. Ah Chow, head toward the open sea. Perhaps the big fish are out there. As dusk approached, dozens of fishing boats, large and small, began to swarm the area, creating a lively scene near the oil rigs. However, Jiang Xiaoyu has never been fond of the hustle and bustle. Now that he has already amassed a considerable fortune, he yearns to venture further afield in search of new fortunes. Aye, Captain. Ah Chow responded to the command, saluting clumsily before hastening towards the open sea. This time, he dared not protest, for Jiang Xiaoyu wore a yellow straw hat adorned with 3 fishing floats, said to help him receive signals from the goddess Mazu. Despite having dropped out of elementary school, Ah Chow found himself believing in such superstitions. Much of this faith stemmed from Jiang Xiaoyu's recent catch of a bluefin tuna. He contemplated donning a straw hat and inserting floats himself, hoping to receive Mazu's signals as well. Lost in these delightful musings, Ah Chow unknowingly arrived at the high seas. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xiaoyu had not encountered any noteworthy fish. Meanwhile, the nearby Shen Yufang had managed to reel in several large golden pompano, and it seemed the price would soon rival that of his mackerel. A twinge of anxiety stirred within him. Indeed, bluefin tuna were not plentiful everywhere. The Beijia continued its southward voyage, fully embracing the open sea. As dawn began to break, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a flicker of trepidation. Would he encounter Caribbean pirates here? Despite the absence of tuna, he did manage to catch a fair number of grouper, enough at least to cover the cost of fuel. Green grouper, mouse grouper, starry grouper, and more. The 2 fishermen found themselves amidst a vibrant school of grouper in a rocky area, exchanging lively banter and thoroughly enjoying their time. As he cast his line again with live bait, a starry grouper caught Jiang Xiaoyu's eye. Just as it was about to bite, however, it suddenly darted away, seemingly startled by some unseen force, escaping his line of sight. Oh no, grouper, don't leave me, he lamented. How will I survive without you? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was reeling in his line, feeling a touch of disappointment, a massive creature entered his peripheral vision. A bluefin tuna. Jiang Xiaoyu nearly shrieked at the sight. He was so excited he trembled. It turned out that the starry grouper had sensed the looming threat of this behemoth. Nearby, a green grouper had just swallowed a mantis shrimp and was reveling in its triumph. Suddenly, the bluefin tuna, lurking behind, surged forward, opening its serrated jaws and gulping down the green grouper in one swift motion. A small portion of the grouper's tail dangled from the tuna's mouth. It was both terrifying and brutal. This bluefin tuna, measuring an estimated 2 meters in length and weighing no less than 300 pounds, had undeniably become the ruler of these waters. Jiang Xiaoyu's exhilaration soared. As dawn approached, the eastern sea began to shimmer. Thankfully, he had not abandoned his return. Haha, this time I'm destined to win. He chuckled to himself. Hey, Xin Yufeng, just wait for me to impress you with the wonders from the deep sea. He reveled in his thoughts, silently reciting incantations. May fortune flow my way. Grant me your blessings, O divine spirit. With a puff of ethereal energy directed towards the ocean, he set his sights on the Atlantic bluefin tuna, enticing it closer. Chapter 31, The Dead Man's Catch. The auspicious fishing hook invigorated the live lobster bait, wriggling its way towards the colossal bluefin tuna. A heavenly buffet? Can't let this opportunity pass. The bluefin tuna flickered into motion, suddenly opening its massive mouth and swallowing the live shrimp bait whole. Jiang Xiaoyu watched this unfold, his blood surging with excitement. He raised his rod, fish on. Another substantial catch awaited him, elevating his spirits to euphoric heights. This time, to conserve his energy, he utilized an electric reel under a chow's guidance. The device whirred and clicked, leaving a chow agape in astonishment. Boss, this fish is even larger than the previous bluefins. Could it possibly be another bluefin tuna? Hee. A chow, you clever magpie. You guessed correctly. With a splash, the enormous bluefin tuna thrashed violently, leaping from the water and carving an elegant arc in the air before crashing back into the sea, sending up a shower of spray. Little brother Xiaoyu. You're amazing. Xin Yufeng, boredly spinning her fishing reel, couldn't help but express her envy as she observed the bluefin on Xiaoyu's line, exclaiming, Alas, I concede this round to you. We're now tied at 1 apiece. Her tone was tinged with a hint of reluctance. This fish was so massive it exceeded the combined strength of a chow and Jiang Xiaoyu. As a chow grasped a gaff to secure the bluefin's belly, Jiang Xiaoyu looped a rope around its tail. Subsequently, a chow activated the crane, effortlessly hoisting the bluefin tuna into the air, its weight estimated at over 500 pounds. Boss, you are invincible. I suspect you're not merely fishing. You're here to stock the deep sea. A chow chuckled, brandishing a filleting knife, pointing at the plump bluefin tuna. With such a high fat content, it's bound to fetch a fortune. You've truly struck it rich. Once they had processed the hefty bluefin, the sun peaked above the horizon. Xin Yufeng, shall we head back? No need to struggle futilely any longer. Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed his aching arms, grinning as he approached Xin Yufeng. It's time to acknowledge defeat and call me brother. There's no shame in it. He reeled in his line, discreetly tossing the auspicious fishing hook into the sea. Thus, he had a clear view of the underwater realm, observing that there were no sizable fish where Xin Yufeng had been casting. You scoundrel. I shall ignore you. Xin Yufeng, fiercely competitive, felt a mix of envy and resentment upon witnessing him land a 500-pound bluefin tuna. As the sun began to rise, signaling the end of their agreed-upon contest, hope seemed fleeting. Suddenly, her hand froze on the reel. Am I snagged? Have I hooked the earth itself? Oh, what bad luck. Xin Yufeng leaned back, exerting force on the rod. However, no substantial resistance came from the other end, likely a snag. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, basking in the splendor of the underwater scenery, noticed Xin Yufeng's body swaying back and forth. He shifted his gaze. Indeed, you're snagged. Xin Yufeng was using a heavy-duty lure rod paired with a high-tensile line, capable of handling at least 2,000 pounds of pressure. Even a large shark would pose no issue. Unless the hook had lodged into a crevice, it could typically be pulled free. Xin Yufeng, I'll hold on to your waist. You put in some effort, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, expertly gripping her slender waist. Xin Yufeng gasped lightly, her pristine complexion flushing crimson. You're so annoying. You're tickling me. Move down a bit. Jiang Xiaoyu gave it little thought, as the two large hands shifted slightly downward. Is it better now? Don't move too much. You mustn't take advantage of your sister. Xin Yufeng nodded, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to her elegant neck. Are you ready? Sister is about to exert her strength. Xin Yufeng lowered her center of gravity and summoned her utmost strength. Indeed, the fishing line slowly emerged from the water, and something was truly being pulled. As the line was drawn forth, the object at the hook grew lighter. What on earth had we caught? Jiang Xiaoyu released his grip and cast his gaze towards the sea. What he saw was startling. He had anticipated ocean debris, yet what surfaced in his mind was a skull. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the deck. A dead man's mouth. This phrase echoed in his mind, his forehead beating with cold sweat from fright. Little Xiaoyu, have you encountered a water ghost or something? You look like a scared bear. Xin Yufeng laughed at Jiang Xiaoyu's ghostly visage, which was more genuine than any performance. All right, I admit my defeat. Please don't continue to amuse your sister. The Oscars owe you a little golden statuette. She chuckled as she reeled in the line, glancing at Jiang Xiaoyu, whose face had turned ashen. Just as her gaze shifted to the surface of the water, the skull she had hooked floated into view. Look, little Xiaoyu. I've caught something. Before Xin Yufang could finish her sentence, she spotted the object clearly. It was indeed a skull. A dead man's mouth. The hook had snagged the upper jawbone of the skeleton. Oh my goodness. Please don't scare me. Xin Yufang had never witnessed such a scene before, and amidst her screams, she nearly lost control. She flung the fishing rod aside and dove into Jiang Xiaoyu's embrace. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, experiencing his first embrace from a girl. In an instant, he felt a surge of courage and reminded her, Yufang, perhaps this is fate that we hooked it. Let us pull the skeleton up and give it a proper burial. Jiang Xiaoyu's kind heart was stirred. The sea was cold, and this skeleton might have lain at the bottom for many years, which was quite pitiful. Xin Yufang calmed herself, nodding as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and took several deep breaths to stabilize her emotions. Little Xiaoyu, you must hold on to my waist tightly and not let go. It was a girl's first experience fishing for a skeleton. It was impossible not to feel apprehensive. How about I take over? Jiang Xiaoyu attempted to display his masculine bravery. No. Xin Yufang pouted, her stubbornness flaring up, appearing adorably naive. How could she let anyone else take charge on her first attempt at fishing for a skull? Her long, slender legs trembled slightly, yet she forced a comforting smile. Little Xiaoyu, do not be afraid. Just hold on to your sister's slim waist tightly. Thus, the two of them gathered their courage and pulled the skeleton from the water into the boat. Phew. Xin Yufang set down the fishing rod, exhaling a sigh of relief. The skeleton was no longer frightening upon closer inspection. Hee, it's actually a male skeleton. How do you know? This skeleton doesn't have any markings? Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Puzzled. Just look, you clearly didn't pay attention in biology class. You need to examine the skeletal features. Look at the pelvis and the phalanges. While she was explaining, Xin Yufang noticed something on the skeleton's finger bones. Hey, what is this? Chapter 32, an ancient ring, a little surprise. Hey, what is this? A green object was lodged in the finger of the skeleton. This is an ancient ring, Xin Yufang exclaimed, her pink lips trembling with excitement at the sight of such treasure. Is it very valuable? Yes, Xin Yufang responded to Jiang Xiaoyu's inquiry, stating that if it belonged to a notable person, it would be even more valuable. You should take it off, little Xiaoyu. You are the best. Even though she was thrilled, Xin Yufang hesitated to touch the skeletal remains. All right. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of pride at her compliment, and, mustering his courage, grasped the skeleton's hand bones. Touching a real skeleton for the first time sent a peculiar sensation through him, sending chills down his spine. Here, take this. He pulled the ring from between the phalanges and handed it to Xin Yufang. I'm sure I'm going to win again. Just wait. Xin Yufang tucked the green ring into her pocket, winking at Jiang Xiaoyu with a mischievous grin. Jiang Xiaoyu, Yufang, can you quickly activate the communication device and mark this location? My sixth sense tells me this skull might have a story to tell. When we have the chance, we should buy diving suits and explore underwater treasure hunting. Sure. Xin Yufang set aside the thoughts of the urine jar and began marking the location. So, how do we handle this skeleton? She looked a bit troubled. Let us hand it over to the authorities once we reach shore. I'll follow your lead. Adorable little Xiaoyu. The two of them found a burlap sack, their courage bolstered, and directly placed the skeleton inside. As their rental time was nearing its end, they started reeling in their lines and began their journey back. They also needed to retrieve the crab traps, lobster traps, and eel traps, which would inevitably take some time. Following the sequence, they first arrived at the marked eel trap location. After stopping the boat, the two of them began to retrieve the traps in an orderly fashion. Splash! The first eel trap, with its green netting, surfaced. Big eels, so many! Xin Yufang exclaimed in delight at the wriggling, long eels. A quick count revealed at least 7 or 8 eels in the long trap. Little Xiaoyu, you're incredible. Your timing is impeccable. With 1, 2, 3, and 30 eel traps surfacing, Xin Yufang's cheeks were beginning to ache from smiling. At that moment, a chow emerged from the cabin, and upon seeing the boat filled with eels, he became so excited that his ashtray spilled everywhere. My goodness, boss, I suspect you are truly the son of Mazu. Nearly 200 eels of various sizes twisted in the traps. Some measured over 2 meters long, with the majority exceeding 1 meter. The sight was mouth-watering. After the three of them processed the eels, a chow started the yacht again. Not long after, they reached the lobster trap location. Xin Yufang could hardly contain her excitement and shouted, Little Xiaoyu, let me do it. You just wait and see what comes out of the trap. The bountiful harvest of eels made her eager to see the lobsters, as she absolutely adored them, especially grilled lobsters sprinkled with scallions and garlic. As Shen Yufang fantasized about the delicacies, the first trap was pulled up. The result was disappointing. Inside was only one large lobster, while the rest were merely lobster remnants. Clearly, some unknown fish had snatched them away. Hey, I refuse to believe my luck can be this poor. At the second lobster trap, Shen Yufang confidently grasped the single-pronged spear and pulled out the green trap. Alas, empty. Just a lonely catch. Enough, enough. This is no fun. Alas. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at her dejected expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaofeng, this place has not seen lobsters in over 20 years. I have yet to see anyone come here. Alas, alas. Wait, what's happened? A chow was explaining to Shen Yufang while puffing on a cigarette. Suddenly, with a splash, Jiang Xiaoyu pulled the third and fourth traps from the water. Puff, puff, splish. The traps were teeming with lobsters. Wow! A chow exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? Shen Yufang turned her gaze, and upon seeing the traps brimming with lobsters, her previously lackluster eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh wow! Little you, what magnificent lobsters! Jiang Xiaoyu did not activate the inspection. The sight of the traps overflowing with lobsters equally astounded him. Indeed, they're quite large. This one must be at least 20 centimeters long. Aside from the particularly large ones, most are around a pound. This trap must be worth over 10,000 yuan. A chow lifted the trap, pouring the lobsters into the live well, while Jiang Xiaoyu held a single hook and tugged on the line beneath the float, continuing to drag the trap. Wait, given this weight, there's bound to be lobsters. Let your sister have a go. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled gently, handing the line to Shen Yufang. This girl had an overly competitive spirit. Regardless, they were already making a fortune today, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt remarkably relaxed. He leaned against the boat railing, quietly admiring the gracefulness of Shen Yufang's movements. With a splash, the next trap emerged from the water. Nothing. Why is there no splashing sound? How can this be? It felt so heavy. Just as Shen Yufang pondered this, a large octopus crawled out of the lobster trap, revealing its massive head and grinning at Shen Yufang, preparing to squirt ink at her. Be careful. Jiang Xiaoyu rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Shen Yufang to shield her back from the octopus's ink spray. Little you, are you alright? In his embrace, Shen Yufang blushed. While feeling embarrassed, she also experienced an overwhelming sense of safety and happiness. Ever since her parents' divorce, she had been plagued by insecurity. I'm fine, what about you? Are you okay? Embracing Shen Yufang for the first time, he felt an unprecedented softness akin to the vast ocean. It was warm. It was wonderful. A youthful heart raced uncontrollably. Little you, I'm safe now. You can let go of me. I can't breathe. Oh, hearing Xiaofeng's words, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly responded, slowly releasing his arms. Shen Yufang, caught in a moment of emotion, lowered her head, her hair cascading gently with the sea breeze. With her slender, jade-like fingers, she tidied her disheveled hair. That octopus dared to spray me. Just wait until I catch it. We'll take it home and roast it with plenty of cumin. Jiang Xiaoyu, steadying his chaotic emotions, gripped his fishing rod and secured the lucky hook. He then found another plump lobster and baited it on the hook. Splash! He cast it into the ocean. Meanwhile, the massive octopus had already slipped away during their moment of intimacy. However, it did not escape the scrutiny of the lucky hook. After a thorough search, the proud octopus flashed into Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. Little you, if you can't catch it, let it go. We don't have much time to return. Shen Yufang, holding a towel, wiped the ink from his back while reminding him. Xiaofeng, just you watch. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu silently chanted a spell. Luck, luck, heed my heart's desire. Swiftly show your power. He blew a breath of spiritual energy toward the sea. Target that blasted octopus. Let us get it. Chapter 33. A bountiful harvest, selling bluefin tuna. Get into the cabin. A squid weighing 40 to 50 pounds wriggled into the cabin. A chow, wielding a fish knife, swiftly gutted it, making Jiang Xiaoyu envious. Beside him, Shen Yufang was utterly impressed. It seemed that Ma Zhu, the sea goddess, did not recognize her as her daughter, but rather favored Jiang Xiaoyu as her son. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled up the remaining traps, causing Shen Yufang's large, lychee-like eyes to widen in astonishment. A chow nearly knelt in disbelief. What kind of luck was this? Each trap contained at least some lobsters, some had dozens, while others had 7 or 8. Little you, look. Is this a mantis shrimp? Shen Yufang, seeing a deep-sea mantis shrimp for the first time, wore an appreciative smile on her clean, pure face, her dimples enchanting. Yes, it resembles a pipa. So it must be a mantis shrimp. Nearly 400 pounds of lobsters were gathered in the live well, oxygenated, as they continued toward the crab traps. Without any complications, each crab trap emerged filled to the brim. When Jiang Xiaoyu released the traps, he noticed the crab family was holding a meeting. Surely they couldn't resist a feast afterward. A free 30-table buffet delivered right to their doorstep. Who would refuse entry? Boss, please accept my humble knee. A chow was so shocked he could barely speak. Here's my phone number. Contact me next time you go out to sea. Eager to reap the rewards, a chow, who usually sought extra pay, did not ask for any this time. The pay is secondary. I primarily want to share in your luck. Having always believed in Mazu, a chow was now a true believer. Upon returning, he planned to buy beef and lamb to sincerely worship. Little you look, this is an orchid crab. This is a blue crab. This is a bread crab. And this is a king crab. Channeling the spirit of the theoretical realms Wang Yuyan, Xin Yufang tied up the crabs while enthusiastically introducing them. King crabs are the best, steamed with dipping sauce. They taste divine. Hee. With 30 crab traps on board. Nearly 600 pounds of crabs kept Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang busy. Crabs weighing less than a pound were of no interest to them and were tossed into the live well to fend for themselves. The larger crabs, weighing over a pound, amounted to at least 400 pounds, and they didn't finish tying them up until they reached the shore. The two were utterly exhausted, out of breath, their limbs feeling heavy. Their mechanical movements left their minds numb. According to their pre-departure agreement, Jiang Xiaoyu called the Gao brothers to discuss the seafood situation. The Gao brothers were utterly bewildered. Over 500 pounds of bluefin tuna was indeed a tall tale. The last time they saw 500 pounds of bluefin was during their previous outing. Their small county could hardly afford bluefin tuna, and they were skeptical about catching any. As the beige yacht docked, the fishmonger approached, his belly protruding. Hey there, you're overdue. According to our agreement, you need to pay an additional 8,000 yuan. The fishmonger, rubbing his beer belly, squinted his eyes into slits and chuckled. Not much of a catch, huh? I'll cut you a deal and give you a 50% discount. How about 4,000 yuan? All right. Jiang Xiaoyu, unreserved, added, boss you. Please allow me to process the fish catch before I make the payment. As he spoke, Gao Qihong and his brother arrived at the port in a Mercedes, followed by 2 refrigerated trucks. Little fisherman, do you truly have a bluefin tuna weighing 500 pounds? Do not exaggerate. Gao Qihong eagerly disembarked and hurried to the side of the boat. Having seen the images of your catch, I realize I cannot consume such a bounty. Thus I have brought along a friend. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man in casual attire, his demeanor warm. This is Qian Yud, the proprietor of Qianghai Hotel. Young man, you possess remarkable audacity, Qian Yud remarked. Despite his immense wealth, he was in search of bluefin tuna. He regarded the seemingly ordinary Jiang Xiaoyu with a friendly gaze, greeting him with enthusiasm. Greetings, Boss Qian. I hope for your guidance. You've caught a 500-pound bluefin tuna? Qian Yud smiled. It's likely closer to 600 pounds, Boss Qian. Please, take a look in the cold storage. Jiang Xiaoyu led the way onto the boat, followed by Qian Yud and Gao Qihong. A chow opened the cold storage, revealing a substantial amount of crushed ice, a refreshing chill wafting through the air. 3 bluefin tunas of varying sizes lay before them. My heavens, young man, this is significantly larger than in the photos. It must exceed 600 pounds, perhaps even reach 700. Gao Qihong's astonished eyes were wider than those of the bluefin itself. The last time he encountered a tuna of 600 to 700 pounds. He was much younger and still believed in love. Meanwhile, the composed Qian Yud could not conceal the delight on his face upon witnessing such a magnificent bluefin. In Shanghai, a city renowned for tourism, thousands of visitors, including countless honeymooners, flocked each year, and while wealth was abundant, high-quality ingredients were scarce. His grand hotel needed exceptional ingredients to thrive, and its recent lack had caused him considerable distress. Quickly, assess the meat quality, testing personnel. Qian Yud summoned experts to evaluate the tuna. Size alone would not suffice. The quality of the flesh was paramount. Once Jiang Xiaoyu consented, the inspectors extracted a sample with a slender tube, rapidly determining its quality. Qian Yud exchanged a knowing gesture with them, understanding the outcome. Brother Xiaoyu, I am a businessman. While many merchants speak in riddles, I pride myself on my straightforwardness, and I hope we can establish a lasting partnership. His tone was sincere. Thus, I offer you the highest market price, 2,000 yuan per pound for this largest bluefin tuna. I shall purchase it. Upon hearing this price, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Ah, sounds good. Their instincts assured them that this price was indeed favorable. Boss Gao, do you wish to acquire the other 2? If not, they shall belong to me. Qian Yud, unfazed by his wealth, was quite generous with his friend Gao Qihong. Come on, Boss Qian, let my younger brother keep the smaller one. Despite Limai County's modest size, I intend to experiment with high-end ingredients. The Gao brothers, known for their adventurous spirit, were determined to be pioneers in their small city, where no seafood establishments yet offered bluefin dishes. Very well. The testing personnel assessed the other 2 bluefins. The larger one was priced at 200 yuan per pound, while the smaller fetched 800 yuan per pound. Truly, these deep-sea bluefins were fit for auction. As an expert in this field, Qian Yud praised the rich, fatty content of the flesh. There were specialized workers at the port to handle the tuna, and given the high price, it was necessary to remove the entrails and trim the head and tail. After some meticulous operations, the largest bluefin yielded a remarkable 606 pounds, resulting in an income of 1,212,000 yuan. The medium bluefin weighed 108 pounds, generating 129,600 yuan, while the smaller tuna caught by Shun Yufeng weighed a fortuitous 88 pounds, yielding 70,400 yuan. The total revenue from the bluefin alone soared to 1,412,000 yuan. The fishing boat owner was left astounded, muttering to himself, "Goodness, this fellow must be blessed. Had I known, I would have asked for a bit more in shipping fees." After processing the bluefin, Qian Yud and the Gao brothers turned their avaricious gazes towards the eels, crabs, and lobsters in the live water tank. With the crabs summing to 688 pounds at an average price of 55 yuan per pound, they earned 37,840 yuan. The lobsters weighed 544 pounds, predominantly large flower lobsters alongside slipper lobsters and bamboo shrimp, fetching an average of 150 yuan per pound, which earned them 81,600 yuan. The group meticulously weighed the various grouper, with 4 stunning tiger groupers being claimed by the affluent Qian Yud. Gao Qihong, feeling frustrated, regretted bringing them along. "Do not be upset, brother Gao. Next time, bring little fishermen to my villa for a visit." Qian Yud, in high spirits, requested a cigar from his secretary and distributed them among the Gao brothers, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng. Upon receiving a cigar for the first time, Jiang Xiaoyu, almost unconsciously, accepted it. In the next moment, a delicate hand pinched his waist. Boss Qian, I don't drink. Nor do I smoke," he stammered, grinning sheepishly. "Yufeng, please show some leniency." Shen Yufeng chuckled softly. "Boss Qian, he has a sensitive respiratory system and cannot smoke." "Ha ha. Little fisherman is fortunate indeed to have a wife who looks after him so well." At her words, Shen Yufeng's cheeks flushed, her neck and earlobes blossoming with color. Boss, let us focus on the eels." The various groupers collectively earned 230,000 yuan, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu beaming with delight. The eels weighed 455 pounds, averaging 85 yuan per pound, resulting in 38,675 yuan. With money exchanged for goods, they parted ways, each returning home. "Little fisherman, do come visit my villa when you have the chance." "Indeed, thank you, Boss Qian." They waved goodbye. At that moment, the fishing boat owner approached, exuding a relaxed demeanor. "Young man, you are quite fortunate. I shall waive the 4,000 yuan delay fee." Rubbing his hands together, he added, "Just hope you will contact me again the next time you need a boat." Those living by the sea often hold certain beliefs. Earlier, the fishing boat owner had heard a chow mention that this young man wore a yellow straw hat adorned with 3 fishing floats, reputedly the son of Mazu, capable of receiving her divine signals. No wonder his luck was so extraordinary. So he is indeed the son of Mazu. How could I dare to charge him more? Boss, I truly did exceed the time limit." Jiang Xiaoyu, unaware of the reason behind the fee waiver, offered, "Here, please accept the leftover crabs and lobsters." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu filled 2 large bags with the remaining crabs and lobsters, which were worth at least 5,000 yuan at market price. "Very well, brother Xiaoyu, you are generous." After the fishmonger left, carrying sea crabs and lobsters, Jiang Xiaoyu called out to the departing Achao, "Brother Achao, would it be acceptable if I transferred you 5,000 yuan?" Upon hearing this sum, Achao was momentarily taken aback. "That is far too generous. 2,000 would suffice," he replied, feeling a surge of excitement. As he spoke, Achao retrieved his phone to display the payment code. The notification chimed. 5,000 yuan had been credited to his account. "Wow, boss, you're truly generous," Achao exclaimed, recalling that on a single fishing expedition, he had never encountered such fortune. "Well, Jiang boss, if you ever need anything, just call me Achao." He flashed a goofy smile, thinking of his 2 children at home, with the eldest just having been accepted into university, an expensive time indeed. He felt he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. "To be honest, Achao, I have a bit of a selfish motive." Jiang Xiaoyu reflected for a moment before revealing his future plans. "In the future, my partner and I might purchase a yacht. Do you think you could work as a crew member?" "Absolutely, boss. That sounds fantastic." Jiang Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised by Achao's enthusiastic response, noticing the sparkle in his eyes. Achao continued, "At the fishmonger's, I'm just a temporary worker, lacking any benefits or contract, merely a lowly deckhand. The job market is becoming increasingly challenging. Last month, the fishmonger even threatened to downsize." A look of uncertainty clouded Achao's face as he spoke of the future. "Honestly, after drifting at sea for so long, I yearn for a stable job." He expressed his struggles. "All right, Achao, let us make a verbal agreement for now. We can discuss the details further when the opportunity arises. Jiang Xiaoyu had witnessed a Chao's work ethic firsthand. Diligent and honest, he was truly impeccable. Before departing, Jiang Xiaoyu shook a Chao's hand, which was thick, rough, and calloused, exuding strength. As he watched the middle-aged A Chao walk away, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of sentiment. Without his fortunate circumstances, his life might have been less fortunate than a Chao's. Could hard work truly lead to wealth? He found himself engulfed in doubt. Shaking off the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, it was time for the exhilarating moment, the profit sharing. Yufeng, after deducting all expenses, our net income this time is 1.8 million yuan. A millionaire. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with delight. The pre-arranged agreement had been a 50-50 split. Hearing the figure of 1.8 million, Xin Yufeng was taken aback. She busily braided her long hair, her excitement surging like tidal waves. And this is before graduation. With my previous earnings, I'm already a millionaire. Wait a moment, Xiaoyu. Don't get ahead of yourself with the money. Xin Yufeng, with a thoughtful expression, retrieved a treasure from her bosom, ensuring no one was around. She waved it in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. I also have an ancient ring we salvaged. Let us consult Sister Chun in the county. Sounds good. Jiang Xiaoyu, euphoric after making nearly 2 million from selling fish, momentarily forgot about the jade ring. By the way, since the Gao brothers have left, it would have been convenient to hitch a ride in their luxury van. Now how do we get there? Look, there is still a sack of skeletons beside you. Xin Yufeng chuckled, mischievously pointing at the sack. Let us call the police and take their car to the county. Jiang Xiaoyu protested. Yufeng, I must say, that's rather audacious. Is that really advisable? In the next moment, Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out his phone and dialed 3 digits. Hello, is this 110? Wei recovered a skeleton from the sea. After hanging up, a police car arrived at the scene about half an hour later. Upon seeing the ancient skeleton and after some inquiries, they learned it had been retrieved from international waters. The leading officer offered a few words of admonition to Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng. Yes, officer. Understood. I'll study harder in the future. Jiang Xiaoyu repeatedly apologized. The skeleton, being from international waters and quite ancient, raised questions about its origins. In the future, be cautious. This does not fall under the jurisdiction of Long Country. However, another officer, specializing in skeletal restoration, expressed keen interest, requesting to take it back for research, perhaps leading to new discoveries. All right, let us go. We'll need to file a report at the station. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng found themselves unwittingly aboard a police car, arriving at the county police station. They provided their identification and contact information, completing a simple report before leaving the station. The solemnity of the process left both of them quite shaken. Yufeng, I'll never dare to hitch a ride like this again, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked. Xin Yufeng, unfazed, beamed brightly. Hey, that was thrilling. Thrilling? You're out of your mind. It's getting late. Let us find Sister Chun. With their youthful exuberance and tireless ambition to earn, they contacted Chen Xiaoya and explained the situation. The three agreed to meet at a cafe. In a nameless cafe in Lehigh City, as they pushed open the glass door, the rich aroma of coffee enveloped them. Seated by the window, Chen Xiaoya waved with her distinct jade-like arm, signaling Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng. Beside her sat an elderly gentleman, adorned in a traditional satin robe and a melon-shaped hat, appearing strikingly out of place in modern society. Jiang Xiaoyu approached with a few strides. Allow me to introduce you. Chen Xiaoya stood up. This is Mr. Gua, the one I mentioned, and this is his partner, Boba. Upon hearing the introductions, the elder stroked his goat-like beard, smiling warmly. I am Gua, with the courtesy name Benbo and the style of Yukai. Mr. Gua's gaze was penetrating as he sized up Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng, noting their simple attire and youthful inexperience, which prompted a subtle expression of skepticism. Greetings, Mr. Gua. Jiang Xiaoyu stumbled over his words, nearly speechless. The elder's calm demeanor and rosy complexion suggested he was a seasoned connoisseur in the antique realm. Ha ha ha, come, take a seat. Waiter. Chen Xiaoya beamed, calling for the server. Hello, ma'am, how may I assist you? The waitress, dressed in brown, greeted them with a professional smile. I'll have a cappuccino. Chen Xiaoya glanced at the menu, and then turned to Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng. Xiao Ben, Xiao Bo, what would you like to drink? Having never tasted coffee, Jiang Xiaoyu listened to Xin Yufeng, who replied, Latte please. He echoed, Me too, thank you. Xin Yufeng smirked, casting him a glance. And you, old sir? The elder, seemingly averse to Western coffee, asked the waitress in a deep voice, Is plain water charged? It's complimentary. Then I'll have a glass of plain water, thank you. The waitress nodded. Of course, please wait a moment. Shortly, the coffee and water arrived, and the four began to discuss business. Mr. Yukai, I Haven T attended university, but you seem to be an expert in antiques. Please, lend your discerning eye. As she spoke, Xin Yufeng reached into her bosom and produced a small package embroidered with plum blossoms, laying it on the table. Then, unfastening the small handkerchief. He spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Esteemed elder, I am Bobber. Pray, how much do you reckon this ring is worth?" He presented it, adding, "This was salvaged from the high seas by my partner and me. I assure you it is legal." As Guai Yukai, donned in a cap, laid eyes upon the ring, a flicker of vitality ignited in his otherwise listless gaze. His over 50 years of experience hinted that this was indeed a valuable piece. Suppressing his inner excitement, he retrieved his professional tools, a pair of white gloves and a magnifying glass. After donning the gloves, Guai Yukai gingerly accepted the emerald green ring, scrutinizing it meticulously from every angle. Witnessing Guai Yotsai's serious demeanor, Xiao Bin and Xiao Bo felt as if they were burdened by a multitude of anxieties. After a considerable pause, Guai Yukai set down the magnifying glass and assured them, "Fear not, my young friends. I have tread the path of antiques for many years, and I am honest in my dealings. You need not worry regarding the price." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt indifferent, while Xin Yufeng, being 3 years his senior, harbored a subtle sense of unease. This piece is known as a banji, a term steeped in the long history of our dragon nation. Traditionally used in archery, it is crafted from materials such as ivory, crystal, jade, and so forth. Guai Yukai elaborated eloquently, detailing the significance of the piece. "This ring, my young friends, is composed of jade," he continued, waxing lyrical. Jiang Xiaoyu, being rather impatient, found the old man's lengthy discourse intolerable. Had he possessed such patience, he would have already entered university. "Elder, could you kindly disclose the price?" Upon hearing this, Guai Yukai stroked his goat-like beard and chuckled. "Ah, my young friend, do not be so hasty. Regarding the price." He paused, savoring the moment. "Xiao Bo, let us not sell it. This is dragging on unnecessarily." Jiang Xiaoyu stood up, grasped the ring, and attempted to leave with Xin Yufeng, only to be intercepted by Qin Xiaoya. "Oh dear Xiao Bin, one cannot rush and expect to succeed. Patience is key in any endeavor." Beside her, Xin Yufeng also found Guai Yotsai's verbosity excessive. However, being a university student, she recognized the wisdom in Chun Jie's words. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu's forthright nature and impulsive temperament made it challenging for him to navigate the world. In stark contrast, Guai Yukai, calm and collected, took a sip of water, maintaining his composure. "Very well, let us listen further to what he has to say," he resumed. Guai Yukai, noticing that they had settled again, lowered his cup and continued with his monologue. "This ring bears no inscriptions or markings, clearly indicating it is a commonplace piece. The price, I propose, is 100,000. What do you think? Only 100,000? That would be an insult to Jiang Xiaoyu." Xin Yufeng murmured in disbelief at the price. "What? 100,000? I might as well keep it for myself." Jiang Xiaoyu's temper flared at the mention of the price, and he clutched the ring, ready to leave. "Goodness, elder, what is the meaning of this? This is a jade ring. Just the material alone is worth at least 500,000. Qin Xiaoya interjected hastily. "They are friends of my ex-husband. Elder, please show a bit of respect." Upon hearing this, Guai Yukai rose, chuckling amiably. "My young friend, do not be so hasty. I was merely jesting." He stood, his gaze fixed on the ring, his heart racing with anticipation, feigning nonchalance. The principle of raising the price only to negotiate downward was at play here. Guai Yotsai's keen eyes darted around as he cautiously inquired, "Tell me, young friend, how much do you desire for this ring?" Jiang Xiaoyu, intent on leaving, retorted defiantly, "How much? 5 million. That is the price. Take it or leave it. Deal." Guai Yukai exclaimed without hesitation, eagerly snatching the jade ring from Jiang Xiaoyu's grasp. Jiang Xiaoyu, Xin Yufeng, and Qin Xiaoya were left in a state of bewilderment and shock. None had anticipated that what appeared to be an ordinary jade ring could be valued at 5 million. As Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng were new to this world, they felt a pang of regret. The true worth of the ring was a mystery to them. Yet, in a moment of impulse, Jiang Xiaoyu had blurted out a price that had unexpectedly been accepted. Words once spoken cannot be retracted, much like spilled water. Resigned, he retrieved his phone and activated the payment code. The Wealth Treasure app registered a deposit of 5 million. With the influx of cash, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufeng exchanged delighted smiles, their spirits lifted. For them, 5 million was an astronomical sum. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaoyu learned a valuable lesson. His impulsiveness must be curbed in the future. "Young friends, I must take my leave," Guai Yukai said with a respectful gesture. "In all honesty, do not feel wronged. The price is merely reflective of the market. Should you come across any valuable items in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." "Very well." Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor softened, and they exchanged contact information. "Xiao Bo, if you ever come across pearls, do remember your sister." Qin Xiaoya linked arms with Xin Yufeng. "Of course, Sister Xiaoya," came the cheerful reply. The four exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways to return home. Chapter 36. Bathing. Little brother Xiaoyu, what shall we do next? Xin Yufang inquired, having not visited the county town in quite some time. After spending long hours at sea, she was utterly exhausted, with no time to rest. Let us split the earnings, Jiang Xiaoyu declared as they walked along the roadside beneath a mango tree. Opening his banking app. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. Huh. Over 6. 41 million. We have become millionaires. With excitement coursing through him, Jiang Xiaoyu's trembling hands nearly lifted Xin Yufang off the ground in joy. Little brother Xiaoyu, forget about splitting it. Why not pool our resources and buy a yacht? A yacht that belongs to us. Xin Yufang's eyes sparkled as she envisioned the two of them sailing on their own vessel, navigating the vast ocean under the blue sky. White clouds and soaring seagulls. A yacht of our own? That sounds splendid. Jiang Xiaoyu mused, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. However, I must not act rashly regarding the yacht purchase. Let us first find a hotel to stay at and look up yacht prices online. All right, I'll follow your lead, she replied with a playful smile, revealing her charming dimples. So now, will you accompany me shopping? I haven't shopped in ages. Of course, we are millionaires now. Whatever you wish to buy, we shall. Jiang Xiaoyu replied cheerfully, patting his chest with confidence. With laughter and banter, they took a taxi to Haodai City. An hour later, Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly worn out, his legs weary from the excursion, while Xin Yufang's large, bright eyes still sparkled with delight. Indeed, shopping was an innate trait of women. Little brother Xiaoyu, what do you think of this dress? Is it pretty? Xin Yufang asked, trying on a dress in front of the mirror. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And this one? She asked, picking out another. Stunning, truly stunning. What about this one? She inquired again, selecting yet another. Exquisite, simply exquisite. She continued to try on dresses, her enthusiasm unyielding. How does this white outfit look? Quite lovely indeed. Humph, how dismissive. I shan't speak to you anymore. Xin Yufang pouted in irritation. Waiter, I'll take all the clothes we just looked at. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Xiaoyu displayed an extravagant flair. Oh dear, Xiaoyu, I only need one. No need to squander money. Though she uttered these words, Xiaofang felt a surge of delight within. Meanwhile, the female attendant, having heard the phrase all bought, was momentarily taken aback, her face instantly brightening with a smile. You are truly fortunate, miss. Your boyfriend is not only handsome but also generous. After such remarks, Xin Yufang's cheeks flushed with warmth. Jiang Xiaoyu, too, felt heat rising to his face, his heart swelling with joy as he swiped his card to pay. After purchasing women's clothing, Xin Yufang selected 4 or 5 pieces of men's attire for Jiang Xiaoyu. When the two emerged from the Haodai City, their arms laden with bags, the sun had already begun to set. They hailed a taxi to their reserved hotel, and after dropping off their belongings, they prepared to dine. Come, Xiaoyu. I reward you with 4 ice creams. Xin Yufang held 2 ice creams, each adorned with 4 delightful rings. As they savored their treats, they admired the bustling life of the city. Before they knew it, they found themselves at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant. Let us go eat barbecue. Today, I'm treating. The mere mention of barbecue seemed to lift the fatigue from Jiang Xiaoyu's body. As the sun set, it elongated the silhouettes of people and trees. Side by side, they entered the lively barbecue establishment. After finding a table by the window, a male server presented them with a paper menu. Xiaofang, what will you have? Anything is fine. Whatever you order, I shall eat, she replied casually. Upon leaving the hotel, Xin Yufang had changed into a floral dress, preening herself in a small mirror. 40 skewers of yellow beef, 40 skewers of beef tallow, 40 skewers of pork belly, and 40 skewers. That's quite excessive. Xin Yufang interrupted. 120 skewers, Xiaoyu. We'll be gluttons, let us not waste. Jiang Xiaoyu, holding the menu, chuckled. 120 skewers? That's merely a light snack for me. Fine, fine, you order then, glutton. Xin Yufang, who studied in the north, had enjoyed barbecues before. But even she could hardly manage 20 skewers. Let us continue. Add 40 corn on the cob. Wait, glutton. More like a bottomless pit, aren't you? Oh dear. Don't worry. You won't be able to out-eat me. Huffed. I'll only manage a dozen before I'm full. After placing their order, the skewers arrived within minutes. Xin Yufang gazed at the barbecue before her, lost in thought, her big, watery eyes wide with disbelief. How can southern barbecue differ so vastly from that of the north? She glanced at the male server. Excuse me, but I must ask, these skewers aren't left over from next door, are they? Hello, beautiful. Rest assured, all skewers are freshly grilled and purchased. Please enjoy. Oh, that is comforting. Xin Yufang nodded, picking up a beef skewer. She blinked her large eyes, scrutinizing the 3 chunks of beef on the skewer. Is this enough to fill a gap? Coming from the north, Xin Yufang could hardly believe her eyes. Is this barbecue for real? It's practically costless. I'm eating. Without hesitation, Shin Yufeng grabbed 20 skewers and devoured them. Ha ha ha, this isn't enough. By the way, where are the corn on the cobs? Those are filling. After drifting at sea for a day and night, Shin Yufeng was ready to indulge. The corn on the cobs? Jiang Xiaoyu rummaged through the meat skewers and retrieved a corn on the cob. Here it is. Oh my goodness. This is corn on the cob? I almost missed it. In her view, a dozen corn kernels strung together resembled a playful joke. No wonder they couldn't fill up with 40 skewers. Shin Yufeng took a sip of beer and waved her arm toward the server. Please bring us another batch, at this quantity. Of course, beautiful. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng. Who's the real glutton here? Well, I must admit, this is quite delicious. The two laughed merrily, relishing their meal. After dining, they exited the barbecue restaurant, strolling side by side amidst the ceaseless flow of the city. They admired the nearby traffic and the distant neon lights, absorbing the vibrancy and busyness of urban life. As they walked, they wandered into the Hanting Hotel. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved the room key and opened the door, revealing a spacious standard room with two large, white beds. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaoyu flung off his outerwear and flopped onto the bed. Xiaoyu, I'm going to take a shower first. No peeking, otherwise humph. Shin Yufeng playfully waved her delicate fists. Originally, Jiang Xiaoyu intended to book 2 rooms, but Shin Yufeng, fearing the waste of money and claiming to be apprehensive about staying in a hotel alone, persuaded him to reserve just 1 standard room. Typically, while in Xiaoyu village, the two often shared a room to discuss matters, so Jiang Xiaoyu was already accustomed to it. All right, I can just close my eyes, can I? Close them tight. Shin Yufeng giggled, stepping into the frosted glass shower. The sound of water cascading from the showerhead filled the room. Jiang Xiaoyu opened his eyes, unable to resist glancing at the frosted glass. Oh my. Chapter 37, More Absurdities. Accompanied by the sound of the shower, a stunning silhouette with a curvaceous figure danced enticingly against the frosted glass. Oh no, I'm losing blood. Jiang Xiaoyu, young and full of vigor, had never encountered such a scene. He hastily averted his gaze, reaching for a tissue from the nightstand to dab at his nose. Why isn't the power suddenly gone out? Why isn't the water stopped? Why isn't anyone slipped and screamed? Jiang Xiaoyu imagined various scenarios in his mind, none of which came to pass. Indeed, the melodramatic scenes from the online novels he read were mere fabrications. In reality, those cliched plots simply did not exist. She remained calm and steady, occasionally tossing her long hair and washing her delicate body. Half an hour later, Shin Yufeng emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a white cotton towel. Xiaoyu, why are you in such a daze? My hair is damp, and my shoulders are bare. Hurry and wash up, it feels wonderful. Her fair, rosy complexion, tall stature, tousled hair, and sparkling large eyes blinked gently, resembling a celestial maiden emerging from a bath. Jiang Xiaoyu found himself entranced. If you keep staring, I might just devour you. Shin Yufeng playfully poked his eyes with her long, delicate finger. Please don't poke my eyes. What if you blind me? What will you do then? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, rushing into the bathroom. However, that snow-white, lotus-like arm and calf remained etched in his mind. Xiaofeng, could you look up yacht and fishing boat information? We should discuss what to purchase later. Jiang Xiaoyu leaned against the glass door of the bathroom, peering in. All right. Oh, please close the bathroom door. Honestly, don't waste electricity. Shin Yufeng picked up the hairdryer, tousling her long hair, and shot a glare at Jiang Xiaoyu. You little imp. I got it. You're the little imp. Hee. Dare to retort? Just wait until I get you. Bang. The sound of the door slamming interrupted Shin Yufeng's cutting gaze. Jiang Xiaoyu, shedding all his clothes, turned on the shower. The warm water cascaded down from his crown, a sensation of indescribable comfort enveloping him, especially for one drenched in sweat. At this moment, Shin Yufeng had dried her long hair. She retrieved a pearly ribbon from her bag, simply gathering her waist-length, thick locks, as her gaze inadvertently caught the frosted glass. A gentle gasp escaped her lips, her delicate pink lips slightly parting. Had he just seen the entirety of my silhouette? How utterly mortifying. Through the frosted glass, a tall and slender figure caught her captivating lychee-like eyes, instantly igniting a flush upon her cheeks. Sigh. Jiang Xiaoyu's physique is slightly sturdier than a mere twig. It seems I must encourage him to strengthen his body. She muttered softly to herself, shaking her head nervously. Oh dear. Shin Yufeng, what on earth are you thinking? Ugh. Disgusting. Cast it away, cast it away. Unable to suppress her errant thoughts, she remained blissfully unaware that, subconsciously, she was gradually falling for this youthful, somewhat charming 18-year-old boy. After more than half an hour, Jiang Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, freshly scrubbed and having brushed his teeth. He exuded an invigorating aura. Xiaoyu, hurry and get to bed. Shin Yufeng, with her legs elegantly crossed, eagerly beckoned him. Get to bed. Must you be so direct? It's our first time. Jiang Xiaoyu paused, towel in hand, rubbing his long hair, momentarily taken aback by her words. Hey, what are you staring at me for? Come up and look at the yachts. Shin Yufang suddenly realized something, her pure and clean complexion flushing crimson as she pointed to her phone. Oh right, tonight. Let us finalize the yacht purchase. Jiang Xiaoyu draped the towel over the armchair and hopped onto the expansive white bed, sitting cross-legged, facing Shin Yufang. Do you think we can buy a decent yacht with this 6 million we have? Or should we just get a fishing boat? Shin Yufang flipped through listings for fishing boats and yachts, recognizing they were fundamentally different. The former existed for survival, while the latter was for a life of leisure. Just considering maintenance costs, fishing boats were significantly cheaper. However, purchasing a fishing boat would label them as mere fishermen, while acquiring a grand yacht would allow for fishing and, more importantly, would be quite impressive. Deep down, Shin Yufang leaned towards the larger yacht. Let us go for it. Let us buy the yacht outright, balancing profit and leisure. Jiang Xiaoyu, resolutely focused on acquiring a yacht, was undeterred by challenges, brimming with confidence for the future. You must consider that while we can afford the yacht now, we will also need to budget for maintenance, docking fees, insurance, and more. It's not a trivial sum. At 21, Shin Yufang thought things through more thoroughly. Also, do you know how to operate a yacht? Do you have a license? No, but we have a chow. Shin Yufang frowned slightly. You see, hiring a crew is another significant expense. This analysis revealed that buying a grand yacht was merely the beginning. Ongoing expenses would accrue. Never mind. Let us take it step by step. We're buying a yacht. Jiang Xiaoyu was determined, dreaming of leisurely days spent on the ocean with the student like Shin Yufang. A grand yacht represented the essence of a life well lived. All right, I'll follow your lead. After deliberation, they decided to purchase a yacht of their own. How stylish and prestigious. Exchanging excited glances, they found it impossible to sleep. Each logged onto the internet to research yacht information. Upon their inquiry, they discovered that yachts came in various types. Business yachts for client entertainment, sailing boats for enthusiasts, sport yachts, and fishing yachts. Their goal was clear, to acquire a fishing yacht. Xiaoyu, what do you think of this one priced at 200,000 to 300,000? Shin Yufang leaned forward, showing Jiang Xiaoyu a small yacht on her phone screen. No, too small. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed heartily without even glancing at it. Comrade Xiaofeng, are you joking? Do you not realize our current status? Shin Yufang looked at him curiously. What status? As wealthy individuals with over 6 million. You need to embody the spirit of a tycoon, understand? Xiaoyu, you've become quite full of yourself. Regardless, do not consider any yacht priced below 3 million. All right. I'll defer to you. Shin Yufang reached out, pinching Jiang Xiaoyu's cheek. This little amount will soon be spent. Ouch. Money is a fickle thing. We'll earn it back. Jiang Xiaoyu pushed her hand away and showed her a luxurious yacht. What do you think of this titanium alloy luxury yacht? Though it's a bit pricey at 10 million. Shin Yufang, upon hearing this, laughed in disbelief, searching for an extravagant luxury vessel. Xiaoyu, don't be so stingy. 10 million is too little. Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she presented a lavish yacht akin to those owned by billionaires, valued at 2 billion renminbi. With yearly maintenance costs alone requiring a small fortune. Now this is more befitting of your tycoon persona. Seeing Shin Yufang's clear mockery, Jiang Xiaoyu strayed further from the topic. What is this? I have no interest in super yachts. He then showcased a colossal mega yacht through a video. Shin Yufang burst into laughter upon viewing the video. You've truly lost the plot. Is this even a yacht? Chapter 38. Off to the Foshan shipyard. A Dragon Country aircraft carrier. Shin Yufang marveled at the imposing aircraft carrier in the video, knowing Jiang Xiaoyu intended to purchase it for deep-sea fishing. All right, Xiaoyu. You're ambitious. Her tone was upbeat. Are we going fishing or blasting fish with an aircraft carrier? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Xiaofeng. Let us be serious. You were the one who started it. They ultimately set aside the exaggerated yacht and aircraft carrier videos, settling on a sizable yacht priced around 4 to 5 million. Their small county lacked a shipyard. The nearest was in Foshan City, Guanghai Province. Let us get some rest. We'll take the high-speed train there tomorrow. As Jiang Xiaoyu spoke, he instinctively reached out, pinching Shin Yufang's tender cheek. So smooth and bouncy. How rude. What are you doing? Shin Yufang was admiring the grand yacht when a sudden pinch startled her, causing her heart to race. Bang! A playful punch landed heavily on Jiang Xiaoyu's chest, unbalancing her and sending her sprawling to the ground. Little you, with such a petite frame. You dare to ambush your sister? Time for some serious training. Shin Yufang declared, I, for one, prefer the strong. Strong? Jiang Xiaoyu sprang up like a carp. Not getting up. Another attempt to leap up ended with her crashing heavily onto the bed. Alas, it seems I truly need to work on my fitness. Seizing the moment, Shin Yufang inquired, do you possess the determination? Absolutely. Jiang Xiaoyu shot upright, resolute for the sake of her beloved and her passion for sea fishing. Her body must be trained. Observing the unwavering determination in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, Shin Yufang smiled gently. From this day forth, I shall accompany you in your training. Now, let's begin with some push-ups on the bed. Without hesitation, they commenced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 puff. As Jiang Xiaoyu counted, she continued her workout. Yufang, let's call it a day. I'm utterly exhausted. A man must never admit defeat. Get up and keep going. Shin Yufang's brows furrowed slightly as she produced a damp towel. Just 10 more, no slacking, or I shall give you a taste of my wrath. With a swift motion, the damp towel cracked through the air. You're too violent. Xiaofang, take it easy. I'll continue. 1, 2, 3, 4, hurry up. Jiang Xiaoyu gasped. I can barely hold on. My waist is on fire. Shin Yufang shouted encouragingly. You can do it. You're magnificent. Come on, just 4 more. With a final cry, Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed her latent strength. 1, 2, 3, 4. With that, her body collapsed onto the soft bed, panting heavily. All right, that's enough for today. You did well, Shin Yufang remarked, tossing the damp towel aside and reclining on the adjacent bed. Hey, we promised to work out together, not for you to take on the role of my coach. Jiang Xiaoyu huffed, catching her breath. Just so you know, I was the president of the Taekwondo club in college, a black belt. She boasted with a hint of pride. Once your physique matches even half of mine, then I shall join you in training, Shin Yufang teased. With a flick of her delicate finger, Shin Yufang extinguished all the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Outside, the bright moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, creating a dreamy atmosphere. Occasionally, the sound of car horns punctuated the tranquil ambience. College life is wonderful. And with clubs, oh how I envy you, Jiang Xiaoyu mused, patting the damp towel against her brow. Xiaofang, you're quite stunning. In 3 years of college, didn't anyone pursue you? Of course. I'm regarded as the campus beauty, Shin Yufang replied excitedly. Tomorrow, we'll buy that yacht. Overwhelmed with excitement, she continued. Those who pursued me lined up from the south gate to the north gate of the school. Do you have anyone you fancy? As she posed the question, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness. Back then, I wasn't thinking about romance. My focus was solely on my studies and preparing for graduate school. I intended to pursue love after that, but unexpectedly, family troubles arose. Jiang Xiaoyu was aware of the ensuing events. Why did your parents divorce? She hesitated before asking. My mother was unfaithful, came the desolate reply. Sigh. Jiang Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. A paternity test revealed I'm not my father's biological child. A pause followed. This implies my mother was unfaithful both before and after marriage. Who knows who my father truly is? Let us not dwell on our shared misfortunes. Good night, Xiaoyu. Shin Yufang said softly, offering a gentle smile. Good night, Jiang Xiaoyu replied. The night passed in silence as they drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Jiang Xiaoyu envisioned herself transformed into a strong man, piloting an aircraft carrier while taking Shin Yufang soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Shin Yufang's dream took a different turn. After an airplane crash into the sea, she found herself drifting alone to a deserted island. Just as despair set in, her Prince Charming, riding on a rainbow, arrived aboard an opulent yacht to rescue her. Xiaoyu. In her sleep, she vaguely discerned the figure of her prince. A robust man strikingly similar to Jiang Xiaoyu. The next day, the alarm rang promptly at 7 o'clock. Radiant sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating the room. They both awoke simultaneously, still groggy. Xiaofang, I've booked the high-speed train for 9 o'clock. We must hurry, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed while dressing, casting a glance at the still drowsy Shin Yufang. Beneath her tousled bangs, her large eyes sparkled with an unusual beauty. Let me sleep a bit longer. With a soft thud, she rolled over, clutching the comforter and drifting back to sleep. The hotel serves breakfast. If we're late, the good food will be gone. Jiang Xiaoyu cleverly urged. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Shin Yufang sprang up in a rush. You go. I need to change. No peeking. After breakfast. They packed their purchases to be shipped back to Xiaoyu village. They then took a taxi to the high-speed train station and boarded the train bound for Guanhai province. Prior to their departure, they had contacted the Foshan shipbuilding factory. It must be said that the high-speed trains in Dragon Country are impressively swift and stable, often exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, with the scenery outside whizzing by in a blur. Around noon, the dining car slowly approached. Hot, freshly prepared meals. Nutritious sets. A uniformed train attendant announced, wheeling a narrow cart. Beer, instant noodles, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and ham sausages. Please clear the aisle. How much is the boxed meal? A passenger inquired. This is a king oyster mushroom beef set, nutritious and delicious, priced at 45 yuan. I think I'm not hungry anymore, the passenger replied, swallowing hard. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufeng's stomachs, which had been growling, fell silent. They decided to save their money for the yacht instead. At 1 p.m., they arrived in Foshan City. "Boss, for servings of goose intestine noodles, please," they exclaimed as they exited the train station, their stomachs growling. "Let us eat first." The two eagerly dug in, and soon, 4 bowls of goose intestine noodles vanished into their bellies. Having satisfied their hunger and wiped their mouths, they hailed a taxi and continued on their way. After a 20-minute ride, they finally reached the Foshan shipbuilding factory. "Welcome." Upon entering, dedicated staff warmly welcomed them. "This way, please." Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufeng wandered through the factory, their eyes wide with wonder, much like Lu Laolao exploring the Grand View Garden. At last, as Jiang Xiaoyu followed the guide into the yacht exhibition hall, a familiar figure came into view. Chapter 39. The luxury yacht worth over 5 million. "Mom." Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated repeatedly, his lips quivering, yet ultimately managed to utter that single word. His mother and father had divorced. However, after raising him for 18 years, they could hardly be considered exemplary parents, though they were not entirely inadequate either. Moreover, during the divorce, they treated him to a lavish meal and gifted him 500 yuan. Of course, to claim that he harbored no resentment would be a blatant falsehood. His heart had been shattered, and in comparison to the emotions of the past, the feelings had undeniably dulled considerably. It was a blend of grievances and grudges. "Hey, Xiaoyu, is that you? What are you doing here?" Jiang Xiaoyu's mother, Ma Li, wore a heavily made-up face, which was now adorned with surprise. "Xiaoyu, you've become darker and more mature than before." Ma Li reached out her hand, adorned with a jade bracelet, to flick aside her long, wavy hair that obscured her eyes. "Thanks to you, I've transformed from a flower in a greenhouse to a weed in the wild." Upon seeing his mother again, tears welled in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. But he must not cry. Absolutely must not cry. He pressed his lips together, gripping his fingers tightly, and shifted the topic. "Mom, what brings you to Foshan?" "Oh, isn't this your stepfather? He has more money than he can spend and insists on renting a yacht to take me fishing." A smile blossomed on Ma Li's face, radiating pride. "Uncle Wang is far superior to that good-for-nothing Jiang Baohua." It had been a long time since Jiang Xiaoyu had heard the name Jiang Baohua. Hearing it slip from Ma Li's lips caused a pang in his heart. He had always recognized Jiang Baohua as his father because, throughout his upbringing, Jiang Baohua had never resorted to violence or scolding. In fact, despite his poor academic performance, Jiang Baohua had once gifted him a heartfelt note, which he still remembered vividly. "Dear son, the current societal environment is exceedingly competitive. I cannot provide you with a life of luxury, nor can I change the world. Therefore, I can only accompany you as you adapt to your surroundings. As for your studies, just do your best. Learning requires both genetics and talent. I am fully aware of my own limitations. However, I sincerely hope that you will read more, enrich your inner world, and broaden your horizons to see a world far greater than mine. Love, your father." "Keep it up, my son." This note had been etched into Jiang Xiaoyu's heart all these years. In retrospect, the content was rather inaccurate. There had been a mistake regarding genetics. How laughable. Nevertheless, for 18 years, the bond between father and son had been profound. Considering it from another perspective, raising a child for 18 years only to discover they were not your biological offspring. Who could endure such a revelation? During this period of drifting at sea, Jiang Xiaoyu had gradually come to understand his father better. "Molly, I want to allow you to speak of my father that way." Jiang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Molly. "Hey, you little brat, how dare you call me by my name?" Molly retorted, her temper flaring. "What are you doing? He is still a child." At that moment, Uncle Wang, who was balding, chimed in, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Xiaoyu, how about I take you out fishing? I bet you've never been on a luxury yacht before." As he spoke, he flicked the ash from his cigarette and chuckled. "Today, Uncle is renting a yacht for a day on the sea for you two." "No, thank you. I appreciate your kindness. But my partner and I are here to purchase a yacht." "What? Purchase a yacht?" Molly erupted in laughter, clearly incredulous. "Ha! My son has become successful. I can't believe it. If you're robbing a bank, don't say I'm your mother. I can't afford to lose face." "Xiaoyu, stop dawdling. Hurry up. The sales staff is waiting." At that moment, Shin Yufeng, who stood behind Jiang Xiaoyu, interjected. "Let us go check out the reserved yacht. I can't wait." As she spoke, Shin Yufeng tugged at Jiang Xiaoyu's arm, following the guide to a luxurious yacht, leaving Molly behind. "Hey, this little girl, is she your girlfriend? She is quite pretty, but she clearly lacks manners." Molly muttered to herself. "But wait, Xiaoyu wants to buy a yacht. How is that possible? Let us go. We need to see." Molly urged Old Wang beside her. "Wait, this kid is joking with you. Do you really believe him?" Old Wang extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the trash, his expression somewhat awkward. Just a moment ago, he had been talking about renting a yacht. And now the kid was talking about buying one. Who would have known? This kid must be out of his mind. Their curiosity piqued. The two followed to stand before a luxurious yacht. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang caressed the yacht before them, their eyes barely concealing their delight. The sales staff wasted no time, detailing the yacht's performance and specifications. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Shun, the yacht before you is a domestic model, measuring a total length of 63 feet, approximately 2,399 meters long, 62 meters wide, with a draft of 18 meters. The saleswoman, dressed in uniform, led them onto the yacht's deck. Look, the deck layout is very organized, with a linear glass leisure table, and over here is the wine cabinet. As they left the deck and ventured inside, the interior featured a light-toned design, with leather sofas and a kitchen combining marble and solid wood. At the front was the control room, marking the end of the first floor. The group followed the saleswoman down a wooden staircase to the lower level. The lower level was divided into two parts, with the majority being a freezer for storing the fish caught during fishing trips. The saleswoman spoke at a measured pace, maintaining a smile as she pointed out features. This is the bedroom. It's the only one on the entire yacht. They arrived at a white wooden bed. However, this bedroom was very spacious, furnished with a 2-meter king-size bed, a television mounted on the wall, and a separate washroom. The saleswoman's eyes twinkled as she looked at Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang, grinning broadly. The most beautiful feature is this side of the bedroom, with transparent bulletproof glass. While you sleep, you can enjoy the magnificent ocean view. Before the saleswoman could finish her introduction, Ma Li, who was attentively listening, couldn't help but drool and interjected. Don't bother explaining. This yacht must cost at least $1 million. We can't afford it. The saleswoman, momentarily taken aback, maintained her composure and replied with poise. Excuse me, ma'am, but this yacht is the ideal model for Mr. Jiang and Ms. Shun. They have already made inquiries over the phone, and the price is suitable for purchase. With a smile, she ceased further discussion. She is my son, and I know better than you. This isn't like buying a tricycle. If he can purchase this luxury yacht, I could swallow the whole thing. Molly boasted grandly. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at his mother-esque demeanor, unable to suppress a bitter smile, then shifted his gaze to Shun Yufang, who was exploring every corner of the luxury yacht with fascination. Jiang Xiaoyu suppressed his anxious temperament and patiently inquired, Excuse me, how is the yacht's power? Oh, I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I forgot to discuss the power specifications. The saleswoman led them to the control room on the first floor and pointed out some markers as she began her explanation. Our yacht is equipped with two Weichai 495 horsepower engines, allowing it to reach a remarkable top speed of 21 knots. Additionally, it boasts a 30-kilowatt generator to ensure a steady supply of electricity. After hearing about the power specifications, Jiang Xiaoyu inquired about various matters such as the purchasing process, maintenance, and docking fees. Once she had grasped the essentials, she finally asked about the price. Oh, regarding the price, our shipyard is currently running a promotion. Previously, it was priced at 5.98 million yuan. The saleswoman paused, then smiled brightly. However, if Mr. Jiang pays in full, there is a discount of 120,000 yuan, bringing the current price down to only 5.86 million yuan. The gentle saleswoman glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang, who were dressed rather modestly, and thought they hardly resembled affluent individuals. With a discreet smile, she continued, Of course, we also advocate for installment payments, which come with similar discounts and no interest for 3 years. Hearing this price, Molly felt utterly hopeless, not to mention her son Jiang Xiaoyu. Even selling her current husband, old Wang, wouldn't amount to 5 million. However, what followed from Jiang Xiaoyu shattered Molly's heart. Let us pay in full, Jiang Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, as he and Shun Yufang held over 6.4 million yuan, speaking with an easy familiarity. What? Molly exclaimed, her mind racing as she questioned her son's sanity. Xiaoyu, my son, that is 5.86 million, not 586 yuan. Wake up. You're not planning to rob a bank, are you? Don't touch me, you're annoying. Jiang Xiaoyu brushed off Ma Li's hand and retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Hello, miss, please process my card. Although the saleswoman was not fond of being addressed as miss, such trivialities paled in comparison to the presence of a wealthy client. Initially, she had not harbored much hope, especially after Ma Li's appearance had dampened her spirits. Yet, she was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. All right, Mr. Jiang. Please wait in the lounge with your girlfriend while I prepare the paperwork. The saleswoman beamed, leading them to the resting area in the exhibition hall. Xiaoma, hurry up and serve the client some coffee. She called to her assistant, grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Jiang, Miss Shun, I'll need to collect your identification. As she received their IDs with a warm smile, she said, Please take a moment to relax. We will handle all the necessary procedures for you. Molly was left dumbfounded as she witnessed the saleswoman bringing over the contract and POS machine. She watched in disbelief as her son Jiang Xiaoyu confidently swiped the card for 586 million. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Molly felt a mix of embarrassment and despair. Could it be that she had underestimated her son? Perhaps, she thought. Her son's charming looks had attracted a wealthy girlfriend. Oh, living off a rich partner, is it? I must be quite clever. Jiang Xiaoyu remained oblivious to Molly's thoughts, for had he known, he would have been infuriated. What kind of parents wish for their children to remain beneath them? Such parents are indeed rare. After more than half an hour, the saleswoman returned, her demeanor cheerful and respectful. Mr. Jiang, Miss Shun, we have completed the procedures for your luxury yacht. Here are the documents for your signature. She placed a stack of papers before Jiang Xiaoyu, providing him with a pen. Once he signed, she asked, is it acceptable to ship today? Yes. How long until it reaches the port? Weather permitting, in 2 to 3 days. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded excitedly, sharing a smile with Shun Yufeng, who mirrored his enthusiasm. They could not help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. With money in hand, all problems seemed to dissolve. Mr. Jiang, please note that the insurance will be effective by noon tomorrow, she continued, as Jiang Xiaoyu had already paid over 50,000 yuan for the insurance. Considering future expenses like diesel and docking fees, owning this luxury yacht would require at least an additional 6 million yuan. Oh, what an expense! Jiang Xiaoyu lamented, feeling as though he had returned to a state of financial struggle. The urgency to earn money surged within him. All right then, goodbye for now. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufeng exited the exhibition hall, with the saleswoman accompanying them to the shipyard's entrance. Mr. Jiang, Miss Shun, feel free to contact me with any questions. My name is Xiao Hui, Hui meaning practical. Sure. Xiao Hui waved cheerfully. Mr. Jiang, Miss Shun, take care. Ah, son, wait. Wait for your mother. Molly called as she hurried out of the shipyard, leaning against her heaving chest, her face beaming with pride. Son, I never imagined you'd achieve this. Your girlfriend must be a wealthy beauty. Jiang Xiaoyu ignored her exuberance, thinking she should have been this enthusiastic earlier. Now, it was too late. Son, how about I join you and Uncle Wang for a fishing trip on your luxury yacht? Jiang Xiaoyu replied coldly, not a chance. Xiaoyu, we want to be freeloading. We'll cover the costs, Uncle Wang chimed in, pulling out a wad of cash in an attempt to bond with Jiang Xiaoyu. Just then, a taxi pulled up, flashing its lights in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaofeng, let us go. Hey, Xiaoyu, wait for me. Bang. Jiang Xiaoyu entered the taxi and closed the door. Virum. The engine roared to life, and a cloud of black smoke billowed from the exhaust, splattering Molly's face. Oh, my little Xiaoyu, have you forsaken your mother? Molly sat on the roadside, filled with regret and longing. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the taxi, Jiang Xiaoyu gazed out at the scenery and the scattered groups of people, helplessly wiping the bitter tears that had escaped his eyes. The experiences of recent times felt longer than the previous 18 years of his life. This bitterness seemed to mark a farewell to his past, saying goodbye to his original family. To the day his parents divorced, to the moment of despair when they left him at the hotel, and to the past version of himself. At some point, Shin Yufeng gently wrapped her delicate arm around Jiang Xiaoyu's, resting her head on his shoulder without uttering a word, simply seeking comfort in his presence. After a long day, they arrived at the heart of Foshan City, where they planned to enjoy the evening before returning to Xiaoyu village the next day. As the sun's last rays illuminated the city, its charm became evident. In the distance, a Ferris wheel turned slowly, and a wide river shimmered with orange light. The food street began to bustle with people, alive with the vibrant essence of life. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufeng seamlessly blended into the bustling crowd. Shortly thereafter, a man and a woman squatted on the curb. The man held a bowl of beef tripe, while the woman cradled a bowl of cold fish skin. Their faces radiated a blissful smile, emanating from deep within. Xiaoyu, how does your beef tripe taste? Haha, it's absolutely delicious. The aroma is divine. And your fish skin? Is it tasty? Incredibly delightful. Shin Yufeng mumbled through her bites of crispy fish skin. Thank goodness we didn't leave early, otherwise we would have missed out on such culinary delights. Boss, another serving of beef tripe, please. Boss, one more bowl of cold fish skin. The two revelers indulged until 10 p.m., reluctantly returning to their hotel with their round bellies. In the meantime, they had sampled every morsel along a vibrant street of snacks. Passing by a pharmacy, they purchased a year's worth of medication for their grandmother, asking the pharmacist to package it for shipping. They then perused the Yida shopping mall, where they bought clothes for her. They stumbled upon a fishing tackle shop, where they eagerly replenished their supplies, feeling the itch to fish after not having gone out to sea for 5 or 6 days. The next day, they boarded a high-speed train back to Xiaoyu village. Chapter 41. Grandmother, from now on, this place is all yours. Several hours later, the high-speed train arrived at Linhai County. From Linhai County, they took a bus to the town. Upon arriving, They collected their packages and hired a tricycle. The tricycle wound its way along the serpentine mountain roads towards Xiaoyu village. Along the journey, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang witnessed the stark contrast between prosperity and backwardness, as if they had traversed time from 2024 back to 1988. In a dreamlike trance, Xiaoyu village nestled within a narrow valley, dotted with thatched cottages, with neighbors living as close as a mile apart or as far as 3 to 5 miles. It was indeed vast and sparsely populated, expansive and open. The pair traversed through scattered earthen homes and thatched huts until they reached the farthest west end of the village, where their grandmother's home awaited them. They unloaded their bags, and the tricycle driver departed. Phew! Xin Yufang placed her hands on her hips, bending slightly at the waist as she exhaled deeply. My goodness, we've finally arrived. In her sight were 3 earth and stone thatched cottages, arranged in a triangular formation at the foot of the mountain, with a relatively spacious courtyard surrounded by a bamboo fence. Above the bamboo gate hung a thatched eave, and to the sides extended bamboo walls. Climbing roses, planted by Xin Yufang along the bamboo wall, were on the verge of blooming. With a creak, Jiang Xiaoyu pushed open the 2 bamboo doors, and together with Xin Yufang, they carried their packages into the earthen courtyard. As they closed the bamboo door, it felt as though they had kept all the world's troubles at bay. Before them, on the west side of the courtyard, lay the chicken, duck, and goose dormitory that Shun Yufang had invested in. Construction had halted after the foundation was laid. To the south of the dormitory was an empty plot of land, and in the southwest corner stood a latrine. East of the latrine was another vacant area, which led to a kitchen constructed of stones, adorned with climbing wisteria. Shifting her gaze eastward, they beheld the eastern part of the triangular formation. Adjacent to the lower right corner, in front of Shun Yufang's thatched hut, stood a long-standing osmanthus tree, releasing its fragrant aroma. A few great tits perched upon the tree, taking flight at the slightest disturbance. As they flew past the osmanthus tree, they brushed by the flower swing that Shun Yufang had invested in, which had been left incomplete after a pit was dug. Through the window of the triangular formation, they spotted their grandmother resting on a wooden bed. Navigating through the 3 thatched huts, they found themselves in a vast expanse of wasteland. Once, this 10+ acres of land belonged to their grandmother and grandfather as rice fields. With their grandfathers passing years ago and their grandmother's advanced age, the fields had fallen into neglect. On the eastern edge of the wasteland, a spring, no larger than a fist, bubbled forth. Though modest in size, its waters flowed ceaselessly throughout the year. A thin stream meandered eastward, converging into a substantial pond with crystal-clear waters. However, it was now unmanaged, the surface littered with fallen leaves and aquatic plants, presenting a disheveled appearance. Xiaofeng, this will be our home from now on. Shall we build it together? Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at this idyllic paradise, envisioning a bright future. But isn't the inheritance of this place meant for your uncle? Won't that cause conflict? Since her parents' divorce, Xin Yufang had grown weary of the deceitful nature of the city, gradually falling in love with the tranquility of nature and the beauty of this locale, filled with birdsong and fragrant blossoms. I hadn't considered that. My uncle has been working in the city and rarely visits grandmother. In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, so he will likely come home. Perhaps we can negotiate for this place then. According to the law, it is still grandmother who holds the final say. For now, let us take care of it and discuss it with her later. All right, then let us rest for a while. Afterward, you can build the chicken coop, and I will set up the flower swing. After their midday rest, Xiaoyu, you're back? Why did you take so long at sea this time? Their grandmother, having risen unbeknownst to them, greeted Jiang Xiaoyu with a warm smile, although a hint of worry lingered in her expression. Grandmother, there's no need to worry. Yufang and I went far out to sea, which is why it took longer. Jiang Xiaoyu filled a basin with spring water from the courtyard to freshen up and began to unpack the packages. Grandmother, this is the medication for rheumatoid arthritis that Yufang and I bought for you, along with a few summer clothes. Oh dear. Xiaoyu, why didn't you listen? Why did you buy so much? Where did you borrow the money? The wrinkles on their grandmother's face deepened as she spoke earnestly. Money is hard to earn. You must spend it wisely. I understand, grandmother. Jiang Xiaoyu reassured her with a smile. To be honest, Yufang and I made over $1 million from fishing. A proud grin adorned his face. Over $1 million? How much is that? Their grandmother, who had never received formal education, was hearing about such a sum for the first time in her life. It's 110,000. Their grandmother continued her inquiries. And 1,000 is how much? 10 hundreds. Jiang Xiaoyu patiently explained while counting on his fingers. Oh, their grandmother, leaning on her cane, sat beneath the osmanthus tree, seemingly lost in thought. After a few moments, she spoke. My dear grandson, you must be boasting. Your grandfather worked tirelessly at sea and never earned even 1,000 in a year. Her kindly face was etched with confusion. You've only been at sea for a few days, and you've made 10 hundreds. What a tall tale. Ha ha ha, my little Xiaoyu. The great storyteller. Regardless, their grandmother remained skeptical that fishing could yield such riches. Nevertheless, do not worry, grandmother. I have money now, and I promise I won't spend it frivolously. Trust me. Well, that is good. My obedient Xiaoyu. Hearing this, their grandmother finally revealed a smile of contentment. Oh, by the way, can I discuss with my uncle about buying these houses in the wasteland behind? Jiang Xiaoyu recalled Shun Yufang's suggestion and tentatively broached the topic with his grandmother. What? Buy it. Their grandmother chuckled, rummaging through the medicine bottles and new clothes. No need to buy. Here, I still hold the reins. Once Grandma meets Grandpa, this place will entirely belong to you. Grandma's expression grew slightly somber. Alas, your uncle, your aunt, and your mother. Have you ever seen them come around? Besides, they have spread their wings and flown into the metropolis, completely dismissing our humble abode. Only you and Yufang cherish it like a treasure. Grandma sighed again. Alas, a son's lack of filial piety is the fault of the parents. It is all my and your grandfather's fault for indulging them too much since childhood. As a result, none of the 3 children is dutiful. 3 monks without water to drink. Grandma Yang spoke to herself, as if in a soliloquy, then shifted her tone to one of determination. Yuzi, you are the one closest to Grandma. One day, I will seek out the village chief, along with witnesses, to write a will. All right. Jiang Xiaoyu was straightforward. Never one to dawdle. Grandma, since you love your grandson, rest assured, I will take care of you in your old age. Oh, my dear Yuzi, you have grown up. Grandma laughed with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She stretched out her frail, twig-like arms and embraced Jiang Xiaoyu tightly. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Creak. The wooden door on the east side creaked open as Shun Yufang stretched and emerged from the thatched earthen house. The two had agreed to tidy up the courtyard. Taking advantage of Shun Yufang's time to freshen up, Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out some old newspapers and crafted 2 paper hats. Ha ha ha, quite unique. Shun Yufang complimented, tying her hair up and donning one on her head. Xiaofang, you go tend to the chicken, duck, and goose dormitory. I'll dig a pit to set up a flower swing. Jiang Xiaoyu wielded a shovel while Shun Yufang took a sickle to clear the weeds in the vacant lot to the west. Sunlight cascaded over the tranquil courtyard. In this serene little world, amidst the cicadas chirping, their faces radiated happiness as they prepared to create a dream home together. With a puff, Jiang Xiaoyu spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and picked up a hoe. He began by clearing the weeds in the eastern courtyard. After finishing with the weeds, he set down the hoe and picked up a shovel, vigorously digging a spade of earth and tossing it aside. To the west, after Shun Yufang finished cutting the weeds, she took a broom and meticulously swept away the fallen leaves and remnants of weeds from the ground. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon the courtyard was neat and tidy. Next, Jiang Xiaoyu moved to the west to collaborate with Shun Yufang in constructing the chicken coop. He carefully measured the land, determined the location of the coop, and secured the frame with bamboo and nails. Shun Yufang assisted by handing over tools, occasionally picking up a towel from the clothesline to wipe the sweat from his brow. As they worked, they exchanged cheerful banter. Once the coop is built, we can raise some chicks and watch them grow. It will surely be delightful, Yufang said with great anticipation. Yes, we can even name them. Each chick will have its own unique name, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. As the chicken coop gradually took shape, Shun Yufang suggested they set up a flower swing in the eastern courtyard. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu fetched 2 sturdy ropes and a thick wooden board, beginning to craft the swing. After considerable effort, a simple yet cozy swing was finally completed. Shun Yufang could hardly wait to sit on it, relishing the gentle breeze brushing against her cheek. She joyfully swung back and forth, exclaiming to Jiang Xiaoyu, "Thank you, little you. This swing is fantastic." Watching her cheerful demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He circled to her back and gently pushed the swing, allowing Xiaofang to enjoy even more joy. They busily toiled together for an entire afternoon, snacking on a bit of steamed bun with pickled bamboo shoots when hunger struck. At last, they had assembled a simple dormitory for the chickens, ducks, and geese, along with a swing. Standing within the courtyard, they admired their handiwork. Looking at the clean courtyard, along with their newly built chicken, duck, and goose dormitory and flower swing, they felt a refreshing lightness in their hearts for the first time. The sun's afterglow gradually bathed the courtyard in warmth as dusk approached. At that moment, Grandma stepped into the courtyard with her small feet. "Yuzi, look, what is this?" In the warm, dappled light, Grandma revealed a kind smile. She gently caressed the envelope in her hand, as if it contained the precious memories of her life. Jiang Xiaoyu approached Grandma and noticed the envelope she held. A wave of inexplicable tension surged within him. He understood the potential significance of this letter. Grandma smiled at her grandson, her eyes filled with tenderness. Slowly, she extended the envelope to him, saying, "Child, this is my will for you." Jiang Xiaoyu accepted the envelope, feeling its weight, as if it bore the gravity of the entire world. He cautiously opened it, extracting the letter inside and reading through it. Grandma's name, gender, birth date, address, property details, and more were clearly written. The signature and fingerprint of Grandma were at the end, alongside the village chief's handwritten signature and fingerprint, as well as those of the witnesses. This was Jiang Xiaoyu's first encounter with a will. Every word within it overflowed with Grandma's love and care for her grandson. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but reminisce about the joyous times spent at Grandma's home during his childhood. Back then, he attended elementary school and lived with Grandma for 6 years, relishing the beautiful moments shared with her and Grandpa. Those warm memories flickered before his eyes like scenes from a film. He recalled how Grandma would always tell him stories, play with him, and teach him life lessons. He remembered how, whenever he made mistakes, Grandma would forgivingly embrace him, offering encouragement and support. Now, gazing at the heavy will, Jiang Xiaoyu felt his eyes welling with tears. He sensed the profound affection Grandma had for him, a love that would forever accompany him. He tightly embraced Grandma. Unable to hold back his tears, Grandma gently patted his back, comforting him. "Child, do not cry. Grandma will always be by your side, watching you grow." In this warm twilight, the bond between the grandmother and grandson deepened. This will was not merely a distribution of assets. It was Grandma's endless love and blessings for her grandson. Regardless of how time flows, this sentiment will shine like brilliant stars, illuminating Jiang Xiaoyu's path forward. As evening fell, the sunset spread like a golden painting across the sky, casting a warm hue over the entire courtyard. In the courtyard, beneath the osmanthus tree, a round bamboo table was set with a sumptuous dinner. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others gathered around, ready to savor this heartwarming moment. Grandma sat in the center, her face radiating kindness. Jiang Xiaoyu sat beside her, as she gently stroked her grandson's head, her eyes filled with affection. Jiang Xiaoyu, ever the eager eater, gazed at the delectable food on the table, unable to contain his excitement. Nearby, Xin Yufang brought over a bowl of stone-cooked soup, smiling broadly as she announced, "Dinner is served." The three picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the delicious feast. Grandma placed a piece of braised pork with preserved vegetables into Jiang Xiaoyu's bowl, saying with a smile, "Partake in more meat, so you may grow tall and robust." Jiang Xiaoyu lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. His grandmother, observing her grandson's voracious appetite, could not help but chuckle. Gently, she admonished him, "Do take your time, lest you choke." Meanwhile, Xin Yufang poured him a glass of juice. After savoring a sip, Jiang Xiaoyu smacked his lips in satisfaction before diving back into his meal. At that moment, Wang Kai, the dog, scampered over, circling the table and barking excitedly. Xin Yufang, noticing Wang Kai's silly antics, set down her utensils and reached out to pat its head. Wang Kai, having missed its mistress, seemed to relish her affection, closing its eyes and emitting a contented whine. The courtyard was enveloped in joyous laughter and a profound sense of familial warmth. In this fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still, and all worries were cast aside. The three of them shared a delightful evening in this cozy and amusing atmosphere. The following day, knock, 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 a middle-aged couple entered the courtyard, shattering its tranquility and beauty. Chapter 43, Arrogant and Overbearing Relatives. The next day, just as Jiang Xiaoyu and the others finished their breakfast, the arrival of his uncle and aunt disrupted the serenity of the small yard. "Oh, Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" Uncle Ma Guigan's gaze fell upon Jiang Xiaoyu as he stepped into the dirt courtyard. "Weren't you supposed to be out in the world, striving since your parents abandoned you? What are you doing here, mooching off food and drink?" His tone dripped with derision. "The rice for your grandmother is portioned out, only 1 kilogram a day, and she can barely make do. Do you even comprehend the concept of filial piety?" He chuckled mockingly. "Indeed, you're an adult now, yet still you rely on your elders." At that moment, a heavily made-up woman approached from behind Ma Gui, who was none other than Jiang Xiaoyu's Aunt Wang Fun. She crossed her arms, tilted her chin upwards, and spoke with an air of condescension. Alas, having relatives like these truly feels like a curse from 8 generations past. Wang Fun tugged at her husband's arm and glared with venomous eyes. "Hurry up and call your sister and her mother. Get this little brat out of here. Just looking at him annoys me." The elderly grandmother, unable to endure the ruckus at her age, shook her head in dismay and, with unsteady steps, retreated into the house. Ma Gui and his wife exchanged barbs like daggers, relentlessly stabbing at Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. In the east room, Xin Yufang, having heard the two fools enter the courtyard, angrily flung open the door and shouted, "You two, get out. This is Jiang Xiaoyu and his grandmother's home. Hey, who do you think you are, barging into someone's home? How audacious. I'll call the police." Wang Fun, used to her domineering ways, was taken aback by such defiance and promptly dialed 110. "Hello, 110? There are 2 intruders in my house. Hurry and come take them away." After hanging up, she wore a smug expression. "Oh dear, honey, Isn't this a bit excessive? Xiaoyu is still our nephew. If you don't like him, just ignore him. No need to involve the police. Slap, slap, slap. In response to this remark, Wang Fan unleashed a flurry of slaps across her husband's face. Useless. Is this excessive? This is called understanding the law. You're a fool. So uneducated. It's truly frightening. Yes, I will heed your every command. Ma Gui, after receiving a few slaps, felt a swell of anger towards Jiang Xiaoyu. His voice dripping with arrogance. This house belongs to me. Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Get out now, or when the police arrive, you'll all be in trouble. Aunt Wang Fan sneered. That shameless wretch. How can she not care for her child after the divorce? Ugh. Hearing this, a surge of fury welled up within Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet he strove to maintain his composure. Uncle, Aunt, I know you provide less than 100 kilograms of rice to Grandma annually. You do have a conscience. But it is hardly sufficient. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. This house was left to me by Grandma, and everything here belongs to her and me. I believe I have the right to make my own decisions. Please leave and don't return. However, Ma Gui and Wang Fan ignored Jiang Xiaoyu's words. They continued their aggressive tirade. You foolish child, that Molly doesn't want you. Have you lost your senses? Uncle Ma Gui burst out laughing. Ha, Xiaoyu. Don't make a fuss. According to inheritance laws, as a distant relative, you have no claim. He roared with laughter. Have you even attended university? See, this is what ignorance looks like. Enough already. Let us not waste time chatting with the uneducated. Aunt Wang Fan, losing her patience, scoffed. Humph. If he remains obstinate, he can forget about any future assistance from us. And what? Did you feed that 100 kilograms of rice to the dogs? The old woman hides in the house without a peep. Those words ignited Jiang Xiaoyu's fury completely, and he lunged forward. Slap, slap, slap. He delivered a rapid series of slaps to Aunt Wang Fan's face. You insolent wretch. You dare speak of me and my grandmother? You're courting death. Caught off guard by the sudden blows, Wang Fan was momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, she recovered and collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum. Ah, you dog-ass spawn. You've committed murder. You little brat. How dare you strike my wife? You're asking for trouble. Uncle Ma Gui, towering over Jiang Xiaoyu, advanced to assault him. But unexpectedly, Shin Yufang had prepared a basin of cold water infused with chili powder. The fiery red chili flakes floated atop the water. As Ma Gui charged forward, she swiftly doused him with the entire basin of chili water. Ah, my eyes. I'm blind. Ma Gui collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony, desperately rubbing his eyes. Yet, the more he rubbed, the more it stung. Ha ha. Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but laugh heartily, giving Shin Yufang a thumbs up. Yufang, you're truly remarkable, plodding ahead. That was ruthless. Huh, I'm a university student. I possess this level of foresight. The courtyard erupted into chaos as Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang reveled in the sight of Ma Gui and Wang Fan in disarray. At that moment, a police car arrived at Grandma's home, responding to the address provided by Wang Fan. A few police officers disembarked and entered the courtyard. Hey, police brothers. You've finally arrived. Ma Gui squinted his swollen eyes, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang with malice. Those two brats, have trespassed into my home. You must deal with them severely. Ma Gui pointed again at Shin Yufang. And this woman, who knows where she came from, splashed chili water in my face. Look at my eyes. Officer, look. My lip is bleeding. Wang Fan stood up, stoking the flames. This is serious injury. It was these two brats who assaulted me. All right. Let us not raise our voices. The uniformed officers began to take notes and inquired of Jiang Xiaoyu, name, ID number. And what is your relation to the residents here? After a brief inquiry, the law enforcement officers looked at Ma Gui and Wang Fan as if they were fools. What on earth is going on with you two? This house belongs to your mother, and Jiang Xiaoyu is her grandson. Your mother has consented to their residence here, so there is no issue of trespassing, the officers explained before preparing to leave. No, officer, I have inheritance rights to this house. I have the final say. Ma Gui insisted, attempting to prolong the argument. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu emerged from the house holding an envelope, revealing a will before him. Chapter 44. The luxurious yacht has arrived at the port. Amidst the commotion, Jiang Xiaoyu's mother, Ma Li, and his aunt, Ma Mei, rushed over after receiving a call from Ma Gui. The ungrateful children had gathered. A faint smile played at the corners of Jiang Xiaoyu's lips as he calmly extracted a formal document from the envelope, gently waving it in front of Ma Gui and Wang Fan. The onlookers were instantly captivated, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious document. Ma Gui's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His lips trembled slightly as he incredulously gazed at the will in Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. He could hardly fathom that his mother had preemptively bequeathed the house, land, and assets to an outsider. Was this not a betrayal? Surely this was against tradition. Had she lost her senses? Yes, she must have lost her senses. Officer, my mother is elderly. She must be confused. Oh, well, drafted by someone of unsound mind is invalid. He laughed triumphantly, as if grasping a lifeline. How dare this little brat occupy what is not his? You ungrateful wretch, living recklessly. The tone was devoid of familial warmth. You scoundrel. After years of absence, you return only to create chaos. Just then, Ma Guei was reveling in his triumph when their grandmother, leaning on her gnarled wooden cane, slowly emerged from the house. Her tone was laden with resignation, sorrow, and bitterness. A veritable concoction of emotions. Who is confused? I am of sound mind. This will is my creation, complete with the signatures and fingerprints of the village chief and witnesses. Upon hearing the grandmother's declaration, the law enforcement officers summoned the village chief and witnesses into the courtyard, while a crowd of onlookers gathered. Indeed, officer, this will was written by Elder Yang yesterday, dictated by me. I can attest that her mind was clear, one of the witnesses stated. A few others, all around 50 years old, appeared, their expressions earnest as they nodded in affirmation. We are the witnesses. Elder Yang insisted on drafting the will, and we were present throughout, signing it as well. They added, the house, land, and all other assets belong to the elder, and the contents of the will reflect her true intentions. The village chief sighed before turning to Ma Guei, saying, Ma Guei, your heart is truly cruel. You provide your mother with only 100 pounds of rice a year. How little is that per day? Do you have any idea how she lives? She can barely afford rice and often has to forage for wild vegetables. With her frail legs, she has fallen into ditches several times, only to be rescued in the nick of time by kind villagers. Sighing again, the old village chief lamented, alas, the plight of the elderly these days is truly dire. Hearing the village chief and witnesses, Ma Guei stood dumbfounded. Each of their words struck him like daggers to the heart. The provisions of the will clearly stated that all assets belonged to Jiang Xiaoyu, leaving no room for dispute. Ma Guei's complexion drained of color, his body trembling involuntarily. He had assumed victory was within his grasp, yet this little nephew had outmaneuvered him. Despair washed over him, as if the very foundation of his world was crumbling. The presence of Wang Fun, Ma Mei, and Ma Li, who were equally stunned by the sudden turn of events, rendered them speechless. The crowd of onlookers murmured amongst themselves, some expressing admiration for Jiang Xiaoyu's cleverness, while others voiced outrage and disdain for Ma Guei's actions over the past years. Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Ma Guei with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the chaos around him. All right, you two, please sign this document. The officer gestured to a file, and now, everyone disperse. But, officer, he struck my wife. Is that all that will come of it? Where's the evidence? In response, Wang Fun pointed to her swollen cheek, indignantly exclaiming, can't you see my face is still red and swollen? Oh, I see. Where did this happen? The officer inquired. Wang Fun retorted, I swear. What do you mean where? Ah, it seems you are cursing. Are you attempting to assault an officer? What is it? Forget it, forget it, Ma Guei interjected, sensing the situation turning against him. And with reddened eyes, he chuckled nervously. Officer, please calm down. My wife's injuries were from me bumping into her last night. Oh, I see, the officer nodded. And how did you end up with those injuries? My eyes. Oh, my wife was upset over the incident and slapped me. No harm done. All right then. Let's leave it at that. As the police car departed, the raucous crowd gradually dispersed. Mother, since you've made such a definitive decision, do not blame your son for being unfilial. Ma Guei seethed as the crowd thinned. From now on, that 100 pounds of rice is gone. Let this little brat take care of you in your old age. Indeed, sister, you need not bother with kindness or medication any longer, Wang Fun sneered. Her face still swollen. I bet little you has the means to afford his own medicine. Fine, I agree with you. Our mother has gone too far, leaving nothing behind. Aunt Ma Mei remarked, her indignation evident as the police car receded into the distance. Well, Aunt Ma, how amusing. How long has it been since you bought medicine for our grandmother? Do you not keep track? Jiang Xiaoyu countered. Are you buying her medicine just to inherit her wealth? What about your obligations to support the elderly? Where have they gone? His words left the adults speechless, rolling their eyes in frustration. At that moment, a voice called from outside, excuse me, is this Jiang Xiaoyu's residence? A staff member clad in a uniform from the Buddhist 3 shipyard surveyed the courtyard, stepping inside with curiosity. Yes, I am Jiang Xiaoyu. Ah, Mr. Jiang, greetings. Your luxurious yacht has arrived at the port. Please proceed to the seaside port to personally inspect and sign for it. The uniformed staff member bowed respectfully, a smile gracing his face. Beside him, Xin Yufang was bewildered by the antics of this peculiar family, utterly exasperated. Yet, upon hearing that Xiaoyu's luxurious yacht had indeed arrived, her spirits lifted. All right, you go ahead. My partner and I will follow shortly. After the uniformed staff conveyed the notification, they respectfully said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. We await your arrival at the port. Having said this, They took a few steps back, turned around, and departed from the courtyard. Once the shipyard workers had left, Ma Gui, Wang Fun, Ma Mei, and Molly stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Among the four, Molly had seen luxury yachts before, and she had thought that Jiang Xiaoyu was merely staging a performance. She never imagined that the yacht would actually be delivered to his home. This is simply inconceivable. When Ma Gui saw Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang start the tricycle and head toward the seaside, he finally reacted. Let's go. We must see for ourselves. This kid is surely just hiring actors. Ma Gui seethed with indignation. How dare a poor wretch put on airs in front of me? Just wait until I humiliate him properly. Chapter 45. The luxury yacht set sail for the first time, shocking everyone. Mr. Jiang, here is your luxury yacht. Please inspect it. And if all is satisfactory, you may sign this document. Fosun approached the staff and led Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang toward the dock. Following close behind was a Chow, and soon they arrived at the mooring location. Mr. Jiang, our company has already paid a month's docking fee on your behalf. Consider it a courtesy. Huh. The hired actors are rather professional, Ma Gui sneered from behind. Renting such a luxury yacht must have cost a pretty penny. Eh? Well, look at our little Xiaoyu, renting a luxury yacht to flaunt in front of us. Wang Fan scoffed in agreement. Humph. But where did he get the money for the rental? Molly, did you and old Wang give it to him? Molly, overhearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and stammered. What do you mean old Wang gave it to him? This luxury yacht was purchased outright by Xiaoyu. Molly was once again awestruck as she beheld the yacht at the dock. It was identical to the one she had seen just a few days prior. Ha! Ma Gui, Wang Fun, and Ma Mei could not contain their laughter. This is truly comical. Molly, have you lost your mind? You're just trying to make your son look good. Their tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Come on, let's go aboard and take a look at this luxury yacht. Wow. Just look at this teak flooring. It feels wonderful underfoot. Wang Fun, experiencing the luxury yacht for the first time, was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight. She greedily touched everything, hastily pulling out her phone to take pictures and pose. Darling, why are you just standing there? Hurry and take my picture. Find the right angle. Wang Fan posed on the deck, tossing her hair and striking a flirtatious stance. Ugh, what are you doing? You've made my 1.2 meter long legs look less than a meter. Useless. While Wang Fan complained, she urged, hurry, film a short video for me. I want to post it on social media. Just then, while Ma Gui was taking pictures of Wang Fan, Molly's mood soured as she surveyed the scene. This was indeed the luxury yacht that her son, Jiang Xiaoyu, had purchased outright. The interior was identical, and each glance deepened her discomfort. She felt a pang of regret. Why had she abandoned her son? I was such a fool. If I had known my son would achieve such success, I would never have left him. If I had known he could win over a wealthy beauty, I would have never let him go. Molly was consumed with remorse, berating herself incessantly. Molly, is this yacht really purchased outright by Xiaoyu? Ma Mei, her aunt, gazed at her with an incredulous expression. Yes, Molly nodded weakly. Xiaoyu must have charmed a wealthy beauty. What? Ma Mei gasped. Her own son was 7 years older than Jiang Xiaoyu and still hadn't found a girlfriend. How could this kid have secured a wealthy partner? As Jiang Xiaoyu's aunt, her thoughts were grounded in reality. You can live well, but you must not surpass my family. Just a while ago, Molly had been embroiled in a divorce, and Ma Mei had thought that Xiaoyu's life was over, utterly ruined. Who would have thought that he would charm a wealthy beauty, purchase a luxury yacht, and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As these thoughts swirled, envy and resentment crept across Ma Mei's elongated face, and she involuntarily voiced her feelings. Amidst the doubts of the relatives, Jiang Xiaoyu spoke. A Chow, go test the yacht's power and see if there are any issues. Yes, boss. Upon receiving Jiang Xiaoyu's instruction, a Chow, filled with enthusiasm, made his way to the helm. The powerful Weichai engine roared to life, its sound invigorating and robust. Boss, the yacht has excellent power. A Chow, with a wheat-colored complexion, spoke with excitement. This luxury yacht can easily reach 21 knots without any issues. It can even surge up to a maximum speed of 28 knots. Hearing A Chow affirm the yacht's power, Jiang Xiaoyu felt reassured. All right, it's official then. With hearts full of excitement, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang signed the documents and affixed their fingerprints. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Miss Shen. Should there be any issues with the yacht in the future, please do not hesitate to contact our company. The uniformed staff completed the handover process and, before leaving, extended their warm wishes. On behalf of all of us at Fosun Shipyard, we wish you fair winds and a wonderful life. No sooner had they spoken than the sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed from the seaside. Mr. Jiang, Miss Shen, this is a simple gift from our company to commemorate the occasion. With the cannon's blast, fortunes were celebrated. Ha ha ha, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed. pleasantly surprised by the shipyard's attention to detail. After hearing the cannon fire, he took the initiative to shake hands with the staff and wave them goodbye. Once the yacht handover ceremony concluded, Jiang Xiaoyu calmly stated, "A Chow, from now on, you will be the captain of this yacht, with a base salary of 8,000. How does that sound? 8,000. As a base salary. Boss, that sounds amazing." A Chow's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly replied, "I am so lucky. I was just laid off by Boss Yu because of poor performance. Rest assured, if you are willing to have me, I will work hard for you." A Chow rubbed his hands together, his honest demeanor shining through as he grinned. "All right, let's get these 4 people off the yacht, start her up, and take a leisurely cruise near the coast." "Yes, boss." The sturdy A Chow waved his arms. "Go, go, go. Get off quickly. Move it, move it." With a kind but imposing presence, A Chow, despite his simple appearance, commanded respect. "Xiaoyu, I am your uncle. Xiaoyu, please, let us have a turn. Is that all right? Xiaoyu, I am your aunt. Xiaoyu, I am your mother. Please forgive me." The process of transferring the luxurious yacht was witnessed in its entirety by Ma Gui, Wang Fun, Ma Mei, and Ma Li. It was at this moment that the 4 of them truly realized the extent of Jiang Xiaoyu's success, their faces turning a mottled hue of green and purple in regret. Thunderous sounds erupted as they were ejected from the yacht, and Ah Chow stepped into the cockpit, igniting the yacht's engine and deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. A deep growl emanated from the magnificent vessel, slicing through the water as it gracefully sailed toward the open sea. Initially, the 4 had looked down upon Jiang Xiaoyu, secretly mocking him as a pitiful, destitute individual. However, upon witnessing the opulent yacht glimmering with lavishness as it departed the harbor, their expressions transformed into one of shock and disbelief. Their eyes widened, jaws agape as if they had encountered the most astonishing sight in the world. In their minds, the yacht appeared colossal and grand. Its sleek hull exuded an aura of wealth and power with every inch. Ma Gui and his companions began to doubt the reliability of their own eyesight. Rubbing their eyes and gazing again at the yacht, they found no alteration in their perception. At that moment, they finally comprehended that Jiang Xiaoyu was not the pitiful creature they had imagined, but rather a wealthy magnate. Ma Gui muttered in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How could he possess such wealth?" Wang Fun stammered, "I always thought he was just a pauper." Their faces turned pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The arrogance and confidence they had previously held dissipated, replaced by profound fear and unease. Regret flooded their hearts as they reflected on their past disdain and ridicule towards Jiang Xiaoyu, fearing that he might seek retribution for their previous actions. At this moment, Ma Gui and his companions were engulfed in a tumultuous conflict within themselves, grappling with the sudden transformation of Jiang Xiaoyu from a mere nobody into a wealthy tycoon. This reality was utterly unacceptable to them. In their hearts, Ma Gui and Wang Fun secretly vowed, "No, we must cling tightly to this golden opportunity that is Jiang Xiaoyu." In stark contrast to Ma Gui and his companions' despondent expressions, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang reveled in the euphoria of the sea. Chapter 46. Discovering abalone and sea urchins on the surface of the sea, a luxurious yacht glided smoothly through the water. White seagulls circled above the deck as Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang scattered breadcrumbs, feeding them incessantly. The seagulls chirped joyfully from time to time. "Little you, let us name our luxurious yacht," Xin Yufang exclaimed with a burst of enthusiasm, smiling at Jiang Xiaoyu. "What do you think we should call it?" "Ugh, this is giving me a headache. Our Brave 1 is still aground, so how about we call it Brave 2 instead?" "No way. That is too cliched," Xin Yufang protested, tossing the last piece of bread to the seagulls. Leaning against the white railing of the ship, she propped her chin up, her large, lychee-like eyes blinking thoughtfully. "Come on. Think of another name. Brave 2. I think you've already hit the 2 mark." "Ha ha." Xin Yufang playfully tapped the railing with her fingers, laughing heartily. "Our magnificent yacht, so beautiful and graceful, deserves a proper name. Let us call it the Titanic." As Jiang Xiaoyu faced the sea breeze, he suddenly recalled the American romantic film they had watched a few days ago. The poignant tale of Jack and Rose had left a profound impression on him. "Humph, are you doing this on purpose?" Xin Yufang pouted, swiftly pinching Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. The Titanic ultimately sank into the sea. "How unlucky! How unlucky! Humph! Hey, ouch! Don't pinch my waist. If I have one, let us call it unsinkable instead." Jiang Xiaoyu's creativity sparked. Xin Yufang frowned slightly, murmuring, "Unsinkable? Yes, forever unsinkable. Just like that." Jiang Xiaoyu elaborated. "Sounds quite nice, giving off a sense of safe sailing." Xin Yufang teased, pursing her rosy lips, and giggled. "All right then, let us call it Unsinkable. Ah Chow. From now on, our ship shall be named Unsinkable. Full speed ahead." Jiang Xiaoyu shouted toward Ah Chow in the cockpit, who promptly responded, "Boss. What a splendid name." Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Ah Chao is quite the capable helmsman, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked. Shen Yufang interjected, Huh? What do you mean by boss lady? This Ah Chao is such a silly goose. As the unsinkable surged forward at full speed, Shen Yufang's braided hair danced in the ocean breeze, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, seizing the moment of Shen Yufang's distraction, had already cast the magic fish hook into the ocean, quietly reciting his incantation. Revered one, grant me your favor, manifest swiftly. A powerful wave of mystical energy surged toward the sea. Initiate the vision. With a shimmering green wave of light, images of the underwater world flooded into his mind. Once again, Jiang Xiaoyu was awestruck by the extraordinary sights before him. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, the sea shimmered a profound shade of blue, sparkling like a massive sapphire. In the distance, the horizon blended seamlessly with the ocean, revealing the vast and magnificent expanse of the sea. Simultaneously, a second image emerged in his mind. As the yacht progressed, schools of vividly colored tropical fish frolicked in the water below. Beautiful coral reefs swayed with the waves. Seaweed danced in the currents, and sea snails, burdened by their heavy shells, moved slowly, resembling an underwater garden. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly realized that the range of his vision had seemingly expanded. Previously limited to 50 or 60 meters, it now extended to nearly 100 meters. This expansion of his vision provided Jiang Xiaoyu with an exhilarating sense of clarity, revealing the underwater world in exquisite detail. Time slipped by, and suddenly, a peculiar object caught Jiang Xiaoyu's attention. Ah Chao, slow down the boat. The ability to stop his own vessel at will was exhilarating. Little Yu, has the goddess Ma Zhu sent you another signal? Shen Yufang was still immersed in the immense excitement of being on her luxurious yacht. She busily snapped photos, recorded videos, and couldn't contain herself from posting on social media. Today, you didn't wear a straw hat or fishing bobber, huh? She teased. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. Relying on his sixth sense as a man, I smell abalone here. Ha ha ha, little Yu, you're just boasting. Her laughter was infectious, successfully amusing Shen Yufang. Abalone? What about sea urchins? How did you know? Could it be that Xiao Fang has also gained some extraordinary ability? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Through the magic fish hook, he had indeed discovered not only abalones, but also numerous sea urchins nearby. As the yacht slowed down, he ceased speaking, focusing intently on the sight before him. Clusters of abalone clinging to the rocky seabed, adorned with vibrant patterns on their shells, a breathtaking spectacle. They lay quietly upon the rocks, scattered like jewels, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. Surrounding the abalone were numerous sea grasses and small mollusks, forming a miniature ecosystem. The crystalline waters here allowed for a clear view of the seabed, where the abalone thrived in splendid contentment. Not far away, a delightful surprise awaited as some sea urchins came into view. These urchins, adorned with sharp, menacing spines, appeared somewhat intimidating. Countless urchins rolled languidly in the tide pools and crevices of the rocks. Some opened their fleshy mouths, voraciously feasting on algae, while others captured diminutive hydra. These tiny creatures, no larger than grains of rice, had not been seen by Jiang Xiaoyu in quite some time. It was said they possessed the secret to eternal life. The army of sea urchins continued their slow roll, leaving no trace in their wake. Xiaofeng, quickly, take out your phone and mark this location. Tomorrow, we shall dive to harvest abalone and sea urchins. Shen Yufang observed that Jiang Xiaoyu was not jesting, and the information she gathered was indeed about diving the following day. Was this not an underwater treasure hunt? All right, Xiaoyu, tomorrow we dive. I want to be a mermaid. Make sure to take pictures of me, hee. Shen Yufang hurriedly marked the spot, filled with excitement at the prospect of plunging into the depths of the sea. Jiang Xiaoyu mused, indeed. It seems that a bit of money inflates a woman's playful spirit. Hey Chao, let us call it a day and head back. After marking the location, the sky had already darkened. On the return journey, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang stood side by side on the deck, captivated by the breathtaking sunset. As the cool, salty sea breeze enveloped them, they exchanged smiles, their silhouettes beautifully framed against the tranquil sea. In that moment, it felt as though their souls were intertwined, happiness flowing boundlessly through their veins. However, this bliss was short-lived as they reached the harbor's edge. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang disembarked from the luxurious yacht, Uncle Ma Gue, Aunt Wang Fun, Aunt Ma Mei, and Mother Molly swiftly converged upon them. Since the yacht had departed the harbor, the four had not strayed from this spot. Xiaoyu, your actions are rather ungracious. Uncle Ma Gue was the first to voice his discontent. If you wish to claim this house and land, you must share some of the profits with the four of us. Exactly. Wang Fun and Ma Mei echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, Mother Molly remained silent, seemingly attempting to leave a favorable impression on her son, compensating for past transgressions. Moreover, you struck your aunt. and your girlfriend splashed me with chilly water. Compensation is in order. Perhaps sensing Jiang Xiaoyu's newfound wealth, Ma Gui's tone softened considerably. Oh, Xiaoyu, don't hold it against your aunt. She is an elder. Look at her struggling to make ends meet. Have a heart, will you? Wang Fun's voice took on a gentler tone, laced with a hint of flirtation. I assure you, provide us with some funds, and the house and land in Xiaoyu village will be yours. Chapter 47. Purchasing property, acquiring diving gear, and setting off for abalone. Such dilapidated houses and barren land were hardly treasures worth coveting, yet Jiang Xiaoyu clung to them as if they were precious gems. All right, aunt. You shouldn't have spoken ill of my grandmother. I was too impulsive in striking you. Consider it a lesson to respect your elders. Wang Fun's expression darkened, her thoughts laced with curses. Is this how one speaks? Yet, for the sake of money, she endured. In the face of Jiang Xiaoyu's criticism, she maintained a facade of congeniality. Wang Fun chuckled, as long as the money is right, we can wipe the slate clean. Come now, set a price. Although Jiang Xiaoyu possessed his grandmother's will, he was disinclined to take advantage of such a bargain. He aimed to rely on his own merit to secure the haven he and Yufang cherished. Xiaoyu, you have spirit. We four have already agreed that each of us will take 300,000. Wang Fun's greedy demeanor was palpable as she spoke with a narrow, avaricious smile. Forget it. We no longer want this property. We'll seek the village chief for land elsewhere. Jiang Xiaoyu was incredulous at their demand for 1.2 million. Xiaofang, let us go? Make way. My temper is flaring. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled Shin Yufang along, pushing past the four adults. Hey, nephew, don't be angry, please. Wang Fun was taken aback as Jiang Xiaoyu expressed his intent to purchase land from the village chief. The price is negotiable. We can discuss it. Wang Fun, Ma Gui, and Ma Mei hurried to block Jiang Xiaoyu's path. Exactly. Nephew, don't leave. Wang Fun jabbed a finger at Ma Gui, who knowingly smiled. Nephew, how about 200,000 each? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's determination to leave, they lowered the offer. 100,000. 100,000. Each for 100,000. You'll receive 3 houses and several acres of rice paddies. Ma Gui, sensing Jiang Xiaoyu's indifference, became increasingly agitated. 50,000. 50,000. Each for 50,000. That's the lowest we can go. Hearing this price stirred something within Jiang Xiaoyu. He and Yufang still had 410,000 in their bank accounts. 50,000 each, totaling 200,000 deal. Jiang Xiaoyu readily agreed. With the house secured, he felt a wave of relief. More importantly, he did not wish for these peculiar relatives to disrupt the tranquil life he envisioned with Yufang. Upon hearing this, Ma Gui and the others beamed with delight. They had settled on this price by the seaside, and if the other party disagreed, they would persist relentlessly. Let us go. Find the village chief. Sign the agreement. All right. Jiang Xiaoyu and his party made their way to Xiaoyu village, where they successfully signed the agreement with the village chief. Ma Gui, from now on, you have no claim to this house and land. I hope you uphold your promise and refrain from causing any more trouble. The elderly village chief, with a gentle demeanor, observed the 4 adults bullying the 2 young ones with a heavy heart. Yes. Rest assured, village chief, I, Ma Gui, am not that kind of person. Ma Gui plastered a sycophantic smile across his face. Now, take your money and be gone. The aged village chief, slightly stooped and with gnarled hands, waved his arm dismissively, his expression tinged with disdain. After the 4 departed, he turned his kind gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang, the deep lines of his face softening with warmth. Xiaoyu, Xiaofang, from this day forth, you 2 shall be villagers of Xiaoyu village. The village chief lit a cigarette, his voice gentle. No matter how far you go, this will always be your warm home. I hope that one day you can lead the villagers to prosperity. Over 500 families have lived in poverty here for generations. The village chief, with skin darkened and etched with deep wrinkles, sighed softly, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Young people have all gone to the city. It's rare to see youth like you return home. Indeed, village chief, you flatter us, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled. If I have the means, I will surely develop tourism in Xiaoyu village. Tourism? That sounds splendid. The village chief smiled, his eyes gleaming with hopeful visions. All right, village chief. Yufang, and I shall head home now. Jiang Xiaoyu was merely speaking off the cuff. Should they truly embark on the development of the tourism industry, it would necessitate a substantial sum of investment. Currently, the 2 of them possessed a mere 200,000 yuan, barely sufficient to ensure their own survival. Thus, earning money swiftly became their primary objective. The following morning, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang took a taxi to the city of Linhai County. Stepping into a fishing gear shop that specialized in diving equipment. Boss, we are novices in diving. Could you recommend 2 sets of diving gear for us? Jiang Xiaoyu stated directly, articulating their purpose. The young proprietor, noticing the arrival of customers, set down his teacup, his face beaming with a smile as he began his introduction. You've come to the right place. Are you looking for something budget-friendly or a mid to high-end option? Let us go for the higher end, Jiang Xiaoyu replied. Well aware that one gets what one pays for. While expensive items may not guarantee superior quality, cheaper ones certainly lacked it. Very well. The young proprietor gestured toward the items on the shelves, elaborating. This is a regulator. This is a 7mm wetsuit. This is a buoyancy compensator. And here is the oxygen tank. He meticulously explained each item and demonstrated how to use them. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang listened intently, each purchasing a set, totaling 36,000 yuan. After acquiring their diving gear, Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze wandered around the shop, landing on an intriguing item. Boss, how much for this spear gun? Could you recommend an entry-level one? The young proprietor provided yet another thorough introduction, culminating in Jiang Xiaoyu spending 4,000 yuan on 2 mid-range spear guns. Goodness, little brother Xiaoyu. And yet the abalone remains unseen. 40,000 yuan has vanished. After the two completed their payment via QR code, the young proprietor offered them a warm reminder. Hey there, you need to get certified to dive. Certified. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang felt a chill at the thought. This was the first they had heard of needing certification for diving. Is there someone who will check if we lack a diving license? The young proprietor chuckled, not necessarily. It depends on the location. Some places check, while others do not. Ah, thank you for the reminder. By the way, here is my business card. My name is Akuin. If you need to get certified, just give me a call. I assure you, you will pass. All right. Thank you, brother Akuin. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled politely, accepting the card as they exchanged contact information. Upon returning to Xiaoyu village that afternoon, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang paid their respects to the sea goddess Mazu. They then started their tricycle, loaded with fishing gear, and their dog, Wang Kai, setting off toward the seaside port. Upon arrival, Chao had already prepared the luxurious yacht, eagerly assisting in moving the gear onto the deck as the boss and his partner arrived. Wang. The dog Wang Kai, aboard the vessel for the first time, barked incessantly, whether from excitement or in response to the unfamiliar Chao. Wang Kai, this is our luxurious yacht. From now on, you shall be our lookout dog. And I'll make sure to reward you with bones. Xin Yufang cooed, petting the dog's head near its ears. Wang. Wang Kai wagged his tail, as if comprehending the sentiment. Jiang Xiaoyu sent the marked location to Chao, gazing eagerly at the rolling waves of the sea, brimming with confidence. Brother Chao, we reached this spot yesterday. Let us set sail. Chapter 48. The first dive in life, filled with trepidation. With the roar of the engine echoing, the yacht, named Unsinkable, slowly departed from the dock. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu stood on the deck, glancing back as the coastline gradually faded from view. The lush trees along the shore became increasingly blurred as the yacht ventured into the vast ocean. He and Xin Yufang stood side by side on the deck, feeling the embrace of the sea breeze and listening to the waves crashing against the hull, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. Ha, Xiaofeng. Today marks the first step of our grand world tour. That's quite the ambition. Let us first ensure we have enough fuel. Prior to setting out, they had filled the tank with nearly 4,000 liters of number 0 diesel, costing over 30,000 yuan. Let us go fishing. Xin Yufang's remark pulled Jiang Xiaoyu back to reality, signaling the end of their leisurely romantic interlude. He squatted on the deck alongside Xin Yufang, preparing the long-line fishing hooks. He picked up a live shrimp and hooked it, looking up to share a laugh with Xin Yufang, who was busy organizing the hooks. Once we earn big money, we'll see all the beautiful sights of the world and savor every exquisite dish. What do you say? What do you mean? What do I say? Just call me sister. Oh dear, your little waist sister. Xin Yufang's delicate brows knitted slightly. I told you to buy a shorter long line, yet you ended up purchasing 2 miles of it. Though she complained, her heart was warmed by the camaraderie of working alongside the boy she liked. As they worked, the sweetness of companionship enveloped her. 1 line for the hook, 1 for the bait. A perfect partnership makes the labor lighter, doesn't it? Sister Xiaofeng, how about I massage your arms during the afternoon break? As he grappled with the long line fishing for the first time, he felt a bit overwhelmed. This task was far too time-consuming, and he regretted not buying a shorter one. Ugh, who wants your massages? You're average-looking, but your thoughts are quite lofty. Xin Yufang replied with a playful smile, pouting her rosy lips. Jiang Xiaoyu realized then that her words could be quite sharp. He lowered his head and continued to attach live bait to the hooks. The long-line fishing consisted of a main line with branch lines spaced over a meter apart, making it particularly suitable for fishing in expansive waters and areas with gentle currents. Jiang Xiaoyu's long line stretched over 1,000 meters, adorned with around 600 to 700 hooks. As they continued their preparations, the two exchanged joyful thoughts about their upcoming dive. After more than an hour of affixing live bait and completing their setup, the subsequent tasks became significantly easier. Jiang Xiaoyu stood at the stern, lowering a segment of the main line into the sea. Releasing it, he watched as, propelled by the yacht's movement, the 2-mile-long line swiftly spread across the water. At that moment, Chao piloted the unsinkable to the marked location. "Brother Chao, please stop the boat here." Chao's excited voice came from the cockpit. "Yes, Captain." Thrilled at the prospect of steering a private luxury yacht, Chao felt elated, believing he could boast about this experience for a lifetime back in the village. Once Jiang Xiaoyu, as captain, gave the command, Chao turned off the engine. The luxury yacht gradually slowed and came to a gentle halt on the water's surface. Simultaneously, the trio began lowering the anchor chain. Thud! The enormous iron anchor plunged into the sea, stirring up a flurry of waves. After several anchors sank, the yacht came to a complete stop. Chao, ever the professional, meticulously checked all equipment and safety measures, ensuring everything was flawless. "Brother Chao, here's a walkie-talkie. Keep it with you so we can stay in touch at all times." Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved 2 walkie-talkies from his bag, giving one to Chao while sealing the other in a plastic bag for use. This location was over 40 nautical miles from the coastline, surpassing the nearshore limits, where mobile phone signals were exceedingly weak. Jiang Xiaoyu, being cautious and somewhat timid, felt a flicker of fear at the thought of diving into the ocean with Shen Yufang for the first time. Yet, in the presence of the campus belle, he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, as relaxed as a cloud drifting in the sky. "Little brother Xiaoyu, hurry up. I can hardly wait." Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yufang had already retrieved the diving suit from the cabin. Her slightly rounded face was adorned with anticipation and yearning as she brandished her phone. "Xiaoyu, my Huawei phone is right here for you. Please take some underwater photos for me later," she said, placing the device into the suit's storage pocket, giggling. "You can't imagine how infuriating it was yesterday. The lavish yacht I posted about on social media attracted a flurry of chaotic comments, suggesting I had finally snagged a wealthy benefactor." Jiang Xiaoyu listened quietly, his disposition not inclined to boastfulness, preferring solitude. In contrast, the 21-year-old Shen Yufang relished both tranquil environments and the spotlight, a seeming contradiction. "All right, my mermaid sister. The life of fishermen at sea can be rather monotonous. A little bragging seems harmless." "Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu, your words are sweeter today," she teased, her large eyes sparkling. "Xiaofang, this is our first adventure together. We must prioritize safety." As they conversed, Jiang Xiaoyu carefully picked up the heavy underwater diving suit, his emotions a blend of excitement and trepidation. The suit resembled a robust space suit, intricately designed. Recalling the young owner's instructions, he gently laid the suit on the ground and gradually inserted his legs. The material was remarkably soft, yet had a snug elasticity, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Next, he pulled up the top of the suit and slipped his arms into the sleeves. Each movement required some effort, as the suit was filled with air, causing it to inflate slightly. When he donned the helmet, a mild pressure enveloped him. The young owner had informed them that this was to ensure normal breathing underwater. Once fully equipped, he meticulously checked every seal and zipper to confirm their complete closure. Simultaneously, Shen Yufang had also donned her diving suit, the fitted 2-piece design accentuating her exquisite curves. "Ah, what are you staring at? How rude." Shen Yufang smiled playfully, wielding a long fin and playfully striking Jiang Xiaoyu's backside. "Ouch, that didn't hurt." Though the impact was minor, the flirtation was palpable. Captain Chao is resting on the cabin sofa. Otherwise, this scene would be a barrage of dog food moments. Woof woof. Nearby, the single mutt, Wang Kai, barked in confusion, observing their playful antics. After securing the fins to his feet, Jiang Xiaoyu conducted multiple inspections of his gear and did the same for Shen Yufang. The details were crucial. Any oversight could lead to water leakage in the suits, jeopardizing their safety underwater. Satisfied with the checks, he fitted Shen Yufang with a transparent diving mask, adjusting it to the correct position. "Xiaofang, how's your visibility?" he shouted. It's quite clear." Shen Yufang nodded, beginning to communicate through gestures, as underwater communication posed a challenge. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Wang Kai, bewildered, wagged his tail and barked. "Stay put, you mutt. I'll bring you some abalone later," Jiang Xiaoyu said, crouching down to pet the dog. Standing up, he took several deep breaths to steady his nerves. Feeling a bit anxious, he double-checked his gear before slowly donning the transparent diving mask. Twisting his neck, he gazed around, the ocean expansive and majestic, with clouds drifting lazily, his view unobstructed. Standing on the deck, he felt as though he had transformed into a genuine diver, akin to a character from a film, ready to explore the enigmatic underwater realm. "Jump!" At the bow of the boat, Shen Yufang glanced back at Jiang Xiaoyu, her pink lips moving as she shouted. However, to Jiang Xiaoyu's ears, it sounded faint. Ah, I can't do it. When faced with the vast ocean, the 18-year-old felt his legs weaken with fear. You coward. Are you capable or not? Shen Yufang glared at him with her lychee-like eyes. Stomping her fin on the teak deck produced a deep thud. Ah, I need to pee. Why don't you jump first? Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling anxious, made a gesture indicating his urgency. Shen Yufang chuckled knowingly, the corners of her beautiful lips curling upwards. Forget you. In a sudden move, she darted behind Jiang Xiaoyu and, with a forceful kick, sent him tumbling into the sea. Splash. Chapter 49. Harvesting abalone and collecting sea urchins. Ah, splash. Jiang Xiaoyu, with the oxygen tank on his back, yelped as he plunged into the water, creating a significant splash. WTF. Xiaofang, help. Can I breathe? While on the deck, he had been consumed by various worries and fears. Yet, once submerged, it felt remarkably manageable. Sometimes, it is challenging for individuals to surpass their own boundaries. Indeed, behind every successful man stands a woman who gives him a push. Ha! Shen Yufang couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. It all comes down to my sister. Majoring in marine science and having taken diving elective courses during her university years, Shen Yufang felt no anxiety. After her self-assured exposition, she leapt gracefully into the water, akin to a mother frog, perfectly diving into the embrace of the ocean. Ah, my goodness. The underwater world is stunning. Her first plunge revealed a breathtaking new realm. After struggling momentarily, he spotted a mermaid swimming past him. Wow, so beautiful. Wait, Xiaofang. Shen Yufang executed a 360-degree spin, bubbles erupting from her head as she approached Jiang Xiaoyu. So cool and captivating. His gaze was transfixed. Shen Yufang raised her delicate arm, striking a pose for the camera. Jiang Xiaoyu, understanding her intention, gradually regained his composure. He deftly retrieved his Huawei phone, snapping a series of photos and recording a short video of Shen Yufang. After reviewing the footage, she gave him a thumbs up. Xiaoyu, impressive. Her soft lips moved. Yet no sound emerged. Abalone. Having acclimated to the underwater environment, Jiang Xiaoyu formed an oval shape with his fingers, mimicking the gesture for abalone. Shen Yufang nodded, releasing a stream of bubbles. Moments later, Whereas Xiaoyu? Shen Yufang suddenly turned, noticing him still floundering in place. Oh no. How frustrating. She had to paddle back, hand in hand, teaching Jiang Xiaoyu how to swim underwater. Smack. Shen Yufang extended her arm, delivering a firm slap to Jiang Xiaoyu's backside. Then, she struck his thighs, calves, and ankles in succession. Leaning close to his ear, she shouted, remember, engage your glutes to drive your thighs and calves. Keep your feet straight and push down. Give it a try? Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, attempting to follow her guidance alongside her. What is going on? He felt puzzled. He understood the concept, yet his legs and feet were not cooperating. Smack. Beside her, Shen Yufang delivered a sharp slap to the instep. Here, straighten up, press down, crack, crack. In this manner, they practiced incessantly for an hour. Despite her average talent, Jiang Xiaoyu finally managed to clumsily grasp the basic movements. Elated, she reveled in her newfound ability to swim effortlessly beneath the waves. The two glanced at the pressure gauge and noted the dwindling air pressure in the oxygen tank. Signaling to each other, they swam to the yacht, where a Chow assisted them in climbing aboard. Xiaofang, how's my progress? Am I quick or what? Jiang Xiaoyu removed her transparent mask, revealing a radiant smile on her handsome face. Shen Yufang shrugged, unable to hide a smirk. Well, you're slightly faster than a pig. Is that what people say? The topic concluded abruptly. They resumed refilling the oxygen tanks. Diving into the ocean once more, Jiang Xiaoyu transformed into a nimble little fish, deftly maneuvering her body as she swam freely toward their destination. The auspicious fishing hook was cast into the water naturally, and she silently chanted, as I wish. May you manifest swiftly. With that, she blew a series of bubbles underwater. Suddenly, a wave of green light pulsed outward from the hook, illuminating a radius of 100 meters. Abalone, sea urchins, where are you? Surely you haven't all fled overnight? A hint of worry crept into Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. Through her transparent mask, sunlight filtered through the water, casting vibrant hues upon the coral reefs below. Sensing a connection, she and Xiaofang swam side by side, exchanging glances and sharing a smile. The underwater world was truly enchanting. While admiring the scenery, they swam toward the direction indicated by the auspicious hook. Time slipped away as their gaze was drawn to a distant cluster of rocks, seemingly concealing treasures. Wow, look over there. It seems like there's abalone. Xiaofang exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the rocks. Let us go. Let us catch it. Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a laugh. The two approached the rocky outcrop, carefully surveying their surroundings. To their astonishment, a multitude of large abalones clung to the surface of the rocks, coming into view. Wow, such enormous abalones. Xiaofang gasped in awe. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with desire. This is a rare sight. They must be delicious. Close to each other, they gestured and read each other's lips. Xiaofang couldn't help but chuckle. You greedy little thing. All you think about is eating. Jiang Xiaoyu mischievously winked. What can I say? I'm your partner, after all. I must help you find the finest delicacies. They exchanged playful banter for a moment before retrieving their tools and nets to catch the abalones. With a metal piece in hand, Jiang Xiaoyu pried one from the rock while deftly securing the fallen abalone into her net. Just like that, wild abalones were caught, promising hundreds of soft RMB in return. Minutes later, the hefty abalones found a new home, easily worth over 1,000 yuan. Wow. Another wild abalone the size of my palm. She couldn't resist touching it. Its shell was hard, covered in seaweed, while the oval-shaped meat was soft. It must have taken years to grow this big. Surprised, her clear eyes sparkled with admiration. Most of them were three-headed abalones, fetching several hundred yuan per pound. They were on the verge of striking it rich. The more Jiang Xiaoyu collected, the more joy filled her heart. Before they knew it, both she and Xiaofang had nearly filled their nets to capacity. Returning to the yacht, they poured countless abalones into the live fish tank, replenished the oxygen tanks, and prepared to dive again. Empowered by the auspicious hook, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly rediscovered the troop of sea urchins they had encountered the previous day. Upon closer inspection, she noted their spiky exteriors, round and reminiscent of little dung eggs. Indeed, look closely. Most of these are horse manure sea urchins. Time to work, Shen Yufang proclaimed, playfully nudging Jiang Xiaoyu. Through the transparent glass, her large eyes sparkled with a gluttonous gleam. Both donned rubber gloves and skillfully gathered them into their nets. Hey, these sea urchins look so adorable, Shen Yufang remarked, gazing at the creatures in her net. Indeed, just imagine steaming these dung eggs tonight, Jiang Xiaoyu replied proudly. Shen Yufang shook her head with a smile. You really are a foodie. You can think of food for everything. At that moment, a few playful clownfish swam over, curiously circling them. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly had an idea and turned to Xiaofang. Darling Xiaofang, look at these little fish. Shall we take them home as pets? Xiaofang's eyes widened in disbelief. You want to keep pets? Hurry up, let us focus on the abalones and sea urchins. Jiang Xiaoyu reached out to catch a clownfish, but the fish darted away, tails flicking as they scattered. Shen Yufang burst into laughter at his clumsiness. You're such an amusing character. As laughter filled the underwater realm, countless horse manure sea urchins were on the verge of filling their large nets. Unbeknownst to them, danger was stealthily approaching. Chapter 50, an unexpected turn of events. Having filled 2 large nets with sea urchins, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang glanced at their oxygen tanks, noting the declining air pressure. They needed to return to the yacht. With their nets in hand, they swam side by side, joyfully navigating the seafloor toward the yacht not far away. However, lost in their immense happiness, they failed to notice a colossal creature swiftly closing in behind them. Jiang Xiaoyu ascended to the yacht first, and as she set down the net filled with sea urchins to assist Shen Yufang, an unforeseen calamity struck. Just as one of Shen Yufang's feet touched the deck of the yacht, a tremendous force surged from beneath the water, suddenly ensnaring her slender, graceful leg. With a violent tug, she was yanked into the sea. She struggled to surface, realizing that in the water, she was no match for the monstrous entity dragging her down. Ah, Xiaoyu, save me, Shen Yufang cried out, flailing her arms. On the deck, Jiang Xiaoyu gasped in shock, hurriedly grabbing the nearby spear gun before resolutely leaping into the water. Upon entering, he steadied himself and focused, spotting a gigantic squid tightly entwining his beloved Xiaofang. This colossal squid was immense, its head nearly the size of a watermelon. Its several tentacles, as strong as steel, wrapped around Shen Yufang's delicate form. As Shen Yufang gasped for breath, she felt her struggles becoming increasingly futile against the squid's overwhelming strength. The ink it released clouded the surrounding waters, obscuring her vision. Despair washed over her, and fear filled her heart. Yet, in this dire moment, Shen Yufang refused to surrender. Summoning all her strength, she grasped the squid's tentacles, trying to pry them apart. Simultaneously, the squid seemed to sense the futile resistance of the human and tightened its grip. Deep indentations formed on Shen Yufang's skin as blood began to seep out, with the air supply hose on the brink of being severed by the squid's tentacles. In that critical moment, whoosh, an arrow sliced through the water, aimed at the colossal head of the octopus. Thud! Alas, it missed its target, colliding with the reef behind the creature and ricocheting back a meter or two. Ah no, Shen Yufang cried out in frustration, little fishing brother, don't toy with me. She silently lamented, I haven't even savored your essence yet, and now I might meet my end here? Her heart raced with urgency. In that moment, spurred by the arrow's trajectory, she caught sight of a nearby rock. A glimmer of hope surged within her as she swam toward it. Despite the immense resistance posed by the octopus, Xin Yufang valiantly flapped her fins, laboriously propelling herself forward. At last, just as the air supply hose was on the verge of snapping, she summoned every ounce of her strength and forcefully slammed the octopus's tentacle against the rock. The octopus, stung by pain, relinquished one of its tentacles, and in the ensuing chaos, several steel-like appendages lunged at her in succession. Seizing this fleeting moment, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved the iron arrow and reloaded the slingshot. He straightened his feet with determination and propelled himself forward with urgency. Armed with a sharp spear, he surged toward the gigantic octopus, his gaze resolute and fearless in the face of danger. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly closed the distance to the massive creature, raised his arm, and aimed at its vital points, focusing intently on the watermelon-sized head. This time, his expression unwavering, he gently squeezed the trigger. Thud! The iron arrow shot forth with great speed, striking true and piercing through the octopus's head, blood oozing from the wound and staining the surrounding waters crimson. The immense octopus writhed in agony, completely devoid of the strength to resist. The tentacles that had ensnared Xin Yufang suddenly slackened, releasing their grip on her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyu pulled her close, enveloping her in a comforting embrace in the vast, enigmatic depths of the ocean. Gasping for air, Xin Yufang struggled to breathe, a flurry of bubbles escaping her lips. Jiang Xiaoyu stowed the spear and swam towards her, seizing her arm and propelling them upward. With her other hand, Xin Yufang clutched the now powerless octopus. The two of them, along with their catch, soon found themselves aboard the yacht. Are you all right? Jiang Xiaoyu hastily removed his mask, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Truly, it's thanks to you. How can I repay you? Xin Yufang lay on the teak deck, removing her mask, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. We are partners. There's no need for repayment. Just offer yourself to me, Jiang Xiaoyu teased, a smile dancing on his lips as he playfully pinched her pale cheek. I'm just relieved you're okay. You gave me quite a scare. Rest for a bit while I attend to the sea urchins. Satisfied that Xin Yufang was safe, Jiang Xiaoyu called for a chow to help gather their equipment and process the sea urchins, leaving Xin Yufang to bask in the warm sunlight. Dazed from her ordeal, Xin Yufang thought, what? Offer myself? Am I imagining things? A mix of joy and confusion swirled within her. After a brief respite, she sat up, her tall figure poised, and delivered a sharp kick to the lifeless octopus. You foul creature, you nearly ensnared me. She extended her delicate hand and playfully smacked the octopus's battered head a few times. A chow, let us barbecue the octopus for lunch. Add plenty of cumin. Yes, boss. A chow replied, busying himself with the sea urchins. Following the order, he handed over the remaining sea urchins to Jiang Xiaoyu and headed to the storage room to fetch the grilling tools. At lunchtime, Jiang Xiaoyu propped up a sunshade while Xin Yufang arranged the tables and benches, and a chow patiently ignited the charcoal for grilling. The trio busied themselves joyfully under the bright sun and the gently salty sea breeze. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of grilled octopus, abalone, and steamed sea urchins wafted through the air, tantalizing the two to the point of salivation. Woof woof. At some point, Wang Kai had nudged against Jiang Xiaoyu's ankle, his long tongue hanging out, a puddle of drool forming at his feet. Wang Kai, you glutton, go clean the deck. Jiang Xiaoyu bent down, patting the dog's head, tossing a rag onto the floor. Get to it. If it's not clean, no grilled abalone or grilled squid for you. He shot a disdainful look at the mutt. Humph. No free meals here. Woof woof. Wang Kai, seemingly understanding Jiang Xiaoyu's words, obediently picked up the rag and began wiping the dirty deck. Oh, my weary head. Jiang Xiaoyu remarked. How is it that you're more dog than I am? The dog pawed at the rag, scrubbing the teak floor while internally grumbling. Dinner is served. Xin Yufang announced, bringing plate after plate of grilled octopus, abalone, and steamed sea urchin to the table. Observing how brilliantly Wang Kai had cleaned the floor, reflecting the sunlight so brightly it nearly blinded Jiang Xiaoyu, he felt a pang of compassion. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing his mistress call, Wang Kai dropped the rag and scampered over joyfully. During this time, Jiang Xiaoyu and a chow had reeled in their fishing lines. But the catch had been modest, mostly small fish, although a few grouper made their way into the hall. A chow? Come join us for a meal. Jiang Xiaoyu called to a chow, who was squatting beside the grilling tools. Thanks, boss. A chow replied with a goofy smile. The three of them and the dog enjoyed their feast heartily. After the meal, they took a moment to rest. Jiang Xiaoyu donned a straw hat, equipped with 3 fishing floats, setting fresh abalone, sea urchins, and octopus meat on the table, along with a glass of red wine and 3 pairs of chopsticks. They began to pay homage to the sea goddess, Mazu. Jiang Xiaoyu lit 3 incense sticks and bowed toward the ocean, murmuring, Mazu. May you bless your son with encounters of precious fish schools, shipwreck treasures, and the tomb of Shun Wansan. Mazu, you're asking for quite a lot, aren't you? Achao? Shin Yufeng. Chapter 51, The Wrinkled Lip Shark. Xiaoyu, has Mazu sent you another signal? Shin Yufeng, holding a fishing rod, inquired as she noticed Jiang Xiaoyu assembling a heavy-duty rod. Upon hearing her, Jiang Xiaoyu donned the hat adorned with fishing floats to shield himself from the blazing sun. Smiling warmly, indeed, during the noon offering to Mazu, I made a wish. With a triumphant grin, he continued, trust me, there's a school of large fish ahead. We're about to strike it rich. Shin Yufeng looked at him, momentarily taken aback. She truly had no idea how he could be so certain that there were fish in the vast ocean just because he said so. In the vastness of the sea, images of several large fish flickered in her mind, resembling sharks, and if she wasn't mistaken, they were wrinkled lip sharks. Meanwhile, a school of vibrantly colored fish, speckled with black dots, were indeed precious mouse groupers. Regardless of whether it was the formidable shark or the charming mouse grouper, they were not lifeless. They were in constant pursuit in motion. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced, fearing that the prize catch would slip from his grasp. The time for the lure to shine was drawing near. My dear treasure, the promising days ahead rest entirely upon your shoulders. Let us charge forth. Jiang Xiaoyu silently muttered a few words in her heart, her lips curling into a soft smile that radiated pure delight. May the wishful fish hook grant my desires. Swiftly reveal its magic. With a gust of celestial energy, she directed it toward the sea. The wishful fish hook pursued the elusive wrinkled-lipped shark ahead. The mouse grouper moved at a more leisurely pace, unhurried, and could be set aside for the moment. Accompanied by Jiang Xiaoyu's incantations, the wishful fish hook accelerated in its pursuit, keeping a vigilant watch on the wrinkled-lipped shark while also considering the direction of the mouse grouper. Achao! Maximum speed ahead. The prey was within sight, and Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly contain her eagerness to reel it in. She clenched her fists tightly, her expression betraying a mix of tension and exhilaration. Aye, Captain. The luxurious yacht surged forward, reaching a speed of over 30 knots. The ocean breeze whipped through the air, invigorating their spirits. With the yacht's rapid navigation, the image of the wrinkled-lipped shark grew ever closer in her mind. 3 nautical miles, 2 nautical miles, 1 nautical mile. When they were about 500 meters from the shark, Jiang Xiaoyu commanded Achao to reduce speed until they were approximately 100 meters away, at which point the yacht came to a halt. Standing on the bow of the deck, she attached a pike to the wishful fish hook. Drawing upon the last image etched in her mind, she leaned back and suddenly cast the hook toward the target point. Swish! The line from the spinning reel shot out rapidly as the wishful fish hook propelled the pike bait toward the sea, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Plop! A sound of water splashing resonated faintly. Once submerged, the vision of the seabed resurfaced in her thoughts. That was a miscast. Xiaofeng, cast westward at 3 o'clock. Roughly 200 meters away, Jiang Xiaoyu pointed in the direction, as if she could see the fish through Shin Yufeng's eyes. All right, as you say, but if there's no fish, I shall surely spank you. With that, Shin Yufeng switched to a heavier sinker. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, undeterred by the miss, reminded herself this was the wishful fish hook. Hee. Wishful indeed. Let us see if we can close in on the wrinkled-lipped shark. Following the command, the wishful fish hook shimmered with a greenish glow beneath the waves, seemingly awakening as it swam slowly toward the group of wrinkled-lipped sharks. Several wrinkled-lipped sharks were in pursuit of a school of yellow croakers when, suddenly, not far off, a spirited pike swam toward them. The sharks were perplexed. Other pikes would flee in terror upon seeing them. What was this one thinking, daring to provoke them? Fish into the jaws of a shark? One patterned wrinkled-lipped shark wasted no time, propelling itself forward with a powerful swish of its tail. Mouth agape to engulf the pike bait. From the deck of the luxurious yacht, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed the entire spectacle. Foolish creature, I shall strike. She swiftly angled her rod, and the tip dipped sharply as the hook pierced the fish's mouth. A sudden surge of resistance jolted through the line and into her arms, electrifying her senses. Jiang Xiaoyu, seeing she had hooked the fish, wasted no time in reeling it in, tirelessly manipulating the rod to prevent the shark from escaping. However, the shark was formidable, thrashing violently beneath the waves, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu from side to side. Several times, its slender body slammed against the railings of the boat. Had it not been for the barriers, it likely would have plunged into the depths to join its brethren. Not bad. You've got some strength. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of competitive spirit, her cheeks flushed with determination. She lowered her center of gravity, leaning against the railing, positioning the rod against her hip, and frantically cranked the reel. At that moment, Achao, having secured the yacht, approached. Seeing his boss in such a state, he rushed forward, exuberantly shouting, "Captain, let me assist you." A Chow's iron-like hands clasped around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist, providing much-needed stability. With their combined efforts, the massive fish finally emerged from its struggle, revealing its true form. Wow, boss, Captain, it's a wrinkled-lipped shark. A Chow, seasoned from years at sea, recognized it instantly. Wrinkled-lipped sharks, also known as nine-banded sharks, are favored as pets by many affluent individuals. This particular specimen measured about a meter in length, with a stout front tapering to a slender rear. Its flat and short head giving it a rather comical appearance. The one before them, measuring just over a meter, was adorned with a pattern of regular spots. Come forth. A Chow, hearing Jiang Xiaoyu wanted it alive, fetched a large net and skillfully scooped it up, extracting the wishful fish hook with care. Jiang Xiaoyu and a Chow gently placed the shark in the live fish tank, activating the oxygen pump. Following the same procedure, one by one, the 4 wrinkled-lipped sharks were hooked and brought ashore. Jiang Xiaoyu meticulously tended to the wounds on their short snouts, preparing each for its new abode. As Jiang Xiaoyu reveled in the sight of the wrinkled-lipped sharks swimming gracefully within the glass tank, a piercing scream erupted from the other side of the yacht. Ha! I've got one! I've got one! Upon hearing Shen Yufang's jubilant cries, Jiang Xiaoyu's body jolted, a shiver running down her spine. This girl was far too exuberant. Rising, she made her way to her side, where she found her donning a yellow straw hat, her braided hair swaying gently in the sea breeze. One hand gripped the rod while the other, calm and collected, cranked the reel as she joyfully played the fish. Woof, woof, woof. The scruffy dog, Wang Kai, appeared from the shadows, barking excitedly and wagging its tail beside them. Before long, Shen Yufang's bright eyes sparkled as a stunning sea fish surfaced, reflecting the sunlight beautifully. Ah, little you look. It's a, Chapter 52, Mouse Grouper. Ah, little you look. It's a mouse grouper. Shen Yufang's face radiated with a brilliant smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu stood on the deck, ready with the net. He dipped it into the water, waiting for the perfect moment, and with a swift motion, captured a beautifully patterned mouse grouper with broad fins. The mouse grouper, also known as the green grouper or humpback bass, earned its name from the deep-colored spots on its head and back. The flesh of the mouse grouper is exquisitely tender and delectable, regarded as one of the ocean's culinary treasures. Men who consume it find it irresistible, and women are equally captivated. Be gentle now, sweet little grouper, it won't hurt. Shen Yufang, holding the fishing pliers, carefully removed the hook. This particular grouper measured around 30 to 40 centimeters. Bathed in sunlight, its iridescent body shimmered like delicate crystal. If transformed into a delectable sashimi, it would surely entice even the most discerning kindergartners. Little you, the mouse grouper is so adorable. What do you say we enjoy it raw tonight? As she spoke, gluttonous Shen Yufang swallowed hard. Xiaofang, you glutton. The mouse grouper is on the verge of becoming a protected species. Perhaps we should sell it and settle our debts. Jiang Xiaoyu understood that this aesthetically pleasing fish possesses high ornamental value, attracting affluent individuals willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. Moreover, it was included in the list of fish that the Gao Qihang brothers had reserved for him. Beyond edible fish, there exists a segment of wealthy patrons who raise them as pets, including the wrinkled-lipped shark and the mouse grouper. Such is the nature of society. Common folk from the lower strata, when offered money, seldom perceive fish as ornamental creatures. Conversely, the interests and hobbies of the affluent are realms inaccessible to the ordinary populace. Emerging from a fishing village, Jiang Xiaoyu was equally astonished to learn that some individuals keep sharks and groupers as pets. Well then, little mouse, consider yourself fortunate. You are so adorable, I shall sell you. The mouse grouper? Shen Yufang entrusted the mouse grouper to a Chow, offering a cautionary remark. Brother A Chow, ensure it receives ample oxygen. My little mouse must survive the journey ashore. Rest assured, boss lady, if any fish perish, you may kick me. A Chow chuckled innocently, placing the mouse grouper into the live fish tank, activating 3 oxygen pumps. Having become accustomed to the boss lady's manner of address, Shen Yufang accepted it as routine. The passage of time breeds affection. This adage holds true. Living alongside Jiang Xiaoyu, she felt a growing dependence on him. The days without Xiaoyu were devoid of flavor, particularly after she was ensnared by an octopus and dragged into the sea. With a spear in hand, Jiang Xiaoyu courageously leapt into the depths to rescue her. It is worth noting that he is rather timid. At that moment, her heart melted, though the nearby wooden figure appeared solely fixated on the fish. Xiaofang, why are you dawdling? Hurry and catch some fish. Jiang Xiaoyu peered through the fishing hook, observing that a dozen mouse groupers were still foraging nearby. Look, they're coming again. They're here. Shen Yufang pouted, regaining her composure. Uh-huh. Thank you, Mazu. The signal has arrived. Jiang Xiaoyu theatrically proclaimed, Xiaofang. Mazu has sent a WeChat message. Approximately 150 meters ahead, there are big fish. Shin Yufeng shot him a sidelong glance. Xiaoyu, stop fooling around. There's no way Mazu would send WeChat messages. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, unfazed, and suggested, how about a bet? If you lose, you'll give me a massage tonight. Following his pointed gesture, Shin Yufeng gazed into the rolling expanse of the sea, seeing nothing. Humph. I refuse to believe it. Just because you say it exists. Does that mean it does? Can you see through things or what? Shin Yufeng retorted incredulously. Swish, swish, swish. Though her lips protested, her body was decidedly honest. Gripping the lure rod, Shin Yufeng cast it elegantly, lifting her pristine calves slightly. Clad in a form-fitting jacket and a duckbill cap, her casting pose exuded a cool and striking allure. Absolutely mesmerizing. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he could never grow tired. Xiaoyu, have you perhaps developed feelings for your sister? If you like me, just say it. Shin Yufeng boldly initiated an advance upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's flustered expression. No way. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu's angular face turned crimson, resembling a freshly steamed crab. Swish, swish, swish. Hastily, he cast the hook into the water, slowly reeling in the remaining line. Oh no, she has caught on to me. What should I do? As he gradually reeled in, his thoughts became muddled. He had indeed developed feelings for this student beauty, yet he lacked the courage to confess. I've truly hooked a big fish. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered, Shin Yufeng felt a powerful tug on the fishing rod. Alarmed, she realized she had likely caught a substantial fish. Quick, help me, Xiaoyu. After securing the rod on the fishing platform, Jiang Xiaoyu hurried over, and together, they exerted force on the fishing rod. Their synergy was seamless as they played the fish. A gentle sea breeze wafted by, carrying the faint scent of her body, subtly enticing his senses. Strands of her hair brushed against his face, soft and ticklish, tugging at his heartstrings. The delicate outline of her ear was tantalizingly close, the area behind her earlobe appearing quite sensitive. As they maneuvered the fish, it felt as though his heart was being led on a leash as well. Hee. Xiaoyu, stop playing around. If you keep it up, you'll tire the mouse grouper to death. Unbeknownst to them, another mouse grouper surfaced. Another mouse grouper. This one is enormous. Shin Yufeng exclaimed, her heart swelling with a sense of achievement at having caught such a large fish. Selling this big fish at a good price would surely pave the way for a blissful life ahead. A chow, come quickly, it's a mouse grouper. Shin Yufeng called out to a chow, who was busy organizing the extended fishing lines. A chow was somewhat simple-minded, displaying a singular focus on fish, his salary, and his family, exhibiting little reaction to anything else. For instance, Shin Yufeng's ethereal beauty registered as merely ordinary cabbage and radish in his eyes. This, in fact, provided Jiang Xiaoyu with a sense of reassurance. Yes, boss lady. A chow swiftly and carefully placed a mouse grouper, approximately 50 centimeters long and weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, into the live fish tank. Xiaofeng, did you see? I told you there would be big fish in this direction. Jiang Xiaoyu observed a chow moving to the stern of the boat, continuing to manage the fishing lines while shifting his gaze to Shin Yufeng's exquisite visage. Humph. Enough of your boasting. This is my beginner's luck. Do you understand? Shin Yufeng proudly tucked her scattered hair behind her ear, declaring, I'm a novice at sea fishing, still within the protective phase. Surprised, Jiang Xiaoyu replied. You really don't believe me? As they continued their banter, a melodious chime echoed. Jiang Xiaoyu, quick on the uptake, noticed the silver bell on the nearby rod vibrating. Upon hearing the bell, he swiftly lifted the rod to strike the fish. Using a heavy-duty line designed for tuna fishing, reeling in a small mouse grouper felt almost effortless. However, to ensure the grouper's safety, Jiang Xiaoyu opted for barbless hooks. As he reeled in, he skillfully manipulated the rod to prevent the fish from shaking loose. After all, it would be quite embarrassing to falter in front of the beautiful student. Before long, a fish surfaced. Wow, Xiaoyu, it's another mouse grouper. And this one is gigantic. This time, Shin Yufeng, wielding a landing net, worked in tandem with Jiang Xiaoyu to scoop the mouse grouper onto the deck. With a series of splashes, the newly landed mouse grouper seemed overwhelmed by this waterless world. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? It stared with its large, dark eyes and opened its pointed fish mouth in confusion, writhing within the net. Jiang Xiaoyu removed the hook, estimating the mouse grouper to be around 60 centimeters long and weighing at least 10 pounds, its round belly suggesting it might be pregnant. Xiaofeng. This mouse grouper is expecting. Look. Jiang Xiaoyu gently caressed the plump belly of the grouper, calling out loudly to a chow at the stern of the boat. A chow. Come, arrange a separate room for this grouper. It's likely about to give birth. Upon hearing this, a chow broke into a hearty smile, revealing a dozen pearly white teeth. Yes, Captain. Before setting sail, they had procured several live fish tanks specifically for precious marine fish, which would suffice for their needs. Little brother Xiaoyu, what a splendid idea. Shin Yufeng, a marine science major, was fretting over her graduation thesis. Upon spotting the valuable grouper, an idea instantly formed in her mind to conduct research on the survival and cultivation of precious wild marine fish. There's the title for my paper, she declared. Little brother Xiaoyu, from now on, I will take care of our grouper. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. Can you manage that? Who do you look down upon? I'm a professional, a marine major. Sure, I seem to have forgotten about your university experience. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed. I really want to go to university. College life, I've heard, is like an ivory tower. What is it truly like to attend university? After failing the college entrance exam, he missed out on university and now felt a pang of envy as Yufeng spoke of her marine studies. Shen Yufeng replied, after some time, I'll take you to Ocean University of China for a first-hand experience. All right, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, his face alight with anticipation. Even though he had no idea where Ocean University of China was located, in the ensuing hours, the two managed to reel in 12 groupers. Xiaoyu, we struck gold. We're going to get rich, he exclaimed joyfully. Shen Yufeng's petite, lovely face beamed with glee. Ha ha ha, little brother Xiaoyu. How does it feel to benefit from your sister's novice aura? Tonight, you must wash my feet, she teased with a giggle. Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, hey, wasn't it I who discovered the grouper? How do we end up here? Nevertheless, he thought, well, I suppose washing her feet isn't out of the question. He chuckled to himself. The 3 large abalone and sea urchins they had caught during their previous dive had already covered the expenses for this luxurious yacht outing. Henceforth, every fish they caught would be pure profit. Fishing for wealth was indeed exhilarating. Jiang Xiaoyu, fully aware that the fish had dwindled, continued to accompany Shen Yufeng for a while longer until she declared there were no more fish. They then reeled in their lines. Achow, are the fishing gear and equipment ready? After placing the sea fishing rods on one side of the cabin, Jiang Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the busy Achow at the stern deck. Captain, we just have one final task left. The earnest Achow continued his work without pausing, his head bowed in concentration. Achow, you can take the helm and head to the deep sea marker. I will handle the rest. Yes, Captain. During this time, Jiang Xiaoyu observed Achow's unwavering dedication and diligence, knowing he had struck gold with such a valuable employee. An unexpected sentiment of capitalist affection began to stir within him, but he quickly suppressed it. I pay him. He helps me work. It's only natural. Besides, all this work is for fishing, crabbing, and sea angling. The more money we make from selling seafood, the more commission Achow earns. Whereas the 996. Whereas the 007. Indeed, one cannot trust all the platitudes on Douyin. At 18, Jiang Xiaoyu pondered as he placed the remaining bait into the crab traps. This time, he had increased the number of traps to a total of 108. He hoped these 108 would yield some fortune. As the sun began its descent, time flowed languidly with the silky waves. Amid the cries of white seagulls, the yacht, the unfathomable, glided serenely over the azure sea. Meanwhile, beneath the darkening depths, the fishing hook from the unfathomable moved forward in tandem. It emitted a greenish glow, radiating within a few hundred meters, a small beacon in the vast ocean. Its visibility severely limited. Thus, aside from this advantage, Jiang Xiaoyu required the assistance of Mazu, the sea goddess. Yet, this time, after nearly an hour of sailing, he still had not found a suitable spot for crabs. Images of small shrimp and crabs occasionally swam through his mind, interspersed with scenes of human refuse. Most of the time, there was an eerie silence, a desolate sea. There were no fish, not even a strand of seaweed. Despite repeatedly instructing Achow to change course, the situation remained unchanged. Alas, after all this effort, could it be due to neglecting the calendar? My goodness, is my goddess asleep? Not a signal in sight. The fiery sun in the west was about to kiss the ocean's cheek. Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to compromise, dividing the 108 traps into 2 batches. Half were still placed in the previous location, while the other half were scattered in areas that seemed resource-rich. As the unfathomable sped along, Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions arrived at their destination just as the sun gently brushed the sea's surface. This was the periphery of Deep Sea Number 1, the site where Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng had previously fished for bluefin tuna. This time, they had brought 3 baskets of longline fishing gear, each over 1,000 meters long, with more than 700 hooks. Achow had already meticulously prepared the live bait on the hooks. With a splash, the anchor of the unfathomable broke the surface of the sea, plummeting freely to the depths below. Soon, the yacht settled quietly on the water, like a maiden. True to its name, Deep Sea Number 1 was teeming with astonishing fish resources. Shortly after activating the fishing gear, schools of cod entered the viewing range, closely followed by dense swarms of mackerel. These 2 species were economically significant, with market prices hovering around 40 yuan per pound, quite accessible. Even the legs of mosquitoes are meat. Although tuna was expensive, it was rare to encounter. Thus, one must not be overly ambitious. A catch in the basket is what counts. Moreover, the lower deck of the unfathomable housed a large ice storage room that could not be left empty. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly called out to a chow, set a course due south for 1 nautical mile. The 2 large fish schools were moving southward from the north. Jiang Xiaoyu, using the viewing device, anticipated their direction and planned to intercept them. He arranged a sumptuous feast for them, spread over 3 tables within 2 miles. Just as he completed these preparations, a noisy commotion echoed nearby. Chapter 54. Huang Wulong was filled with envy and jealousy. The 108 traps had been meticulously set. 3 long lines, spanning 2 miles, were cast into the path of the mackerel and cod schools. Next, it was time for Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang to enjoy their fishing. Jiang Xiaoyu had just grasped a surf rod, forcefully casting it into the ocean. After securing the rod, she affixed a silver bell to its tip. Just as she was about to reach for her lure rod, an obnoxious voice echoed nearby. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey, Jiang Tsong, your granddad is here. Hearing the cacophony, Jiang Xiaoyu, Xin Yufang, and Wang Kai stood at the stern of the boat, wide-eyed, directing their gaze towards the side front. Not far from the deep-sea No. 1 oil rig, several fishing boats and angling vessels floated upon the vast sea. Among them, a particularly conspicuous black fishing boat was emblazoned with graffiti depicting a Caribbean pirate. It exuded an air of brazen arrogance. Jiang Xiaoyu recognized it. The vessel hailed from the nearby port town of Beihai. Thanks to its advantageous geographical location, thriving fisheries, and a burgeoning tourism industry, the fishermen of Beihai were considerably wealthier than those in surrounding areas. Over time, this had fostered a sense of superiority among them. On board the black fishing boat stood 3 fishermen from Beihai town, 2 young men, and a recent high school graduate, just 18 years of age. All 3 bore sun-kissed skin, clad in matching leather jackets and pants. The recent graduate, dressed in a striking yellow leather ensemble, was none other than Huang Wulong, a classmate of Jiang Xiaoyu. At that moment, the fishing boat gradually approached Jiang Xiaoyu's luxurious yacht, halting within a mere 10 meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. Huang Wulong flicked his cigarette, but into the sea. As dark clouds drifted overhead, the light dimmed considerably. Hey kid, I heard from Ma Gui that you've hit the jackpot. Becoming a live-in son-in-law and cozying up to a wealthy woman. Ha ha ha. His voice, grating like a rusty bell, carried over the sea breeze. No kidding. Your little rich lady looks quite charming. How about letting me have a go with her for a few days? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu trembled with rage. No. This lanky figure shivering like a reed was largely due to the psychological scars inflicted upon her. The mere sight of Huang Wulong sent her into a fit of trepidation. For during their high school years, he was the notorious bully, delighting in tormenting weaker classmates. Jiang Xiaoyu, with her fragile frame, was one of his victims. Her parents, Ma Li and Zhang Baohua, were preoccupied with their divorce and paid little heed to the bullying. As for the teachers, with over 50 students in the class, their focus was predominantly on the top 30 performers in exams. Their limited energy could barely stretch to managing the underperformers, leaving poor Jiang Xiaoyu to endure 3 years of humiliation and torment. Even now, more than a month post-graduation, the sight of Huang Wulong still sent her into a nervous shudder. Hey kid, what are you staring at? Dumbstruck? You soft-handed coward will never amount to anything. Huang Wulong's derision intensified as he observed Jiang Xiaoyu's apparent affluence aboard a luxury yacht. Jealousy and resentment twisted his psyche, prompting him to raise 2 middle fingers at her. Damn it, we VE graduated now, who is afraid of whom? Jiang Xiaoyu, trembling, grasped a nearby spear gun, chambering it with a swift motion, raising her arm to take aim. Oh ho, Jiang Tsong, look at you, feeling accomplished enough to point a gun at me. Huang Wulong remained unperturbed, lighting a cigarette with one hand, while the other gestured mockingly at his forehead. Go on, shoot. If you dare, shoot here. A smirk danced on his lips, accentuating a scar on his left cheek. Xiaoyu, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. Put it down. Xin Yufang, her face flushed, urgently urged, extending her delicate arm to suppress Jiang Xiaoyu's gun. Huang Wulong, witnessing this scene, became even more audacious. Kid, I'm giving you a chance. But you're useless. In Beihai, if you see your brother Huang, keep your head down. With a wave to his 2 crew members, he added menacingly, let us go. This place isn't suitable. We'll deal with this Jiang waste properly once we're ashore. As Huang Wulong's boat drifted further away, a maelstrom of old grievances and new animosities surged within Jiang Xiaoyu. 3 years. A full 3 years. Huang Wulong, do you have any inkling of the torment I've endured during this time? Jiang Xiaoyu silently seethed, her bright, clear eyes gradually chilling. Today, let me collect some interest. While Xin Yufang was momentarily distracted, She stealthily cast the golden fishing hook into the ocean. Come forth, grant me my desires swiftly. A breath of murky, pent-up resentment was exhaled towards the sea, directed at the retreating figure of Huang Wulong, who had unjustly tormented her. Pursuing the adversary Huang Wulong, the golden hook obeyed the incantation's directive, racing towards his fishing boat. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu envisioned the underside of Huang Wulong's vessel. Golden hook, penetrate the hull and carve several long slits. As the command echoed in her mind, the palm-sized golden hook, impervious and formidable, embedded itself into the boat's bottom with tremendous force, slicing through as though it were mere tofu, creating a lengthy gash. From several nautical miles away, it seemed one could hear the jarring sound of the hook scraping against the wooden hull. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. As the boat's bottom began to split, seawater slowly seeped into the cabin, the pace of infiltration hastening with each passing moment. What is happening? Why is the boat taking on water? A piercing shriek pierced through Jiang Xiaoyu's mind, bringing an unexpected sense of delight. Quick! Damn it! You useless fools! Hurry and fix the boat! Huang Wulong was thrown into a panic. Who the hell did this? Why am I so unlucky? Help! Help! By now, the seawater had surged up to the fishing boat's deck. You fools, get me a life jacket now. As Jiang Xiaoyu watched the fishing boat sink completely, Huang Wulong and his crew, clad in life jackets, swam towards the shore, desperately calling for aid from the vast ocean. A subtle smile crept across Jiang Xiaoyu's lips, a sense of satisfaction washing over her as much of her pent-up anger dissipated. She then summoned the golden fishing hook back to her side. Simultaneously, as Huang Wulong wallowed in his plight, a silver bell on Jiang Xiaoyu's fishing rod chimed melodiously. The urgent, melodious sound carried on the sea breeze, seemingly tearing apart the earlier unpleasant interlude. Let us distance ourselves from toxic individuals. Fishing takes precedence. Jiang Xiaoyu hastened to the fishing spot, swiftly pulling up her rod and forcefully casting it to catch a fish. Chapter 55. The happiness within her felt weighty. The fishing rod bent into a beautiful arc, and a large fish below thrashed violently, sending waves of raw power surging through. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an exhilarating rush, banishing all traces of previous discontent. This time, he had yet to employ the magical fish hook, and merely relying on his own strength. He managed to hook a large fish. He was unaware of the species, but as the fish pulled, his fishing rod swayed violently from side to side. Judging by the ferocious force, the fish lurking beneath the surface must weigh at least 100 pounds. Jiang Xiaoyu was entirely engrossed in the battle with the underwater behemoth, seemingly oblivious to the crashing waves, the cries of seagulls, and everything else around her. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's unsteady stance reminiscent of a weeble, Shen Yufang felt a tinge of anxiety and hurried to Jiang Xiaoyu's side. With her slender, jade-like arm, she embraced Jiang Xiaoyu's waist tightly. Together, they stabilized the situation. The duo wrestled with the colossal creature from the depths for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, a great splash echoed from the nearby sea as the fish leapt out of the water. Turning her gaze, Jiang Xiaoyu's heart soared with joy to an almost euphoric extent. Little you, look, my God, that is a bluefin tuna. It was estimated to weigh over 100 pounds. Observing its plump form, she mused that if it were of good quality, it could fetch at least 100,000 yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiaofeng worked in unison, continuously lifting the rod and reeling in the line. After countless rounds, the bluefin tuna, with its azure back, drew close to the yacht, thrashing its body and creating cascading waves. They exerted their strength, their faces flushed from exertion, successfully coaxing the bluefin tuna, which had dived beneath the boat, back into view. At this moment, Shen Yufang was breathing heavily, her small face flushed, and the veins on her long, porcelain-like neck stood out prominently. Gritting her teeth, she clung desperately to Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. "A chow, spirit!" they exclaimed in unison. Nearby, a chow, brandishing a harpoon, leaned over the railing and, seeing the bluefin tuna finally emerge from beneath the boat, seized the opportunity and decisively thrust the single-pronged spear. A perfect hit. In the upper waters, the bluefin tuna's pristine belly was stained with blood, flowing profusely from the wound. As its lifeblood ebbed, it soon lost the will to fight. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of elation and hurriedly grabbed a rope, looping it around the tuna's tail fin. On 3. 1, 2, 3. The trio shouted in unison, working together to haul the hefty bluefin tuna into the cabin. At this moment, the setting sun cast its golden glow upon the bluefin tuna. Observing closely, the plump, torpedo-shaped body, the deep blue back, and the silvery belly, how endearing it appeared. Jiang Xiaoyu watched as Shen Yufang posed for a photograph with the bluefin tuna. They exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with joy. A chow, wielding a fish knife, deftly made incisions at the gills, tail, and belly of the tuna, allowing the scalding blood to flow out, preventing it from tainting the exquisite flesh. After a chow had processed the bluefin tuna, the three of them worked together to lift the 100-pound fish into the icy storage compartment. Shortly after exiting the freezer, a chow's robust voice echoed from the stern. "Captain, the long line is thrashing violently. Should we reel it in?" "Reel it in," Jiang Xiaoyu replied, having downed half a bottle of fresh water, wiping the sweat from her brow, and calming her excitement as she made her way to the back of the boat. Shin Yufeng and the dog, Wang Kai, followed closely behind. At the stern of the yacht, a small winch awaited them. Jiang Xiaoyu prepared several fish baskets nearby. A chow secured the long line to the winch's metal wheel and pressed the button to start the red motor. The process of hauling the 2-mile-long long line out of the water was akin to opening a blind box. One could never know what would be hooked. Thus, the three of them, along with the dog, wore expressions filled with anticipation. Accompanied by the whirring of the winch, the first hook emerged from the sea. Empty. The bait had evidently been devoured by some creature. The second, third, and up to the fifth hook finally revealed their bounty, a beautiful mackerel. Woof, woof, woof. Nearby, Wang Kai, the dog, seemed to sense his owner's elation, his golden eyes fixed on the mackerel, barking excitedly. At the winch, a chow skillfully snagged the mackerel with a steel hook, causing it to land on the teak deck. As soon as the mackerel hit the ground, it flopped and thrashed against the floor. Jiang Xiaoyu sat on a small stool, collecting the fallen mackerel into the fish basket. As the long line continued to yield fish, a chow kept hooking more, and an increasing number of fish landed on the deck. The majority were mackerel and cod, with the occasional GT fish. Mixed in were a few unfortunate squids, cuttlefish, grouper, and red snapper. Meanwhile, Shin Yufeng donned leather gloves and joined in the efforts. "Wang Kai, collect the fish. What are you dawdling for?" Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, striking the half-meter-long mackerel against the dog's head with some force. "Ow!" Wang Kai, the dog, was playing with a hapless blue crab when he yelped in pain. Realizing it was his master giving orders, and instantly became more obedient. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't bear to see anyone idle, especially not the dog. "No free rides here. Hurry up, pick up that mackerel, and place it in this basket." Jiang Xiaoyu pulled a mackerel out of the towering pile of fish and showed it to Wang Kai before tossing it into an adjacent basket. "Woof, woof, woof." Wang Kai nodded, wagging his tail enthusiastically, signaling that he understood. He stood before the pile of fish, lowered his head, grabbed a mackerel, and with a flick of his head, sent it flying into the basket. "Ha ha ha, Wang Kai. Well done." Shin Yufeng marveled at the sight. "Xiaoyu, have you noticed? Wang Kai is so clever. He's incredibly easy to train. Truly a genius among dogs." "Well, haha, he's doing all right," Jiang Xiaoyu replied, tossing a cod into the basket. "Wang Kai, work hard. And next year I'll try to buy you a car." "Wang Kai, I'm a dog, and you're treating me like I'm more of a dog than you." Even capitalists would weep at such exploitation. Anyone would kneel in disbelief. Aboard the luxurious yacht, the trio and their dog were busily engaged in their tasks. The brilliant sun cast its final rays upon the sea. The tranquil waters cradled the cream-colored yacht, drifting quietly like a single grain of northeastern rice. Amidst the golden glow of the sunset, the harmonious collaboration of the three humans and one dog unfolded, warm and endearing. Out of the three long lines, more than half of the hooks were either mackerel or cod. Jiang Xiaoyu had meticulously arranged a sprawling buffet for them, nearly every spot occupied. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Hunters often appear unexpectedly as prey. Jiang Xiaoyu, the fish hunter, successfully reeled in close to 3,000 pounds of fish on this occasion. Even a chow, with his sturdy physique, was left with sore arms, unable to lift them. Not to mention Jiang Xiaoyu, Shin Yufeng, and Wang Kai, the dog. After all the catches were placed into the icy storage, the two individuals collapsed onto the genuine leather sofa, utterly motionless. Their lower backs and knees ached, their gazes fixed blankly on the pitch-black surface of the sea outside the window. Beside them, the dog, Wang Kai, lay feebly on the teak floor, its tongue lolling out, embodying a woeful expression as if life had lost all its charm. Were it not for the warm glow reflecting off its golden eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu might have mistaken it for a lifeless creature, fit only for a sumptuous meal. According to the fisherman's lore, one typically could expect to catch larger fish around 5 in the morning. Thus, Captain Jiang Xiaoyu gave the order. All crew members should rest and recuperate. A luxurious yacht floated upon the deep sea, an ever-present sense of peril lingering in the air. For safety's sake, after dinner, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others donned thick gloves and emerged from the cabin, carrying a barbed steel wire net. They encircled the yacht, the unsinkable, to thwart any potential pirates or thieves from boarding. Even though this area was not known for pirate activity, it was better to be cautious. Originally, the wire net could conduct high-voltage electricity. However, To avoid any accidental harm to his crew, including the earthy dog Wankai, Jiang Xiaoyu decided against electrifying it. After all, with Wankai around, if any mishap occurred, the dog would certainly prove useful. As night fell, the deep sea was engulfed in darkness. Strange, eerie sounds echoed from somewhere, adding a layer of terror to the atmosphere. On the upper deck, a Chow lay on a makeshift bed, his snores faintly audible. Wankai was sprawled at the staircase leading to the second floor, too exhausted to keep his eyes open, his ears drooping as he succumbed to slumber. Inside the bedroom, bathed in the soft orange light, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang were seated on the expansive white bed. "Little brother Xiaoyu, let us tally our harvest from this voyage," Shun Yufang suggested as she leaned forward, twisting her slender waist to pull a thick notebook from the bedside drawer. Jiang Xiaoyu, lounging comfortably against the headboard, watched as she began to record their findings. Large abalones, over 600 pounds. Sea urchins, 300 pounds. These two were fortuitously captured while diving on our way here. 4 wrinkled lip sharks, all around a meter long, with market prices hovering around 5,000 yuan each. We caught 12 grouper, the larger ones measuring 70 to 80 centimeters. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled at the thought of the 12 groupers. As a prized delicacy, they commanded a market price of around 500 yuan per pound. Not to mention their potential as pets, with buyers yet to be determined. Shun Yufang diligently noted the details in her notebook, her delicate fingers gracefully maneuvering the pen. She lifted her beautiful eyes to Jiang Xiaoyu, a smile breaking through her otherwise composed demeanor. "Once we reach shore, we could consult Gao Qihong and Qianida. Perhaps Sister Chen can help us find buyers." A profound sense of happiness filled their hearts, a tangible sense of accomplishment. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, unable to resist poking Shun Yufang playfully, a grin spreading across his face. "Please, continue writing." Chapter 56. Once I save enough money, I will marry you. Outside the yacht, the waves gently caressed the hull, creating a melody that tugged at the heartstrings. Under the scattered lights, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang were diligently cataloging their maritime treasures. Although physically exhausted, their spirits soared. He spoke, and she meticulously recorded each detail. The thick notebook seemed to emanate the faint scent of currency. "Look here, listen closely. 1 bluefin tuna, weighing in at 100 pounds, awaiting valuation. Mackerel, cod, GTs, and other assorted fish, totaling over 3,000 pounds. Upon completion, Shun Yufang noted the date, September 3rd, 2020, with a remark indicating that it was the Unsinkable's first venture into deep-sea fishing. With a snap, Shun Yufang closed the notebook, securing the capped pen within its pages before returning it to the drawer. After tallying their haul, fatigue washed over them once more, signaling that it was time to rest. "Little brother Xiaoyu, how shall we sleep on this bed?" Shun Yufang inquired, her fingers fidgeting nervously, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "I suppose I shall sleep on the floor, alongside Wankai," Jiang Xiaoyu suggested, preparing to lay on the carpet, but was unexpectedly halted by Shun Yufang's gentle grasp on his arm. Jiang Xiaoyu, one leg still on the expansive bed, turned to face Shun Yufang, their eyes locking for a moment before she lowered her gaze, a strand of hair cascading down. "How about we share the bed instead?" she proposed, her words hesitant. "The sea breeze is too chilly, and I worry that you might suffer from the cold on the floor." Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced at her suggestion. "However, we must place a blanket between us, and no crossing boundaries. Otherwise, Shun Yufang waved her delicate fist, playfully fierce. Yes, I sleep very obediently," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, a wave of unexpected delight washing over him at the sudden affection. "All right, you take the left side, and I'll take the right." Shun Yufang placed a blanket in the middle, her slender finger pointing to the left. Very well. They each retreated to the washroom to change into their pajamas. On the white bed, Jiang Xiaoyu, tall and slender, needed a bit of strengthening in his physique, indeed appeared somewhat handsome. Shun Yufang's exquisite pear-shaped figure was precisely the silhouette that captivated men, undeniably a timeless beauty. Even when clad in a loose-fitting pink nightgown, her alluring curves could not be concealed. The warm orange light fell upon her delicate form, and Jiang Xiaoyu, the first to climb into bed, found himself momentarily entranced. "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I might just devour you," Shun Yufang teased, a playful smirk gracing her lips, revealing charming dimples on her fair cheeks. She deliberately tossed her silky hair, exposing her graceful, swan-like neck. Yufang, if you keep this up, I might just forget how to sleep." Jiang Xiaoyu felt his heart racing, warmth flooding his face. With a flick, she extinguished the light. "Little rascal, hurry up and sleep." The darkness enveloped the bedroom, thick as ink, rendering visibility non-existent. In the stillness of the night, Shun Yufang smiled softly, a secretive glimmer in her expression. After a rustle, Jiang Xiaoyu sensed Shun Yufang lying flat on the bed. Xiaofang, good night. The first night sharing a bed was laden with an awkward tension. Good night, Xiaoyu. They exchanged no further words that night. Only a Chow's faint snores from the upper deck and the gentle lapping of waves against the hull punctuated the silence of the night. The following morning, Jiang Xiaoyu remained lost in dreams, envisioning himself diving alone, only to encounter two colossal squids stretching over 100 meters in length. Their long tentacles, as pliable as soft ropes, ensnared his neck tightly. His face was wedged between their enormous, supple heads, nearly suffocating him. He commanded his limbs to struggle, but they felt foreign, unresponsive. It was akin to being pinned down by a malevolent force, and he teetered on the brink of asphyxiation. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of an alarm broke through. The jarring sound of an alarm clock penetrated his dreams, causing the soft tendrils of his consciousness to loosen their grasp on his neck. Jiang Xiaoyu, drenched from head to toe, had just begun to find his breath easing when a piercing noise shattered his nightmare completely. He abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay the snow-covered peaks of the Zhongnan Mountains. As his gaze fell lower, he noticed a slender, pale leg resting atop his calf. Jiang Xiaoyu, still reeling from the remnants of his nightmare, felt a jolt of panic. His eyes darted upward, and their gazes locked. He beheld a pair of fiery eyes, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Jiang Xiaoyu, you scoundrel! With a resounding thud, a delicate fist landed heavily on his shoulder. What on earth have you done? I'm no longer pure. What should I do? Shen Yufang curled her pear-shaped figure, her arms encircling her long legs, burying her head deeply between them. Hey, little Fang, you've crossed the line. Upon hearing this, Shen Yufang paused, then lifted her head, scanning her surroundings. Indeed, to her right lay an empty space. Unbeknownst to her, she had shifted her entire form closer to Jiang Xiaoyu. Blushing fiercely, her cheeks were as vibrant as the sun partially rising over the sea. Get lost. A pillow hurtled toward him. Jiang Xiaoyu, quick as a flash, caught it in his embrace. Little Fang, you need not worry. I shall take responsibility for you. Jiang Xiaoyu, breathless, hurried to the doorframe. Once I earn enough to build a home, I shall marry you. With that, a grin spread across his face as he sprinted away. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's earnest words, Shen Yufang slowly released the second pillow. Layers of happiness rippled across her flushed cheeks. Smack! Reaching the wooden staircase, Jiang Xiaoyu found Wang Kai still sound asleep, and he delivered a sharp slap to the dog's head. You lazy mutt, still sleeping? Get up and work. Wang Kai yelped in pain, springing to his feet. Woof! A single bark escaped, as if questioning, which rascal is this? Upon meeting his owner Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze, the dog quivered in fright, swallowing the remainder of his bark. Shaking his head and body, he followed Jiang Xiaoyu onto the yacht's first deck. Good morning, Brother Chow. The diligent Brother Chow had risen at some point, meticulously tending to the fishing lines and attaching bait to the hooks. Morning, Captain. Brother Chow's words were few, punctuated by a polite, goofy smile. Jiang Xiaoyu led Wang Kai to the bow of the boat, leaning against the railing as he tossed the Ruyi fishing hook into the vast ocean. Ruyi, may it align with my wishes, reveal your magic quickly. He yawned, blowing toward the sea. Begin the exploration. As images of the seabed danced in his mind, he stretched leisurely. After a long day of labor yesterday, he had hardly slept well, plagued by a soft nightmare. Now, Jiang Xiaoyu felt sore all over, his arms and legs feeling foreign to him. Leaning against the railing, resting his chin on his hand, he gazed sleepily at the breathtaking sunrise. The fiery sun leaped fully above the horizon, its brilliance cascading over the shimmering waves, as if draping a layer of pink rose petals upon the sea. How beautiful! Mother Ocean! Just as he was lost in admiration, a massive shadow darted swiftly beneath the waves in his mind. Chapter 57. The 3-meter-long giant sailfish. Bored, Jiang Xiaoyu activated the Ruyi fishing hook's exploration. A vibrant green light radiated outward, revealing the seabed clearly within a 100-meter radius. The golden hook moved continuously, painting a shifting panorama of the ocean floor. Dark rocks, colorful corals, and lush seaweed came into view. On the yacht's deck, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned against the railing, resting his chin in one hand, lost in thought as the sun rose. Suddenly, a colossal shadow raced past in his mind. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. What was that? Have I lost my mind? Or has my brain overloaded? Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his lanky frame, murmuring incantations. Ruyi, may it align with my wishes. Reveal your magic quickly. He exhaled a hasty and powerful breath toward the sea. Chase the enemy, Arthur. No, pursue that mysterious shadow. After receiving the incantation's command, the golden Ruyi fishing hook sprang to life, speeding toward the direction where the mysterious shadow had vanished. A series of afterimages flickered in his mind, the seabed appearing hazy. A few breaths later, the Ruyi fishing hook automatically adjusted its speed, gradually slowing down. As the pace diminished, The images in his mind began to clarify. Goodness. Hiss. What did he see? A sailfish. A fish measuring over 3 meters in length. Though not as valuable as a tuna. Reeling in such a large sailfish would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Jiang Xiaoyu sprang into action. Brother Chow, Xin Yufeng, get ready. I'm going to catch a big fish. He shouted while grabbing a heavy-duty fishing rod, summoning the Ruyi fishing hook back and attaching it to a steel carbon line. The hook was adorned with a bait, a squid measuring over a meter long. Wow, Xin Yufeng. Astonished and slightly pained at the sight of such an enormous squid being used as bait, couldn't help but retort, Jiang Xiaoyu, is this really necessary? Are you trying to catch a whale? Ha ha, pretty much. The goddess Mazu just conveyed that there are giants beneath the sea. Jiang Xiaoyu fitted a battle belt around his waist, laughing heartily. Little Fong, brace yourself. I'm about to show you something extraordinary. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's triumphant demeanor, Xin Yufeng placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed up, resembling a pufferfish from the ocean. Adorable. You just keep boasting. Such a little rascal. Hey, hey, hey. Little Fong, stay back. I'm about to show off. No, I'm about to cast the line. Whoosh. Amid the playful banter, Jiang Xiaoyu adjusted his stance, twisting his body before forcefully whipping the fishing hook. Oh mama, look at me. I can fly. The squid, over a meter long, quivered in the air, tracing a graceful arc. Bam. Under the clear sky, the squid bait splashed into the ocean, sending waves crashing. Alas, such a large squid, what a waste. It's a sin. Xin Yufeng murmured, watching the vanished squid bait. Where's the sailfish? It should be around this spot. After activating the Ruyi fishing hook with the large squid as bait, he found no trace of the sailfish within 100 meters. Sailfish, don't play with me. With no images of the sailfish in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a rush of heat to his forehead, his mood souring. Unbeknownst to him, the sailfish was the champion swimmer of the ocean, capable of reaching speeds of up to 110 kilometers per hour. It was not a mere inanimate object within its realm. A mere 100-meter scouting range was trivial for a 3-meter-long sailfish, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wish upon a wish, align with my desires, swiftly manifest. With a breath, an exquisite aura of celestial energy wafted toward the ocean, enhancing the allure of the squid bait. As the incantation settled, a resonant hum filled the air. The wishful fishing hook radiated a vibrant green luminescence, invigorating the squid and drawing in numerous small fish eager to feast on the bait, only to be ensnared and dispatched one by one. Simultaneously, the enchanted hook delved deeper into the ocean's abyss. Jiang Xiaoyu grasped the fishing rod firmly in her left hand, while her right hand deftly controlled the line's speed. The fishing line from the spinning reel shot forth with remarkable velocity. The high-capacity line of over 2,000 meters disappearing into the depths, the spool rapidly depleting. At that moment, a familiar silhouette flickered in her mind. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth. Had Jiang Xiaoyu not been mentally prepared, the rod would have slipped from her grasp or been yanked into the sea. Whoosh! The melodious sound of the line slicing through the water resonated. With swift precision, Jiang Xiaoyu executed a powerful strike, successfully piercing the fish's mouth. In an instant, the heavy rod completed a full arc, the line tautening instantaneously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The drag knob screamed in protest as the limited line within the spinning reel swiftly vanished, launching into a tug-of-war. Clang! Jiang Xiaoyu, resembling a slender reed, found herself utterly overmatched by the colossal creature beneath the waves. With a single jolt, her body collided forcefully against the boat's railing. Ah, goodness! Xiaofeng, save me! The ferocious strength left Jiang Xiaoyu no room to feel pain. She braced her feet against the railing, gripping the rod with all her might, clenching her teeth as words squeezed through her lips. Oh my heavens! I've truly hooked a whale. Xin Yufeng stood momentarily stunned, then sprang into action, wrapping her arms around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. However, their combined efforts proved futile against the frantic thrashing of the leviathan beneath. Boss lady, step aside, let me take over. In this crucial moment, the burly A Chao appeared, resembling a tank. Upon hearing his gruff voice, Xin Yufeng released her hold. A Chao advanced, lowering his center of gravity and positioning himself in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. With powerful arms, he encircled her waist, his large head dipping under her armpit. Captain, hold tight to the rod. I'm going to exert my strength now. Oh. A Chao's roar echoed like a tiger's growl. With a mighty heave, he propelled Jiang Xiaoyu several meters away from the railing. Captain, reel it in. A Chao shouted. The colossal creature beneath was momentarily bewildered by a Chao's forceful pull, causing the line to slacken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity, frantically cranking the spinning reel. Thud, thud, thud. Thus, a Chao held Jiang Xiaoyu's waist, bracing against her as they battled back and forth on the deck for nearly half an hour. both panting heavily, yet managing to retrieve some line. As the behemoth at the ocean floor took a brief respite, Jiang Xiaoyu and Chao secured the heavy rod onto the electric reel. Breathing heavily, they finally released their grip, wiping the sweat from their brows and gasping for air. With the assistance of the electric reel, the line was gradually drawn back. Just as they approached within 100 meters, a tremendous splash erupted. The colossal creature leaped from the water, unfurling its dorsal fin like the wings of an aircraft. Ah, a sailfish. Xiaoyu, look. It's a super gigantic sailfish. Shen Yufang exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. This fish is extraordinarily long. Xiaoyu, I estimate it's over 3 meters. She exclaimed, awestruck. Good heavens. This is incredible. Shen Yufang's lips parted in disbelief. Captain, you are truly remarkable. You've caught a magnificent specimen. Nearby, a Chao adjusted the electric reel, unable to contain his excitement. We're in for a windfall. I've never seen such a large sailfish. A Chao warned, Captain, madam. The sailfish is dangerous. Be careful not to get skewered by its sharp bill. Understood, a Chao. Let us work together to tire it out. As the 3-meter-long sailfish charged toward the boat, the electric reel could no longer assist, leaving them to rely on their own strength. After a brief rest, Jiang Xiaoyu and a Chao had regained much of their stamina. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and shouted, Come on, a Chao. Let us tackle it together. Chapter 58, The Sailfish Ashore. The upper jaw of the sailfish was elongated, resembling a sharp sword, exuding an aura of defiance. As the enormous fish threatened to collide with the boat, panic surged through Jiang Xiaoyu. Not only would a hole be disastrous, but even a scratch could result in repair costs exceeding the value of the fish itself. A Chao? Quickly, let us take it down together. Jiang Xiaoyu positioned her left hand above and her right hand below, gripping the heavy rod tightly, thrusting it upward with force. A Chao, still anchoring her waist, became her steadfast mobile support. The massive sailfish writhed in pain, twisting away, its pale belly flashing across the surface before plunging back into the depths. This sailfish was indeed a champion swimmer, more formidable than the average fish. Its strength far surpassed that of the slender Jiang Xiaoyu, leaving her with no option but to patiently lead the fish. Left, then right. When the sailfish exerted its power, Jiang Xiaoyu skillfully released the line. When it took a breath, she swiftly reeled it in, shaking the rod vigorously, denying the magnificent creature any moments of respite. The surface of the water erupted in waves as the 3-meter-long sailfish unfurled its dorsal fin, leaping high above the surface. Its massive body nearly formed a right angle. Powerfully launching out of the water, it thrashed violently, its long body twisting and its cavernous mouth gaping wide, swaying its slender head. Is it breaching? Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, widened her eyes in disbelief. With no time to lose, she yanked sharply, reeling in with lightning speed. Although Jiang Xiaoyu's strength was somewhat lacking, her hand speed was unparalleled among mortals. The spinning reel in her grasp seemed to blur, sparks igniting from the friction. Bang! The 3-meter-long, 300 to 400-pound sailfish, under the force of her pull, lost balance midair and crashed heavily back into the sea. Splash! The water erupted to a height of 3 to 4 meters, creating a vast pit on the surface, resembling a gigantic blue crown. As the water cascaded back like jewels, the blue crown gradually vanished. When the ocean finally settled into tranquility, Jiang Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth and with veins bulging on her forehead, felt she was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the enormous sailfish seemed to have exhausted all its strength, its magnificent 3-meter-long body floating on the ocean's surface. Beneath the radiant sun, it resembled a colossal and razor-sharp sword. Xiaofang, stop dawdling. Grab the harpoon and strike. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu gradually reeled in the fishing line, guiding the majestic sailfish closer to the unyielding yacht. Inch by inch. Oh, it's the captain. Nearby, Shen Yufang, in a rather enchanting manner, wiped the astonishment from the corner of her rosy lips and swiftly seized the steel harpoon beside her. Simultaneously, a Chao gently released his grip around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. Now holding a length of rope, the trio exhibited remarkable synergy. One tightly grasped the fishing rod, gradually maneuvering the fish. Another, armed with the steel harpoon, akin to a youthful run-to, aimed meticulously at the lower belly of the sailfish, while the third, clutching the rope, resembled an African ODBO, intently focused on the target. Now, Captain Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportune moment and commanded. With a sharp thrust, the hook pierced the sailfish's pale belly, causing a spurt of blood to spread across the ocean's surface. Almost simultaneously with Shen Yufang's harpoon strike, a Chao deftly looped the rope around the slender tail of the fish. Jiang Xiaoyu wedged the fishing rod between his legs and leaned forward, swiftly extending his gloved hands to firmly grasp the sailfish's elongated jaw. On 3, 1, 2, 3 lift, the trio combined their strength. exerting every ounce of energy to haul the 3-meter-long sailfish into the cabin. With a resounding thud, the massive fish landed on the teak floor, producing a dull sound. No longer submerged in seawater, the sailfish appeared more docile, curiously surveying this unfamiliar world with wide, terrified eyes. A look of bewilderment spread across its elongated face. As noon approached, the sun shone particularly bright. The three were utterly exhausted. Xiaoyu, handsome and panting, still held on to the sailfish's long jaw. Yufang, lovely and glistening with sweat upon her forehead and pristine neck, gripped the white harpoon, while a Chow, with one hand on the rope and the other wiping sweat from his brow, grinned foolishly, relishing their achievement. At that moment, the local dog, Wang Kai, ambled over, tail wagging. Upon sighting the enormous sailfish, the dog's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Sniffing the air, he caught a whiff of the strong fishy scent and began barking excitedly. After a brief respite, the trio set about gutting the sailfish, discarding the useless entrails to be used as future bait. The fish's enormous swim bladder, resembling a large balloon, caught Jiang Xiaoyu's attention. Finding it amusing, he pulled it out and waved it at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, want to see a treasure? Is there food? Upon hearing his master's call, Wang Kai's eyes sparkled, and he trotted over. As the dog approached, Jiang Xiaoyu plunged the fish knife into the balloon-like swim bladder. With a loud pop, the sudden noise startled Wang Kai, who instinctively took a few steps back, barking furiously at Jiang Xiaoyu with wide eyes. The implication was clear: you're not a dog, but you're even more dog-like than I am. Jiang Xiaoyu erupted into laughter at Wang Kai's reaction. You're hilarious, Wang Kai. Who would have thought that humans are mostly wicked? Xin Yufang chimed in. How childish. While teasing the dog, the fresh blood of the sailfish continued to flow across the teak floor, staining it a vivid crimson. A Chow, armed with a high-pressure water gun, swiftly diluted the blood, which gushed back into the vast ocean. After nearly an hour of labor, the trio finally placed the sailfish into the frozen storage on the second level. After lunch, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Having battled the colossal sailfish, Xin Yufang was filled with admiration for Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're incredible. You managed to subdue such a massive and fierce sailfish. I'm so envious. Her large, lychee-sized eyes sparkled with adoration, following their grand endeavor in the morning. As they set sail back in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang began leisurely fishing. Ha, not bad, right? Just over 300 pounds. Jiang Xiaoyu tried to contain his excitement, though pride was already evident on his handsome visage. However, just as Jiang Xiaoyu basked in his triumph, Xin Yufang's lure suddenly jerked. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Caught another one. Oh, the misfortune, Xin Yufang lamented. Noticing that Jiang Xiaoyu had caught both a bluefin tuna and a sailfish, seemingly devouring her novice luck. Frustrated, she pouted and vigorously shook her fishing rod, feeling the line tighten. It's heavy. Did I hook something? Nearby, after catching a grouper, Jiang Xiaoyu rebaited his hook and cast his line back into the sea. As he adjusted the silver bell, he noticed Xin Yufang's unusual expression and quickly approached her. Xiaofang, what's wrong? You didn't hook a skeleton again, did you? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced around, realizing they were not far from the spot where they had previously snagged a skeleton. Don't jinx it. On their return journey, the leisurely fishing time was meant for relaxation. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't employ any energy-draining hooks. As they chatted and laughed, Xin Yufang gradually reeled in her line. Soon, a peculiar, round object surfaced in the water. My goodness. Xiaoyu, look, what is that? It's dark and a bit frightening. This time, the object emerging from the water was not a skeleton but a round object resembling a mine. Could it be a torpedo? Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, yikes. Xiaofang, don't scare me. If that thing explodes, we'll both be heading to the netherworld. Curiosity overcame his fear as he slightly trembled, extending the net into the water to scoop up the mysterious round object. Xiaofang, keep your distance. What if it really is a mine? He cautioned while donning rubber gloves. I'm not scared. I'm not a coward. Xin Yufang stepped closer, squatting beside Jiang Xiaoyu. This gesture touched him deeply. He carefully placed the round, black object onto the floor. It was covered in dark mud and densely packed with seaweed, looking utterly repulsive. Suddenly, something inside moved, accompanied by a rustling sound. Oh my gosh! Startled by the unexpected noise, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang screamed and crouched on the floor. At that moment, 2 or 3 hermit crabs emerged from the ominous-looking object, slowly crawling out. Under the afternoon sun, the hermit crabs scuttled about, anxiously surveying their surroundings in search of new homes. Xin Yufang patted her heaving chest, taking a deep breath before bursting into hearty laughter, revealing her pristine and well-aligned pearly whites. It turns out to be just a few hermit crabs. You nearly scare me to death. With a wave of her hand, she reassured herself, no need to worry about landmines or bombs. It's merely a broken jar. Jiang Xiaoyu brought over a bucket of seawater, meticulously washing away the disgusting filth, seaweed, and slime clinging to the jar. As she continued to rinse it, the true visage of the broken jar gradually emerged. Gasp! Upon seeing the blue and white patterns, Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but inhale deeply, savoring the briny sea breeze. My goodness, Xiaofeng, what kind of luck is this? She exclaimed in astonishment. Tell me, have you struck a lucky streak? You are truly the goddess of fortune. Look what you found. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's exclamation, Shen Yufang, who was playing with the hermit crabs, turned her gaze towards the broken jar. Ah, blue and white porcelain. With just a glance, she recognized it as a treasure. Abandoning the hermit crabs, she hurried over, gingerly lifting the blue and white jar and examining it closely in the afternoon sun, which slanted from the west. The jar was round and plump, approximately 30 centimeters high, with two symmetrical tiger head ears adorning the top. By sheer chance, Shen Yufang's fishing hook had snagged one of the tiger ear holes. The odds were astounding. She could easily win the lottery with such luck. The body of the jar was adorned with depictions of an azure dragon and various unnamed flowers and grasses. Xiaofeng, check if there is a signature on the bottom of the blue and white porcelain jar. Jiang Xiaoyu urged, her admiration growing. Though she was no expert in antiques, she enjoyed watching treasure appraisal shows and hoped the jar would bear a signature. Upon hearing this, Shen Yufang carefully turned the jar upside down. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu, look. There really is a signature. Upon seeing the square blue mark at the bottom of the jar, a brilliant glow ignited in Shen Yufang's beautiful eyes. Wow, what incredible luck I have. With just a little effort, I could claim all the sunken treasures in this sea. Fixated on the signature, Shen Yufang examined it closely, her pink lips moving as she indulged in a moment of self-congratulation. Oh dear, my dear sister Xiaofeng, don't be too smug. I've read little. Can you tell me which era of the Qing dynasty this signature belongs to? Ah, you even know that blue and white porcelain is from the Qing dynasty. How impressive. With the catch of such a blue and white jar, Shen Yufang's status instantly elevated. It was worth far more than a bluefin tuna. Hu Wunti glowed a little. Let me take a closer look, she said, her large lychee-like eyes narrowing as she examined it, murmuring to herself, This appears to be in seal script. As a marine science major, she found reading seal script somewhat challenging. Yet the strokes of the characters were bold and meticulously crafted. Oh, these two characters seem to be Daoguang. Upon hearing the name Daoguang, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, his face breaking into a beaming smile. Xiaofeng, We've struck it rich again. This is from the official kiln of the Daoguang era. You found a real treasure. My heavens, my goddess of fortune. His tone was filled with astonishment. You've won this time. The quality of this official kiln piece is surely more valuable than my bluefin tuna and sailfish. Alas, we are in the same boat, yet I cannot even compete with this school beauty. Could it be? Am I destined to be a supportive husband? Jiang Xiaoyu mused inwardly, unable to suppress a chuckle, feeling somewhat self-satisfied. Hee, if I win again this time, you must not make me fetch the urine jar. Yufang's smile was radiant, her pure cheeks revealing a pair of shallow dimples. Let us build a lovely home together. I want you to accompany me to the town to buy little chicks, ducklings, and goslings. And let us buy a donkey too. Have I lost again? Jiang Xiaoyu thought, a hint of reluctance mingling with his unwillingness to concede. Wait a moment, he said, furrowing his brow in confusion. Xiaofeng, why buy a donkey when we can just raise chickens, ducks, and geese? In the cabin, Ah Chao's rugged voice interrupted their conversation. Inside the cockpit, Ah Chao was puffing on a cigarette, the smoke wafting through the window and drifting towards the sea. He was steering the wheel when he suddenly spotted several figures on the water waving their arms, signaling for help. Captain, someone has fallen overboard ahead. Should we rescue them? Ah Chao quickly extinguished his cigarette, reduced the boat's speed, and grabbed the intercom to relay the message to Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh, let us go take a look. Understood, Captain. On the deck, Jiang Xiaoyu moved to the bow of the boat, shielding his eyes from the sun, and indeed saw several figures in the distance waving for help. The engine roared to life, and soon the luxury yacht sped toward a dilapidated small wooden boat, coming to a steady stop beside it. Wow, Huang Wulong. Ha. Jiang Xiaoyu descended the yacht's steps, standing at the edge as he focused his gaze on the leader, Huang Wulong, who was clutching a trident. Half a cigarette hanging from his mouth, his hair disheveled, skin darkened, and his expression vacant. Xiaoyu, big brother Xiaoyu, for the sake of our former classmates, please save us. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, Huang Wulong's usual arrogance had dissipated into the Straits of Malacca, replaced by a pitiful and obedient demeanor. Big brother Jiang, it was all my fault before. No, Uncle Jiang, in the future when I see you in Beihai, I'll keep my head down, alright? You have no idea. Last night was a nightmare. I encountered a sea monster, a real sea monster. You might not believe it. Before Huang Wulong could finish, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of delight wash over him. What sea monster? Isn't that just my trusty fishing hook? The high school bully who had tormented him for 3 years now appeared utterly helpless. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled as he took off his sunglasses, feeling a pleasant breath of satisfaction. Achow, let us set sail. We still have our 108 traps to collect. Huang Wulong. The yacht's engine rumbled deeply, slicing through the water as it began to accelerate. Hey, Jiang Xiaoyu. Big brother. Don't leave. What am I to do if you go? Standing on the deck, Jiang Xiaoyu watched the former school tyrant frantically waving for help, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He quietly observed Huang Wulong's desperate expression, recalling his own helplessness during those high school years. With the burden of resentment lifted, Jiang Xiaoyu felt remarkably at ease. The key was that now, with wealth came courage. Once lingering trauma and the shadows of inner fears are gradually dissipating. This sentiment is difficult for those who have not endured pain to truly empathize with. Damn it. Jiang Xiaoyu, curse your ancestors. One day, I will have my revenge. Huang Wulong's mindset unraveled as he sprang to his feet, vehemently cursing at the retreating figure of Jiang Xiaoyu. Alas, the small wooden boat lost its balance and tipped over into the vast sea. Bubbles erupted on the surface of the water. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions arrived at the designated location for the crab traps. This spot was once a favored site for catching crabs, lobsters, and eels, dotted with 54 traps scattered about. After anchoring the yacht, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang, armed with steel hooks, retrieved the foamy ropes and wound them around a small winch. With the hum of the motor, the crab traps slowly surfaced. Upon seeing the panicked blue crabs scuttling about inside, the two exchanged glances and smiled at each other. They placed the trap on the deck, leaving the sorting and bundling tasks to Achow. Scanning the first trap to emerge, the sunlight illuminated the vibrant blue hues within, revealing 7 or 8 blue crabs, each weighing over a pound. The small winch continued to hum incessantly, amidst the joyful atmosphere. The second and third traps were pulled from the water, truly uncovering a veritable den of blue crabs, collectively weighing over 100 pounds. After retrieving all the crab traps, the next one was designated for shrimp. This area lies in the South China Sea, not far from the Shisha Islands. Before deploying the traps, Jiang Xiaoyu had utilized the Ruyi fishing rod to explore the depths and had discovered the presence of large flower lobsters in the vicinity. He was now quite eager to see how many he could catch. As the winch turned, the first wire shrimp trap, covered with a green net, emerged. To his dismay, not a single shrimp was caught. Instead, a dozen large conchs had inadvertently found their way inside. Feeling slightly disheartened, he thought to himself that what was initially a shrimp trap had yielded nothing but conchs. Well, better than nothing, he mused, as he planned to make soup with them. However, fortune soon turned in their favor. One by one, the traps surfaced, each containing a bounty of large flower lobsters. Some had 5 or 6, while others were overflowing, making it nearly impossible to count them. We've struck it rich. The colorful flower lobsters, each around 30 centimeters long, with a few larger specimens exceeding 50 centimeters, were a sight to behold. Commonly referred to as flower lobsters, their official name is the Chinese exquisite lobster. Compared to other lobsters, the meat of the Chinese exquisite lobster is particularly translucent and tender, making it an exquisite delicacy when served as sashimi. As it appeared that these would soon become a rare treat for the locals, their market price was currently over 300 yuan per pound. Little you. You are simply amazing. Xin Yufang beamed with joy, her radiant smile spreading across her beautiful face. Come here, sister, let me reward you with a kiss. Mua. Unable to contain her excitement, she planted a soft kiss directly on Jiang Xiaoyu's cheek. In that instant, he felt as if he had been electrified, standing frozen in place. After a long moment, he extended his long hand to touch the spot where her soft lips had brushed against his skin. Xin Yufang's cheeks flushed with warmth. It was her first kiss with a boy, leaving her feeling both shy and exhilarated. Xiaoyu, hurry and gather the eel traps. She playfully poked him in the waist with her slender fingers, directing her gaze toward the buoy marking the eel traps. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart swelled with sweetness, and after calming his emotions, he began to retrieve the eel traps one by one. Half of the traps were empty, which slightly dampened the earlier sweetness. Sigh. It seems the eels here have been nearly depleted from previous harvesting. A hint of disappointment crossed Jiang Xiaoyu's face. But as the remaining eel traps were pulled from the water, his spirits soared to new heights. His clear, innocent eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaofang, look quickly. What are these colorful creatures? They don't resemble the usual eels. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed as he rummaged through the traps, spotting the long, snake-like sea creatures. Oh my! This is a tiger-striped whiptail eel. Such a rare find. Xin Yufang, a marine science major, immediately recognized the uncommon species. After sorting through the traps that yielded a good catch, They continued their journey aboard the ship. For the next set of traps, Jiang Xiaoyu had little hope of finding anything noteworthy, as he had observed the resources were rather unimpressive during his earlier explorations. Chapter 61. A jolt coursed through him. The cream-colored vessel, unable to sink, bravely cut through the waves. Around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at the next marked trap location. One by one, the crab traps slowly emerged from the water. Originally, Jiang Xiaoyu held little hope, as the Ruyi fishing rod had indicated meager resources here. However, as the temperature of the sunlight began to cool, the hearts of Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang grew warmer. Amidst the splashing of water, various types of crabs with raised claws scuttled within the traps. Wow! Xin Yufang, clad in a fitted windbreaker, squatted down to sift through the crabs in the traps, identifying them as she went. This is an orchid crab, that one is a king crab, and here we have a swimming crab. A bread crab, a red-armored crab. Oh, what is this? Oh right, it's a manta crab. Xin Yufang lifted a manta crab with her delicate fingers, gently shaking it in the air. She raised her long, graceful neck to gaze at Jiang Xiaoyu, who had just set down a crab trap, and laughed heartily. Xiaoyu, come take a look. Doesn't this manta crab look just like a bun? Jiang Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled, nodding in agreement. Well, I must say, it really does resemble a large, white bun. As they exchanged smiles at the bountiful harvest, a warm camaraderie blossomed between them. After organizing the crabs from the traps, the yacht approached the vicinity of the shrimp and eel traps. Here, among the several eel traps, the results were underwhelming, yielding only a few eels, albeit of species they had never caught before. Jiang Xiaoyu recognized none of them and could only rely on the marine science knowledge of Wang Yueying. Xiaofeng, what kinds of eels are these? Are there any electric eels? Jiang Xiaoyu placed the long, tubular eel traps on the deck, smiling at Xin Yufang. Imagine if the electric eel zapped us. It would be quite the thrill. Hee, electric eels? There are none in the ocean. Electric eels are freshwater fish, Xin Yufang replied. Oh, I've learned something new again, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked, intrigued. This gray one here is called a flower eel, commonly known as the flower eel. Xin Yufang, donning non-slip leather gloves, pulled out a thick, elongated flower eel and handed it to a chow. From another long, perforated eel trap, she retrieved a dark, speckled eel and explained to Jiang Xiaoyu. This one is called a spotted naked-breasted eel, also known as a money eel. Just hearing its name sounds quite valuable, huh? The prospect of making a substantial profit brought a bright and cheerful smile to Xin Yufang's face. Ha ha ha. I forgot to mention that the term sea eel is actually a generalization. All the eels found in the South China Sea are, in fact, sea snakes. As I listened, Jiang Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed with astonishment, reflecting on the vastness of the ocean and its myriad wonders. Upon reaching the designated location marked by the shrimp traps, a dozen traps were brought aboard, revealing an eclectic assortment of large shrimp. Among them were a few vividly colored small fish, exuding an undeniable charm. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to recall the specific names of many species of shrimp, resorting instead to the broad term sea shrimp. In contrast, Wang Yuan, seated on a small stool in the theoretical realm, was quite different. From a young age, she had been captivated by the ocean, familiarizing herself with various fish and shrimp species. Xiaoyu, look at this one. Its tail resembles a flower, adorned with vibrant blue and yellow hues. Its scientific name is Peneus japonicus, commonly referred to as flower shrimp. As the shrimp traps were hoisted, Jiang Xiaoyu, with the aid of a small winch, tirelessly pulled them from the depths of the sea. After dragging all the heavy traps into the cabin with a chow, he freshened up and entered the cockpit to start the yacht. The vessel, named Shinbulio, gradually increased its speed, charting a course back towards the coastline. Jiang Xiaoyu captured images and videos of all the catch, initially sending them to Gao Qihong and Xian Yud, followed by a post in the WeChat group he had previously established, the Xiaoyu Xiaofeng Seafood Group. Shortly after sending the messages, the Gao brothers responded with animated gifs of awe, while Qian Yud also sent a thumbs up. They specifically requested the over 100-pound bluefin tuna and the 12-grouper fish. The group chat became increasingly lively, filled with a diverse array of members, some engaged in renovations, others selling flooring. There were bosses and commoners, locals and distant acquaintances, men and women alike. Upon seeing the wild and fresh seafood, the messages in the group instantly exploded. Xiaoyu, the group leader, is that Beihai Port? I'll be waiting for you. Don't leave without me. Xiaoyu, that grouper is adorable. Can I exchange it for my sister-in-law? Xiaoyu, my daughter-in-law is pregnant. I must reserve that striped eel. Even Jesus can't change that. Please, I beg you, save it for me, Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu. What exactly do you want me to reserve for you? Please be clear. With no time to respond to messages, he was confronted with a small mountain of shrimp before him. He and Xin Yufang sat across from each other on small stools. exchanging glances and sharing smiles of happiness as they slowly sorted through the catch. As Xin Yufang picked up the shrimp, she began to explain various types to Jiang Xiaoyu. Look at this shrimp. Its tiny feet are red. She brought the shrimp closer to him. Upon closer inspection of its antennae, you'll see they are a mix of red and white. This shrimp is called red-footed shrimp, scientifically known as Pleodicus muelleri. She casually tossed the red-footed shrimp into a blue basket. Hey, little rascal, where are your eyes wandering? Focus. Xin Yufang zipped up her jacket, pulling it snugly to her fair neck. She rolled her large eyes at Jiang Xiaoyu and said, red-footed shrimp have yet to be farmed. They are quite precious. Weevee struck gold. With a beaming smile, she appeared as if she had fallen into a treasure trove. As they leaned toward each other, Jiang Xiaoyu, upon raising his gaze, caught sight of the Mariana Trench, his heart racing, and his throat feeling dry. He gently pressed his lips together and swallowed hard. The theoretical realms Wang Yuyuan chuckled softly, feigning calmness while continuing her explanations. This is the banana prawn, and this is the rock lobster. You should recognize this one. The mantis shrimp. After nearly an hour and a half of sorting, they finally organized the assorted shrimp by species. After cleaning up, they took a break for over half an hour. When Jiang Xiaoyu lifted his gaze toward the window, he could faintly see the coastline and the lush, towering trees along the shore. It was getting closer, closer still. Once the Shinbulio docked, a throng of people had already gathered at the port, waving enthusiastically in his direction. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang stepped onto the deck, reciprocating the waves toward their clients. In this day and age, it seemed the wealthy were plentiful. As long as there was a supply of fresh, wild seafood, there was no shortage of buyers. The luxurious yacht Shinbulio docked at the harbor, and as Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang disembarked, a wave of people surged toward them. Hey, everyone, please don't rush. Don't crowd. Jiang Xiaoyu shouted from the deck. He then turned to wave at Gao Qihong and Qian Yud, cheerfully calling out, Boss Gao, Boss Qian, thank you for your support. Please come aboard to take a look at the goods. Upon hearing their names called amidst the crowd, Gao Qihong and Qian Yud felt a swell of pride. Eagerly, they pushed through the throng and stepped onto the opulent ivory yacht. The moment the ice storage compartment opened, the Gao brothers and Qian Yud were taken aback by the abundance of seafood it contained. Chapter 62. Buyers shocked, generous spenders. As the ice compartment swung open, a blast of cold air rushed forth, accompanied by the pungent aroma of fish. Under Jiang Xiaoyu's guidance, the Gao brothers and Qian Yud strode confidently into the two-story ice storage. Wow, Xiaoyu, no, brother Xiaoyu, you can't be the son of Mazu, can you? Gao Qihong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the ice storage brimming with seafood. Your luck at sea surpasses that of 10 fishermen. Meanwhile, Qian Yud, upon spotting the 100-pound wild bluefin tuna, was left speechless, his wealthy countenance frozen in astonishment. Xiaoyu, your incredible luck is truly enviable, he exclaimed. To be honest, I've taken my yacht out multiple times and have never caught such a bluefin tuna. Sigh, people are incomparable. Luck is either there or at ISNT. Qian Yud, with his plump hands resting on his equally plump face, chuckled. To be frank, last time, your two bluefin tunas brought us considerable fame and attracted many quality clients, huh? He stepped forward to shake Jiang Xiaoyu's long hand, his face radiating warmth. Let us do this. After our transaction, you must visit my villa estate tomorrow. With great enthusiasm, he pressed a gold card into Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. With this card, you and your sister-in-law can come and go freely at our villa estate. With such a generous hotel owner buying fish, Jiang Xiaoyu was naturally elated. The gold card was thrust into his hand, and he could only accept it graciously. Thank you. Boss Qian, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Now, shall we inspect the goods? All right, Xiao Wang, come here. Let us get to it. Qian Yud waved his chubby hand, and a professional inspector equipped with steel tubes and other tools began to assess the quality of the bluefin tuna. Soon, a slender bluefin tuna fillet was presented to the crowd, its vibrant color and high-fat content showcasing a beautiful marbling of flesh. Dear brother Xiaoyu, I sincerely hope for a long-term collaboration between us. Rest assured, the prices will be the most competitive in the market. Upon noticing the exceptionally high-fat content, Qian Yud couldn't help but swallow hard. How does 398 per pound sound? Jiang Xiaoyu understood that the price of tuna varies with its fat content. Naturally, the price of bluefin tuna fluctuates with its weight. Generally speaking, the larger the bluefin tuna with higher fat content, the more expensive it becomes. After researching online, Jiang Xiaoyu felt that the price Qian Yud offered was reasonable. Very well, let's proceed with this price. At Jiang Xiaoyu's nod, a beaming smile lit up Qian Yud's affluent face. Brother Xiaoyu, so generous. Now let us weigh it. The entrails had already been handled by a chow, and after removing the massive head, the bluefin tuna's final weight settled at 185 pounds. That amounts to 398 times 185 totaling 73,630 yuan. The sale of a single bluefin tuna yielded a profit of over 70,000 yuan, prompting a shared smile of satisfaction between Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang. Brother Xiaoyu, how do you plan to sell the mouse grouper in the live fish tank? By the piece or by the pound? Qianyud asked excitedly, lighting a cigar while eyeing the 12 mouse groupers, mentally calculating. By the piece, I hear that Boss Qian intends to raise them as pets. They don't weigh well when taken out of water, Jiang Xiaoyu contemplated from the buyer's perspective. Moreover, the largest mouse grouper seems to be pregnant. You can set the price accordingly. Considering Jiang Xiaoyu's remarks, Qianyud, adhering to the principle of long-term cooperation, proposed a price he deemed fair. Brother Xiaoyu, the Gao brothers are industry insiders, and many here understand market prices. Qianyud scanned the surroundings, chuckling. Let us do it by the piece. For those under 5 pounds, the smaller mouse groupers will be 3,000 yuan each. For those over 5 pounds, the larger ones will be 5,000 yuan each. As for the 6 or 7 foot pregnant one, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. With a hearty slap of his palm, Qianyud displayed a touch of extravagance. Ha ha. Splendid. Deal, Boss Qian. The prices for mouse groupers are quite transparent in the market. Upon hearing this offer, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. It seems that in the future, he can maintain a good rapport with Boss Qian, who pays generously for valuable fish. The 5 smaller mouse groupers totaled 15,000 yuan. The 5 larger ones summed up to 25,000 yuan, and the exceptionally large, pregnant one fetched 10,000 yuan. After securing the bluefin tuna and mouse groupers, Qianyud turned his attention to abalone, sea urchins, crabs, and lobsters, among others. Brother Gao, how about we split these? Upon hearing this, Gao Qihong was naturally overjoyed, having feared that this fellow would gobble up all the good stuff in one go. His location in Linghai County could not compare to the tourist hotspot of Qionghai City, which was unable to accommodate the precious bluefin tuna and mouse groupers. However, abalone, sea urchins, and crabs are indeed in high demand. The abalone was 108 yuan per pound for a total of 125 pounds, amounting to 13,500 yuan. The sea urchin sold for 25 yuan per pound for 228 pounds, totaling 5,700 yuan. Various crabs sold for over 30,000 yuan. Shrimp and lobsters brought in over 40,000 yuan. It was a straightforward exchange of cash for goods. From Qianyud and the Gao brothers, they collectively earned over 230,000 yuan. Brother Qihong, tomorrow you must take Brother Xiaoyu to my estate for beautiful women, exquisite food, and leisurely fishing, everything you could desire. Qianyud's hearty laughter resonated. After acquiring the bluefin tuna and the esteemed mouse groupers, Qianyud felt remarkably content. Got it, Qianyud. I'll contact you tomorrow morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Qianyud swiftly departed the port, transporting the bluefin tuna and 12 mouse groupers. Following Qianyud's departure, Gao Qihong and Gao Qiqing left with the remaining seafood, including a striped eel specifically reserved for clients in their group. Jiang Xiaoyu, a chow, and Xin Yufang worked together to haul out the remaining seafood from the ice house, which also included a magnificent 3-meter-long, over 300-pound sailfish. With a resounding thud, the sailfish landed heavily on the port ground, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions breathless. By then, eager fish buyers had already gathered at the port. Passers-by, drawn by the commotion, began to crowd around, forming a tight circle. With layers of onlookers, the area became congested. Jiang Xiaoyu produced a handheld scale, while Xin Yufang retrieved black plastic bags. The two resembled a married couple going about their daily routine, setting up a makeshift stall at the port. One weighed the fish while the other collected payments, busily engaged in their work. The assorted remaining seafood sold for over 70,000 yuan. The sailfish, priced at 9 yuan per pound, only brought in 204 yuan, being too modestly priced for the effort it required. Rumor had it that sailfish meat had a peculiar taste, making it less desirable. Hence, it would not command a high price. Perhaps in the future, it could serve as a pastime for fishing. This deep-sea fishing trip yielded a gross income exceeding 300,000 yuan. Additionally, Xin Yufang still possessed a Qinghua porcelain piece from the Daoguang era awaiting appraisal. After finishing their tasks, although Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang were physically exhausted, akin to weary dogs, their hearts were warmed, and smiles adorned their faces like split-open pomegranates. A chow, please bring me your payment code. Once everything settled down, Jiang Xiaoyu called over a chow, who was busy cleaning the ship's cabin. Captain, did you call for me? A chow trotted over, a damp cloth in hand, wearing a silly grin. Brother A Chow, you've worked hard on this trip. Here is your commission. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu sent a chow the payment. A notification chimed. 30,000 yuan credited. Hearing this, a Chow froze in shock, his large frame shuddering. Thud. The damp cloth slipped from his hands as he hurried to pick it up. Stammering, he managed to say, Chapter 63, Plans to Renovate and Build a Home. 330,000. Captain, that is far too much. The clumsy A Chow rubbed his rough hands together, overwhelmed with excitement, yet unsure of how to express his gratitude. Take it. It's rightfully yours. Jiang Xiaoyu interrupted A Chow's flustered words, insisting, take a few days off and enjoy life with your wife and children. Yes, Captain. A Chow felt a weight in his heart, gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu with unwavering loyalty, asking, when shall we set sail again? I'll let you know when the time comes. All right. A Chow nodded, taking a few steps before pausing, turning around with a goofy smile. Boss, if you need any assistance, feel free to call me anytime. His tone was filled with sincerity. Sure. With Jiang Xiaoyu's nod, A Chow, filled with gratitude, hurriedly made his way home. As dusk fell, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang found a gasoline-powered tricycle beneath a peach tree. Virum. The tricycle jolted to life, with Shen Yufang seated in the passenger seat, cradling a salvaged blue and white porcelain jar as they set off towards the quaint fishing village. At the western edge of the village, Grandma Yang, slightly hunched and supported by her gnarled osmanthus cane, gazed quietly into the distance. Fisherman, 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 she mumbled, her sunken lips whispering the childhood name of Jiang Xiaoyu. Alas, it seemed he would not return home today. Oh, Mazu, bless my innocent and kind-hearted grandson. Grant him safety, grant him joy, grant him safety and joy. The elderly woman recited fervently, each repetition imbued with profound emotion. As twilight approached, just as Grandma Yang turned to head home and closed the door, two figures suddenly emerged in her line of sight. One on the left and the other on the right, driving a tricycle, grew increasingly clear. Ah, fisherman. Oh, it truly is you. Ah, Xiaofeng. Grandma Yang beamed upon seeing her grandson and his girlfriend stop at her doorstep, her face a tapestry of joy as the wrinkles danced with delight. Oh dear, Grandma, it's windy outside. Why are you standing by the door? She exclaimed. Knowing well Grandma's rheumatoid arthritis made her sensitive to the chill. It's nothing, nothing at all. I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air, Grandma replied, turning to enter the wooden door of the street, her joyful tears glistening in her eyes. Xiaoyu Xiaofeng, come in and wash your faces. Grandma will prepare dinner for you. No need to trouble yourself, Grandma. Allow me to help, Shen Yufang insisted, stepping forward to assist Grandma, leading her under the osmanthus tree. The dutiful and considerate Yufang then returned indoors to fetch a warm garment for her grandmother, gently draping it over her shoulders. Grandma smiled, caressing Yufang's smooth hand with eyes full of affection. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu was tidying the courtyard while Shen Yufang disappeared into the stone kitchen, adorned with climbing wisteria. As the leaves in the yard swirled and gathered in a corner, wisps of smoke began to rise from the blue stone chimney of the kitchen. Surrounded by mountains at dusk, the scene unfolded like a tranquil and harmonious painting. After Jiang Xiaoyu arranged the table and benches beneath the osmanthus tree, Yufang, donning a floral apron, continued her culinary endeavors. Xiaoyu attempted to assist in the kitchen but only ended up hindering her efforts, earning a playful kick from Shen Yufang. Well then, I shall focus on envisioning our future home, he declared, spreading a large sheet of white paper across the wooden table, sketching the grand designs that danced in his mind. Time slipped by, and soon the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, a fragrant feast of stir-fried squid with green peppers, braised stone base, steamed large prawns, a generous 15 or 16 of them, and a bowl of seafood soup, all accompanied by a pot of white rice. Jiang Xiaoyu set aside his ambitious blueprints to lay out the sumptuous dishes. Grandma Yang's heart was warmed by the evening meal, as she devoured a large bowl of rice, followed by 2 large prawns and a bowl of seafood soup. After sunset, she took her medicine and retired to the northern room for the night. The remaining bountiful dishes became the battlefield for Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang, both ravenous after their day at sea. Burp, burp, burp. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the table in disarray. Jiang Xiaoyu patted his full belly, gazing at the twinkling stars in the clear sky, and Shen Yufang mirrored his actions. Xiaoyu, you lost the fishing contest, so go wash the dishes, she teased, chuckling with delight while reclining in a bamboo chair. Hey Xiaofeng, your precious jar might very well be a counterfeit. I might not have lost after all, so these dishes. Oh, Xiaoyu, don't speak of the past. Let us just say it's worth $1 million at least. She shot back, her tone brimming with pride. As their playful banter continued, the neighborhood dog, Wang Kai, ambled over, shaking his head. Woof, woof, woof. Having returned late from his escapades, he could only salvage some scraps. Wang Kai, go wash the dishes first. Jiang Xiaoyu tossed a stack of plates towards him. Wang Kai, bewildered, thought, Master, you're not a dog, but you're treating me worse than one. Observing Shen Yufang lost in the stars, his last glimmer of hope faded. Alas, it seemed the two were ganging up on a mere dog. Resigned, Wang Kai approached the water basin, where plates and bowls lay stacked. With his keen 24K pure dog eyes, he watched as his masters retreated into the earthen hut. A sly grin crept across his face as he licked the plates clean. That night, within the earthen hut, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang sat cross-legged on the large wooden bed, facing each other. Xiaoyu, I believe we have around 300,000 in our hands now, Shen Yufang remarked, glancing at Jiang Xiaoyu, who nodded in agreement. She picked up a thick notebook from the bedside, flipping through its pages, her pen hovering over the pages. You see, our 3 earthen huts and the outhouse. Either they're drafty or leaky, so we must invest some funds to repair them thoroughly. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyu concurred. I've grown tired of the clanging sound inside during rainy days. It's reminiscent of Chopin's Nocturne. Shen Yufang chuckled at his ability to find humor in hardship, marking the second item in her notebook. Moreover, aside from repairing the houses, we lack any modern appliances. Wait a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu interjected. What about the kettle? Oh, that counts. Unfortunately, it has broken. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed, conceding. Refrigerator, washing machine, toilet, soy milk maker, computer, internet. All must be acquired. With a bit of money now, Shen Yufang envisioned merging the rustic charm of their earthen abode with modern conveniences. Yufang, let's focus on the immediate task of finding craftsmen to repair our house first, Jiang Xiaoyu suggested, equally eager to elevate their living standards. Tomorrow, let us visit village chief Ma and see if he can help us find some temporary workers to assist in fixing our home. It's a win-win situation, as the villagers have limited economic resources. Agreed, Shen Yufang nodded, both in harmony with the plan. Additionally, the barren land behind the house, the spring to the east, and the pond, all require attention. The two continued to converse late into the night. However, plans often change unexpectedly. The following day, after breakfast, just as they were preparing to visit village chief Ma, a familiar voice rang through on the phone. Hello, Xiaoyu, my brother. Today we're heading to Qianyude South Villa Estate for some relaxation, came the cheerful voice of Gao Qihong. Boss Qian personally called, insisting on this outing. I'll come pick you up. As soon as he hung up, Qianyude's phone rang again, discussing the most esteemed suppliers and the necessity of signing a cooperation agreement, promising a 5-point market price increase in the future. Jiang Xiaoyu shunned social interactions. From a young age, he had cherished solitude, quietly engaging in various pursuits. Perhaps this was what people referred to as social anxiety. After declining a previous invitation, Qianyude, seemingly undeterred, continued to exuberantly convey his words, which flowed into Zhang's ears. Oh dear, if you don't come, I won't be able to sleep. How about we set aside the business talk and just enjoy ourselves? The warmth of his tone resonated through the phone. I've arranged for some lovely maids, very obedient and well-mannered. At this remark, Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively glanced at Shen Yufang beside him. Shen Yufang smiled sweetly. Come now, with such generous hospitality from Boss Qian. Why refuse? Xiao Fang was an inquisitive soul. To her, socializing was as natural as eating and drinking, nothing to fear. Let us see how the wealthy live, she added, reluctantly. Jiang Xiaoyu acquiesced. After hanging up, Shen Yufang suddenly recalled the blue and white porcelain and thought of Chen Xiaoya and the old man Gu Benbo. Hey, Xiaoyu, since we're heading to the county, we should bring our blue and white porcelain along for Gu Benbo to appraise, don't you think? Since their last transaction involving an ancient jade ring, Shen Yufang had developed a suspicion of Gu Benbo's character. However, they wished to sell antiques, and no one else was familiar with their worth. That slippery old fellow could provide an appraisal, and if the price was right, they could proceed with the sale. All right. This way we won't need to make another trip to the county. Let us just send Gu Benbo to Qianyude's villa, she concluded. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu had already opened his phone and located Gu Benbo's WeChat. He forwarded Qianyude's location along with an explanation of the situation. Gu Benbo responded promptly, indicating he would bring his granddaughter and arrive at the agreed time. Shortly after hanging up, Gao Qihong and Gao Qiqing arrived at their grandmother's house in a Mercedes-Benz business vehicle. Xiaoyu, is your girlfriend joining us? Gao Qihong asked with a friendly smile. Upon seeing Jiang nod, he cheerfully added, well, that takes away half the fun. Let's get in. What fun is diminished? Jiang Xiaoyu found the comment puzzling, but chose not to inquire further. As he opened the door, he and Shen Yufang settled into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz. This car is incredibly comfortable, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked, caressing the genuine leather seats. Brother Qihong, what did this vehicle cost upon purchase? Oh, it wasn't too expensive. I bought it 2 years ago for about 1.25 million, he replied casually. 1.25 million. Not too expensive? Boss Gao must be quite wealthy, Jiang Xiaoyu mused, pondering when he might afford a grand vehicle of his own. Over an hour later, the Gao brothers and Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the villa estate. Brother Qihong, you go ahead. I'll wait for someone here, Jiang Xiaoyu said as he and Shen Yufang exited the car, scanning the surroundings for the antiquities expert, Gu Benbo, who had yet to arrive. Oh, you invited a friend? Feel free to bring them along, Gao Qihong suggested, raking his fingers through his thick hair. I remember President Qian gave you a gold card, which allows you to pass through security. As for me, I'm well acquainted with the guards here. But the gold card is still necessary. With that, Gao Qihong strolled toward the opulent villa estate. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang stood at the entrance. Glancing around the east-west road, time trickled by slowly as the sun climbed higher in the sky. As the appointed hour approached, a luxurious Porsche glided into view from the east, coming to a smooth halt by the roadside. The driver's door swung open, revealing a young female driver who circled the vehicle and assisted an elderly man, Gu Binbo, out of the passenger seat. When she elegantly linked her slender arm with her grandfather's and approached Jiang Xiaoyu, he lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? She exclaimed, her surprise evident. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could respond, she interjected, wait, how did you know I would be here? Are you stalking me? I told you, Jiang Xiaoyu. Stop pursuing me, all right? This will never work. Do you even know who I am and who you are? You must have some self-awareness. Upon encountering Gu Tsongtsong, Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by her haughty tone. Shen Yufang, witnessing her beloved in such a state for the first time, subtly inquired, do you two know each other? Gu Binbo cleared his throat and asked his granddaughter, is he a classmate of yours? Yes, from high school, but we weren't in the same class. He once wrote me a pile of love letters, Gu Tsongtsong replied with a dismissive smirk, her gaze scrutinizing Jiang Xiaoyu. But I threw them all in the trash. Grandpa, look at him. A poor boy still clinging to false hope, pestering me. It's truly tiresome. Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words in front of Gu Tsongtsong's self-obsessed demeanor. He scrutinized the girl he once admired from afar in high school. She had become more refined, yet when compared to Shen Yufang's goddess-like beauty, she paled in comparison. Gu Tsongtsong's figure was voluptuous, her elongated face framed by wavy, rose-red hair that tantalizingly stirred the imagination. What are you staring at? She snapped, pulling a crisp 50-yuan bill from her designer handbag. Here, take this and scram. Don't you dare bother me anymore. As Jiang Xiaoyu stood there, absorbing her humiliation, Gu Binbo interjected first. Tsongtsong, do not be rude. Ahem, he coughed into his handkerchief and continued. This young man is the one I mentioned, and beside him is Yufang. They are today's sellers. I wonder what treasures you both have brought for me to behold. Ignoring Gu Tsongtsong, Jiang Xiaoyu turned his attention to the well-mannered Gu Binbo. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us enter the estate and discuss matters inside the villa. Gu Binbo, leaning on his cane, followed Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze to the grand entrance where the words Qian's estate were inscribed. Qian's estate, Grandpa, is this not the property of the wealthy Qian, Yud from Lingnan? Gu Tsongtsong shot Jiang Xiaoyu a disdainful look. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you trying to pull? It's truly laughable. This is the luxurious villa estate of President Qian. Let us be real, neither you nor even my father or grandfather would have the privilege to enter. Gu Tsongtsong raised her chin with an air of superiority. What kind of international joke are you making? Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words, growing weary of Gu Tsongtsong's incessant chatter. He took Shen Yufang's hand and approached the grand entrance, producing his golden access card. Upon seeing it, the young guard promptly saluted and opened the door with a smile. Mr. Jiang, please enter. Gu Tsongtsong stood there, bewildered. How can this kid enter Qian's estate? Could it be that he is Qian Yud's godson? The venerable antiquities enthusiast, Gu Binbo, upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang hand in hand, boldly made his entrance, brandishing his cane and exclaiming loudly, Ah, 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 dear young friend Binbo, do hold your horses. My poor, aging legs are afflicted with severe varicose veins. Please, grant me a moment. In Chapter 65, a high-quality imitation, at Jiang Xiaoyu's gesture, the security guard at the entrance of the Qian Manor opened a side door, allowing the old man and his granddaughter to enter with great enthusiasm. Thank you, young friend, for your gracious invitation, Gu Binbo said, bowing deeply. It is a great honor for me to step foot into Mr. Qian's estate. One must understand that Qian Yud's interests are vast, spanning real estate, fisheries, and the antique realm. Beside him, Gu Tsongtsong maintained her aloof demeanor, yet internally, she regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with increased admiration. However, her heart sank when she observed Jiang Xiaoyu holding the hand of a beautiful girl. How could a discarded loser like him possibly have a stunning girlfriend? Gu Tsongtsong silently lamented, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing Shen Yufang. She noted her plain appearance and felt a wave of disdain. She is merely somewhat attractive, but still inferior to me. Self-satisfied with her own beauty, Gu Tsongtsong thought, she surely lacks wealth. How pitiful, a woman with looks but no means. Oblivious to the art of courting a rich man. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang were blissfully enjoying the scenic splendor of the Qian Manor. Upon entering the grand gates, they were greeted by a picturesque landscape of rivers and mountains. The lush hills stretched out before them, with an endless lake to the south and sprawling villa districts lining its shores. Wow, could all this natural beauty and the villa clusters belong to Qianyud? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered, awestruck by the opulence of the wealthy lifestyle, realizing why Qianyud could casually transfer hundreds of thousands for fish without a second thought. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang? A sweet, soft voice broke her reverie. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to see a young woman approaching, her round face framed by cascading black curls, adorned in a black and white maid's outfit complete with fluffy cat ears. She approached with a cheerful demeanor, exuding an air of innocence that made her appear quite vulnerable. Jiang Xiaoyu, captivated by the enchanting maid, couldn't help but steal a glance, and as she prepared for a third, a sharp pain shot through her waist. Ouch! A delicate hand had unexpectedly pinched her waist through her thin shirt. None other than Shen Yufang. Flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Xiaoyu diverted her gaze, steadying herself as she stammered. Hello, I am Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing his name, the maid placed her hands on her abdomen, bowed graciously, and smiled brightly. Mr. Jiang, today I am your exclusive maid, Xiao Xiao, here to cater to your every request, at your service anytime, anywhere. Her sweet voice was like music to the ears, lifting Jiang Xiaoyu's spirits. Master Xiaoyu, please get in the car. Boss Gao has already gone ahead to the leisure villa area. The term master sent a shiver down Jiang Xiaoyu's spine. Xiao Xiao, please just call me Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiao Xiao beamed. Certainly, Master Jiang Xiaoyu. Fine. At that moment, a sightseeing electric car came to a halt before them. The vehicle wound its way along the mountain path, soon arriving at the villa district on the northern shore. Master Jiang Xiaoyu, this is the leisure villa area. Mr. Qian has instructed you to feel free to explore here. Xiao Xiao gestured toward a villa. Mr. Qian is currently attending to business, but will personally come to greet you shortly. All right. The entrance to the villa was adorned with rare greenery, and before the grand dark golden door lay a magnificent dark green jade pai yao, exuding an air of majesty. Hand in hand, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang stepped into the villa's grand hall. The interior was resplendent, spacious, and bright. Mr. Gua, let us convene here. Please take a look at this antique. Settling onto a leather sofa, Jiang Xiaoyu placed his backpack on the jade-tiled surface, retrieving a plump piece of blue and white porcelain. At that moment, the maid brought in 4 cups of fragrant tea, setting them before them. Ah, blue and white porcelain. Guobenbo's eyes sparkled with delight as he recognized the glaze. His expression remained composed, betraying none of his inner joy. Grandpa, is this really blue and white porcelain? Is it valuable? Guo Song, impatient for Guobenbo's response, turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, her tone accusatory. How could a loser like you possess blue and white porcelain? It must have been stolen, right? Yes, that's it. Guo Song tugged at her grandfather's arm. Grandpa, we cannot accept anything of dubious origin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a spark of indignation ignite within him, prompting a sharper tone. Guo Song, do not be so arrogant. I've tolerated you for far too long. His voice grew increasingly cold. Whether I stole it or not is none of your business. If you don't wish to buy, then scram. Don't ruin my mood. This was the first time he spoke so boldly, albeit feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Yet he relished the liberation it brought. The words left Guo Song blushing with fury, her face contorted as she pointed at Jiang Xiaoyu. Ah, dear young friend. Do not take offense. My granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood and speaks without thinking. Guobenbo interjected, donning white gloves as he picked up his professional tools, reading glasses, a magnifying glass, and the like. His keen, avaricious eyes scrutinized the porcelain through the magnifying lens, then gently turned the vase upside down to inspect its base for inscriptions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally revealed a look of consternation. Young friend, this blue and white porcelain is indeed commendable, yet. Jiang Xiaoyu, sensing his hesitation, probed. Yet what? Yet this is not from the official kills, but rather a high-quality imitation from the folk. What? That can't be true. Upon hearing that it was a replica, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang's faces dimmed. Haha, so it is merely an imitation. Guo Song perked up again, reveling in her triumph. I told you. A poor loser like him could never possess anything of value. The taunting words grated on Jiang Xiaoyu's nerves, but rather than erupting as he would have in the past, he had learned to master his emotions, choosing instead to respond with a dismissive smile, feigning indifference. Guo Song, enraged by Jiang Xiaoyu's blatant disregard, huffed in frustration. Returning her gaze to the blue and white porcelain, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang, unfamiliar with antiques, listened attentively to Guobenbo's detailed explanation, which was so eloquent that they found themselves believing a significant portion of it. Mr. Guo, how much do you value this imitation? Please, give me a price. Shin Yufang was determined not to be outdone by Jiang Xiaoyu. More importantly, the construction of their homeland demanded substantial funding, and they were still grappling with a financial shortfall. A mere 20,000. The elderly Guobenbo smiled faintly, extending 2 fingers that resembled withered twigs. What? Only 20,000. Upon hearing this figure, Shin Yufang felt a surge of indignation and could not restrain herself from voicing her discontent. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by 20,000? Just then, accompanied by footsteps from outside, a resonant and steady voice reverberated through the hall. Mr. Qian. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xiaoyu rose from the leather sofa, directing his gaze toward the entrance, where Qian Yud had arrived. Brother Xiaoyu, welcome, welcome, to my humble abode. Qian Yud extended a plump hand for a handshake, shifting his attention to Guobenbo and inquiring of Jiang Xiaoyu. Who is this? This is Mr. Guo from the antique world, Guobenbo, Jiang Xiaoyu briefly introduced. We are merely borrowing your esteemed space to sell this piece of blue and white porcelain. Upon hearing about the antique transaction, Qian Yud, an avid collector, instantly became intrigued. Oh, Mr. Guobenbo, I believe I have heard of you. Qian Yud muttered to himself. Mr. Qian, it is an honor to meet you. I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation in the antique realm. Guobenbo hastily extended his twig-like hand, a nervous smile appearing in his deep-set eyes. Oh, how fortunate to meet. Please, have a seat. Qian Yud did not shake Guobenbo's hand, but instead gestured for them to sit. Guobenbo awkwardly withdrew his hand, appearing somewhat ill at ease. Ah, Mr. Qian, I just remembered I have some pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Before Guobenbo could finish, Qian Yud interrupted him. Oh, no need to be in such a rush. What could be more important than antiques? Wouldn't you agree? With a sharp-eyed gaze, Qian Yud beckoned him to sit down. Guobenbo, left with no choice, complied and took a seat, resembling the maid Xiao Qiao behind Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh, regarding the 20,000. Was that in reference to this piece of blue and white porcelain? Once everyone was seated, Qian Yud's gaze softened as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu, pointing to the porcelain on the jade table. Indeed, Mr. Qian, this was salvaged by Yufang and me from the public sea, and we intended to sell it, but alas, it turned out to be a high-quality counterfeit. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed gently. Beside him, Shin Yufang clung to his arm, her beautiful face pouting slightly, revealing her displeasure. Oh, a high-quality counterfeit? Let me take a look. As Qian Yud's hefty hand lifted the blue and white porcelain, Guobenbo's heart sank. He thought to himself, it's over. It's finished. This blue and white porcelain featuring pine, bamboo, and plum blossoms is quite remarkable. Indeed a genuine imperial kiln piece. Qian Yud examined it while softly praising its quality. Look at this mark. It dates back to the Daoguang period of the Qing dynasty. Its brushwork is vigorous and grand. Truly impressive. Hearing Qian Yud repeatedly affirm its quality, Shin Yufang could not help but inquire, Mr. Qian, what do you mean by impressive? Isn't it just a high-quality counterfeit? A high-quality counterfeit? Who dares to utter such nonsense? Qian Yud's eyebrows arched as he exclaimed. If this is a high-quality counterfeit, then I would gladly take a whole trainload. Ah, I must admit, I was mistaken earlier, having not examined it thoroughly. Guobenbo stammered as he stood, trembling. Old eyes can falter. I beg your forgiveness, Jiang Xiaoyu. Miss Shun, Mr. Qian. The old man, cunning as a fox, spoke smoothly, suggesting that perhaps this was not a counterfeit after all. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang immediately grasped the situation, realizing that Guobenbo had been weaving a web of lies. They, being young and inexperienced, had nearly fallen into the trap of this slippery old fox. This old scoundrel speaks differently to different people. It was all an act. Both of them internally scoffed, thinking that had it not been for Qian Yud's timely arrival, they might have been duped. The blue and white porcelain jar was indeed from the Daoguang period's imperial kiln. Observing Guobenbo wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, Qian Yud signaled for him to sit down. Look at the vibrant glaze and the exquisite design. This is truly an imperial kiln piece. I have 4 or 5 of such blue and white porcelain jars at home. They serve wonderfully as pickled vegetable containers. 4 or 5, as containers for pickled vegetables? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufang's hearts raced again. How much could a pickled vegetable jar be worth? Mr. Qian, surely you jest. Is an imperial kiln piece from the Daoguang period not valuable? Jiang Xiaoyu nervously rubbed his palms together. Well, currently, the market value is around 180,000. 180,000. Ha! Upon hearing this figure, Shin Yufang's heart immediately felt lighter, and she could not help but burst into laughter, her laughter unrestrained. When she laughed, she did not cover her mouth. The sight of a breathtaking beauty laughing was indeed a captivating spectacle. Beside her, Jiang Xiaoyu was equally delighted, albeit more composed. He gently poked her slender waist with his long finger, whispering, This is not Xiaoyu village. Yes, I know Xiaoyu. This time I have won again and again. By the way, you can just bring me the urinal from now on. Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless, and just then, Qian Yud's deep voice interrupted. Mr. Gua, since you are here for a transaction, you must demonstrate some sincerity. His cold gaze bore down on Gua Binbo's decrepit figure, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. Since Mr. Qian has spoken, I will buy this blue and white porcelain for 180,000. Upon hearing this figure, Qian Yud reclined on the leather sofa, crossing his legs and lightly tapping his fingers. 180,000 won't do. Let us make it 280,000. 280,000. Mr. Qian, you cannot expect me to incur a loss on this deal. You are well aware of the market price. I would be left with nothing. Let's talk. Are you buying or not? His tone was laced with authority. Yes. Yes, I will buy it, Gua Binbo replied, looking as forlorn as a grieving widow. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, intending to transfer money to Jiang Xiaoyu, when suddenly Gua Song interrupted. Grandfather, we can't buy this. It's a losing deal. Have you lost your mind? Slap. A resounding slap struck Gua Song's face, leaving her heavily powdered complexion reddened and swollen, the imprints of 4 fingers clearly visible. Gua Song, clutching her swollen face, looked pitiful, not daring to utter another word. Jiang Xiaoyu, I apologize for the commotion. Now, let me scan the code to make the payment. Riches have been deposited. 280,000. The elderly Gua Binbo, with a darkened expression and trembling hands, transferred the money into Jiang Xiaoyu's account. Throughout his life, he had consistently engaged in deceit and trickery to gain advantage over others. Unexpectedly, I have suffered a considerable loss this time, leaving me exceedingly uncomfortable. Who would have thought that this young lad possessed such a formidable background? Alas, it echoes an old adage. A lifetime spent playing with birds has led to one being pecked in the eye by them. Beside me, Gua Song pouted her crimson lips, displaying her profound discontent. Grandfather, on what grounds? She exclaimed indignantly. For a mere broken jar, we are to pay him 280,000 yuan? Grandfather, did you not claim it was a high-quality imitation? She realized belatedly. Wait a moment. Even if it were genuine, it wouldn't be worth 280,000. Gua Song, now agitated, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Xiaoyu. Don't get too smug. Just because you sold a worthless jar doesn't mean you're impressive. You're still beneath me, like a mere speck compared to Mount Everest. Smack. Before Gua Song could finish her tirade, the elder Gua delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sting from the right side of her face had barely subsided when the left side swelled up in response. Song, cease your insolence. Jiang Xiaoyu is a distinguished guest of Mr. Qian. Now leave. Gua Binbo seized the blue and white porcelain, pulling Gua Song's hand as he made for the exit. Wait. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice rang out. Old Gua, you may leave. She is to remain here for a day. Mr. Qian, spare me. Gua Binbo pleaded. My granddaughter spoke out of turn, and I have already punished her. Enough of your excuses. Your granddaughter's lack of decorum has disturbed my brother's mood. To insult my brother is akin to urinating on my face. Qian Yud's gaze sharpened, his demeanor cold. Let her stay in the estate for a day, serving my brother, fetching his shoes, and carrying his bags. It is not a harsh punishment, merely a means to temper her arrogance and teach her proper manners. Grandfather, I refuse. Hearing this, Gua Song felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of serving this lowly individual. On what grounds? She cried out, her eyes fixed on Qian Yud, her voice shrill with indignation. What makes you so special just because you have money? The moment those words escaped her lips, Gua Binbo's face turned ashen, nearly causing him to stumble. Even the ruffian Gao Qihong appeared as a subordinate in the presence of Qian Yud. It seemed his granddaughter had landed herself in grave trouble. With a cold laugh, Qian Yud, unfazed by Gua Song's brashness, simply responded, on these grounds. Calmly, he opened his suit jacket and drew forth a pistol from his waist. Click. The dark barrel of the gun pressed against Gua Song's heavily made-up forehead. Is this acceptable? Gua Song, having never encountered such intimidation, found the icy muzzle of the gun to be a shocking reality. In her mind, it was illegal for Chinese citizens to bear arms. Yet, now, the cold steel was firmly against her skin. Her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the floor, crawling a few steps while desperately pleading, Xiaoyu, brother Xiaoyu, save me. I'm willing to fetch your shoes, cook for you, whatever you desire. Jiang Xiaoyu, taken aback, replied, well, enough, old Gua, you may leave. Qian Yud aimed the gun at Gua Binbo. Qian Yud, keep my word. I merely require your granddaughter to serve my brother for a day, and afterward, I will send her home. Yes, I absolutely trust Mr. Qian, Gua Binbo stammered, his fingers trembling as he retrieved a white handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. With one hand holding the blue and white porcelain, and the other using a cane. He exited the Qian estate. Once Guo Binbo departed, Guo Tsongtsong knelt submissively at Jiang Xiaoyu's feet. Ha ha! Qian Yud, with his prosperous visage, erupted into hearty laughter. As his laughter subsided, he instructed, Xiao Qiao, take Miss Guo and help her change into a maid's outfit. She must serve my esteemed guest well today. Xiao Qiao, placing her hands demurely on her abdomen, bowed deeply and sweetly replied, Yes, master. Watching Guo Tsongtsong follow Xiao Qiao out of the villa, Qian Yud approached the still-dazed Jiang Xiaoyu. Whispering softly in his ear, Brother Xiaoyu, do not fret. This gun is merely a toy belonging to my young son, crafted to look realistic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu's tense demeanor relaxed instantly. Ah, he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise as Qian Yud tossed the toy gun into his arms. Here, play with it. You are in my villa. Feel free to enjoy it without any burden. After finishing his words, Qian Yud called out to a bodyguard at the entrance, Aki, accompany Brother Jiang today. Take him fishing by the lake and hunting in the mountains, and while you're at it, catch a few venomous snakes to make soup. Yes, Mr. Qian, a middle-aged man in a black casual outfit, with dark skin and an expressionless face, acknowledged. All right, Brother Xiaoyu, I must attend to other matters. Should you need anything, have Aki contact me. Jiang Xiaoyu, experiencing the lavish lifestyle and methods of the wealthy for the first time, felt immense admiration. Thank you, Mr. Qian, for your hospitality. What thanks? Off you go. Qian Yud was brisk and decisive in his actions. Shortly after Qian Yud departed, Xiao Qiao and Guo Tsongtsong returned. Once donned in her maid's attire, Guo Tsongtsong's haughty demeanor dissipated. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaoyu with the gun at his waist, she gasped in shock. Goodness, this is turning into a gang affair. Just wait. Once I escape this estate, I will call the police immediately. How dare they wield firearms? They shall all end up in prison. However, today, at this moment, she had to cater to this individual properly. Otherwise, a single shot could spell her demise in this desolate wilderness. Guo Tsongtsong's mind raced. Much like the waves rolling over the lake outside the villa, Master Jiang, these hills and this seemingly endless lake all belong to the Qian estate. Xiao Qiao led Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang, with Aki and Guo Tsongtsong following behind. Would you prefer to fish first, or hunt in the mountains? Xiao Qiao inquired sweetly. Or shall we play games in the wild together? As she spoke, Xiao Qiao cast a glance at Xin Yufang, feeling somewhat anxious. Hearing the latter option, Guo Tsongtsong felt a jolt of fear. Heavens, you want me to play games in the wild with a poor loser? Xiao Qiao, are you joking? Xin Yufang did not respond to Xiao Cao's gaze, but instead gently placed her delicate hand on Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. Fishing, if we don't fish today, I'll be restless. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately picked up on Xin Yufang's signal, his eyes sparkling as he said, Xiao Qiao, please do not mention the third option to me again. I cannot touch any woman other than Yufang, otherwise. Beside him, Xin Yufang smiled at Jiang Xiaoyu's words and interjected playfully, otherwise what? Her slender jade fingers had already pinched a delicate bit of flesh at Jiang Xiaoyu's waist, poised to exert force at any moment. Beyond the ability to touch Yufang, the mere contact with any other woman would send me into convulsions, frothing at the mouth. Jiang Xiaoyu's will to survive was incredibly strong, her voice rising several decibels. Ha ha, you are quite clever. Upon hearing this, Xin Yufang erupted into a hearty laugh. Nearby, the maid Xiao Qiao felt a shiver run down her spine. This was the first time she had encountered such an esteemed guest. It seemed that they were much easier to serve than the wealthy patrons of the past. With a heart filled with joy, Xiao Qiao devoted herself even more diligently to Jiang Xiaoyu. Mistress Xiaoyu, I shall fetch you both fishing rods and bait right away. Xiao Qiao pointed towards the nearby lake, her voice sweet and compliant. Mistress Xiaoyu, you and your girlfriend may first search for a preferred fishing spot by the lake. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, taking Xin Yufang's hand as they strolled towards the lakeside. Standing at the water's edge, the vast lake stretched out before them, with gentle waves stirring, evoking a sense of tranquility. Ha ha ha, Boss Gao, you are so mischievous. At that moment, laughter and playful shouts echoed from the eastern side of the lake. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang turned towards the sound, their cheeks instantly flushed. In their line of sight, Gao Qihong and his brother, accompanied by several charming young women, were engaged in a water fight. Xiaoyu, come and play with us. As their eyes met, Gao Qihong waved his arm, beckoning to Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang. Oh, that Boss Gao, you carry on with your fun. Before she could finish her sentence, Xin Yufang tugged at her arm, leading her away briskly towards the west. Jiang Xiaoyu, no looking. What kind of people are these, so shameless in broad daylight? Xin Yufang pouted, her pearly teeth grazing her rosy lips as she vented, her cheeks still flushed. No wonder Sister Xiaoya chose to distance herself from Gao Qihong. There must be a reason behind everything. Hey, dare you to look back. Xiaoyu, are you feeling a bit itchy? Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively dodged, but as a result, Shen Yufang swiftly extended her long, graceful finger and pinched Jiang Xiaoyu's left ear. Ouch! That hurts. Weren't we just talking about my rear end? Why twist my ear? Ha ha ha. This is called the art of war. Shen Yufang had Jiang Xiaoyu in her grasp. Laughing heartily, Xiaoyu, there's a fishing platform to the west. Let us go and fish leisurely. The two walked side by side along a narrow path, overgrown with wild grass and flowers, until they reached a fishing platform beneath two tall, drought-resistant willow trees, standing 3 to 4 meters apart. Below the towering willows, an artificial fishing platform had been constructed. Amidst the mountains and waters, birds serenaded their love, and flowers waved gently in the breeze. A refreshing zephyr blew, as Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang leaned against each other, thoroughly savoring the serenity of the moment. Mistress Xiaoyu, here is your fishing rod package, tackle, and bait. While they were quietly admiring the scenery, Xiao Cao's sweet voice broke the tranquility. Then she directed Gua Song Song, saying, Little Gua, attend to Mistress Xiaoyu. If she is the slightest bit dissatisfied, be wary of Achi behind you. He will toss you into the lake to feed the fish. Yes, yes, yes. I will certainly attend to Mistress Xiaoyu with utmost care. Gua Song Song cast a few nervous glances at the dark firearm at Jiang Xiaoyu's waist, her body trembling. Gone was the arrogance and disdain from their first meeting. She now appeared more obedient than Xiao Cao, resembling a well-behaved actress living a comfortable life. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but reflect. Was this truly the dream lover who once haunted his thoughts? Suddenly, she was by his side, serving him like a devoted admirer, eliciting an indescribable feeling within him. It feels rather refreshing. What would happen if Gua Song Song's first admirer, Huang Wulong, found out? He would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. In another part of the sky, Huang Wulong, aboard a rickety little boat, finally reached Beihai port. Shouting curses at Jiang Xiaoyu's luxurious yacht, he declared, You, just wait. You won't have any good days ahead. Under the blue sky, at the Qian family manor by the lakeside, bodyguard Achi brought over 2 large basins of bait, appearing to weigh 30 to 40 pounds each. With a splash, the 2 basins of bait were tossed into the respective fishing spots, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang astonished. Is this fishing or feeding the fish? Gua Song Song, go prepare the bait. Jiang Xiaoyu turned her gaze from the lake, puffed out her chest, and threw a bag of blue bait to the maid standing behind her. Gua Song Song. Yes, Mistress Xiaoyu. Gua Song Song, feeling a tug of anxiety as Jiang Xiaoyu fumbled with the dark firearm, nodded obediently, accepting the blue bait with both hands. She retrieved a small red basin, dressed in her maid uniform, bent down at the lakeside, and scooped half a basin of water. As she tore open the blue bait bag, she clumsily poured the fish food into the basin. Why is there such a drastic change? Could it be that the realistic toy gun given to us by Mr. Qian possesses such an intimidating presence? What Jiang Xiaoyu did not know was that Xiao Cao and bodyguard Achi had already discreetly trained Gua Song Song thoroughly. Jiang Xiaoyu ascended the fishing platform and settled into a fishing chair, while the maid Xiao Cao dutifully presented several fishing rods before him. Mistress Xiaoyu, how long of a fishing rod would you like? Clad in a blue and white lace-trimmed maid outfit, Xiao Cao held the fishing rods with both hands, explaining. We have rods of 3, 9 meters, 4, 5 meters, 5, 4 meters, and 6, 3 meters. If you desire something longer, Achi can bring over a 10-meter-long pole. Jiang Xiaoyu scanned the rods, immediately recognizing their superior quality, then turned to her girlfriend Shen Yufang, asking, Yufang, what length of fishing rod do you prefer? 4, 5 meters, I suppose. Shen Yufang smiled sweetly, reveling in the unique experience of living the life of the affluent. Everything was effortlessly provided. All right, then I shall also use a 4, 5 meter rod. The two selected sets of 4, 5 meter rods and commenced their leisurely fishing for the day. Xiao Cao, you, Achi, and Song Song can go about your business. I prefer to fish in solitude. Upon hearing this, maid Xiao Cao nodded with a smile. Yes, Mistress Xiaoyu, here is the walkie-talkie. Should you require anything, feel free to call. Xiao Cao playfully kicked Gua Song Song, who was still busy adding water and bait, whispering, You really are quite clumsy. You're dragging your feet on such a simple task. As she spoke, Xiao Cao had already mixed the blue bait and water in the proper proportions. She rolled the mixture into 2 baseball-sized red balls and handed them to Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang. Then, she washed her hands in the clear lake before turning to Gua Song Song, saying, Come, let us go gather wild fruits in the mountains for Mistress Xiaoyu and her girlfriend. Yes, Captain Xiao Cao. Gua Song Song followed closely behind Xiao Cao as they ventured into the lush mountains. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu watched as the 3 of them departed. Taking advantage of Shen Yufang's focus on tying the fishing line, he discreetly retrieved the fish hook and quietly dropped it into the lake. Boom! As the auspicious fish hook touched the water, a lustrous green sheen instantly unfurled. Beneath the surface, an expansive area of over 200 meters became vividly discernible. Hiss! Jiang Xiaoyu gasped, drawing in a breath of lake water upon witnessing the extent of this underwater realm. This. The scope of exploration seemed to have subtly widened once more. Each venture into the sea, or after certain intervals, this area of investigation would expand to varying degrees. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered on this, envisioning a vivid tableau of the underwater world. Wow! The variety of fish within this realm was indeed abundant. The lake bed was uneven, with aquatic plants gently swaying in the water, while schools of fish darted gracefully among them. There were white strips, Crucian carp, silver carp, and a few black fish at the periphery, voraciously devouring small bait fish, their crimson blood staining the lake's waters. Look, several tilapia were foraging at the nearby hotspot, their tails gently swaying as they eagerly sucked in the bait, truly a group of gluttons. Jiang Xiaoyu secured the fishing line, tying an 8-knot, affixing the subline double hooks, and laughed heartily. Little fish, your grandpa Jiang has arrived. Chapter 69, Shen Yufang's pleated skirt. Fish, your grandpa Jiang has arrived. Jiang Xiaoyu pinched the lead weight, the tip of the rod curving gracefully as he cast it forward. With a splash, the lake's surface rippled delicately. The hook, float, and line sequentially plunged into the water. After months of saltwater fishing, this was his first foray into freshwater angling, evoking a refreshing sense of tranquility. Back in middle school, Jiang Xiaoyu had fished before, and he understood the basic processes well. First, he needed to find the bottom and adjust the float. This task was simplicity itself for him, as the scene of the hook in the water vividly played out in his mind. Currently, the lead weight was too heavy, completely submerging the float. At this moment, Shen Yufang's dulcet voice floated over. Little you, how do you use this rod? It's quite different from lure fishing, isn't it? With her melodic hum, she sent goosebumps prickling down his arms. Come on, follow me and learn. Whatever I do, you do? Jiang Xiaoyu mischievously smiled. First, give my hand a kiss. Get lost. You scoundrel. Shen Yufang replied, her brows slightly furrowing, causing Jiang Xiaoyu to smile faintly. The first step was to find the bottom and adjust the float. They employed a method of adjusting for and fishing to, meticulously proceeding until, after 5 or 6 minutes, they had successfully calibrated the float. In Jiang Xiaoyu's mind, after attaching 2 teardrop-shaped baits, one hook lay at the bottom while the other rested just above. The float emerged from the surface by 2 eyes, reputed to be the most sensitive way to fish. After a flurry of activity, the feeding ground was generously scattered with bait, its rich aroma drawing in the surrounding fish. Reclining comfortably in his fishing chair, Jiang Xiaoyu visualized the myriad fish feasting on the bait, his mood delightfully languid. Suddenly, a palm-sized fish swam towards his hook, and his heart raced with excitement. Fish, fish, bite the hook. Do bite the hook. Just as he was wishing, the little fish sniffed the bait, its eyes sparkling with intrigue as it eagerly sucked it in. In his view, the float that had risen 2 eyes suddenly plunged beneath the surface. Haha, black float. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness brings rewards. A joyous smile broke across Jiang Xiaoyu's delicate features as he swiftly raised the rod to set the hook. Whoosh! The melodious sound of the line slicing through the water reached his ears, a delightful symphony. Got one. The fish below thrashed violently, darting left and right with frantic urgency. Panic flickered in its fishy eyes, zigzagging chaotically. The fish was bewildered. What is happening? I only took a bite. Why does my mouth hurt? Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Come on up. Jiang Xiaoyu played with it for a while before effortlessly lifting the fish from the water. With a main line of size 35, a subline of size 2, and size 5 hooks, bringing in a palm-sized fish was a breeze. Splash! With a cascade of water droplets, a tilapia soared onto the shore. I've made my first catch. Jiang Xiaoyu shook open the fish net, one end cast into the lake while the other secured to the fishing chair. A fisherman never returns empty-handed. Ha! A half-kilogram tilapia rested in the net, and Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with pride. Look at you, fishing enthusiast. Are you so pleased with a little catch? Nearby, a few meters away, Shen Yufang cast a glance of envy towards Jiang Xiaoyu, playfully chiding him. Just then, hey, a fish is biting. Shen Yufang, undeterred, swiftly raised her rod to set the hook. Little you, look. I've caught a big one. Hearing Shen Yufang's melodious call, Jiang Xiaoyu, after casting his line, turned his attention to her. Wow, Xiaofang, you truly are the goddess of fortune. That is a big fish. In his line of sight, Shen Yufang's rod curved beautifully as she stood up, the tip bending into a perfect arc accompanied by the sweet sound of water being cut. The line was taut, and she stood tall, adorned with a khaki sun hat, a sheer blue and white sun shirt, and beneath it, a white tube top. Her pleated skirt billowed, revealing 2 long, fair legs encased in cool white stockings. Her tall stature exuded grace, hands clad in white non-slip gloves expertly maneuvering the rod. with her big, sparkling eyes resembling lychees. She focused intently ahead, her side profile strikingly elegant as she deftly played the fish. Shen Yufeng, drawing upon her prowess honed from battling tuna at sea, soon had a freshwater fish at the water's edge. With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyu held the net, helping her secure the fish onto the expansive fishing platform. Haha, it's a mudcarp. Wang Yueying, specializing in marine studies, was equally versed in freshwater resources. Plop, plop. Under the warm sun, the mudcarp flapped on the wooden platform, creating a delightful racket. Known as the fighter of the waters, it was ferocious in its element. Once out of the water, however, it could only lament its fate. This mudcarp appeared to be over 20 centimeters long, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds, with a slender form, a grayish-blue back, and a silvery white belly. Its scales densely packed and remarkably beautiful. In you go? Shen Yufeng tossed the lively mudcarp into the water bucket. So little you, how do you like that? Mine's bigger than yours. Hee hee hee. Hey, I refuse to accept that. Setting down the net, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to his fishing spot, only to see the float begin to move. Pay attention. Just 4 or 5 meters away, the float bobbed a few times before slowly sinking beneath the surface. I'm on. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly bent down, gripping the rod to set the hook. Ahaha, Xiaofeng, look at your brother. I've caught another one. Chapter 70, A Confession. Another catch. The powerful thrashing of a large fish beneath the water sent a continuous stream of tension along the fishing line, pulling relentlessly at Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. This sensation was intoxicating, perhaps explaining why avid anglers could spend an entire day in pursuit of their quarry. While it may not have matched the ferocity of a bluefin tuna or a marlin, the feel of the rod was undeniably exhilarating, rivaling that of a deep-sea fishing pole. Jiang Xiaoyu deftly played the fish for a while before finally bringing ashore a sizable specimen adorned with black spots, though it appeared not particularly large. Measuring over 20 centimeters and weighing approximately a pound, it was nonetheless a catch to be proud of. Ah, dear brother Xiaoyu, this is known as the spotted bass, he exclaimed as he grasped the fish by its mouth and unceremoniously tossed it into a nearby white bucket. Bravo Xiaoyu. This spotted bass is far more delectable than the white bass, chimed in Shen Yufeng, her appetite piqued, momentarily forgetting her own fishing endeavors. Braised bass, sprinkled with red and green chilies, and generously doused in soy sauce. Oh, how delectable. As she spoke, she could not help but swallow hard at the thought. Ha ha. My darling Yufeng, your bobber is dancing. Jiang Xiaoyu's mind conjured a new image. Beneath the water, a large fish was greedily inhaling Shen Yufeng's bait. Yufeng, still entranced by the aroma of braised bass wafting through her thoughts, instinctively gripped her rod and lifted it to set the hook. Alas, she was a moment too late. For the fish had already devoured the bait, shaking its head and swishing its tail with indifference as it swam away in search of its mother. Shen Yufeng gazed at her empty hook, a hint of embarrassment coloring her lovely features. Oh no, how infuriating. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, with a gentle breeze caressing their skin, the lake's surface rippled gracefully like a delicate fabric. Under a willow tree, its branches swaying softly, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng enjoyed a leisurely day of fishing, occasionally exchanging glances and smiles. They shared moments of surprise and laughter when they hooked a sizable fish. After nearly 2 hours, their bucket and live fish container brimmed with their catches, leaving the fishing rods and spoils undisturbed on the platform. After placing down his rod, Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the walkie-talkie to summon the maid, Xiao Qiao. Not far to the west of the fishing platform stood a large white steel-framed umbrella, beneath which a picnic table and chairs awaited. Jiang Xiaoyu took Shen Yufeng's soft, delicate hand and guided her along a stony path scattered with wild grass. Xiaofeng, wait for me a moment. He wore a mysterious expression, a faint smile illuminating his slightly sun-kissed face. What are you up to? Are you going to the restroom? Hurry and go far enough away, she teased, waving him off as she settled into a white reclining chair, admiring the scenic beauty of the lake. Ding ding ding. Xiaofeng, look, a gift for you. Jiang Xiaoyu revealed a bouquet of red oxalis he had gathered nearby, standing before Shen Yufeng with a bashful smile and an air of nervousness. He extended his arm, holding the carefully picked flowers, and blushed as he said, "These are red oxalis, commonly known as lucky clover. Truly, it was fortuitous to meet you during my most challenging times." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of unease wash over him. His body tensed, fingers trembling slightly, lips touching one another in a futile attempt to form coherent words. Do you like them? He yearned to confess his feelings. His heart raced with anxiety at the thought of rejection. Will you be my girlfriend? He blurted out, summoning an unexpected surge of courage. Ah, you Xiaoyu. Shen Yufeng was taken completely off guard by his proclamation. Rising to her full height, she lowered her head slightly and delicately tucked away a few stray strands of hair that the breeze had tousled. Haven't we already tacitly acknowledged this? As she uttered those words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the petals of the red oxalis. She accepted the bouquet from Jiang Xiaoyu, bringing it close to her nose to inhale its fragrance, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "You mustn't be fickle. You must treat me well." Today, I, Jiang Xiaoyu, officially have a girlfriend. With Shun Yufang accepting his bouquet, Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward, wrapping his long arms around her slender waist, and spun her around in joyful exuberance. It was his first embrace with a girl, his first moment of spinning with her. In his excitement, he lost his footing, and they both tumbled into the lush wild grass nearby. Ouch! Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu, you fool. You've crushed me, Shun Yufang exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. You need to exercise more. I prefer strong men. Thus, the two solidified their romantic relationship, basking in the sweetness of newfound love. At that moment, Maid Xiao Xiao and Guo Tsong arrived, bearing freshly washed wild fruits. Upon hearing the soft crunch of footsteps, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang hastily pulled apart, shyly maintaining their distance in front of the newcomers. Xiao Xiao merely smiled at the scene, unfazed, while Guo Tsong watched with envy and a tinge of bitterness. Thinking to herself, Jiang Xiaoyu was once my devoted admirer. He was mine, and he will remain mine. The thought of Jiang Xiaoyu being the godson of the wealthy Qian yet filled her with regret. What to do now? Little Master Xiaoyu, please indulge in these wild fruits, yellow plums, freshly picked and delightful. Little Master Xiaoyu, please try this guava. I personally picked it for you. Guo Tsong, her cheeks flushed, held out a plate before Jiang Xiaoyu. Witnessing this, the 18-year-old Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but reflect. The life of the rich is truly simple yet monotonous. Xiaofeng, you must try this wild yellow plum. It's deliciously sweet and tangy. He offered her a few yellow plums, resembling chicken hearts. Delicious indeed. So sweet and sour. Shun Yufang, having never tasted yellow plums before, beamed with delight. This is guava, he continued, picking up a green-skinned, egg-sized fruit, also known as pear guava. Chicken droppings? That's so gross. Shun Yufang wrinkled her nose. Ha. When we return to the village, let's cultivate some land and plant a few guava trees. I adore guava flowers. They are pure white. Just like you, Yufang. Guo Tsong, feeling a bit nauseated from the saccharine exchange, could only roll her eyes in disbelief. What's wrong, Guo Tsong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. Not at all, little Master Xiaoyu. I wish you many children in the future. After finishing the wild fruits, the day continued to unfold. Jiang Xiaoyu wiped the corners of her mouth and her fingers with a wet wipe, ready to embark on a hunting expedition. Chapter 71, The Beautiful Archer. She popped the last piece of pale pink tender guava into her mouth. Accepting the wet wipe handed to her by the maid, Xiao, she cleaned her mouth and fingers. Mistress Xiaoyu, I suggest you and your girlfriend practice shooting first before going hunting, the maid proposed for the first time. The shooting range has professional coaches to guide you. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood, and you will find more joy in your endeavors. All right, lead the way, Xiao. Under the guidance of the maid, Jiang Xiaoyu and her companions departed from the lakeside. Following a winding path for a while, they arrived at a cement-paved two-lane road. There, a sightseeing vehicle awaited them. They boarded the vehicle, and amidst the buzzing sound of the electric cart, they set off towards the shooting range. After a serpentine journey of about 10 minutes, a flat, expansive, green lawn shooting range came into view. In the distance, several archery targets were set up, with elderly individuals, children, young adults, and beautiful maidens all engaged in archery practice. Mr. Qian's business ventures are remarkably diverse, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked in admiration. He and Shun Yufang disembarked from the sightseeing vehicle and, guided by Xiao, made their way to the shooting range. Upon seeing an array of bows and arrows displayed on the racks, Jiang Xiaoyu was instantly reminded of his childhood memories. As a child, he had dabbled in archery, albeit with makeshift bows and arrows. A slender bamboo stick and a fine hemp string fashioned into a bow. The arrows were either made from corn husks or willow branches. Drawing back the bow and loosing arrows, he had sent sparrows and tits scattering in panic. As he reminisced, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Xiaoyu, come over here. Let us do some archery together. Following the sound, he spotted Gao Qihong waving at him. Beside him stood his brother Gao Qiqing, flanked by two alluring young women, dressed far more revealingly than Xiao. All right, boss Gao, Jiang Xiaoyu responded, selecting a sleek black iron bow, while Shun Yufang opted for a dark red bow. Hand in hand with Shun Yufang, he approached the shooting range. The coach was a middle-aged man with a square face, dressed casually in short sleeves. Welcome, everyone. I will briefly explain the 3 steps of archery. Without further ado, the square-faced coach held up an iron bow and began his demonstration. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, facing sideways toward the target. As he explained and demonstrated, Jiang Xiaoyu, Shun Yufang, and the Gao brothers mimicked his movements with enthusiasm. After knocking the arrow, they pulled back with 3 fingers, aligning the bowstring against the corner of their mouths, ensuring to build muscle memory by consistently drawing to the same point. The details were crucial. The front arm and shoulder needed to maintain a straight line. The final step involved aiming with the left eye at the target ahead and releasing. Whoosh! The fingers relaxed, and the arrows flew forth. While the coach's arrow struck the bullseye, the remaining 4 arrows scattered wildly. That's it. It's quite simple. Now, practice. The coach remarked nonchalantly before stepping aside to sip tea. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaoyu, Xin Yufang, and the Gao brothers drew their bows and practiced diligently. Xiaoyu, when we go hunting in the mountains later, shall we have a competition between our 2 teams? With a swift release, Gao Qihong hit the bullseye, his confidence surging. Ha ha. Sure. What's the wager? Gao Qihong chuckled. You decide. In a few days, I plan to go out to sea to the southernmost point of China, Zhengmuansha. If you lose, rent us a fishing boat of at least 60 feet, and it must come with a captain. Ha 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 ha. Sounds good. Gao Qihong laughed heartily, his bravado apparent. Xiaoyu, quite confident, aren't you? If you lose, you owe us a tuna, at least 100 pounds. No yellowfin. Gao Qihong's eyes glinted with mischief. Deal. Ha ha. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed heartily. As their practice sessions continued, Jiang Xiaoyu and Yufang grew increasingly adept. Today, Xin Yufang donned a fitted windbreaker. Her tall figure, poised as she drew her bow, exuded the essence of a goddess archer. Her posture and appearance rivaled that of an elite female athlete on a national team. Look. She stood sideways, her smooth, fair, slightly rounded face remarkably calm, her single ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. With both long, delicate arms raised, the bow creaked softly. Her front arm maintained a straight line, while her right hand drew the string to her pale pink lips, gently closing her right eye. The large, lychee-like eye on the left focused intently on the target, the bullseye. After a moment of contemplation, her slender fingers gently released. Whoosh! Thwack! The arrow left the bowstring, leaving a trail in the air, striking the bullseye. Wow! Yufang, you have a talent for sports. You're amazing. I adore you. Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly enchanted. The arrows she shot must surely have been Cupid's arrows. Whoosh! Another arrow sped forth, and with a crack, it once again hit the bullseye. Ah! Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu. Look at me. Am I ready to participate in the Asian Games? Xin Yufang laughed with exuberance. The stark contrast to her earlier calmness ignited a fervor within Jiang Xiaoyu. Hey, Yufang, don't get too smug. Watch me. Jiang Xiaoyu, inspired by the sight of his stunning girlfriend, felt a rush of competitive spirit. Observe closely. He drew his bow, his front arm straight. After releasing, the arrow shot forth with a whoosh. Thwack! It struck the bullseye. Ha ha ha, Yufang, how about that? Shall I join you in the Asian Games? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu reveled in his triumph for a brief moment, a low chuckle emanated from Gao Qihong nearby. Xiaoyu, what is the deal with shooting my target? He asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Are you afraid of losing the competition and trying to distract my practice? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Upon hearing Gao Qihong's words, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang turned to look, and indeed, his arrow had struck Gao Qihong's target. Ha ha, Xiaoyu, you're quite amusing. Xin Yufang, the goddess of laughter, clutched her belly as she bent over with laughter. Well then, it seems we're destined to lose to Boss Gao this time. After their laughter subsided, Yufang rubbed her stomach and pouted. Let us go, Xiaoyu. Gao Qihong raised his arm and glanced at his watch. We have 3.5 hours until 2 p.m. During this time, whoever brings back the heaviest game wins. Sure thing. Let the games begin. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang formed one team, while the Gao brothers formed the other. They wielded iron bows and carried quivers upon their backs, hastening into the nearby verdant jungle, shrouded in mist. Chapter 72. Upgrading the Lucky Fish Hook. Once fully equipped, Jiang Xiaoyu donned a couple's round-brimmed hat and took the delicate hand of Xin Yufang, setting off towards the mountains. In the distance, a lush expanse unfolded before their eyes, with clouds swirling around the mountain peaks, resembling a celestial paradise. Thus, the 4 of them ventured into the intricately woven wilderness, commencing their hunting competition. Upon entering the dense forest, the light dimmed immediately. Sunlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, exuding an eerie chill. Treading on the thick moss, dry twigs, and fallen leaves, their footsteps produced a crisp, crunching sound. From an unknown source, various bird calls occasionally echoed, as if they had stepped into a hidden realm of mortals. After approximately 15 or 16 minutes of walking without encountering any prey, only a few unreachable mountain birds occasionally flitted overhead, chirping. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Gao Qihong was the first to speak. Xiaoyu, let us split up here. You and your girlfriend mustn't get lost. Be sure to keep your satellite phone close. All right, thank you for the reminder, Boss Gao. Let us meet at the villa at the foot of the mountain at 2:30 p.m. Gao Qihong gestured an OJ8K sign, chuckling. All right. Seeing the Gao brothers take the winding path to the northeast, Jiang Xiaoyu and Yufeng embarked on the gravel trail heading northwest. This region of Lingnan, abundant in rainfall, rendered the red earth beneath their feet quite moist. The two walked side by side, their bows slung over their shoulders, weaving through the towering redwood trees. Before long, with no sign of prey, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself panting heavily. I can't go on. Comrade Xiaofeng, let us sit down for a moment and have some water. Approaching a tree stump, he found a few dry leaves to cushion his seat and squatted down. Oh, you shouldn't say you can't, man, Shen Yufeng remarked, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the beads of sweat from her fair forehead. Moving closer to Jiang Xiaoyu, she pressed her delicate hand against the back of his head, using the handkerchief to dab at the perspiration on his brow. Drink some water, have a biscuit. After a man eats and drinks, he'll be able to carry on. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled 2 bottles of purified water from his backpack, handing one to Shen Yufeng. Gulping down nearly half a bottle, he couldn't help but mentally criticize. Who says a man must be strong? The one who said that surely isn't a man himself. Silently scoffing at the thought, he acknowledged that his once lanky frame had improved significantly. If it were just after graduating high school, he would have been exhausted after just 10 minutes of hiking, let alone half an hour. Save some for later. We still have nearly 2 hours of hunting time, Shen Yufeng advised, tilting her elegant neck back to take a few sips. Tightening the cap, she stowed the remaining water in her pack. Just then, as they were resting, a sudden cacophony of animal calls echoed from not far away. Prey. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng instantly perked up, as if their fatigue had dissipated by half. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu sprang to his feet, his bright, clear eyes shining with excitement. They were both as invigorated as if they had been infused with adrenaline, holding their bows and cautiously making their way towards the source of the sound. Before long, hidden behind a thick bush, they spotted a man and a woman. Precisely the two of them, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng. Yufeng, do you feel that this scene resembles our usual chicken-eating games? Jiang Xiaoyu leaned closer to Shen Yufeng, distinctly perceiving her excited breath and the faint fragrance emanating from her delicate form. Haha, in a chicken-eating game, can you actually eat chicken? What lies before us is a genuine flock of chickens. Shen Yufeng's large, lychee-like eyes remained fixated on the group of wild chickens ahead, responding in a hushed tone. As they spoke, one of the mountain chickens flapped its wings and flew up to a nearby branch. This flock of chickens was evidently domesticated, having developed a bit of wildness after living in the mountains for some time. Hunting them was not illegal, so Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng felt no moral qualms. Xiaofeng, you shoot the hen, and I'll shoot the rooster. I'll count to 3, and we'll shoot simultaneously. Behind the bushes, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned his beautifully shaped lips close to Shen Yufeng's ear. No way, Shen Yufeng gently declined. Why not? She chuckled. I'll shoot the rooster. And you shoot the hen. Jiang Xiaoyu, all right then. With mutual agreement, they both stealthily drew arrows from their quivers. Quietly knocking their arrows, they aimed sideways. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of their countdown, 2 arrows shot forth like fleeting shadows towards the wild rooster and hen. Yes, we hit them, they exclaimed in excitement. Standing up jubilantly, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't resist planting a kiss on Shen Yufeng's cheek. Oh, how annoying. From a distance, the cries of the rooster and hen filled the air. Flapping and squawking, the 2 chickens rolled on the ground, shrieking in distress. Blood splattered across the earth. Startled, the flock of chickens scattered, cawing in alarm. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng strolled over effortlessly, seeing the 2 wild chickens barely clinging to life. They grasped the wings and removed the iron arrowheads. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out a dagger from his side and decisively slit the chickens' throats, draining the remnants of blood completely. Then, he rubbed the dagger against their feathers until it was spotless. Each of them hung a chicken from their waist, exchanging smiles as they continued to expand their search radius. Just as they were walking, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly realized he possessed a golden finger. He was a gamer. If the lucky fish hook could explore the ocean, could it not also explore the mountains? With this thought in mind, seizing the moment while Shen Yufeng's attention was on searching for prey, he casually tossed the lucky fish hook into the air. Lucky fish hook, manifest my desires, and reveal your magic. With a breath of joyous ethereal energy directed towards the mountains, a vibrant green light began to radiate through the forest. Simultaneously, a wondrous spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Before him lay a complex thicket, with a path of scattered stones overgrown with weeds beneath his feet. Yet in his mind, a different scene emerged. The green light enveloped the forest, and within a radius of 100 meters around the lucky fish hook, the landscape became crystal clear. Furthermore, various wild vegetables, wildflowers, wild fruits, and medicinal herbs appeared. Whenever Jiang Xiaoyu wished to learn more, the lucky fish hook would intelligently detect and relay the information directly to his mind. It was as if the lucky fish hook had transformed into an artificial intelligence detector, providing comprehensive details about numerous medicinal herbs and valuable flora and fauna. With this newfound ability, Jiang Xiaoyu could be likened to a top-tier international expert in botany and zoology. Clearly, his golden finger has undergone yet another upgrade. The ultimate potential of this auspicious fishhook remains a mystery to him. However, at this moment, a delightful surprise is unfolding before his eyes. For within Jiang Xiaoyu's mind, a prompt from the auspicious fishhook materializes. Chapter 73, a century-old He Wu. 200 meters away from the pair, the auspicious fishhook 20 has detected a rare plant, He Wu. The information regarding this esteemed herb is vividly displayed in his mind. Discovering He Wu in the mountains of Lingnan is truly an eye-opener for Jiang Xiaoyu. His first encounter with knowledge about He Wu was through a piece penned by Mr. Lu Sun, titled From the Garden of Herbs to the Three-Flavor Study. Now, more than 200 meters to Jiang Xiaoyu's left, nestled between the peaks, flows a narrow stream. The gentle sound of rushing water resonates softly in his mind. In places where water abounds, lush vegetation flourishes. The soil along the banks of the stream is fertile, teeming with a greater variety of plants than the monotonous mountain forests. Not far from the stream, at the edge of the woods, lies a massive stone covered in moss. According to the intelligent detection of the auspicious fishhook, a cluster of green leaves is sprawling beside the stone, which is indeed the precious He Wu. Yufeng, let us venture to the left. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaits us, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, tugging at Shen Yufeng's jade-like arm as they departed from the gravel path beneath their feet. Drawing a machete from his waist, he led the way, continuously hacking away at the vines and branches that obstructed their path. Following closely behind, Shen Yufeng felt a warm sense of security, comforted by her boyfriend clearing the way ahead. Before long, they emerged from the thicket-laden woods. A winding stream came into view. Wow, Xiaoyu, your choice is absolutely splendid. It's a stream, Shen Yufeng exclaimed as she dashed ahead with her long legs. I am in dire need of this clear, pristine stream to wash away my foul sweat. She joyfully reached the water's edge, shedding her gear and pulling out a handkerchief to cleanse her face. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu, guided by the prompt in his mind, began to search for the massive stone beside the stream. Soon, with his machete in hand, he arrived next to the verdant He Wu. The information about this treasured plant fully illuminated his mind. Plant name, He Wu, also known as Di Jing, He Xianggong, etc. It is one of the 4 divine herbs. He Wu is a perennial climbing plant, once a common sight in rural areas many years ago. It typically grows in the understory of hills, among shrubs, and in the crevices beside streams. As a medicinal herb, it possesses the ability to nourish and replenish essence, treat sore lower back and knees, tinnitus, and other ailments. This particular He Wu has thrived here for a century. Upon reading this, Jiang Xiaoyu could barely contain his excitement. A century-old He Wu. Even as a novice in botany, he understood that this plant, much like ginseng, becomes more valuable with age. Moreover, being wild, it is surely worth a handsome price. Xiaoyu, what are you doing squatting by the stone? Come over here, I'll wash you off. Jiang Xiaoyu, while rummaging through the grass and leaves to locate the He Wu's vines, heard Shen Yufeng's melodious call. Yufeng, come quickly, I found a treasure. Jiang Xiaoyu called back without turning, following the thick vines of He Wu until he discovered its root. Treasure? What treasure? Hearing the uncontainable joy in Jiang Xiaoyu's voice, Shen Yufeng tidied her gear and approached him. Where's your treasure? Shen Yufeng blinked her large, lychee-like eyes, scanning the area thoroughly but finding nothing of the sort. Hee, you are my treasure, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked, gazing at Yufeng's clean and radiant face. Unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek. How dare you? My face is freshly washed. Shen Yufeng swatted away his muddy hand. Quick, show me your treasure, or I'll unleash my secret weapon. A delicate hand had already grasped Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. No, look. The treasure is right before your eyes. Do you recognize it? Jiang Xiaoyu's bright, clear eyes sparkled, pointing at the He Wu beside the massive stone. What is that? Isn't it just sweet potato? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu froze momentarily. Sweet potato? Indeed, the lush, heart-shaped leaves bore a striking resemblance to those of sweet potatoes. What sweet potato? Such ignorance is truly alarming. This is He Wu, a century-old He Wu. Had it not been for the assistance of the auspicious fishhook, Jiang Xiaoyu, a high school graduate, might have believed Shen Yufeng's words. He felt acutely aware that 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of high school had distanced him from society, leading him to nearly bid farewell to nature. There were even classmates who couldn't differentiate between leeks and wheat. He Wu? A century-old He Wu. University student Xin Yufang also did not recognize He Wu. Upon encountering the green plant, her curiosity was piqued. Come, here is a spade. Let us see what this He Wu looks like. She blinked expectantly. Jiang Xiaoyu took the spade and set it aside. First, he used his machete to sever the main vine of the He Wu, clearing away the surrounding branches and leaves. Then he picked up the spade to begin his excavation. Carefully, he cleared the loose soil and stones surrounding the He Wu's root. It was his first attempt at unearthing He Wu, and he wasn't quite adept at it. He could only instinctively dig around the perimeter, gradually working his way closer to the root. Observing the robustness of the main vine, and with the auspicious fishhook indicating it was a century-old He Wu, he predicted that the underground roots must be of imperial caliber and thickness. Still not unearthed? Let me try? After digging for over 10 minutes without revealing the He Wu's true form, Xin Yufang eagerly joined in. One wielded a small trowel while the other held the spade, and they continued to dig for another 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, the reddish surface of the He Wu began to emerge. Be careful, Jiang Xiaoyu called out loudly, concerned that Xin Yufang might accidentally sever it. What? Isn't this just sweet potato? After digging for half the day, Xin Yufang did not perceive it as a treasure. Setting down the spade, she wiped the sweat from her brow and cleaned the mud from her hands. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu meticulously cleared the soil around the root and pulled the sizable He Wu from its muddy pit. With the dirt cascading away, the He Wu revealed its true form. Ah, it looks like a little man. A male, Xin Yufang exclaimed upon seeing the shape of the He Wu, which resembled a newborn baby, her excitement palpable. Wow, this He Wu hasn't turned into a spirit, has it? Jiang Xiaoyu marveled, noting that the masculine features were all present and accounted for. Xiaoyu, have we struck it rich? Such a large He Wu must be worth a fortune. Upon encountering this humanoid root, one could hardly believe that a sweet potato could take such a form. It must surely be the famed He Wu. Xin Yufang stepped closer, her delicate fingers exploring this peculiar specimen, while her large, lychee-like eyes sparkled with delight. Just as their excitement peaked, an eerie sound suddenly echoed from behind them. In the stillness of the forest, the noise rang out sharply, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 74, The Hunt for the Wild Boar. Gently brushing off the soil clinging to the humanoid He Wu, Jiang Xiaoyu had just placed it into her backpack when an unusual sound from behind startled them. Ah, a wild boar. She quickly covered her mouth. Both girls thought to themselves, this is it. We're doomed. As they turned, they spotted a large, dark wild boar not far away, drinking from the stream. Upon hearing Xin Yufang's shriek, the boar jumped in fright. It pivoted sharply, revealing its menacing curved tusks, and slowly approached Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang. Jiang Xiaoyu leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xin Yufang, her breath quickening. Xiaofeng, you must run. Quickly, I'll distract it. Xin Yufang clutched Jiang Xiaoyu's arm tightly, shouting no. If we're to die, let it be together. You foolish girl. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the wild boar, which was over a meter long and weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Faced with such a muscular beast, she felt utterly hopeless. The boar appeared to be of mixed breed, likely domesticated at some point, yet it retained a fierce wildness from its time in the forest. A saying comes to mind: 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. The force of a charging wild boar was formidable. Goodness. Brother 2, don't come any closer. Jiang Xiaoyu's slender frame stood firm before Xin Yufang, though her legs trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. We'll shoot it. Xin Yufang, emboldened, stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Xiaoyu, already knocking an arrow. Whiz. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't have time to stop her. An arrow flew forth with a whoosh. Thud. It struck the boar's back, merely serving to tickle the creature rather than inflict any harm. In that instant, both girls were left dumbfounded. It's over. We're finished. It seemed their fate was sealed. The wild boar, enraged by the arrow, quickened its pace. Xiaofeng, watch out. Just as it was about to charge, Jiang Xiaoyu pushed Xin Yufang aside. In a flash, her makeshift sports shoes hit the ground, and she leapt into the air. As she fell, her long legs landed squarely on the boar's back. Startled, the boar bolted up the hill, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt her spirit leave her body in fright. Riding atop the boar, she felt as if her insides were about to explode. Desperately, she clutched the bristles on its back to avoid falling off. Before long, a branch cruelly scraped across her delicate face, and as blood trickled down, she opened her eyes. What the? The boar's rear. In a moment of panic, an idea struck her. With one hand gripping the boar's bristles, she reached down to draw a sharp dagger from her calf. Resolute, she plunged the blade deep into the boar's rear. The 20-centimeter blade sank entirely into its flesh, and blood gushed forth from the wound. With a roar, the wild boar convulsed violently, throwing Jiang Xiaoyu off its back. She was hurled several meters away, crashing into a sturdy, deciduous tree with a thud. Everything went black as she lost consciousness. Time passed, and in a hazy state, Jiang Xiaoyu felt warm lips pressing against his mouth, breathing life into him. He felt a firm yet gentle pressure on his chest, and a familiar voice filled his ears. "Ah, Xiaoyu, please don't scare me. Wake up." It was his girlfriend. "Shen Yufeng, you can't leave me alone. What will I do without you?" Tears streamed down her face, dropping onto his. "Please wake up, my love." After a moment, her lips found his once more, rhythmically delivering breaths into his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. With a series of rapid coughs, Jiang Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awake, Shen Yufeng was overwhelmed with emotion. She stretched out her long, graceful arms and embraced him tightly. Smack, smack, smack. Her delicate hand patted his not-so-thick back continuously. Xiaoyu, do you know how you scared me?" she exclaimed, her relief palpable. "Oh, thank goodness you're alive. My precious. My boyfriend." Shen Yufeng held Jiang Xiaoyu close, her words tumbling out in a rush. Cough, cough, Xiaofeng, you're going to suffocate me. Oh dear. Shen Yufeng released him, attempting to compose herself. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu here. Drink some water. She produced a nearly full bottle from her bag, her laughter mingled with tears of joy. After resting for a while, Jiang Xiaoyu regained much of his strength and said, "That wild boar is surely mortally wounded. It can't last much longer." His gaze firm. He continued, "Let us follow the trail of blood. We will surely feast on wild boar meat today." "All right." Shen Yufeng nodded, eager to avenge her beloved. Armed with their iron bows and quivers of arrows, they followed the trail of blood left by the wild boar. After traversing the mountain path for about 15 or 16 minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu's keen instincts led them to the injured boar, located 300 meters ahead. "Yufeng, over here. Follow me." He had indeed found the bloodstains again, and beneath a sycamore tree lay the wounded boar, groaning pitifully. Without hesitation, they nocked their arrows, launching one after another into the beast. Before long, the 200-pound wild boar was riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine. Blood flowed freely from its wounds, and soon it lay lifeless, utterly defeated. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng felt reassured as they approached. They arrived at the wild boar, lifeless in a pool of blood, the pungent aroma of iron wafting through the air. Crouching down, they painstakingly extracted the arrows embedded in the creature's flesh, placing each one back into the quiver. The wild boar was exceedingly heavy, compelling Jiang Xiaoyu to call for assistance via satellite phone, reaching out to the maid, Xiao Chao. After sending her the location, the two retraced their steps, searching for He Wu and two nearby free-range chickens. At the appointed hour, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng returned to the lakeside villa. Ha ha ha, how was the hunt, brother Xiaoyu? The two brothers, Gao Qihong, had arrived ahead of them at the villa's entrance. You only managed to hunt 2 chickens, yet you appear to be injured? Gao Qihong chuckled, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Look, my brother and I have successfully taken down a goat. It seems you have lost this round. Following Gao Qihong's gesture, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufeng glanced over to see 2 medium-sized goats sprawled on the ground, collectively weighing no less than 100 pounds. To the victor goes the spoils. I demand a tuna, Gao Qihong declared, but before he could finish, 2 figures emerged from the forest, seemingly carrying something. Is that a wild boar you hunted? Upon seeing Aki, who was bearing a hefty wild boar, Gao Qihong's face registered astonishment. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Aki dropped the robust boar, brushing off his hands and wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, nodding toward Gao Qihong as he remarked, Boss Gao, what do you think? This wild boar weighs at least 200 pounds. How does it compare to your 2 goats? Gao Qihong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, I concede defeat today. To the victor goes the spoils. You intend to go to Zhengmuansha, right? I shall arrange a fishing boat for you. Haha, Boss Gao. I want to hold back then. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed heartily upon hearing Gao Qihong's promise. Brother Xiaoyu, it's no small feat to hunt my free-range boar. Just then, Qian Yud's boisterous voice echoed behind them. Come, let us have a bonfire dinner tonight. Prepare snake soup, barbecue, and enjoy fine wine. Let's party and have a blast. Several beautiful women stood behind Qian Yud, each pushing a cart laden with exquisite food and wine. Xiao Chao, you're in charge. Lead the maids to set up the party area in the garden. Qian Yud instructed with the demeanor of a gracious host. Aki, take care of the game. And don't forget to deal with the venomous snakes in the house. Kill a few for the snake soup. Yes, Mr. Qian. Xiao Chao and Aki responded in unison, busily attending to their tasks. After witnessing Xiao Chao and Aki carry away the game, Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved the He Wu from the bamboo basket. After all, this was Qian Yud's forest. It would be improper to keep it all to himself. He Wu. The moment Qian Yud laid eyes on the humanoid He Wu, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, brother Xiaoyu, this is a tremendous tonic. Did you and your sister-in-law dig this up in the mountains? Yes, Mr. Qian. This is your forest. The He Shou Wu rightfully belongs to you. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu handed the dug-up He Shou Wu to Qian Yud. The latter cradled it in his hands, examining it closely. My goodness, Brother Xiaoyu, you've truly struck gold this time. This He Shou Wu is at least 100 years old. Qian Yud exclaimed, astonished. This one Ti-do, you discovered it, so you must be compensated. He insisted on giving more money. Let us go by the market price of 5,000 yuan per pound. This hefty specimen weighs at least 10 pounds. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could react, the payment had already been transferred. Wealth arrives, 50,000 yuan. Let us make He Shou Wu chicken soup. Go ahead. Cut half to stew with the chicken. Qian Yud instructed a nearby maid. Save the other half for me. I've been using a lot lately. He chuckled. Mr. Qian, your generous offers and unexpected financial bonuses leave me indebted to you. Jiang Xiaoyu humbly replied as he accepted the money. No need for such formality. I value character. Qian Yud patted Xiaoyu's shoulder. Look at you, all grimy and sweaty. Go wash up in the villa. After a long day filled with fishing and hunting, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang were utterly exhausted, their bodies drenched in sweat. The unexpected windfall of 50,000 yuan brought them joy as they merrily retreated to their villa room for a bath. After indulging in a hot shower, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang collapsed onto the large bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. They slept soundly until evening, only rousing from their slumber in a daze. Ugh, my entire body aches. Jiang Xiaoyu groaned as he rubbed his arms, stepping into the washroom. He glanced at Shun Yufang. Her hair tousled, and in the midst of her own ablutions, her languid demeanor exuding a unique charm. After a quick freshening up, the two exited the villa, making their way to the spacious backyard garden. Just as they passed through the moon gate, the tantalizing scent of barbecued meat enveloped them. It smells divine. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow hard, his excitement palpable. Their unrefined display caught the eye of Gao Qihong, who was already in the yard. You two have arrived just in time. The feast is ready. He teased with a hearty voice. Aki, the lamb is nearly ready. Go kill a few snakes. Qian Yu gestured to his assistant Aki, pointing toward a nearby brick house. Hearing the conversation, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang turned to look. At that moment, the evening sun cast a warm glow over the courtyard. Beneath a flowering crepe myrtle tree, Qian Yud, devoid of any airs of superiority, was patiently grilling lamb skewers for everyone. The barbecue grill was adorned with an array of ingredients, the flames licking the metal grate as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Here comes my little brother, Qian Yud exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a white towel draped around his neck, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang. Mr. Qian, are you personally grilling? Barbecued food only tastes right when you do it yourself. Qian Yud quipped, casually handing Jiang Xiaoyu a perfectly cooked lamb skewer. Here, try this pure lamb skewer from the goat Gao Qihong hunted. Over there are various seasonings like cumin, sesame, and sauces. Feel free to mix and match. Sure, thank you, Boss Gao. Jiang Xiaoyu accepted the lamb skewer and divided it with Shun Yufang, with a generous sprinkle of sesame, cumin, salt, and sauce. They couldn't resist devouring the delectable treat. The tender morsels of lamb were bursting with flavor, the savory essence exploding in their mouths. Each bite of meat followed by a sip of beer made for an utterly gratifying experience, their lips smeared with grease and sprinkled with white sesame seeds. Shun Yufang playfully licked her pink tongue, scooping up the sesame stuck at the corner of her mouth, exclaiming, so delicious, truly delightful. Qian's barbecue skills are simply unparalleled. The heartfelt admiration from Jiang Xiaoyu and Shun Yufang left Qian Yud feeling a bit euphoric. Qian, could you prepare another 100 skewers? After a flurry of praise, Jiang Xiaoyu reached out eagerly, unreserved in her request. Qian Yud, taken aback, chuckled awkwardly. 100 skewers? Are you two bottomless pits? He added. They're not even cooked yet. Why don't you go check on Aki who is dealing with the venomous snakes? Hey, Brother Qian, I was just joking. Jiang Xiaoyu replied, pulling out a wet wipe to clean her mouth and hands before taking Shun Yufang's delicate hand and leading her into a nearby brick house. As they stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped them. A triangular-headed snake. Shun Yufang, filled with both curiosity and fear, hid behind Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching his arm tightly. Being from the north, she had never encountered a venomous snake before. Before them, the western wall of the room was covered with a net, teeming with writhing triangular-headed snakes. Several water urns nearby were also filled with these serpents. Aki, with deftness, plunged his hand into one of the urns and swiftly retrieved a triangular-headed snake, which glared at him with its beady eyes, twisting its body in panic while hissing and flicking its crimson tongue. As Aki approached, waving the snake around, Shun Yufang instinctively let out a shriek. Chapter 76. delicious snake gallbladder, delectable snake soup. Aki, be careful. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, witnessing Aki's boldness. As the snake wiggled in front of them, both he and Shen Yufang instinctively took a few steps back. Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang, don't be afraid. This snake will be our ingredient for tonight. As he spoke, Aki, clad in casual attire, pressed the triangular snake onto the cutting board, wielding a kitchen knife. With a swift chop, the snake's triangular head flew off, blood gushing from the severed neck. Wow, that's quite brutal. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Aki, what would happen if one were bitten by one of these snakes? Jiang Xiaoyu asked timidly. Within minutes, without an anti-venom injection, one's life would be forfeit. Ah, then aren't you afraid of the snakes? Hearing this, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang shivered and retreated to the doorway. I never graduated elementary school, yet I've been catching venomous snakes since childhood. They avoid me like the plague, Aki proclaimed, already skillfully peeling the snake's skin and extracting the gallbladder. On the table lay a bowl containing a small amount of high-proof liquor. He placed the gallbladder, about the size of a chicken heart, into the liquor and presented it to Jiang Xiaoyu. Mr. Jiang, as our esteemed guest, the gallbladder is the most precious part. Please swallow it whole. He nudged the bowl closer. Oh my goodness. Shen Yufang gasped at the sight of the greenish gallbladder floating in the liquor, quickly pulling Jiang Xiaoyu behind her. Aki, don't joke around. Swallow it whole. There could be parasites. Concern etched on Shen Yufang's lovely face. Jiang Xiaoyu had heard from the village elders that snake gallbladders were highly nutritious, meant to be consumed raw. He recalled a scene from the television series The Return of the Condor Heroes, where Yang Guo swallowed a gallbladder the size of a fist. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoyu was tempted to try it, but lacked the courage. Aki, could you demonstrate first? Upon hearing this, Aki wasted no time. He raised the bowl to his lips and suddenly tilted his head back. With a gulp, he swallowed the gallbladder along with the liquor, leaving no drop behind. Immediately after, Aki grabbed another triangular-headed snake from the urn. With a swift motion, he repeated the process, and another green gallbladder appeared before Jiang Xiaoyu. What the heck? I have to go for it. In front of his girlfriend Shen Yufang, he couldn't show weakness. He accepted the bowl Aki handed him and brought it to his lips. The fishy aroma mixed with the alcohol made him feel nauseous. Gritting his teeth, he held his breath, quickly closed his eyes, and with determination, gulped it down. Bravo, Mr. Jiang. Aki gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Xiaoyu. Who knew you had it in you? Shen Yufang, linking her arm with his, looked at him with admiration. Of course. It was his first time swallowing a snake gallbladder and downing 2 ounces of potent liquor in one go. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a fiery sensation in his mouth and stomach, and his head began to spin slightly. Nearby, Aki was chopping the peeled snake into segments, rinsing them several times before tossing them into an iron pot. In a courtyard beneath a flourishing pomegranate tree, they had prepared an iron stove in advance. Aki placed the pot on the fire, adding ample water, and ignited the wood. With a flourish, he poured the basin of snake meat into the pot. Jiang Xiaoyu recalled hearing from the older generations that snake soup should be simmered outdoors. The reasons for this tradition remained a mystery. Before long, steam began to rise from the pot, and the aroma of fresh snake soup wafted throughout the garden. Simultaneously, a rich fragrance drifted from where Qian Yud was cooking. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang swallowed hard, gazing in the direction of the enticing scents. Under the glow of the setting sun, a feast lay before them. Skewers of roasted lamb, wild boar, rabbit, chicken wings, chicken carcasses, chicken backs, tilapia, mudfish, Crucian carp, squid, and giant lobsters, along with grilled leeks, enoki mushrooms, spicy peppers, and garlic cloves. As the evening breeze blew gently, Qian Yud, Jiang Xiaoyu, Shen Yufang, Gao Qihong, Aki, and others gathered around a large wooden table to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. The maid Xiao Chao and Guo Song served each person a bowl of snake soup. Come, let us raise our bowls of snake soup for a toast, Qian Yud said with a hearty laugh. Brother Xiaoyu, drink up. This is highly nutritious. You'll need your strength for homework with your sister-in-law tonight. His laughter resonated, and Gao Qihong joined in. Across the table, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang, both innocent souls, were left bewildered. What does drinking snake soup have to do with homework? Jiang Xiaoyu mused. He lifted the snake soup and drank it down in one go, finishing the pieces of snake meat in his bowl. Guo Song, could I have another bowl? Jiang Xiaoyu requested, handing his bowl back while his gaze fell on Yufang. Xiaofeng, why aren't you drinking? It's fresh and hot. As a girl from the north, Shen Yufang had never encountered such a dish. Looking at the layer of yellowish oil floating atop the soup made her apprehensive. She, a picky eater, was facing food that terrified her for the first time. With a reluctant slurp, she took a few small sips. The flavor is subtle, it's not bad. Subsequently, she indulged in a taste of snake meat. What a slippery sensation. Shin Yufeng dared not consume more. She merely sipped a bowl of snake soup and nibbled on 2 pieces of snake meat. Primarily, she had heard online that drinking snake soup seemed to possess beautifying effects, beneficial for the skin, preventing acne. Otherwise, she would have been reluctant to partake. On the table, alongside the snake soup and barbecued delicacies, were several exquisite cold dishes and an assortment of beverages. Red wine, beer, and white liquor were all present, each a fine vintage. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, the group was quite intoxicated. Qian Yud had not broached the topic of collaboration, nor had Jiang Xiaoyu. However, he was already resolute in his mind that when good fish catches came, he would first contact Qian Yud and Gao Qihong. Xiaoyu, this villa is yours and your partner's now. Qian Yud, inebriated, repeatedly fondled a maid's shapely posterior. The Gao brothers and I will proceed with the next round of entertainment. You, my dear, are not suited to participate. He chuckled with ulterior motives. The Gao brothers followed behind as they exited the villa, boarding a luxury vehicle en route to the villa district on the south bank. Everything fell silent. At the garden villa's entrance remained only Jiang Xiaoyu, Shin Yufeng, the maid Xiao Chao, Guat Song Song, and Aki. Guat Song Song, you may leave now. Today must have been quite alarming for you. Do not take offense. Jiang Xiaoyu, illuminated by the entrance lights, smiled at the once proud Guat Song Song. Humph. Guat Song Song snorted disdainfully and turned to depart. Wait, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something. This is for you. Take it. He lifted his casual jacket, presenting a dark toy pistol from his waist. Guat Song Song, taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's bold move, thought, is he trying to recruit me? To commit a crime? Before she could fully process it, the toy gun was already shoved into her hands. Aki, please escort Miss Gua home safely. Yes, Mr. Jiang. On the return journey, Guat Song Song curiously inquired. Aki, I have a gun in my hand. Aren't you afraid? Aki lightly tapped the steering wheel and chuckled coldly. What? A toy gun? Ah, how infuriating. This is absolutely maddening. Guat Song Song felt as though she had been toyed with by Jiang Xiaoyu. In her fury, she pulled the trigger. Little bunny, open the door. The toy gun immediately lit up, accompanied by a classic children's song. Guat Song Song exclaimed, what is this? She frantically grasped her hair. I want to explode. Inside the garden villa, while the arrogant Guat Song Song faced her comeuppance, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufeng, both reeking of alcohol, staggered into the bedroom on the 3rd floor. They each took a hot bath in the washroom, rousing somewhat from their drunken stupor. Under the warm glow of the orange branch-shaped lamp, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufeng lay side by side on a spacious, soft spring mattress. In a slightly tipsy state, they opened their hearts to each other. Xiaoyu, when do you think we should get married? Shin Yufeng asked. Once we have built a home in Xiaoyu village, we shall marry. Then, after marriage, shall we have children? Yes. Of course. Ideally, 1 boy and 1 girl. Hee. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled, his gaze fixed on the gentle light of the chandelier. Forget it. Childbirth is painful. Yufeng, do you think a hug will make you pregnant? Jiang Xiaoyu voiced his confusion. Having attended university, Shin Yufeng, too, naively believed that a mere embrace would lead to pregnancy. Oh, a hug won't get you pregnant. She blushed at the thought. Then how do we achieve pregnancy? This knowledge was not thoroughly explained in biology class. He had not understood it. We will sleep together, and when our wedding night arrives, it will naturally come to fruition. Shin Yufeng anticipated such a beautiful romance. Jiang Xiaoyu, a clean-cut, sunny young man, and she, a pure and innocent girl, envisioned a beautiful union, imbued with a sense of ceremony, not to be taken lightly. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a certain tumult in his heart when facing the beautiful and gracious Shin Yufeng, a tendency for his resolve to waver. Yet, the remnants of his rationality were curbed by Shin Yufeng. Xiaoyu, my boyfriend, good night. Good night, my girlfriend. The night passed without further words. The next day, after breakfast, the two departed from the Qian family estate. By the time they returned to Xiaoyu village, it was already evening. At the home of village chief Ma, he sat contentedly under a pomelo tree, smoking water pipe, his wrinkled old face radiating enjoyment. Spotting a young couple approaching, clad in matching sports attire and yellow straw hats, he stood up with a smile. The couple was none other than Jiang Xiaoyu and Shin Yufeng. Ah, rare guests. Young man. The villagers say you've gone out to sea for fishing and struck it rich. Truly enviable. The village chief's eyes held no greed, only a look of pride and satisfaction. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu had now settled in Xiaoyu village, becoming one of its residents, while Shin Yufeng was to be the future bride of the village. The villagers' prospering brought joy to the old chief's heart. Village chief, we're here to discuss a matter with you, Jiang Xiaoyu said, removing his straw hat and stepping into the shade beneath the pomelo tree. What is it? Come sit and talk. The village chief gestured toward a flat stone slab beneath the tree. Well, I plan to hire villagers to renovate and clear the house, yard, and the wasteland and pond behind my grandmother's home. Jiang Xiaoyu took a planning map from his pocket and handed it to the village chief. All right. The farming season has just passed, and the villagers are looking for work. Your affairs are our village's affairs. I will organize the villagers for you. The village chief said enthusiastically while examining the blueprint. Village chief, we cannot have the villagers work for free. Here is a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Take it for now, and if it's insufficient, I'll provide more. Jiang Xiaoyu stuffed a black plastic bag into the village chief's arms. Ah, young man Xiaoyu. This little bit of work 1T requires so much money. You are being too generous. The village chief was taken aback by the young man's generosity. Realizing he was not of the same ilk as Ma Gui and others, and a broad smile spread across his wrinkled face. Also, every villager needs to be provided a meal while working, Jiang Xiaoyu reminded him. Young man Xiaoyu, rest assured, I was once the contractor in the village. I'll ensure everything is done according to the blueprint and guarantee your satisfaction. The village chief chuckled as he tucked the blueprint away. If there's anything unsatisfactory, we can modify it at any time. All right. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded as he and Xin Yufang rose to leave. Just as they were about to depart, they heard the village chief politely say, the pomelo has ripened. Shall we indulge in one? 18-year-old Jiang Xiaoyu is a person of sincerity, yet she failed to perceive the hint of politeness in the offer, responding with the eagerness of a glutton. Yes. Let us have two. Village chief Ma remarked. I was merely being polite, and yet you are utterly unreserved. He retrieved a pair of large, golden pomelos with scissors, which the food-loving Xin Yufang eagerly accepted, swallowing her saliva. Thank you, village chief Ma. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled at the pomelos cradled in Xin Yufang's arms and said, Xiaofang, let me hold one for you. As village chief Ma puffed on his water pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke, he added, do come often. Indeed. They replied as they savored the fragrant and sweet pomelos before departing. After Jiang Xiaoyu organized the repairs for their home, her phone rang insistently. Hello, Xiaoyu, my brother. I've secured a fishing boat for you. Rest assured it will reach Ansha. The deep, amused voice of Gao Qihong resonated through the line, and one could sense the subtle smile upon his face. However, the fuel and ice for the cold storage are not included in our wager. I hold no responsibility for that. Moreover, once you catch fish, contact me immediately. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by Gao Qihong's commitment. As the hunting competition was initially conceived as a mere jest, yet he took it seriously. All right, don't worry, Boss Gao. I'll inform you of any good catches right away. After ending the call, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang began meticulously preparing their luggage for the journey to the South China Sea's Ansha. Knowing this was a significant trip, time flowed like a rushing stream, and let us rewind a few days to a construction site. You come here. Beneath the shade of a towering deciduous tree, the foreman lounged in a reclining chair, bare-chested and barefoot, picking his nose and beckoning to a chow's wife, Alan. Foreman, did you call for me? Alan, in her 30s and possessing a figure of ample allure, bore the sun-kissed hue typical of years spent working outdoors. Yes, fetch me some water. The foreman flicked the booger from his finger, squinting as he leered at Alan. Certainly, foreman. On this construction site, the foreman's word was law. Tasks such as serving tea, washing cups, and cleaning the premises fell squarely on Alan's shoulders without complaint. For she had children and elderly at home relying on her income, and she dared not abandon her job. Crack. Seizing the moment, Alan bent to retrieve the thermos. The foreman lasciviously slapped her curvaceous backside. Ah, you. Alan gasped, her sun-kissed cheeks flushing crimson. The foreman chuckled lewdly, revealing his yellowing teeth, remnants of chives clinging between them. Alan, spend the night with me, and I shall provide you with exquisite delicacies. While he uttered indecent propositions, Alan remained impassive. Unbeknownst to her, a chow, arriving with enthusiasm, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Suppressing his fury, a chow shouted Alan. Chapter 78, setting off to Ansha. Alan. A chow called out, attempting to rein in his rage. He knew that the foreman, Li Hongwei, had humiliated his wife. Yet, for the greater good and for the sake of their children and elderly, he felt compelled to endure. They owed Li Hongwei 100,000 yuan for their father's medical expenses. And with the accumulating interest, they simply could not afford to lose this job. The indignity suffered by his wife pained him deeply. Truly, it was unbearable. Hey, Chow? Why aren't you out fishing? What brings you here? Li Hongwei, bald and gleaming under the sun, lit a cigarette with a snap. Remember, if you can't repay by the end of the year, your wife will belong to me for life. Upon hearing such shameless words, a Chow's anger surged uncontrollably. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, his eyes, round as eggs, fixed with fierce intensity on Li Hongwei. Crack! Li Hongwei, as if to provoke, delivered another hefty slap onto Alan's rounded backside. Ah! The meek Alan trembled in shock. The thermos shattered upon impact. Li Hongwei, you scoundrel! A Chow bellowed, charging forward with a fist raised like a hammer, ready to strike. Thud! Alon fell to her knees, clutching a Chow's leg tightly. A Chow? Please, calm down. Think of our beloved son and our daughter about to start high school. A Chow? Tears streamed down Alon's cheeks, cascading down her sun-kissed face and neck. A Chow? We cannot afford this. Crack. At that moment, Li Hongwei stepped forward, swinging his arm to deliver 3 stinging slaps across a Chow's rugged face. Damn it. Have you lost your mind, shouting on my turf? How dare you insult me? Alon stood, hurriedly lowering her head in apology. Foreman, please, don't be angry. Calm down. A Chow was wrong. We were wrong. Alon, let us go. His tone was remarkably subdued. After enduring Li Hongwei's blows, a Chow found himself momentarily subdued. In truth, with just an additional 30,000 yuan, they lacked the power to retaliate. He grasped his wife's arm and silently exited. Very well, Chow. You've got guts. 12,000 yuan by year's end. Every penny. Li Hongwei cursed, shattering his teacup in frustration, tea leaves scattering everywhere. Not a single cent less, or I swear I'll make you pay. A Chow, let me go? Are you mad? If I don't work on the site, how will we repay him by year's end? Alon pleaded desperately. You know, if we fail to repay, next year's interest will double. I cannot lose this job. If I lose it, how will we survive? As she spoke, Alon began to weep helplessly. Stop crying. Take this. A Chow tossed a black cloth bag to his wife, displaying a hint of bravado. What is this? Are we going to the market? We haven't had vegetables at home for over a week. Alon ceased her tears, opening the bag absent-mindedly, only to be greeted by a dazzling array of red notes, causing her to scream in astonishment. You a Chow? Did you rob a bank? The kind-hearted and simple Alon stammered, overwhelmed by the sight of so much money. Having been married for 16 years, she had never seen her husband with such a substantial sum. A Chow, don't scare me. I'm timid. As they walked along the road, Alon, noticing the absence of onlookers, tightly clutched the bag and whispered, Where did you get all this money? Her dark, expressive eyes locked onto a Chow's, her mind racing with wild speculation. Was he involved in illicit activities? Had he stolen? Or perhaps even sold a kidney? Alon grasped a Chow's arm, her sun-kissed face awash with anxiety. Rest assured, this money has been rightfully earned. I have secured a commendable job and encountered a benefactor in my life. When a Chow uttered these words, a smile curved his lips, an expression so exuberant that even an AK-47 could not contain its radiance. This is merely a commission from my recent sea venture, alongside a base salary of 8,000, which will be disbursed on the 15th of next month. Yet, in the midst of his elation, a shadow crossed his brow as he pondered, when would Captain Jiang set sail again? Sighing deeply, a Chow's phone rang. Ah, it's the captain. A Chow trembled with excitement, nearly dropping his phone. Wife, hush. Do not disturb my conversation with Captain Jiang. Yes. Wang Lan nodded fervently as a Chow answered the call. Captain, greetings. Upon connecting, a Chow stood at attention, offering a respectful salutation. Yes, understood. Rest assured, Captain. Yes, goodbye, Captain. The call ended. Beside him, Wang Lan remained silent, having heard nothing but a series of ums. Brother A Chow, what did the captain say? She asked, biting her lip, her eyes filled with admiration and anticipation for her robust husband. A Chow slowly pocketed his phone, feigning deep contemplation. He rubbed his rough hands over his sun-kissed, broad face repeatedly. Darling, speak up. What did the esteemed captain say? Are they not hiring you anymore? Under the weight of life's tribulations, the naive and kind-hearted Wang Lan often feared the worst. Ha! A Chow could not contain his laughter, startling Wang Lan. Why? Brother A Chow, what has come over you? Have you struck gold? Should we head to the hospital? To the hospital, indeed. A Chow regained his composure, revealing his usual goofy demeanor, grinning widely. Captain Jiang has arranged for a fishing expedition to the Zhengmu Ansha in the South China Sea. The fishing vessel has already been chartered, and I am to gather a crew. A Chow quickened his step. The pay will be according to market rates, with bonuses as well. Quick, let us notify our reliable relatives. We cannot have any dishonest characters among us. Remember, is that true? With the current high unemployment rate, securing a fishing job with a base salary and bonuses is indeed a rarity. The fortune has arrived. 200,000 yuan. 200,000. Upon hearing the notification, a Chow and Wang Lan halted abruptly. Wang Lan's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a crab. Do not overthink it. This is the money from Captain Jiang for the fishing boat, luxury yacht fuel, and storage ice. But this boss trusts you immensely. Is he not afraid you might abscond? Wang Lan had never encountered such a kind and naive employer before. Captain Jiang is merely 18, already remarkable in his achievements. He is a man blessed with luck, favored by the goddess Mazu. You might find it hard to believe, but while others fish in the deep sea, akin to mere anglers. Captain Jiang's expeditions feel more like a procurement process. A Chow fell into contemplation. What kind of illusion? Wang Lan interjected, intrigued. The entire ocean seems to be like a warehouse belonging to Captain Jiang. Huh. Wang Lan had heard of lucky fishermen in the village, but never of someone treating the ocean as a storeroom. Such matters are beyond our ordinary understanding. A Chow pulled himself out of his reverie. We must remain loyal. We shall work diligently. We must honor Captain Jiang. The simple-minded Wang Lan always adhered to her husband's words, accepting whatever he said as truth. The next day, in a small fishing village, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang prepared for departure. After paying homage to Mazu at home, the two drove a tricycle to the Beihai port. A Chow and his wife Wang Lan had already been waiting by the dock, accompanied by a dozen crew members. After a brief introduction, the group honored Mazu and the Sea Dragon King by the seaside before boarding the fishing vessel. Standing on the deck of the luxury yacht, Jiang Xiaoyu exuded vigor, raising his hand with a commanding spirit, proclaiming, destination, the Zhengmu Ansha at the southernmost tip of China. Set sail. Yes, Captain. A Chow saluted, brimming with excitement as he sounded the yacht's horn. The deep, sonorous blast resonated as the vessel, akin to a great white shark, sliced through the waves, gliding towards the open sea. A Chow, clutching a satellite phone, called his brother-in-law Wang Dali, who was navigating the fishing boat. Before long, a fishing vessel worth over 7 million yuan withdrew its anchor, trailing behind, creating a cascade of waves in the ocean. It sailed parallel to the luxurious yacht, maintaining a respectful distance. This professional large fishing ship, rented from Gao Qihong, was fully equipped with all necessary fishing gear, which delighted Jiang Xiaoyu and Xin Yufang immensely. Jiang Xiaoyu silently vowed to deliver a bountiful catch to Boss Gao this time. Returning to the luxury yacht, white seagulls circled above, occasionally snatching breadcrumbs from their hands. Woof! Woof woof! The dog, Wang Kai, lay sprawled on the deck, its head bobbing as it barked wildly. Having not been at sea for a while, it appeared queasy, on the verge of retching. Wang Kai, come, open your mouth, and take this seasickness pill. Xin Yufang crouched down and placed a pill in the dog's mouth, receiving a grateful look in return, which made her smile warmly. Wang Kai, if you feel sick, go to the stern, or else I shall give you a whack. She patted the dog's head, stood up, and retrieved a thick notebook from her bag. Flipping through its pages, she addressed Jiang Xiaoyu, who was feeding the seagulls. Xiaoyu, if we do not catch at least 500,000 this trip, we may find ourselves in the same predicament as when we first met. What do you mean? Jiang Xiaoyu tossed the remaining breadcrumbs to the seagulls swooping down for the food. It means we shall be utterly impoverished. Xin Yufang, the diligent first mate and part-time financial manager, pointed to her notes with a slender finger, expressing her melancholy as she noted. The refurbishment of our home with grandmother is initially budgeted at 100,000, of which 50,000 has already been paid. Her finger traced down the page, where stark black and white figures were clearly recorded. The yacht, fishing boat, fuel, and ice have cost nearly 200,000. The 12 crew members have an average base salary of 3,000, with bonuses calculated based on catch. Moreover, the cost of provisions, fresh water, fishing gear, and tackle adds to our expenses. Xin Yufang truly was an exemplary first mate and financial manager, meticulously keeping track of every detail, leaving a clear trail. Enough, enough. I can hardly bear to hear it. Jiang Xiaoyu waved his hand, interjecting and interrupting Xin Yufang's discourse. The overwhelming expenses startled him into hastily donning a yellow, round-brimmed straw hat and affixing 3 fishing floats. At that moment, a nearby fishing vessel passed by, manned by a middle-aged fisherman who, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, chuckled upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's unconventional appearance. This fellow, sporting 3 antennas atop his head, surely possesses a unique flair. I wonder if he belongs to some pirate crew. Best keep our distance. The fisherman, amused by Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar appearance, couldn't help but tease him. The journey to Zhengmu Ansha would require 5 to 6 days for a one-way trip, and considering the time spent fishing, it would take at least 2 months. This time, accompanied by the student Xin Yufang for deep-sea fishing, Jiang Xiaoyu was fully committed. Relax, Yufang, my beautiful girlfriend. With the blessing of Mazu, we shall undoubtedly return with our nets brimming, he proclaimed with confidence, the auspicious fishing hook nestled in his pocket. Let us take up the rod and begin our fishing adventure. He gently squeezed Xin Yufang's delicate hand, offering a warm smile. Xiaofeng, life is fleeting. Let us indulge in joy and not fret over money. Happiness is paramount. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 lightweight fishing rods from the side of the cabin, handing one to Xin Yufang. Currently, the yacht was near the shore, where no large fish lurked. This was merely a leisurely fishing outing to warm up and find their rhythm. At the stern of the yacht, a Chow's wife, Wang Lan, was preparing bait. Sister-in-law, we are still far from our destination, Meiji Reef. No need to rush, Jiang Xiaoyu called out to Wang Lan, who was busy at work. Without lifting her head, she replied, Captain, you enjoy yourself. I'm accustomed to working. Jiang Xiaoyu had set her base salary at 5,000 yuan, and she felt a pang of guilt if she didn't contribute. She felt at ease only after preparing the 360 traps and the bait for the 9 fishing lines. All right, if you're tired, take a break, Jiang Xiaoyu urged. Thank you, Captain, Wang Lan replied. Her heart warmed, her dark eyes glistening with moisture. A simple expression of concern from him made Jiang Xiaoyu feel content as he gripped the fishing rod, attaching the golden auspicious hook to the carbon line. With a powerful side throw, the hook pierced the air with a sharp whistle. The spinning reel whirred as it unleashed line, tracing a graceful parabola in the air. Jiang Xiaoyu, having diligently trained, felt his strength had significantly improved. With that cast, the auspicious hook flew nearly 100 meters. Fortune, come forth as I desire. A gentle, ethereal breath escaped his lips, directed towards the sea. Commenced the exploration. A soft buzzing resonated in his mind, and from the auspicious hook radiated a verdant glow. Ah, it's expanded, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment as a mental image of the underwater exploration area materialized, approximately 500 meters in diameter. The enlargement of the exploration range suggested a heightened probability of encountering schools of fish or rare marine species. What has expanded? This is baffling. Beside him, Shen Yufang, clad in a fitted windbreaker that accentuated her alluring figure, was slowly reeling in her line when Jiang Xiaoyu's sudden exclamation startled her. Ah, that means we might catch even bigger fish this time. Hee as they engaged in light-hearted banter, Jiang Xiaoyu's auspicious hook, baited with shrimp, caught something. Suddenly, the tip of his rod bent sharply. Hey, I've got a bite. He quickly adjusted his wrist and jerked the rod to set the hook. Ha, I've hooked one. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly cranked the reel, retrieving the line. A fierce struggle ensued beneath the surface, but under the control of the powerful line, the fish stood little chance. Before long, a vibrant, multicolored fish leaped into the cabin, about the size of a palm. Oh, how beautiful! It's a clownfish. Shen Yufang's large, lychee-like eyes sparkled with delight. Let us keep it in a glass tank in the bedroom downstairs, huh? Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang set their rods down and ventured into the cabin. Achow, slow the yacht. Let the nearby fishing boat proceed as planned. There's no need to wait for us, Jiang Xiaoyu instructed Achow in the cockpit. Yes, Captain, Achow acknowledged promptly. Soon, a transparent glass fish tank appeared on the yacht's deck, approximately 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and 1 meter wide. Jiang Xiaoyu took a high-pressure hose and filled it with seawater. He removed the auspicious hook and gently placed the black and white clownfish into the tank. The newly liberated clownfish swam around in a panic within its new home. Clownfish, so adorable. I want to fish for more, Shen Yufang exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Clinging to Jiang Xiaoyu's arm and playfully pouting. Hey, Yufang, behave normally, he replied, feeling goosebumps rise on his arms. To the side. At about 80 meters in the 10 o'clock direction, he cast his hook. Jiang Xiaoyu tossed the auspicious hook into the ocean, quickly discovering a school of fish within the 500-meter exploration range. Yes, Captain. Shen Yufang, recognizing Jiang Xiaoyu's expression, knew that the man who had consumed the spirit of the sea was back. With a swift motion, the hooks flew through the air, tracing 2 parallel parabolas. Oh, I've hooked a fish. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang exclaimed in unison, the struggle of the fish beneath the surface modest. They exchanged smiles, leisurely reeling in their lines. Soon, a red and white striped fish came into view, causing Shen Yufang to erupt in laughter. Ha, it's a plush clownfish. How beautiful, so beautiful. Her large, dark eyes sparkled like crescent moons. To Jiang Xiaoyu, this clownfish was far more enchanting than the one before him. Xiaoyu, listen to me, Shen Yufang began, carefully placing the 2 clownfish into the living water tank while adopting a teaching tone. The plush clownfish, also known as the anemone fish, spends its life alongside sea anemones, which protect them while they, in turn, keep the anemones clean. Indeed, the marine theorist Wang Yuyin is absolutely correct. Clownfish thrive in social groups. As time passed, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang cast their lures into the clownfish habitat, repeatedly reeling in more of the vibrant creatures. Before long, the living water tank was a kaleidoscope of colors, filled with fantastical hues. 4 to 5 dozen common clownfish swam about, predominantly male clownfish. Among them, several more expensive platinum panda clownfish emerged, which Shen Yufang arranged to house separately. Additionally, a handful of rarer black-card clownfish were caught. She designated them to a luxurious presidential suite for meticulous care. Only when there were no more clownfish in sight did Jiang Xiaoyu instruct Chow to continue sailing. Xiaoyu, I'd like to start a live stream. What do you think? Shen Yufang said, placing some sea anemones, sand, rocks, and seaweed in the clownfish's habitat. On the yacht's deck, she leisurely arranged her fish tank while chatting with Jiang Xiaoyu, who reclined in a rattan chair nearby. Certainly. Our yacht is equipped with satellite communication devices, which we must take full advantage of. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed out at the azure sea, leisurely sipping on a glass of boiled water. However, the satellite data is quite exorbitant. The cost of 1,000 yuan only grants us a mere 25 gigabytes of data. It's utterly outrageous. Shen Yufang placed a piece of coral into the spacious aquarium, her delicate hands teasing the clownfish as she voiced her thoughts. We could record videos for now and edit them once we reach the shore. Jiang Xiaoyu gently swayed in the bamboo lounge chair, continuing. We can live stream for half an hour. That shouldn't consume more than 1 gigabyte. But that would still cost 400 to 500 yuan. Ever since the luxurious yacht underwent an upgrade, their finances had dwindled, leading them to a rather frugal lifestyle. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled helplessly. Indeed, poverty brings woes to couples. Yufang, if you wish to live stream, go ahead. Life at sea can be quite dull anyway. And don't worry about the data. Half an hour of streaming daily sounds splendid. Hee, that works. With the support of her boyfriend, Xiaoyu, Shen Yufang beamed with joy. Let's use my phone then. After wiping her hands, she retrieved her high-end Huawei phone worth nearly 10,000 yuan. What should we name our Douyin account? Shen Yufang opened her account, intending to commence her and Xiaoyu's live streaming journey today. Jiang Xiaoyu casually suggested, how about Jack and Rose's life at sea? Haha, that's rather unremarkable. Shen Yufang shot him a glance, declaring, you've come up with a dud. Hee. Xiaoyu and Yufang are setting sail. Upon hearing the suggested account name, Shen Yufang tilted her head in contemplation for a few seconds. She couldn't think of a better name, so she shrugged and smiled. All right, let's go with this. The luxurious yacht cruised at a moderate pace towards the Zhengmu Ansha Meiji Reef. The sea breeze danced through Yufang's long braid, and her fair, tousled bangs fluttered gently. She quickly set up her Douyin account name and cheerfully announced, Xiaoyu, I'm ready to go live. Just as she finished speaking, a splendid image emerged in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. Beneath the surface, a vibrant underwater scene unfolded, with reefs surrounded by fine gravel, adorned with swaying green vegetation. Amidst the gravel, Jiang Xiaoyu discovered a type of clam he adored, flower clams. Look, a flower clam leaped unexpectedly, soaring nearly 10 centimeters into the air. Then, the view shifted, revealing clusters of adorable flower clams. Centered around a fish hook, the area was teeming with clams. Some were stretching their limbs in yoga poses, others were nestled close, seemingly in love, and a few were burrowing into the sand with their sturdy shells, perhaps constructing homes. This was the ocean of flower clams, a paradise of deliciousness. What incredible luck! I've stumbled upon a clam haven. While flower clams aren't pricey, when stir-fried with spices, they are utterly delectable. Jiang Xiaoyu planned to drift in the South China Sea for 2 months. He couldn't possibly eat fish daily. A change of flavors was essential to truly appreciate the beauty of the open ocean. In the future, when wealth graced him, he envisioned taking his student companion Yufang to foreign waters, where they would dock and bask in exotic experiences. With such delightful thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu called out, Achao, stop the boat. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's command, Achao promptly anchored the luxurious yacht in the designated spot. Thud. The heavy iron anchor plunged into the depths, securing the 60-foot yacht firmly on the water's surface. Captain, what are your orders? After shutting off the engine, Achao hurried over, respectfully inquiring. Well, it seems there is an abundance of flower clams in this area. Summon your wife. And let us don our diving suits to harvest them. Yes, Captain. Achao grinned broadly, saluting enthusiastically. He hadn't dived with his wife in ages, and the prospect of such an adventure thrilled him. Alon, Alon. Achao called out excitedly. Get your diving suit. Diving suit. The yacht was stocked with 4 diving suits, 2 of which were old and designated for Achao and his wife. Before coming, Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang had purchased 2 premium dry suits, totaling over 60,000 yuan. Moreover, these high-end suits allowed seamless communication underwater, free of any barriers. This couple shared a common trait. Their ability to earn was modest, yet they spent lavishly without a second thought. Splash, splash, after donning their diving suits. For splashes erupted on the surface of the sea. Achao and Alon, equipped with large nets, plunged nearly 30 meters underwater, tirelessly foraging for clams. The industrious pair was immersed in their labor. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang, armed with spear guns, frolicked in the water for a while. These 2 delightful souls, one prospered through fortune, while the other thrived by gleaning treasures from the sea. For them, lacking money was merely a temporary state. The joy of play was everlasting. After snapping a few photos, Yufang initiated the Douyin live stream underwater. Beside her, Jiang Xiaoyu extracted clams from the sand, tossing them into the net, while Yufeng aimed the live stream camera at him and the clams in his hands. In no time, a handful of viewers trickled into the live stream. Chapter 81. Yufeng's first underwater live stream. I believe you not. Is this an underwater live stream? Viewers came and went, with numbers remaining in the single digits. Upon seeing a comment pop up on the screen, Xin Yufeng hurriedly typed a reply. Yes, my friend. We are in the South China Sea, heading to Xingmu Ansha. Hehe, who is Xingmu? Another bewildering comment appeared. Nevertheless, Xin Yufeng, brimming with enthusiasm during her first Douyin live stream, responded with fervor. My friend, perhaps you should ask about Ansha. They might know. The data at sea is quite costly. And with such a small audience, this is a significant loss. Yufeng directed the live stream camera toward a clam, gently breathing. Xiaofeng, maintain your composure. If you suddenly become a big streamer, what will happen to the others? Jiang Xiaoyu's comforting voice resonated in her earpiece. Xin Yufeng, bubbling with excitement, secured her phone around her neck. All right, let us dig for clams while we live stream. As a newcomer, the platform rewarded her with a wave of initial viewership support. Before long, the online count surprisingly surpassed 10 viewers. At this moment, comments began to float through the live stream. After all, there aren't many streamers broadcasting from beneath the waves. Everyone is drawn by the novelty. Grandfather first raises clownfish. Host, your aquarium is beautifully arranged, almost lifelike. Look at this sand, observe the seaweed. And where did you buy this coral? Wait a minute, isn't it illegal to excavate coral without permission? Host, you're finished. I'm calling the authorities. A keyboard warrior had entered the live stream. Perhaps the vision is impaired, mistaking the South China Sea for a mere fish tank. The user ID, life and death seen lightly. If you dare, then come, exclaimed. Look at your audacity. Does your fish tank rival the size of the Pacific Ocean? What? Is this truly beneath the sea? The user ID elder, first raised clownfish, expressed dissent. Streamer, call the streamer. Hey. Is the streamer male or female? Do show the esteemed elder upstairs just how vast your fish tank is. At that moment, the camera positioned at Xin Yufeng's neck focused on Jiang Xiaoyu, who was busily tossing a large handful of plump clams into his net. Nearby, a few clownfish hurriedly swam past him. The camera panned further, capturing the diligent couple, Ah Chao and Ah Lan, as they expertly foraged for clams. Their diving techniques were evidently professional, unmistakably indicating they were fishermen raised by the sea. Elder, first raised clownfish, remarked, I grasped a piece of seagrass. It truly is beneath the sea. Why didn't the streamer catch those clownfish earlier? They're worth far more than the clams. Oh my, how splendid. What a pity. As the excitement surged, the number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 20, fluctuating between 20 and 30. Xin Yufeng glanced at the viewer count, delighted to see it break into double digits. It was her first underwater live broadcast, with rudimentary equipment, leaving her feeling uncertain. The presence of fans brought her immense joy. The comments in the live chat began to flow. This is just by the shore. What's the point? If you have the ability, go live in the deep sea. User ID, I am one more than awesome, criticized disdainfully. I bet a bag of spicy strips that the streamer wouldn't dare venture into the deep sea. Only playing in this swimming pool. There were no sightings of tuna, and the streamer wasn't a stunning beauty. All that was visible was a stretch of sand and clams, lacking allure. After 15 or 16 minutes, the viewer count in the live stream continued to waver between 20 and 30. Oh dear, Xiaoyu, I'm feeling a bit pained. Those lost minutes equate to over $100. Xin Yufeng, initially quite elated, frowned at the disheartening comments and viewer traffic. She now longed to broadcast from her luxurious yacht, to dazzle the keyboard warriors of the live chat. That would undoubtedly capture their attention. And her clownfish, let that elder see the panda clownfish. Yufeng, relax, we're here to have fun in the ocean. Oh no, something bit me. It hurts. Ouch. Jiang Xiaoyu, while rummaging through the clams, was conversing with Xin Yufeng. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his calf, as if something had bitten him. Hearing the cry, Xin Yufeng was momentarily startled but quickly expressed concern. Xiaoyu, what happened? Her gaze swiftly darted over, pressing down firmly with her foot and kicking her fins. She propelled herself towards Yufeng. Oh no, Xiaoyu, run. It's a Titan triggerfish. In her eyes, as well as in the live feed, a Titan triggerfish, measuring about half a meter in length, was attacking Jiang Xiaoyu. The fish was adorned with vibrant patterns, its tail radiating a golden glow. Its large eyes and sharply pointed dorsal fin were striking, and its mouth, wide open, revealed sharp, yellowed teeth. Be careful. Just as the Titan triggerfish lunged once more at Jiang Xiaoyu, Xin Yufeng shouted and pulled the trigger of her spear gun. Splash! The seawater churned, releasing a flurry of bubbles. The iron arrow shot forth at high speed, barely grazing the barrel, emitting a low whistling sound. Thud! The sharp arrow successfully struck the junction between the fish's gills and body. Blood gushed forth, gradually spreading. Yes, got it. Shen Yufang observed as the titan triggerfish released its grip on Jiang Xiaoyu's calf and began to flee, as if wishing for legs to escape. Splash. Having not gotten far, another iron arrow, propelled by the water, struck the fish's belly with great force. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly lowered his spear gun, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. One that even an AK-47 couldn't suppress. You thought you could bite me? I'll take you down. Together. Jiang Xiaoyu and Shen Yufang extracted the arrow from the titan triggerfish and reloaded it into the spear gun. Let's get this creature up. It should fetch around 2,000. While they couldn't gauge the fish's weight underwater, its length suggested it was at least 20 pounds. Shen Yufang nodded in agreement as they swam towards the luxurious yacht, appearing as graceful as two mermaids beneath the waves. Throughout this episode, Shen Yufang remained unaware that this sudden turn of events, along with their joint effort in capturing the vibrant titan triggerfish, would bring an influx of viewers. A significant portion of the new fans flocked to Xiaoyu and Yufang's account, and the viewer count surged past 3 digits, reaching an astonishing number exceeding 100. The comments on the screen took off, one after another. Elder. First raise clownfish. I grasped a piece of seagrass.